Thompson curls far side. Curry gets it, floats it up on the rim. No good. Had a chance. And game one goes to Sacramento. The first playoff game for the Kings franchise in 17 years. Gives their fans a moment to celebrate, and they take a 1-0 lead in the series. Fouls, free throws, and missed chances by the Warriors offense cost them dearly in the fourth quarter here in game one. Final score, Sacramento 126, Golden State 123.
Oh, baby, we got a big one tonight, folks. We have a big one tonight. Warriors down 0-1 in this best-of-7 first-round Western Conference Series against the Sacramento Kings. You heard the final call there from Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors lose 126-123 up in Sacramento at the Go-to-One Center. What a great game. Wire to wire. It was awesome. Awesome week of NBA basketball. I loved every second of it. But the Warriors are going to have to do something today that they never faced before under Steve Kerr, which is trying to win to avoid a 0-2 deficit for the first time in the Steve Kerr era. We're going to talk all about it all show long with everybody here on the Morning Roast. Good morning, everybody getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning, everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning. Drive safe on those airways, or on those roadways. People are veering in and left and right, delays, no signals, slowing down in front of you, driving 30 miles an hour. Be careful on the roadways. Be careful on the freeways. But I want to open up these lines right away. 888-957-9570. Good morning to Lutman. I'm not going to say good morning to the Laker fan here on the show. He's nameless until the end of the playoffs. He might be nameless until the end of the playoffs, and I love him. So I'm just going to call. I'm going to say hi to Mrs. Jade Spinoni. That's what I'm going to do. Mrs. Spinoni, hello to you. Good morning to Biddy. Good morning to Nora. Forget the damn husband. Good morning to you, Shasky. What's happening?
What a game of resilience from the Sacramento Kings. I thought that every time the Warriors tried to pull away a little more or extend a lead or maintain a lead, they had an answer. Whether it's in the first half, Trey Lyles and Malik Monk keeping them in it, whether it's to end the second quarter and keep things tight, whether it's the end of the third quarter with Trey Lyles again and De'Aaron Fox hitting big-time shots going back and forth, Malik Monk continuing to attack the hoop. It just felt like they had an answer for everything that the Warriors wanted to do, and we could sit here and complain left and right about this, that, and the other. Reality is they executed with about 10 minutes to go. I mean, really the final 25 minutes of the game, but they executed in crunch time, and that's been who the Kings have been all year, so credit to them.
De'Aaron Fox is a bad man.
Oh, he was awesome.
He's a bad dude. He's a killer. There's no doubt. 38 points Saturday night, 5 assists, 4 threes, 13-27. He had 9 points at the half. 9 points, and he said, you know what? It's Operation Takeover in the second half. He got help from his Kentucky brother, Malik Monk, 32 points off the bench. Hell, I thought it was Vinny the Microwave Johnson. And for all you young kids who don't know who Vinny Johnson is,
incredible.
Go check out the Pistons back-to-back championship teams. Vinny Johnson, the Microwave. They called him the Microwave because he would come off the bench, and he was instant offense. He would heat up in the second. He was lights out. That's who Malik was. Malik was on Saturday night, 14-14 for the free throw line. Getting to the rack, hitting threes. He did it all. Then the other Kentucky guy, Trey Lyles, comes out of nowhere and hits 16 points. So the Warriors, I felt like Shasky had control of that basketball game all the way up until the 2:18 mark of the third quarter.
That's what I wrote down right here.
2:18, it was our Agnew turning point Saturday night on NBC Sports Bay Area. Everybody saw it. Steph Curry checks out. It's 86-78. And from that point on, at least through the end of the third quarter, it was Kings ball.
Yeah.
It was all Kings.
Well,
they dictated the pace. They got to the rack. They got to the free throw line. They did it all. Second chance points to the paint, you name it. And the Warriors lose by 3. And I thought they controlled the game for 34 minutes.
Yeah, but that's why it's a 48-minute game. I mean, and so I thought they had opportunities at the end of the first quarter. I thought they had opportunities at the end of second quarter, to close things out. Not close it out, but finish the quarter and extend the lead a little. And there were certain situational basketball plays, either a rush three-pointer, bad communication, not boxing out. There was a variety of things that the Warriors, which has kind of plagued them all year, which reared their ugly head. You're bringing up the end of that third quarter. I wrote down every single play of that. It's funny that you identified it because I feel like we all did. Trey Lyles gets the rebound putback. Wiggs comes down, misses a layup, then he misses the putback. Boom, Fox hits a three. Then JP rolls his ankle, hits a free throw. Lyle hits another three. Klay comes back.
Stop with the Lyle's three right there, though. So Lyles hits the three from the
after
left
a great
wing.
rebound.
He hits the three. Warriors look like they were in zone defense. Wiggins and Klay is over there. The one thing that nobody's talked about with Klay Thompson since he's come back, what made him great as a two-way player, Klay Thompson. And I'm not coming down this road. I thought he could have played better defensively, could have played better on the glass. He even cited that. Klay Thompson, when he was healthy, before he tore the ACL in those finals in 2019, he was a great on-the-ball defender.
Yeah.
On the ball, he was awesome. But his weakness was off the ball.
Okay.
Because he'd be ball watching.
Yeah, fall
he'd
asleep.
lose his man. He'd fall asleep. Yeah. But on the ball, he was terrific. But now, when you got the two injuries, he's not playing on the ball as much. He's not playing on the ball against Fox. He's not playing on the ball against Monk. He's not playing on the ball against elite ball handlers or guys who could drive to the rack. He plays off the ball, which is his weakness. Off the ball against Trey Lyles, he fell asleep again. You got to identify the hot man. You got to identify him.
I agree with
you. And then he comes down and he chucks a three with 10 seconds left on the shot clock.
That's what I put right here. It felt like a rush three. I called it a rush three.
Klay Thompson, during that stretch, was not very good.
I agree. Well, and then right after that, Malik Monk attacks the hoop again and makes a sick layup. It was Wiggins all over him. I mean, Malik Monk was outstanding, and then the Kings take the lead. I mean, that right there, the crowd went from completely silent to, oh, my God, they're losing their mind again. And so that was the seminal moment to me. And the lineup was, this is what I wrote down. I didn't see a substitution. Wiggs, Poole, Looney, GP2, Klay.
Well, the problem was, and I'm seeing the calls light up here, 888-957-9570. There's a couple spots where I thought Steve Kerr, I don't know if he was trying to fill out the series or what. But when you pull Steph Curry with 2:18 left, and you know you're going to rest him for the first few minutes of the fourth quarter.
In there.
Draymond and Steph have to be on the floor at all times in the series. One or the other.
I'm 100%.
One or the other.
I totally
They have to be on the floor.
Totally agree.
All series long, one or the other.
I agree.
But if you know you're going to rest, and look, Steve Kerr knows a lot more basketball than I do. I don't know anything about coaching. But personally, when he pulled Steph Curry, he only had 2 field goal attempts in that third quarter. 2. But the Warriors were rolling. I needed Curry to finish that quarter out. To finish that quarter out to guarantee that the Warriors are going into the fourth quarter with at least a 6 to 8 point lead. Hell, 10 would have been nice, but give me a 6 to 8 point lead. You cannot go into the fourth quarter down 1 after playing so well for 34 minutes.
And it felt like you had opportunities to get a 10-plus point lead in that third quarter. It felt like
they had a 10-point lead.
No, but I'm saying to close that quarter out with something closer to a 10-point lead.
Yep.
And to me, like those are the moments where the opportunities where you've got to seize them, especially on the road, especially with how loud that stadium was, that arena was in the first half. You had an opportunity because at the beginning of the third quarter, everybody was getting beer or doing whatever. Like, I don't knock fans for that. Like, it felt quiet, and it felt like the Warriors were going to go on a little run there. And I got to give De'Aaron Fox credit. Third quarter, I think he sensed the moment, and there were certain spots where either he said, "I'm going to take over," or I'm going to be the one to keep up us in this game and keep this around an 8 to 10 point lead.
Well, he got hot in the third quarter, 5 and 9 from the floor. It's 14 points. I just thought that stretch with 2:18 left in the third quarter and turned everything around because, look, Jordan Poole, and this is where Steve Kerr again. Into the second quarter, with about 3 or 4 minutes left, he pulls Jordan Poole. And I thought Jordan Poole had it rolling.
He was cooking.
I'm saying he's a guy. Cooking. And look, Jordan Poole, he's getting a lot of criticism or whatever. Oh, you like a defense, whatever. The whole damn team doesn't play defense, all right? I don't care about the whole team is struggling defensively. But Jordan Poole at the end of the second quarter, 3 to 4 minutes left, was rolling.
He was.
And Kerr pulled him. And I thought, that's a guy I need to ride.
Yeah.
I need to ride the hot head to keep him rolling going into halftime and feel good about himself. It almost felt like Steve Kerr said, I'm going to pull you now, and we're going to let you cool down a little bit. And I thought going into halftime with the 6-point lead, I still was like a little uneasy. Thinking,
I was too.
They outplayed the Kings. The Kings were tight to start. But now I believe the Kings are going to start fast tonight.
I agree with you. I mean, look, there's a lot of reasons to feel optimistic on both sides, right? Like you hear the Kings fans, well, we didn't play our best game. I agree with that. it is the playoffs, and you'll be lucky if you get one or two of your quote-unquote best games per 7-game series. So, the other team gets paid as well. I look at it from a Warriors perspective, and you're saying, like, what could happen today? You talked about Kevin Huerter in the green room. I agree with you. Huerter didn't really do much. I thought defensively he was pretty good, but he didn't really do much. You didn't get anything really from Keegan Murray.
No.
Harrison Barnes, he looks motivated. I actually think he could do more.
He does look motivated.
He looks really motivated. Sabonis, you got to believe Sabonis is going to play better.
Warriors play really well on him, though. They play really well on him. He may make him. He'll probably make a few buddies.
Now, I will give the Warriors this. I thought in the first half, defensively, they did a great job stopping the dribble handoff stuff that they love to do, the Sacramento Kings, and a lot of cutting and movement off ball. They did a great job denying. But when you get to the end of the game, you can call it fresh legs. You can call it better execution. Warriors not being as good defensively. I'll listen to whatever you want to say. Kings got almost anything they wanted in the half court.
They did.
I mean, you just got to call it what it is.
And Harrison Barnes, even when he didn't make shots, he sensed when, Steph Curry's on me. He's a smaller guy. I'm at least going to go to the rack.
Yes.
And they made Curry use his legs. I like the strategy of letting Fox defend Curry 94 feet. Even though he wasn't pressing him, but he was in his face. He was breathing on him. And I thought Curry, I don't think he will tonight, but I thought Curry deferred a lot in this basketball game.
With you.
And you know what? It's time to say, I'm the god. I'm the best point guard in the league. I'm the greatest shooter of all time.
I'm with you.
He needs to take this game over, especially if Jordan Poole can't go tonight, who's questionable for game 2 with the ankle injury.
That's a big one. I mean, they need Jordan Poole. It felt like he was doing things. I keep going to two things. You brought up the end of that third quarter. Malik Monk, in the middle of the second quarter, gets 3 fouls. Okay? And
they left him in the game.
No, he yanked him and then put him back in. Right back in. And to me, that was Mike Brown having confidence in his guy. You talked about Jordan Poole getting yanked while he's cooking. Well, the reverse happened with Mike Brown. He stuck with his guy, even though he had foul trouble. And I'm saying, Warriors, attack Malik Monk. Get him in foul trouble even more. He's on the floor with 5 minutes to go. He's already got 3 fouls, and you're not attacking him?
Not only that, the Warriors. I believe they got into the bonus in the fourth quarter with 8 minutes to change left.
Oh, God.
And all of a sudden, let's just settle for jumpers now. Now, we identified that the Kings don't have any rim protection. Well, the Kings know that the Warriors don't have any rim protection. They attack the glass at will. Offensive rebound, 17-9, Sacramento Kings. Points in the paint, 60-44, Sacramento Kings. Second chance points, 21-16, Sacramento Kings. When you don't win the hustle plays, these are what cost you championships. These are what wins you championships. Remember Pat Riley? No rebounds, no rings. Well, the Warriors didn't rebound well Saturday night in Sacramento. And you know what? We'll see what happens in the series. I do believe the Warriors are going to win game 2.
Well, they have to win tonight.
I do believe they'll win game 2.
Feels like a must-win.
They have to win game 2. They've never been down 0-2 in a series under Steve Kerr.
That's pretty incredible.
Ever. So, and I believe they'll win tonight. But long term, again, we keep talking about this with this team in the regular season. Young, athletic teams give the Warriors fits because they have fresher legs.
Yes.
They get the loose balls, and you saw it on display Saturday night in Sacramento. And that is a concern of mine, no doubt.
The fourth quarter, everyone's talking about final 7 minutes and how happy that the Warriors got. I also thought that the whistles kind of slowed down their defense. Wiggins has Fox trapped on the sideline, and it looks like Fox is gonna throw the ball off of Wiggins' legs, and Lloyd calls a weak little push. Now, I'm not blaming the officials, but I'm just saying, I thought this was an important sequence. That was a bad foul.
Yep.
Then on the very next play, they bomb a 3. Warriors get the rebound, and GP2 gets called for a foul, boxing out 3 guys, boxing out Sabonis. And then what happens on the next play? Fox hits a 3. That's a huge sequence. Then they come down and huge 3-pointer by Klay Thompson. He responds. Then Fox tries to hit that big dunk. Malik Monk gets the rebound. He goes in for an unbelievable layup attempt. 2 Warriors have him completely blocked. He goes to the free throw line. They got 3 fouls in 30 seconds, and it felt like all of their momentum defensively was zapped.
Well, Curry got a cheap one, too, with 3.3 seconds left on the shot clock with Fox. He got the switch out on Fox.
Yes.
40 feet away from the rim.
Yes.
And a little body contact, boop, boop, foul. And it's like, you're slowing things down. I thought, hell, even on the last Wiggins 3, where he's wide open in the corner, Wiggins, look, I'm eager to see how his body responds. He hadn't played since February 13th.
He looked pretty damn good.
He looked really good.
I thought he looked pretty damn good.
But how is he going to respond to playing that level of basketball? That was a high level basketball game. How will his body respond? Look, in the fourth quarter, he goes 0 for 4 from the 3-point line. All 4 of the tips of his attempts were from the three-point line. Most of them were wide open. Sacramento said, we'll live with Wiggins shooting the three. I'll live with them shooting that quarter three too, but the lane looked wide open. You didn't need a three. You could have got a two. But I also thought on the scramble drill, look, you're not going to tell Wiggins not to shoot it. He's wide open.
Yeah, his feet are set. Like,
I get it.
Yeah, it's tough. I have a hard time telling him that's a bad shot.
You know, with all the ticky-tack fouls they called that fourth quarter, we sure GP2 shouldn't have got a foul call for the loose ball foul there, scrambling for the rebound late in the sequence? We didn't. So my problem with NBA refereeing is they anticipate the foul call. They don't wait for the foul to happen. They anticipate a foul, wait. They see a guy driving, they're like, boo, boo, boo. We think contact's coming. You see it all over the league. All across the league. We got to stop this, man. Well, let the guys foul first and then call the foul.
Well, personally, I thought the first half they let him play. There were some ticky-tacky stuff, but that's not why the Warriors lost. Like, you want to know the Warriors lost? Steph hits a crazy three in the corner, and what does Fox do? Comes down and he answers that three. They had an answer for every little thing that the Warriors wanted to do. I mean, and they out-executed, they out-hustled the Warriors, and I felt like they were a little more efficient. I mean, this game was this is a 1, 2, 3 possession game where you can go back and find certain sequences and nitpick it apart. But also, really, this was a tight game.
Well, it was a tight game, but when you lose a tight game, it comes out to these stats. Points in the paint, 60-44. Second chance points, 21-16. Fast break points, 12-9. Those are all advantages for the Sacramento Kings. Oh, by the way, turnovers, right? Because turnovers are even. Warriors committed 15, Sacramento committed 13. But how about the points off turnovers?
Well, what was it?
Sacramento plus 11 when it comes to points off turnovers, 16-5.
Well, what if I say to you that the Warriors were actually slightly below their average in terms of turnovers?
Well, they average 16.7 a game.
Yeah.
But it's the turnovers, the points off turnovers you get up.
Yeah.
So you give up 16 points off those turnovers. Sacramento commits 13. You only score 5 off those turnovers.
What did you think of the shot
selection? That's plus 11.
What about the shot selection?
I thought it was fine.
Okay.
I thought it was fine. We'll get to Klay Thompson and what he had to say about that.
I don't even mean Klay. I think the team as a whole felt like they got three happy down the stretch.
I thought it was fine.
Even Steph Curry. I think we love Steph Curry, but like even Steph, I thought got a little three happy. I'd like to see them work for a better shot.
But look, when you lose those other categories, in a playoff game,
I hear you.
Rebounding, turnovers, points in the paint, second chance points, points off turnovers. All of a sudden, that's going to negate everything. So it negates your plus 12 from the three-point line. It negates the 48% you shot from the floor. It negates the fact that you went to the free throw line 27 times. It negates all that stuff because you don't take care of the other stuff, the hustle points, the hustle boards, the other categories, the hitting stuff that a box score is not going to tell you about. So they're down 1-0. We're going to take your calls coming up here. RJ Cameron will get you on the other side.
Took 53s in this game.
Well, exactly. So I'm eager to watch the Warriors beat up on Sacramento game 2. I really am. Because now I'm going to say.
This feels must win to me.
I'm not panicking here, but their fan base is starting to annoy me a little bit. Well, a little bit. They're starting. They're come on. They're starting to annoy me.
I would be lying to you, Bonte. I'd be lying to you if I didn't say I wasn't frustrated as well. But when you win, you get to stick your chest out.
It's not frustration. It's annoyance.
Okay.
They're annoying. That's what it is.
When you win, you get to have all the spoils.
It's even before the winning. It's oh my God, you're not showing our pregame warm-ups on national television. Hey, Sacramento. I know you haven't been here in 17 years. They only do that for the conference finals and the NBA finals. And they barely even do it for the conference finals.
Can we defend Kings fans here? I hate the NBA on ESPN pregame or ABC or whatever the hell, the Disney brand. I can't stand their pregame. I'm with you there. I wanted to feel the environment out in front of Sacramento.
Screw all that with Sacramento.
It was pretty live.
No. Screw their fan base. Because what they did to Uncle Earl out there, Earl Stevens.
We can get into that.
And I talked to 40. Screw them. Screw them. Screw that security guard.
Did you just humbly say you talked to 40?
Going to break here. This segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Coming up on the game, sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Your phone calls, RJ Cameron, 888-957-9570. All those carrots up in Sacramento acting a fool. Well, they're going to get humbled tonight at the Golden One Center. I guarantee that. Plan your getaway today to the iconic Inn at the Tides, a beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at just $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Experience stunning bay views, relax and refresh rooms, and enjoy breakfast. Book now, inattthetides.com.
The 2023 Mountain Winery Concert.
behind the play. Curry finds Thompson, takes a drive down the lane, dishes off to Wiggins, corner three, no good. Rebound, Payton deflected it, picked up by Sabonis. The Warriors have to foul. They throw it ahead for Monk. He's fouled by Draymond with 2.9 to go. And after holding their breath for about 25 seconds, this place has just exploded into noise.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, looking for you to bounce back. You had a big fourth quarter, I should say. Stephen Curry did get a good look with 2.9. Got a good look to send the game to overtime, but it didn't go down. And the Warriors lose game one of this 7-game series, best of 7 series against the Kings, 126-123. Again, 6,189 days of Kings fans waited for a playoff game. And they got one. And they got a damn good one. They were representing at the Golden One Center. I give them that. But this game, I felt like the Warriors controlled it for 34 minutes. But again, rebounding, timely offensive rebounds, fouling, shot selection at times. You got to figure out a way to slow these guys down. How do you keep Fox out the paint? How do you keep him out the paint? Because Dante DiVincenzo, Fox figured him out. I thought DiVincenzo tried. He played hard, but Fox figured him out. Is it GP2? Well, GP2 had to go guard Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Because Malik Monk went crazy.
He went nuts.
So this is where we talk about the 6-man matchup. Jordan Poole's got to step up defensively. Klay Thompson's got to step up defensively. I also think Steve Kerr's got to step up with his rotations.
So what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is Steph Curry and Draymond Green got to be on the floor all time.
That I agree with.
Not together, but split up. One of those guys need to be on the floor. You need your veteran leaders here.
What about splitting up the bigs a little more?
He did that a lot.
I know.
He did that a lot.
Even more.
Sacramento had their way with that, with the small ball lineup.
Okay, no, that's why I'm asking.
But, I mean, he has no choice because they're not big anyway.
No.
And so when we were discussing it last week, previewing the series, the one big lineup versus the two big lineup, where he starts with the two big lineup and he finished with the two big lineup. I thought Looney played his ass off Saturday night. I thought he did a very good job on Sabonis, kept his hands up, defended without fouling. I thought Draymond Green had a phenomenal basketball game. 11 assists, 9 rebounds. I thought he played well defensively. He did what he could down low. But again, the Sacramento Kings with dribble drive penetration, something that's destroyed the Warriors all season long, reared its ugly head. Fox got into the paint at will. Malik Monk got into the paint at will. Hell, even Harrison Barnes on drives and Kevin Huerter got into the paint at will, and I was able to dribble drive, kick it out to three-point shooters, or just get to the rack and finish.
Yeah.
That happened all night long.
Yeah, it did. It did. There's no doubt about it. The play that they came in with where the Warriors get the rebound, and it looks like Sabonis and Draymond are falling down. Draymond, whether he hooked the thigh, I'm not really sure what the hell was going on. Watching it in real time, I kept saying, oh, my God, please, Draymond Green, do not pick up a technical here. Please do not pick up
Well, it reset, so he could pick up a tech all he wants.
I know, but I just didn't, in that situation, because we're coming up to take the lead,
Right.
I'm thinking to myself, just no stupid off-ball fouls. And the way the camera panned away from what was going on, it looked like Dre, like he did the Rikishi where he sat his butt down on him. And I'm like, oh, boy, please don't do this. So I don't know what the hell happened.
I thought Sacramento did a really good job playing against the split action, defending the split action, defending the Warriors' motion offense. What they did was they were just real physical.
Yeah.
They were very physical with Klay and Steph and Jordan Poole coming off multiple screens. They got into their jerseys. Sure, you could say they got away with a couple fouls, but that's the way you play it.
Yeah.
Mike Brown will say, hey, anticipate it. We know Draymond Green's not looking to shoot, so let's be really physical chasing these dudes.
And they tried to throw a zone at the beginning of the second quarter, and it was a beautiful little tic-tac-toe pass that gets Alex Len a dunk. And then Alex Len comes up with a huge block on Draymond, comes back down, gets another dunk. And so, someone like Alex Len, who only recently started to be, favored by Mike Brown, as the broadcast was talking about, you're seeing someone like him. I thought he had a big impact in that second quarter, albeit only a couple of minutes.
No, he did. He definitely did.
Right?
He did. Hey, Laker fan, you got the Klay Thompson sound ready? I can't call Spadoni by his name. He's got the Laker jersey on. I'm sick to my stomach. I hate the Lakers.
The jaw injury. The Lakers look like they're...
I'm him. Now, I'm him's jumped the shark.
No. First off, there's two things that have jumped the shark. I'm him. If you say that from now on, you're officially dead to me. The other one is casual. You're a casual football fan. You're a casual this, casual that. It's over. It's over. When I hear 12-year-olds saying it, it's done.
You got the Klay sound for taking them to school? All right, here, I'm going to throw to you, Spinoni. It's time for taking them to school. It's going to be a Klay tough three-pointer. It was a tough one to make it 111-110 Warriors. All right, our producer's sleep at the wheel. He's mad over the Giants not playing the game yesterday. It's actually Trey Lyles hitting the three of his 16 points. That was taking them to school. Brought to you by the San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now hiring, offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong in SLUSD. Go to www.slusc.us to learn more and apply today. Shout out to the San Leandro Unified School District. Let's take some calls here. You know what? I'm going to go to Cameron first. I can't start the show off with a Kings fan. I'll go to Cameron first and then RJ. Cameron, what's happening?
What's up with y'all?
What's going on,
Man,
baby?
I got a few things I want to say. I'm disappointed in Dubs fans, man. I thought we'd be out there way deeper to support. We usually take over other people's stadiums, but this time Sacramento came out in full effect. They was out there talking big mess. They was going crazy. They got little kids run up to me after the game talking about, you got a long drive back to the Bay. All I could do was laugh. But that was a very winnable game. That was on Steve Kerr with his rotation. Why did Kuminga only play 4 minutes in the first half? That did not make sense. When he was out there, he was being very productive. And why are you taking Curry out while he's going crazy? We up by 10. If we'd have closed that game out, we'd have been up going into the fourth and not down.
Cam, you on BART right now?
No, I'm driving.
Oh, man, it sounds like you're in a spaceship or something.
I was going to say, are you in the Millennium Falcon?
No, I'm out of the Tesla right now, man.
All right,
Tesla.
big
That's
test
an even
guy. I
bigger
love
drop.
that. I love that flex. Cam, give us a call back later,
Good
man.
call,
Good
Cam.
call. Let's get RJ out the way. Let's get RJ. RJ Fairfield, what you got? Go ahead. Gloat.
Oh, good morning, boys. Bonte, Shasky, no need for the broom. Go ahead and put that back in the closet. And the beam was purple on Saturday night.
It was a cute flashlight. I admit.
admit. Oh, my God. Here we go, Shasky. Let me get this off my chest, man. Hey, De'Aaron Fox, man, he really led the Kings to that victory. I think the Kentucky boys really showed up. And I think as Warrior fans, I mean, I would be nervous when you get only 12 points from Sabonis and Keegan and Kevin Huerter didn't do much, like Shasky said. I would be nervous, man. So I feel good about going into Game 2. Bonte, what happened to 40 Water? That ain't a reflection on all Kings fans. That might be a reflection on the people sitting courtside, but it ain't for the upper level people, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, man, I feel good and trust.
You should feel good.
You guys, well, hey, just real quick, don't lose this game, Bonte, Shasky, because I'll be here Thursday morning.
Okay. You're right. I
I
mean,
ain't
you
going
should
nowhere.
feel good. The Kings
not going
played out. They played well enough to win Game 1, and there's probably 15 reasons why they should feel even more confident because of the lack of production from some of the guys who've been producing all year. Right? I don't think you're going to throw perfect games up. I mean, you very rarely get A games in the playoffs because you're facing better teams who are making adjustments and they're going to try to take certain things away specifically. It's not just like the regular season. But that being said, look, Sabonis is going to play better.
You know what, though?
Why? You push back on that?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
The Warriors defended his ass and had him in Alcatraz.
Yeah, but I thought he missed a couple bunnies.
He missed some bunnies, but you know what? That was due to the Warriors. They played really good defense. They forced him to be a jump shooter. He didn't know what to do with the ball on the elbow.
Well, they really sagged
I thought
off
the
him.
Warriors
They really sagged off
like
him.
everybody says, oh, Sabonis had a bad game. No. The Warriors forced him to have a bad game.
Well,
Let's get that right.
I saw 3 or 4 that, and again, that it looked like to me like he gets his shoulder into somebody, and usually he just rises up and scores right there, and he didn't.
Right.
And he off the side of the rim or whatever. And the Warriors, to their credit, they did a great job. Once he picked up his dribble,
Right.
GP2 came over almost every single time.
At times, Sabonis was unplayable for the Sacramento Kings. He was killing them.
He got a couple big rebounds.
You know, he did.
He got
He
a couple
was killing
big
them. I
rebounds.
thought the Warriors did a
think
good
he'll play
job on
better.
him.
I'll meet you in the middle. I think he'll play better. I
will
believe he'll play better.
But will Monk play at that level?
Probably
You know?
not, but Keegan, I would assume, would play better.
But you know what? Keegan is a catch-and-shoot guy.
Okay.
He's a rookie playing his first playoff game against the champs.
That's true.
You know?
But he'll have a game or two.
He only got 5 shots up. So we'll see. He may have a game or two.
I
You're
do
right.
think that Herter did a great job in deny defense, which maybe won't show up to the
Right.
keen
He did
eye.
ball
I thought
denial.
he did a really good job denying.
Ball denial. But you know what?
Yeah.
The Warriors, they got to get better. We'll play some sound on the other side. Klay spoke yesterday. Steve Kerr spoke yesterday. Gary Payton II spoke yesterday. We'll continue to break this game down. 888-957-9570. We'll also have a preview to game number 2. Sam Amick's going to join us at 8:30 from The Athletic. Wrote a great piece
Nice.
on Steph Curry. He was up there in Sacramento in the first row. Former Sacramento King Kitty Thomas, who works on the Kings
Nice.
pre- and post-game show, he'll join us at 9:20. He was on the course yesterday, shot at 88. He's ready to go.
Oh.
He's talking that talk. So we'll get to all these guys
Shooting
coming up on the morning
88s,
roast.
talking that talk.
Yeah,
huh?
talking that talk, baby.
All right.
That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont
Ready to go
Bank,
play
full
with them.
service baking, no compromises.
Give your small business one text.
Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve, what adjustments do you have for the Golden State Warriors in game number 2? Or can they make any adjustments? What's the biggest adjustment Dub Nation will make? 888-957-9570. What is the biggest adjustment you will make? Will you tinker with the starting lineup? Would you tinker with the rotations? Would you go with the one big lineup, two big lineup? What's your biggest adjustment you think Steve Kerr needs to make for game number 2 so the Warriors can even up the series at one game apiece?
Considering, that Wiggins looked so good so early on, I think they need to sprinkle in some more of that low mid-post action with him. I really like that. I want to see Draymond with his back to the basket and running that split action off of that. You got a layup from Kuminga, or maybe it was a dunk from Kuminga on that. Just getting more people attacking weak side to the hoop. That is a start for me. You're going to naturally shoot a ton of threes. I'm not here to say that like, oh, stop shooting. No, that's not.
Right.
That's baked into their DNA. I'd like to see them do that. And then simultaneously, I'm not sure what you try to take away when it comes to the Monk, Fox, how you defend them. Do you put Wiggins on some of those guys? Maybe JK's the answer more often. I don't think DiVincenzo can stay with De'Aaron Fox. That we found out pretty quickly.
He couldn't stay with Monk either.
No.
But DiVincenzo, I thought, played a solid game Saturday night. 10
he had a couple
points,
really
4
nice
assists,
passes.
3 rebounds. He just knows how to play the game of basketball. Then you look at the minutes there, 19 minutes, 48 seconds. Is that enough for DDV? You played GP2 20 minutes, and he was worth it. Gary Payton II, whenever you jump up in front of the guy, he just swipes at it. He comes up with it. He comes up with loose ball. So biggest adjustments for game number 2 as this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Go visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Duke?
Hey, guys. So a couple things. Well, quite a few things. So it looks like Grasshopper Brown snatched the pebbles from the master Kerr on that game, so that has something to do with it. Jonathan Kuminga looked uncomfortable, a little bit lost. The Warriors were completely flat-footed in the second half. Did you see? And you saw no passing. They were all just standing around looking at each other, and all that, and they lost by 3. So I think I'm still feeling pretty good right now.
All right. What's the biggest adjustment you think they need to make, Duke?
I think you got to go hardcore veterans. Hopefully, Poole's okay. I push back a little bit on Wiggins taking that last shot in the game. You
think you could have drove it?
Klay. It's got to be Klay. It's got to be Steph. And Wiggins was tired. That's all there is to it. You could see it. I mean,
I agree. Late in the fourth quarter. Yeah, I'm with him there. But they're going to need Wiggins. This is part of the frustrating part of you kind of hoped that he would get back a couple of games before the end of the regular season so that, you're not experimenting game 1 of the playoffs. And that's not an excuse. That's the reality of where they're at.
He looked great in the first.
No, he looked great.
Half. He looked awesome. His legs were fresh.
So you have umbrage with that last shot?
I don't.
From
I
him?
thought it was a good shot. I wonder if he could have drove it, but it was a wide open 3. But he was off. The first 3-point attempts, they weren't close.
Yeah.
They weren't close, so you wonder if the legs started to get... You got to think, man, this guy hasn't played basketball since February 13th.
We're getting closer.
April.
We're getting closer to May.
We're getting close to 420. All right. Man, that was April game. Saturday night was April 15th, so February 3rd. 2 full months, right? 2 full months.
February, March, April.
2 full months, basically. 2 months and 2 days. He hadn't played a game of basketball. Now he scrimmaged, and you get dropped into a game 1 up at the Golden One Center where those fans haven't witnessed a playoff game for 6,189 days. 17 years, May 5th, 2006. And you get dropped into a playoff game, and you get asked to come off the bench for the first time in your NBA career. And you got to play at that level. Now, I'm eager to see how he bounces back from that game in game 1 because the fourth quarter wasn't pretty for Andrew Wiggins, offensively at least.
Agreed.
0 for 4. Now, the defense on De'Aaron Fox, I'll take that. And I think now Steve Kerr maybe needs to simplify it. Either Wiggins, GP2, or Kuminga as the main culprits to guard De'Aaron Fox. Now, he gets the switches.
I agree.
And Klay Thompson at the stage of his career just cannot guard De'Aaron Fox.
Well, they gave up. I felt like they gave up the switch too quickly.
Way easily, yeah.
Can we fight through it? I'm not to go cross game here, but I don't know if anyone watched Kevin Durant versus Kawhi late in that game.
Everybody watched it.
Kevin Durant was playing unbelievable deny defense on Kawhi Leonard to where there were 4 or 5 possessions. He got it on one of them where Kawhi could not shake him. He could not V-cut. He couldn't get open versus Kevin Durant. I just thought it was template, excellent defense of how to deny a guy to just get the. Too many guys just give up the switch. They give up the ball to the superstar, and I'd like to see a better deny. Conversely, B, I didn't see them put De'Aaron Fox in enough action on the defensive side, meaning when the Warriors had the ball, it felt like, and De'Aaron was guarding Steph Curry late in the game. I would like to see them run more action downhill against him and force him to work harder on defense and then obviously try to get him in foul trouble.
Well, maybe Draymond is the guy to maybe bring the ball up the floor and have Steph play a little more off the ball so he can run Fox off those screens.
Yeah.
Because Steph was handling the ball for most of the game when he was in.
Yeah.
And he was coming up the floor, and Fox was in his grill. And I thought Steph deferred a little too much at times. I would have liked him to be a little more aggressive offensively. And, you know, there was times he had Sabonis on him on a switch, and he would pass it off. And I'm saying, no.
Attack.
Steph, cook that guy.
Yeah.
Sabonis is food for you. He's food for anybody on the perimeter. Go cook him. So I think there's some subtle adjustments there. Obviously, the rebounding, you got to adjust on the glass. You got to be better on the offensive glass, and you got to clear your rebounds. You can't allow Sacramento to out-rebound you on the offensive glass 17-9.
Pops thinks that was one of their best road games of the entire year, even though they lost.
I don't know about that. I don't know. They had some good road games. I don't know.
It just felt like they were locked in, from the jump.
They were locked in Boston. They were locked in Boston. TD Garden. They lost in overtime.
Yeah.
Hell, they control that game more than this game.
Yeah, probably.
Now, Jordan Poole
it did feel like GP2 had major impact in that first half.
He really did. Now, Jordan Poole, who sprayed his ankle with 52 seconds left in the third quarter. He's been dealing with an ankle for a few weeks now. Nobody really knows this, but he's sprayed it a couple times, and it's been lingering. He's questionable. He was on the injury report last night. He's questionable. If you can't go, what happens? What happens? That's another ball handler. That's a guy who could get to the cup and get to the free throw line. You're talking about a guy who could score 20 off the bench. It's a big injury to pay attention to, folks. Big injury.
Well, and I thought that he was spectacular in that second quarter. I really did. And I know people are like, he doesn't play any defense. Like, that's not – yes, I'd like him to play better defense in the third late in the third quarter. But I thought in the second quarter, go back and watch, he was outstanding offensively. Yep. Hit some big threes, had some great drives, was moving the ball, did a nice pump fake for a sidestep three as well. Like, he was really, really, really good.
Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Tim?
What's up, fellas? Good morning, guys. Hey, and I don't know if y'all got to it yet, but I'm listening to Klay talk yesterday, and man, his defiance and almost like he's sending a message to Steve Kerr himself. Like, it's almost Klay's making it hard to be a fan of his with some of the stuff and the answers, just the way he's acting. Just listening to what he was saying about a good shot, great shot. The reporter just simply asking, and just hearing his comeback to that was just borderline, just ridiculous. So, and the next thing on Poole, man, Poole at some point, I know the injury is there now, but at some point he just got to kind of look in the mirror and decide that he wants to use all of that quickness and all of that herky-jerky to utilize it on defense as well. I know it's not going to happen this year. I think we passed that. But this summer he has to just make a decision that he wants to be a two-way player, and he can do that. Defensive effort and just mindset, and I think he can get there. And Kuminga, man, Jonathan Kuminga, it has to be hard to be that kid, man.
Whoa.
It just genuinely has to be hard to be him, to do everything you're asked to do, man. It's just genuinely 4 minutes. I think, 4 minutes, nothing in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like, he's been a set rotation piece, 2 minutes at the end of the first quarter coming in, and then just to see it go by the side, man. It got to be hard to be that kid, man. I mean,
I'm with
everything.
Tim, you make a great point. We'll get to Klay in just a sec, but let's pick up where you left off. Kuminga. I wonder if Jonathan Kuminga, who's 20 years old, is starting to feel some type of way right now. I wonder, in terms of lack of playing time. You've defended your ass off this season. You've shown that you have grown this year in terms of shot selection, shot discernment, however you want to put it. Going to the rack, going to the free throw line, adjusting at the free throw line. He got better as a free throw shooter late in the year. You're playing solid defense. You're guarding the ones. You're guarding the twos. You're guarding the threes. And you go out there, Sacramento, in game number 1 in a game that has so many athletic players with the Sacramento Kings, so many fresh legs. And you get 9 minutes and 45 seconds. 9 minutes, 45 seconds. Now you score 8 points, but you're 3-6. I thought you played solid defense on Jonathan Kuminga. I would be a little ticked off if that was him. No doubt. Now, there's no time to get into your personal feelings in terms of, like, you got to do what's good for the team. But I think Jonathan Kuminga makes his team better.
But whose minutes are you giving him that you're taking away from someone else?
Well, that's the problem, right? Because Steve Kerr won't play him at the 2 and the 3. He's going to play in the front court.
So do you think he should play the 2 or the 3?
Well, maybe you slide Wiggins to the 2 or the 3.
Or the 4.
Make him 4. Or because here's the deal.
Or the 4. I was thinking
so
Wiggins
Steve
in the
Kerr,
4.
he had Draymond and Looney alternating, and they both played over 30 minutes.
Yeah. Which you felt like they needed them to play. Yeah, Looney was really good.
Wiggins played 28.
Well, he played more than I
suffered.
thought. 28.
Yeah, he played 28 minutes.
That was more than I thought.
Gary Payton II played 20 minutes and 24 seconds.
It felt like every minute was needed.
But Dante DiVincenzo already suffered. He already suffered in this game.
I don't know if this is a Dante series defensively, though. This might not be one of, and I'm not trying to say he doesn't deserve any playing time. I'm just saying, there are certain matchups where you have to play to the strengths, and I don't know. Again, maybe he has a great game tonight. Who's he guarding in this one?
Don't know.
And if you're going to go super small, I love his activity. He's normally, very helpful on the defensive and offensive rebounding. This just might be enough. Jordan Poole's out. I think DiVincenzo's role
But
increases.
if you're going to hide Steph on Harrison Barnes, you need somebody to stay in front of Fox or Monk or Herder.
Well, that's where I think Kuminga might be more effective than DDV.
So do you take away minutes from DDV?
Again, it feels.
Do you take away minutes from Poole? You can't do that.
No.
So Kuminga playing 9 minutes and 45 seconds. You got to figure out a way to get him on the floor for at least 15 to 20.
Yeah.
Everybody you talk to, NBA players, beat reporters, writers, everybody up there in Sacramento saying, "Boy, Kuminga's got to play a little more." So Tim's right there. I would like to see Kuminga play a little bit more. And look. I don't know where you take away the minutes from, but that's why Steve Kerr and company get paid the big bucks.
No doubt.
To figure it out.
No
you
doubt.
got to figure out a way to get a 6'8", 6'9" Marvel and one of the most athletic players in the league on the floor, especially when you need defense.
And I would like him to guard, if he's going to guard Fox, full court. Make him work. You know what I mean? Yep. Make Fox work. And then offensively, can you run a little bit of action for him?
Yeah.
Can you get him a little something? When he took the first corner 3, when he first checked in, I said, oh, boy, because he missed it. And I'm thinking, I just know how Kerr is. Every miss, it feels like, I'm taking 5 minutes away from you. And it feels very frustrating. And so if I'm a 20-year-old and I take one of those corner 3s, as I'm hoisting, I'm thinking, please go in.
Right.
Dear God, you're not feeling empowered.
All right. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app at favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. I see a lot of you on YouTube. Shout out to you guys this morning. Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch as well. Now, we also spoke about Jordan Poole becoming a two-way player. Now, I wonder if Jordan Poole was a little miffed at the sub late in the second quarter. So Jordan Poole's rolling in the second quarter. I say, wow, look at Jordan Poole.
Step back daddy.
Step back daddy. He had it rolling in that second quarter. 3 of 4 from the floor, 2 of 2 from the 3-point line. He got to the free throw line 4 times, made 3 free throws, scored 11 points. I thought Jordan Poole, this guy was balling in that second quarter. And he played 7 minutes and 8 seconds. And he's one of your young guys. He's one of your younger guys who has fresh legs, played in every single game this season, and hell, had 6 days off. 6 days off to rest, and he got pulled. What was the exact time here, Shasky? He got pulled with about 3 minutes and change left. 3 minutes and change for Andrew Wiggins. And I know the Warriors were rolling, but I just thought at that point, can you keep him in a little bit, keep him hot, let him keep his rhythm going? That may have affected him going to the second half. I don't know.
But if you're going to keep him out, so I'm just thinking of the lineups. You're going to have Draymond, Steph, Klay, JP. They're thinking defense. I kind of get the thought process. One of those other guys is going to have to sit. Who did they end up closing with?
So 452.
Yeah. What did it end up closing?
452, 48-44 game. Klay Thompson checks back into the game. So I believe they closed with Klay, Wiggins, Dre, Steph, and a little GP2.
And GP2. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So who's the guy that you would not check back in? Because you're going to need GP's
You're going to need GP.
defense.
Maybe you stagger Wiggins. I don't know how you do it, but I'm rolling with the hot hand.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I can't take the hot hand out. So somebody's got to sit.
Wow.
And we can't hurt any feelings. It ain't about your feelings. It ain't about your pride. It's about winning playoff games. It's about taking a 1-0 series lead. You know what I'm saying? Damn, it is really hot. It's about 80 degrees.
The same way.
Damn.
I feel
the studio is
same
cooking.
way.
Dude, that feels like I'm at Golden One right now. I swear to God, it's all bad. But no, I thought, I just thought you'd ride him.
No, I'm with you, but I think
He didn't play the rest of the quarter.
Where it gets tough is like, hey, Wiggins did have a really good half, and so I think you want to ride that, and you don't want Klay to be cooled off. I thought Klay looked good in the first half. I did. I thought he had a couple of really nice buckets, and it looked like he could play in this series, and I just, if somebody's going to play more, someone else has to take a step back.
You got to do what you got to do. So biggest game 2 adjustments you would make if you were Steve Kerr. I don't know. I like to ride the hot hand.
So
when a guy has it rolling,
I'd like to see Wiggins start.
So you take out Dante DiVincenzo. It's an easy fix.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I would do. I would start the game, even though I thought they actually started it off pretty well.
And now Wiggins is going to guard Fox to start.
Yeah, because also you don't know what's going to end up happening with Jordan Poole. If Jordan Poole's out tonight, DiVincenzo, to me, takes a bigger role with that second unit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? Like, so to me, that's the little boom. We flip right
then
there.
Where do you go? If you can't go Jordan Poole, you're going to have to find something. Do you go Moses Moody?
I think you go Kuminga.
Do you go to Michael Green at times?
I mean, you might need to bust that out.
Jordan Poole is a big factor on this basketball team.
If
he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, he's questionable right now. 50-50. Let's get to Calvin in St. Louis. Calvin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, what's up, guys? What's up? How y'all doing? I know it's a hard morning, man, but give me a second because I'm going to say what was good, and then I'm going to say I'm going to go inside the head of Steve Kerr. First of all, they did great the first half of the game. They stopped all those three-pointers. They was playing defense, and they had the lead, not sitting up. They was winning on the boards. They did the same thing they've been doing every year. I mean, every time this year. And everything being said, they only lost by one shot. So here's what the problem is. When they had the Kings in foul trouble, they didn't utilize it.
No.
They didn't sit up there and go at their chest and go to the boards on the inside, which Poole, Kuminga, and everybody could have done that. Hit the boards on them hard. Then they gave up 3-pointers when they didn't do that the first half. They gave up 3-pointers. And then, like I said, Steve Kerr, I want to see you talking on the sideline. Talk to the guys as they go on and hold them accountable right then. They lost the momentum. They gave up the momentum, man. They gave up 3-pointers, and they settled for 3-pointers instead of going on the inside, which I want to see. Like I said, I want to see Steph do that. I want to see him play the inside game and use our young guys on the boards.
Yes.
Yeah,
if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm holding everybody accountable. I need y'all guys to hammer the boards. I need y'all to sit up here and settle, and I need y'all to sit up here when we got people in foul trouble. We utilize it, and we would have won that game easily, guys.
Well, I don't know about easily.
Good call, Kevin.
But let me
Kevin.
I want to contrast two things because Malik Monk gets the third foul. He gets checked out, goes right back in, and the Warriors don't attack him. Okay? He doesn't get his fourth foul until, I believe, late in the third quarter. Conversely, they get the two quick fouls. The Wiggins sideline push. This is 5 minutes to go in the game. Sidelines push on Fox. Then the GP2 boxing out foul. Fox hits a 3. Klay hits a 3. Fox goes to dunk. He goes into the lane trying to yam on like 5 guys because he knows that they're going to be in foul trouble. And then Monk gets double teamed and he gets the block foul, but he's attacking the rim again. They sense, hey, they've got 14 fouls. I'm going to keep attacking the hoop to slow the game down. I wanted the Warriors to employ that same strategy.
Tonight's referees, game 2.
Uh-oh. I saw you smile.
Zach Zarba, your crew chief. Courtney Kirkland.
Oh, my God. This is like an all-stars team.
And a Greek guy. I don't want to butcher his name. I'm going to try it here. I'm going to give it
Okay, it's a Greek guy?
It's a Greek guy. Jadimenis Petraitis.
It sounds good.
Kevin, Tennessee. Let's just let that one breathe. He's the third guy, so maybe we'll get to know him a little bit more.
Oh, is it Jeremidas Pedritis? Pedritis, yes.
Pedritis.
Only because I think I played a Tim Roy call earlier in the year. I was like, that can't be a real name, and I played it about a bunch of times. Yeah.
Pedritis. Gavin, what's happening all the way in Tennessee? What's happening?
Is this Gambit?
This is Gavin, yeah. Yeah, it's Gavin. Just so excited. Thank you guys for having me on. Before I make my point about an easily correctable, adjustable thing that the Warriors can do to beat the Kings, and by the way, I am a Kings fan, light the beam. I did want to say that a lot of us Kings fans, like I would say half of the Kings fans are transplants from the Bay Area, myself included. My wife's from Oakland, I'm from San Jose, and then our families moved down to Sacramento. It's just kind of the thing that happens. But I wanted your guys' take on this because I think this is actually a reasonable thing that doesn't take a lot of coaching. But the Warriors forced 13 turnovers against the Kings, but they only transitioned that or turned that into 5 points, which I think is uncharacteristic. I think that if they just did a little bit better on forcing the issue and then having your guys' guards and Wiggins and those kind of things start to attack and penetrate, because you guys only had 40 some odd points in the paint. We had over 60, and really put our bigs into foul trouble. I think that really changes the whole inertia of the game. Thanks
16-5 when it comes to points off turnovers. 16-5. Kings advantage. Again, points in the paint, 60-44. They lost all the hustle points there. Look, you watch back the fourth quarter, especially early.
It was tough.
They were down 5. Dante DiVincenzo hits a big three from the corner. Later on in that quarter, he comes up with a big offensive rebound by just hustling, which resulted in DeJounte Kuminga's free throws. I'm not sure about Dante DiVincenzo taking less minutes. I need him. I need Dante DiVincenzo. He actually hustles. He's scrappy. He can hit the three.
Well, process of elimination. Someone's got to take a step back. Is it Klay?
Maybe, but he's not going to do that to Klay.
I know.
Klay was awful in the final 2:18 of the third quarter. I'll just say that right now. And I love Klay Thompson. I'm probably the biggest Klay Thompson fan here, or I've become the biggest Klay Thompson fan. All right, we got a break.
I think you represent a big chunk of the fan base.
What's coming up on the game presented by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Shop Spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot.
On 95.7 the game. Take it away, Bonte.
Lou Dog. Kevon Looney. Played big, man. This guy's a warrior. Played 32 minutes, 8 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists. He was battling down low. He definitely was. I thought he got called from some very cheap fouls down the stretch of the fourth quarter. As referees, it felt like, in my opinion, were anticipating fouls instead of just calling the fouls. They were blowing the whistle when the guy was in the air. It's like, all right, come on. Let's chill. By the way, I want to shout out to Tony Hernandez, Director of Operations at Gordo Taqueria. How about that? Gordo Taqueria. That's my spot. That's my spot in the Richmond district.
Why are you shouting him out? Is he bringing us burritos?
Well, he sent the letter, and he sent me a hoodie.
Oh, really?
And a gift card. He said, I wanted to reach out and thank you for all the love you show Gordo Taqueria on the Morning Roast. I'm a big fan of the show. Gets me through my morning commute. I really appreciate the support and hope you enjoy our exclusive Gordo hoodie. You can rock it on a cold night, or if you're worried about blending into the couch on the post-game show, LOL. It's P1. I also included a gift card.
Blending into the couch, bro.
Maybe you could buy Shasky lunch and show him what he's missing out on in the Richmond district. I'll think about that.
I'll think about that.
Thank
you, Dad.
I'll think about that. Because this guy, I'm not even going to get there. But shout out to Tony Hernandez.
Me? Are you going to me?
I'll leave it alone. He sent me a hoodie, though. It's a nice hoodie.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it is very cool.
Very cool.
I felt like I made it.
Oh, yeah?
All we did in high school at Washington, worked at Park and Rec. I worked at Richmond Playground. A lot of buddies worked at Oregon. Some worked at Rochambeau. Gordo's was our spot, whether it was 24th and Clement or on Gary.
Yeah. The shredded chicken's off the hook.
Shredded chicken's great. The grilled chicken's great. You know, the beef is good. Everything. The quesadillas are hitting. And Gordo's has been around forever. And we've gone there forever. And so to get a Gordo hoodie.
Ever.
I feel like, Mama, I made it.
Mama, I made it.
I made it.
Real quick, while we're giving shout-outs.
No, City Chopped, you're wrong. You're wrong, City Chopped. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just talking on YouTube. He's talking that talk.
It's okay. Two quick things. Number one, I want to get to the 50 Cent as we come back with a 50 Cent thing because he was sitting next to a guy with a Niner hat. Who was that guy?
Don't know. I thought it was Tony Yayo, but it wasn't.
I didn't know who that was. I was going to ask you. I thought maybe you.
But since a lot of people don't pay attention to the Kings, 50 Cent worked out a deal with them before the season to do things with them in terms of halftime entertainment, his alcohol.
But he's not an owner, but he's partnered
he's like
with
a Kings
them,
ambassador. Yeah, he's partners with Vivek.
Because I know that I've seen him there a few times.
Right.
Okay, that being said, off to the side, the E40 thing. I don't want to take away from the actual game, but I do want to have just a brief, forget 40, forget whatever happened. Like, we're not going to know, and I don't even want to get into it because I'm not trying to sit here and I just don't want to adjudicate that. When it comes to standing at a game or not standing, I see both sides of the coin. I've been to games with my grandfather who's really old, and I always think like, these people in front, like, this sucks. Like, they're standing up, but like, I get it because they paid for their ticket and blah, blah, blah. Like, I know everyone's like, you should stand for the entirety of the game. It's an NBA playoff game. And I agree with you. But there are certain fans that are older that maybe can't stand up and can't get up. We've all been to a game where a play happens and we're all sitting and then everybody stands up and you feel a little guilty because the people behind you maybe can't get up as fast as you. And so it stinks. Like, it just stinks. And so I don't want to adjudicate what happened with 40 Water. I feel bad that now everyone's painting this broad brush with Sacramento saying that they're this, they're that. I don't think that's fair.
Well, it's not fair, but here's the deal. It's a playoff game. Rocco and I, your boy, at the NFC Championship game, stood the whole damn time.
Yes.
People stand. It's a playoff game.
Agreed.
I was in the studio at NBC. Fourth quarter, I was standing in front of the TV, basically.
We just went to the Philadelphia Eagles NFC Championship game with the Niners.
Didn't sit down once.
No one in the stadium did.
So if you're mad that E40's standing, and
No,
the
I'm
fact
not
is,
mad.
yeah, I know you're not
I'm
mad.
not
I'm
mad.
saying the people up there in Sacramento.
Yeah.
E40 is one of the most professional individuals I've ever met in terms of that stature.
Yes.
He shakes hands. He says hello. He takes pictures. He's as cool as they come. He's so humble. Him and his wife, Mrs. Stevens, they're so professional. And his security guard, Zim, for them, for that security guard, because now it's coming out that security guard who threw him out has a history of throwing out people of color at that stadium. Now, I'm just going down the Twitter rabbit hole, and people are saying, hey, that's the same guy. So for that, and the celebration of some of those folks, when 40 got escorted out, and they're waving at him bye-bye, and they're waving, and they're happy and stuff like that. Hey, Kings fans, it's your first playoff game since 2006. 40 has been riding with the Warriors forever. That's why he's named Front Row 40. And so to do him like that, to embarrass him like that for enjoying the basketball game because he's standing up riding with his team, that sucked. That really sucked. And that pissed me off because 40's been a great friend of the program. He's been a great friend of mine. And now, you know what? He's not going to the game tonight.
Well, think about it this way. Like, when was the last time you watched any team in the Bay Area play a road game in the playoffs and 40 wasn't there?
He's always there.
I mean, he might have more credentials when it comes to his in-arena, on-the-road chops than anyone ever. I mean, everybody remembers the 2014 World Series against the Royals where he was sitting behind home plate for every single road game. Right? So, I don't know. I feel like everybody's losing their minds, and I feel bad for 40 that it ended up happening, but I also don't think that there's some sweeping indictment of Sacramento as a whole, and that's the part that I feel bad because, man, we've all been there. Like, one fan does something, and then we paint the whole broad brush on what the entire fan base is, and I don't think that's fair. This is a move on, let's carry on situation.
Let's move on, but 40's not going to the game tonight.
Which sucks. It does suck.
It sucks because I know he wanted to go, and he loves his Warriors, and he loves playoff basketball, and it was a very intense game, number one. And so for people, he was excessively standing. Really? If I pay for my seat, and this is the problem, this is where it goes back to the airplane stuff. If I have food and I want to eat my food in my seat, I should have the right to eat the food in my seat. All right? I don't give a damn about anybody else if I paid top dollar for a seat on the flight. So if I pay for a ticket at a game, because this happened in Chicago to me. I was standing up first quarter, opening game, Trey Lance. And the Bears fans behind me was like, hey, man, can you sit down? I said, dude, I'm turned up. It's opening kickoff. I paid a lot of money for this seat. If I want to stand and watch my team, I'm going to stand. I don't care. I'm in the first free rows. And I understand what you're saying about your grandpa.
But even
he's going to kick me out for standing?
Well, this is what I would say about, like, so my grandfather's different. He's 88. So, like, he'll be like, hey, I get it. You people in front, it's all good. You guys can stand. I'm going to miss. Like, I get when I come to the game, my view will be obstructed. Like, that's part of it. And I go to my one game a year. Like, I get all that. But me, as I've gotten older, I agree with you. Normally, I walk around and I'll be like, hey, I'm going to stand. Are we good? Like, and I'll say that. You and I said that against Philadelphia.
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, like, we're
you
standing.
may have said that. I didn't say a damn thing.
Is that,
I was standing. I'm not telling
anyone. We're good.
No, see, that,
I try to be considerate.
Yeah, I wasn't telling them anything. I was standing whether you like it or not. I'm standing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do.
I do think there's a level of courtesy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So like, I get you under consideration, but I'm not telling, hey, Philadelphia, I'm standing up. No, I'm not asking permission from anybody. I paid for this seat.
I think there's a happy medium, and that's all I'm saying. I do think there's a happy medium.
Pass along a message. 40's in good spirits.
Good.
He's in good spirits. He's not going to let it bother him. But he knows. He said, they're foul for that.
Well, I think his track record speaks for itself in terms of his fandom, and he's never had any issues.
So it sucked. And now I look at Sacramento Kings. But you know what the problem is with those Kings fans? I can just tell. You can just tell by the looks on their faces, by the way they're new money. They're the new money. They're the fans that never go to games during the regular season. And all of a sudden, we got a playoff game. Prices are high, but you know what? We want to go because it's an event. You think those fans that was taunting E40 really pay attention to the Sacramento King basketball? I don't. They look like the fans that want to be there just to be there. Oh, it's the Hots. We saw that with the Giants World Series teams. How many Johnny-come-lately fans get there?
Every fan base. I mean, I didn't know Jeremy Renner was a Niner fan, and then all of a sudden they're like, Jeremy Renner, big Niner fan. Like, where was he during the Chip Kelly era? What? So, I mean, like that happens with every single fan base.
So, anyway.
To me, it's a move on. Nobody,
and 40 has moved on.
And I know he has. And I look, we all love 40. He's the ambassador, dude. He's like the mascot for these teams on the road.
Did you see what Jalen Rose said?
Jalen Rose has me blocked for some reason online, so I can't see the video.
Oh, wow.
What did he say?
Maybe
Did I say something about Jalen Rose?
I don't. You tell me. You tell me. I don't know. Let's go to Garrett and Sac. We got a lot of fans. Is this a Warrior fan up in Sacramento, Garrett?
Come on, man. I bleed purple. You cut my skin right now.
All right, man, make it quick before I hang up on you.
Hey, man, you guys sound a little nervous this morning. We didn't even play good game one.
Who's nervous?
20 tonight.
Who sounded nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
I'm not nervous at all. Hey, Garrett, the Warriors are winning tonight. The Warriors are winning tonight. Ain't no worries about it. It's just how are they going to win? Are they going to make it easier on themselves? Are they going to take care of the basketball? They're going to win tonight. That's a fact. Warriors are coming back home 1-1 on 420, homie.
Sabonis didn't play well. Murray didn't play well.
Whoa. It's a reason why they didn't play well, Garrett. It's a reason why.
Kings by 20. I love you guys.
By 20.
Fans.
Hey, I'm worried about tonight. I'm not going to lie to you. And you could say, Joe, you're panicking. I'm not panicking. I have a healthy fear of what this team could do. Like, I agree with him. I think Sabonis can and will play better at some point. Maybe it's not tonight. Maybe it's game 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. But, like, they need to win tonight. The Warriors have to win. They cannot come back 0-2. I don't see them winning 4 out of 5 against this team. I just don't. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they could pull it off. I know they were down 3-1 to OKC. Like, very different version of the team at a much younger age. I think they need this one big time. Keegan Murray did not play well in terms of shooting the ball. I think Herter is going to have a game in him, at least from the points. I thought defensively he was good. I got to believe that, maybe Malik Monk doesn't score 32, but what's their answer to slow him down? I still think he's got 20 points staring him in the face. De'Aaron Fox, after seeing what I saw, I don't know.
Oh, man. Who else worried? Anybody else? Because I'm not worried.
It's not panicking. I just think it's an appropriate fear of the team.
You actually sound panicked right now. You do sound panicked. It's okay. It's okay.
Well, Jordan Poole's hurt right now. Like, I don't know what he's going to look like. They're still trying to work Wiggins back in. There's a lot of unknown. This team, very similar to how the whole regular season played out in terms of the road record, they kind of fumbled it down the stretch as well.
Garrett is laughing. Because he said, some of y'all sound nervous.
Hey, look, the Kings deserve to be laughing and feeling high tonight.
No, they don't.
They played great basketball.
Dude, we're the champs, dude. All right? The champs belong in the Bay.
And we're down 1-0.
They're in the Bay. They've been down 1-0 before. It happened in the finals. What happened?
It's true. And that was at home.
They won 4 They won 4 the next 5, and we were celebrating down Market Street. So we're fine. I've been here before. Been there, done that. Milkman, Treasure Island, what's happening?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
I can barely hear you.
Well,
anyway, what about DeRozan's daughter screaming on every free throw attempt the other game? What's up with that kind of behavior at a game? The child, yes, but somebody's got to control that. I don't think you guys can hear me.
He was absolutely trolling. Absolutely trolling. We must have hung up on him before. What the hell is going on, dude? Let Garrett on the show. Then you started freaking out about the game. And then he comes on, Milkman.
Look,
oh, my God. We're down 1-0. The Warriors will play better. All right? They will play better.
Yes,
they will make somebody. The shots that Klay and Steph took, they're going to make these shots. Jordan Poole will play better. Wiggins will make more than 1 3. All right? Sacramento's tough. But you know what? It's a reason why Keegan Murray only scored 2 points. It's a reason why Sabonis struggled. It's because the Warriors were playing defense. They were getting into these dudes. They were being physical. They were hitting them back. And they controlled this damn basketball game for 34 minutes. All right, now things got hairy there at the end of the third quarter, but you're still with hair in the fourth quarter. You still had a tie. I'm not worried, man. The Warriors are winning tonight. The Warriors are winning tonight. They'll make the adjustments. They'll get better on the glass. They'll flip the points in the paint because they realize now. Lock it up. Lock it up. I'll be back here tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And I want to hear from these same King fans because I'll be here all week long. I ain't running for no smoke. I'm sick of King fans right now. But
we got the King.
The Warriors. The Warriors will be better.
Well,
I got some numbers. Go ahead, talk, because I got some numbers for you.
I think Jordan Poole actually got a good first half. He didn't have a great game, but a good first half. I thought that Steph Curry had a solid game. I mean, that's a solid Steph Curry game, not one of his signature performances by any stretch. And Klay was erratic. He had moments where he looked good, and he had moments where he looked bad. But I look at the others. They were 3 of 17 from the three. The guys who are not named Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson.
So I feel good. In the restricted area against the Kings, they averaged 19 points per game in the regular season. They scored 22 in game number 1. They got to bump that up to about 25, 28. They shot 78%, 77% in the restricted area on Saturday night. The wide open looks. How about this? The wide open looks. The Warriors were number 2 in three-point percentage when a defender was 4 to 6 feet away, and number 1 from three-point range, 41.9% when a defender was 6 feet or more feet away. All right, but that was not the case in game 1. The Warriors hit open jumpers for the 2-point line, but they did not hit them from 3. Look at game 1. All right, 2-point field goals. A defender 4 to 6 feet away, they were 7 of 9. All right, a defender 6+ feet away, 2 for 2. However, from the 3-point line, when a defender was 4 to 6 feet away, they were 8 of 23 from the 3-point line.
All right.
That's not good. Defender 6+ feet away. Now, that's a wide open 3. They were 5 of 15. They will get better when it comes to these open shots. If they get open shots like this again tonight, they're going to blow Sacramento out.
I watched a bunch of those stats. I was looking at all the advanced stats. Closely guarded, somewhat guarded, wide open. The Kings got more wide open looks. I mean, they just had more attempts, raw attempts. It's only a couple of more shots, but they got more wide open looks. And I think they could shoot a better percentage. So, no, I see both sides of it. There's no doubt they're going to need to shoot better. The question that I keep coming back to, how are they going to slow down Malik Monk, that second unit? What is the recipe to slow him down? Now, he's not going to score 32.
It could be Kuminga or Wiggins or a little bit of GP too.
Now, what happens when you get him and De'Aaron Fox on the court at the same time?
Here's the deal. I don't think Malik Monk's getting to the free throw line 14 times.
That I agree with, but he attacked really well.
He's not getting to the free throw line 14 times.
Well.
And he made 14 free throws? 14?
And then they sagged under him on a couple of high pick and rolls, and he stepped back and hit, boom, back-to-back threes. Like, Malik had a great game.
He had a great game. He did shoot 89% for the free throw line, so it is a must-win tonight. There's no doubt about it. They've never been down 0-2 under Steve Kerr. Maybe it's just a weird season. Maybe they go down 0-2, but I'm not afraid of the Sacramento Kings team. I'm not worried. I expect the Warriors to come out like champions tonight and set the tone in this game. They know what's at stake. They know what time it is. I expect Steph Curry to be more aggressive right off the rip and not turn the ball over on the first possession like he did last Saturday night. I think he'll be better. They'll set the tone tonight, man. I'm not worried. 888-957-9570. What is your biggest adjustment? What is the biggest adjustment the Warriors need to make tonight? What is the biggest adjustment the Warriors need to make tonight to win game number 2? Let's go to Tristan down in Temecula. Temecula, stand up. What's up, Tristan?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Oh, man. So, for me, the biggest thing is, I've been talking to my homies about it. For me, I would like to see either Andrew Wiggins start tonight. I know he hasn't been playing in almost, 3 months, but Saturday night's game, it was a very, very good game for Wiggins. I mean, for someone who hasn't played in almost 3 months, the way he came out had, almost 4 blocks, 17 points, minus 3-point shooting wasn't really effective right there, but he had a good overall game. Sure, he slowed down. That's to be expected. I mean, did not play, like I said, for the rest of the year, come back in one of the most intense, games of the year. I mean, compared to the first 2 games, that first day of the playoffs, very good game. And, I hear a lot of talk about the world struggles. I've seen a bunch of clips on YouTube the day after everybody worried. And I'm not worried. I mean, I from the very beginning, I said this. If you remember last year's season in Memphis, that round 1, to me, this is going to be a very similar series because I said from the very beginning, the goal, you got to win one. Just one. Whether game 2, game 1, whatever it may be. Come home with that split. Finish it up in Golden State from the next 2 games. Maybe close it out in Sacramento or close it out in Golden State. But I think this was a very good game 1. One of the better road games they had. But they got to slow down Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I think they will. And they're confident they will.
Wiggins was better than I thought.
Wiggins is really good.
He was much better than I thought.
To expect.
And I expected him to be solid, but man, seeing what he looked like in that first half, and then I felt like he did fade a little in that fourth quarter.
By the way, this will make you feel better.
What's that?
The Warriors are 5-2 this year with Zach Zarba as a crew chief.
Is that what we're doing?
We're
We're doing the referee thing?
Hey, we do it this time of the year every year.
Okay, wait, so they're 5-2 this year.
Last year, they were 5-2.
How many of those were road games?
They were 5-2 last year.
Oh, so Zach Zarba's the key ingredient.
10-4 over the last 2 years. And he was also the ref in Game 6 of the finals last year.
Can I ask one simple question?
So you know what Game 6 was when they clinched.
Yes. Did Steph even shoot a free throw in that game?
Shot 2 free throws.
2. When were those?
I want to say they were in the fourth quarter.
Oh, I don't remember him shooting a free throw.
Yeah, he got 2 in the second half. In the third quarter, 2 in the third quarter.
I don't even remember.
So he shot 2 free throws in the third quarter. He only had 2 field goal attempts in the third quarter.
I know Poole took a couple of different free throws, and they had a sequence where Wiggins smoked 2 free throws, and I believe Poole missed 2 free throws.
They missed
4 in a row.
Kuminga had missed 2. Was it Looney? I forget who else, but they had missed 4 straight free throws in a row.
And so anyway, the point being is that I look at like Malik Monk getting to the free throw line, slowing things down a little. I thought that was a key ingredient for Sacramento, not only to set their defense, but just to kind of catch their breath a little.
I want to see the Warriors really attack the basket today.
I agree.
Point to the paint. That needs to be flipped.
Outside of, there was a really nice Dante DiVincenzo transition pass. There was a really nice Draymond Green pass to, I believe, GP2.
Draymond Green.
With a backdoor. But that was it.
Backdoor cut.
They need to attack backdoor more.
Steph attacked in the fourth quarter when it was desperation time.
Good point.
He's got to attack more. But at the same time, that's where the whistles became a little inconsistent. It just. I'm not going to get into the referees because it wasn't on a referee.
Well, no, get into it. What is it?
I got to say, one play that I watched over.
Was it the Wiggins? I thought the sideline one with Wiggins and Fox, that felt like it was a bailout call.
It was terrible. But
there was a couple Malik Monk ones I didn't love. But I don't think that's making a difference on the game.
There was one bad decision. Not to come down Klay's road. We're going to play that. We're going to play some Klay sound. In the first quarter, Klay fouls De'Aaron Fox with 0.4 seconds left. Fox makes 2 free throws. Fox is at half court.
I know. He's going nowhere.
What are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing?
I don't
know.
Now,
the Warriors catch a shoot around yesterday, and Klay Thompson apparently and GP2 spoke for the team, and I guess they had a team meeting or whatnot. They just watched film. We'll see. But that was a bad foul. That was a bad foul. Oh, my Lord. Let's go to Yvonne in Santa Rosa. Yvonne, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
First of all, I just want to say that, this is the first Warriors playoff loss that I felt like not dejected about. I actually feel much hopeful because I think Steve Kerr and the team can adjust really well. They played a really good game. They were a weird Steph Curry shot put 3-point attempt away from tying that game.
Yeah, what was that?
But I'm calling because I think I got a good kind of game plan on how to slow down Malik Monk. It's he kind of looks like Jaylen Brown when he goes right? So if you put a bigger, agile body on him, force him left, he rises up and shoots, just like Jaylen. So you force him left. When the Warriors made that adjustment last year, it tremendously slowed down Jaylen Brown. I mean, that's, I think, a
good
little
call.
You're not going to stop him completely, but I think it's a good way to slow him down. Just force him left, and if he rises up, you got that bigger body on him, higher possibility of blocking that shot.
Yeah, it's funny that Fox missed a dunk late in the game, and Monk went right to the right, and then they double teamed him going right, and he jumped up in the air. I thought it was a tough play. On a couple of plays earlier, he had crossed over and went right to left and finished some crazy layup with Wiggins draped all over him. He was just spectacular, right or left. It didn't matter. I thought he was spectacular in the game.
So Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox scored 28 of the 35 fourth quarter points for the Sacramento Kings.
I didn't
28
know that.
of the 35. Wow. They were dynamic.
Wow.
They were dynamic. Between the trio, the Kentucky trio of Trey Lyles and Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox scored 86 points as a trio. So that can't happen. You can't have 86 points from Fox, Monk, and Lyles, somebody's got to step up and guard. And again, point of attack defense has been a problem all season long.
Yes. What about Harrison Barnes' impact, especially early in the game?
Well, he had the big three late in the fourth quarter to get the Kings a 6-point lead.
That was huge.
Huge three. He got the switch on the Looney.
He's smiling.
Looked Looney in his eye and nailed it. You don't think Harrison Barnes wants this series?
Oh, dude, him and Draymond were like elbowing. I don't know if you caught that. And it felt like I don't know if it was Harrison or Draymond kind of pushed the other off of each other.
Draymond's going to get into these guys tonight. You better believe that.
He had a really nice play coming out of a timeout where he dove onto the ground and hustled after a ball. And then obviously him and Sabonis with the DDT action at the end.
You know what? I'm looking at South Sac. Fox averaged 30 this series. Light work, baby food. Yeah, he may average 30 a game. We've seen it before, but you got to slow down the others. That's what I knew Fox coming into the series was going to get his. He's going to get his, folks. He's going to get left. He's going to dribble with that left. He's going to get to the rim.
Can't let Trey Lyles hit.
You can't let Trey Lyles score 16. You can't let Malik Monk go for 32 and get to the free throw line 14.
Even Davion hit a first quarter three-pointer.
Yeah, that's all he did.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, that's a big three. When it's a one-possession game, every bucket matters.
Well, what about the foul with Klay Thompson at the end of the first quarter? 4 missed free throws.
Terrible.
Davion stinks. Hey, I'm not worried about Davion.
Well, I'm just saying.
It was an on night for anybody dribbling in front of Davion Mitchell. He's on night because when you see him in front of you, he's going to cook you.
No, defensively, he had a nice strip on JP where JP fell to the ground and was crying for a foul.
Played 21 minutes. He was okay. Whatever. Davion Mitchell.
I'm just saying he hit open three.
I hope he plays more. I hope off night plays more because it'll be an on night for the Warriors and we'll be celebrating tonight if he plays more. Sleprock, Oakland. Sleprock, what's happening?
Buenos dias, compas. Here's the thing. It was scaring me in the first quarter. The Warriors, 2 out of the first 3 possessions were like turnovers. What are you doing with the ball? You know, Looney played his ass off. I mean, he handled Sabonis, man. I couldn't believe it. And he was scoring points. But here's the thing. The Warriors score, I'm going to say, 8 to 12 more points in the paint throughout the whole game. I see them winning every game if they can do that. Scores 8 to 12 more points in the paint. You might get these guys in trouble fouling. You get to the free throw line. You see the ball in. I don't understand why they refuse to go and play in the paint. We know Klay can do it. We saw him do it 2 weeks ago, 3 games in a row when he had to change his game style. You know, I got to see Wiggins in the paint. You know, Curry's going to be in the paint. You know, he's going to hit his threes. He's going to go to the paint. But I need to see Kuminga guarding what's his name? Exactly. You know,
hey, Sleprock, real quick. Did you hear that shout out on post game? Somebody was like, "Hey man, this guy Sleprock came up with the nickname Kevon Windex Looney."
No, I didn't hear that. I did not hear that.
Oh man, you were asleep at the wheel, Sleprock. All right, man. Thanks. Call us back tomorrow. 888-957-9570. Steph playing 37 minutes and 25 seconds. Klay playing 37 minutes. There's been a lot of talk from the Warrior fans about the minutes. They're not happy about Steph's minutes. They wanted to see him play more minutes. Did you have a problem with Steph's minutes Saturday night, Shasky?
I mean, he's going to have to sit at some point. He's not going to play all 48. So during the times where he is out, I would like personally, and you had referenced this, and I was on the same page as you, I want to see them play Draymond Green in the non-Steph Curry minutes. That's what I would like to see because he's a solidifier in terms of calming things down and whatnot. But, I mean, Curry, what do you want him to finish out that third quarter, I guess?
I would have liked to see him finish out that 2:18 in the third quarter.
And then what does he start the fourth quarter on the bench?
Well, he started the fourth quarter on the bench anyway.
No, but I'm saying, and then he starts the fourth quarter on the bench, and then what does he check in with?
Well, he checked in.
We're talking about 1-2 minutes? Is that
so? We played 9 minutes and 20 seconds in the fourth quarter. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. 13 points, 3 of 6 from the three-point line, 5 of it overall. But I thought with 2:18 left in the third quarter, I would have rolled with him. I would have rolled with them. Now, maybe you take another minute off in the fourth quarter because Kerr's thinking about the quick turnaround, the 1 day off, and then you play Monday. Yeah. It's a fast pace. I get all that. But you're up 86-78, 2:18 left in the third quarter. Trey Lyles just had a dunk, so the crowd's starting to go crazy. I thought you cannot take Steph out in that situation. You need him to close the corner to make sure that you stabilize the game and you put in all that work in the third quarter to build a 10-point lead. To see it dwindle and go into the fourth quarter down 1, that was demoralizing.
No, I'm with you, but I as much as I want to lose my mind about Curry, Lyles rebound, put back. Wiggs, quick rush, layup attempt, misses. Put back, miss. Boom, Fox 3. Then JP rolls his ankle, but he hits both free throws. Lyles, another three-pointer. Like, we could sit here and say, oh,
Right.
Steph should have been in the game. Is he defending Lyles?
Well,
is he defending
maybe the
Fox?
game is different. Maybe the offensive
Okay.
flow is different.
Well,
Maybe the
the one
matchups
area-
are different.
The one
You know
area
what I'm
where I
saying?
would say during that stretch, Wiggins with an erratic layup attempt, and then Klay Thompson with an erratic three.
Right. You needed a leader out there at that point.
That I will listen
You
to.
needed your leader. And I just thought taking out Steph in that juncture, maybe you pull back. Now, defensively, yeah, you broke it down. Klay Thompson broke down, watching the ball. He sags off Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles, boom, nails a three. Klay Thompson on the other side, 10 seconds left on the shot clock. On fakes, takes jacks up in three. It's just like, what are we doing here?
It was a bad
What
shot.
are we doing here? Now, Klay Thompson will tell us that we don't know anything about good or great shots or good to great shots. Here's what Klay Thompson had to say about shot selection.
I mean, it's hard to hear from those who don't play what a great shot is, but it's like we're just gonna do what we do. All right, we're gonna take tough shots. We're gonna make tough shots. Been doing it for 10 years, and I'm not gonna get discouraged after one bad shooting night. Like freaking A, I've been doing this for a long time.
Well, you know what? Maybe if you don't change your ways, it might be a quick exit. But I thought that shot selection there at the end of the third quarter was horrible. It was just simply horrible, Klay. And I love you, Klay Thompson.
Well,
that was bad.
And he took a bad one with 3.5 minutes to go in the game. Like just I don't even know. It was like a one dribble forced shot. And
But look, he's made those shots his entire career.
you got to live with some of those.
Curry-
Like I get it.
Curry chucked a couple.
You know,
but I
Curry
just
chucks
thought
a lot, too.
Curry being in the game changes everything. Because the best defense when Steph Curry's in that game is the other team's fearful. Boy, he could get hot. We got to keep up. And maybe the Kings start to force some shots at the end of the third quarter, knowing that, man, we're down 8. We got to cut into the sleeve. We can't go into the fourth quarter down 8 to 10 points. So it's the Steph effect.
But don't you think
it's the effect that he has on the game?
Closing out each quarter, first quarter, second quarter, third, and in the closeout of the game, I felt like Sacramento went on many little runs, and they got stops. They executed in the half court. They got good looks, and when they didn't get a good look from beyond the arc, they attacked the rim, and if they didn't get a foul or finish around the rim, they were kicking out to a wide-open three.
No doubt.
Like, if we were to boil it down, the way they finished every quarter was outstanding.
Yeah, no doubt. 15-4 run in the third quarter. It was 13-4 once Steph Curry got subbed out of the basketball game with 2:18 left in the third quarter, and the Kings go up 91-90. I just felt like, how the hell did the Kings up going into the fourth quarter? After all that work and controlling the first 34 minutes, they controlled that basketball game. And going to the fourth quarter down 1, to me, that was the turning point. That flipped the game and kind of told the story for me personally after game 1.
Well, not only were they resilient, the Kings, like Trey Lyles hitting big threes to keep them close in the first quarter, but then like De'Aaron Fox, every time Klay hit a sick three, and De'Aaron Fox
in the corner.
De'Aaron Fox came right back.
It was a hell of a pass by Klay. Now, Klay made some
you're
good
talking
passes.
About the Steph one.
You're talking about the corner three?
Because Klay. Okay, there was one.
The corner three where it was high.
That's a different one. 5 minutes to go. Fox hits a three. Klay answers with the three. Fox misses the dunk. Monk gets the foul, and then a wild Steph three in the corner off of the Klay dribble drive pass. But like again, they answered every big shot that the Warriors hit. So you have to give them credit.
No, you do have to give them credit. They're getting credit today. Sacramento gets credit.
We are.
Sacramento gets credit. We're not going to. That's a good basketball team.
That was a great
That's why
game.
I picked the Warriors to win in 6.
AB.
This is going to be a long series.
That was a great game.
It was a great, phenomenal basketball game.
That was a great
Klay
game.
made a great pass to Wiggins there in the corner.
Yeah, he did. He was wide open.
Wide open. Great pass.
I'm living
so
with that shot.
I'm not gonna come all down Klay's road to say he stunk.
No,
he didn't.
There was a couple possessions that I want back, and I'd say the same thing with Curry. The pushed one-handed shot at the end, I don't know what that was.
Real quick. I'll save this sound for the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get to Klay's contract. We got more sound. GP2, Steve Kerr.
That came
all
out
that.
of nowhere.
What's that?
The pregame thing, because I'm going back and forth. So I'm watching you, and then I'm watching, ESPN. I'm waiting for it to.
ESPN's pregame is so.
It's so bad. Like on the real. I've told you this. Wilbon, Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith was going crazy during the Laker game.
Yeah.
At halftime.
On AD. I know.
Yeah, he was going. I was like, is this first take or is this?
Dude, he should not be on that. He should not be on that panel.
I agree.
You don't watch every team. The way he talked about De'Aaron Fox, man, that brother is special. Like
it
you
was
did
the
not
first
know
time
that?
you watched him.
We've been knowing De'Aaron Fox was special. All right? Like, watch the game.
Well, this is where I would like them to have, let's just say hypothetically, JJ Redick and other guys that are breaking down the games.
Right.
Like, I would like to see that as opposed to, like, I don't need to see Will Bond. I'm
No, I
sorry,
don't.
I'm done with Will Bond.
I don't need to see.
I don't need to see Greeny.
I don't need to see Stephen A. either.
And I don't need to see Stephen A. I'm with you.
I'll roll with Jalen Rose, though. Jalen Rose, I like
Rose is
Jalen
good.
Rose. Let's go to.
But I need more breakdowns. Like, that's the thing why I love the TNT.
TNT 's
Kenny
great.
Smith is actually breaking things down. And
Actually, I like Barkley's underrated when it comes to breaking stuff
well,
down.
I think he does some tropes on purpose, which are like part of the shtick. But like, even my wife was sitting there like watching the team. She's like, they're so good. Like Ernie just lets them be them.
Yep.
And there's a big difference between the TNT broadcast and the ESPN. I'm sorry, TNT does a superior broadcast.
Joey Fleming. Yes, we did talk a little about the E40 situation. I thought the fans around him were classless. E40's nothing but class. He's a professional. He represents his fan base in a very professional manner. He doesn't bother anybody. Hell, he sits there, takes pictures, shakes hands. He sits next to the bench. He enjoys sports. He's probably not going up to Sacramento tonight. He's probably going to sit this one out according to his people. So, but he's in great spirits. E40's feeling good. He knows they're classless. We know they're classless, and we're going to win this game for E40 tonight. That's for damn show. We're coming back to Chase Center, folks. Put it in your minds right now. We're coming back to Chase Center 1-1. Let's go to E in Redwood City. E, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. How y'all doing this morning?
I've never been better.
I've had better Mondays, but I'm good.
Yeah, I was actually on the lines on Friday trying to get in for the Fast Five, trying to get the energy right for Game 1. But I'm a little tired of the slander from these Sacramento fans acting like we scary, man. They need to play their role and play their position and learn from the big dogs. We're gonna clamp them up on defense. I was a little frustrated in the fourth quarter. We're giving up a lot of threes. We're shooting a lot of threes, and a caller earlier said we got to attack the basket. There's a lot of weak defense around the basket. We need to expose some opponents, man.
I agree.
We got to humble these Sacramento Kings fans. I'm like I said, I'm tired of the slander, man. Like,
oh no,
you got Lakers fans jumping on the bandwagon.
Oh, dude,
Instead of light the beam, it's not your team, man. Stick to your team.
Listen,
don't look for a team that's not yours. Don't hate on the Warriors.
Hey, E, they could like the beam all they want to. We're chasing rings. But I tell you another thing with the Sacramento Kings and their fan base and everything that's going on with them, acting like a bunch of Karens or whatnot. This is the first time in 17 years. And I saw this yesterday, so I'm going to steal it. First time in 17 years, Sacramento's not claiming the Bay. How about that? One playoff berth, and all of a sudden they're not the Bay Area. You know, a Sacramento fan. Hey, we're part of the Bay Area. No, you're not. No, you're not.
The game's played on the court. Like, I get everybody losing their mind about fans
have some fun
and
with
Twitter.
some trash talk,
I know,
man.
but like,
That's some fun, Sasky.
No, it is
Come
fun.
on, why are you getting soft on me now?
No, it's not fun. We have a game
Come
to
on.
break down, so I'm breaking down the game.
We are breaking down the game. We are, but I'm going to slip in the joke. We got 4 damn hours.
It was a good joke.
Man, they're talking. We got Sacramento Kings fans calling our show. The chatty house is in our chat talking talk. So you think I'm not going to talk back? Don't get soft on me now.
Hey,
Worried about Game 2?
Talk to me. I
Damn,
talk back.
Shasky. Sausalito Shasky in the building, man. Come on.
The last thing he said to me is based out of Sacramento. I mean, out of Sausalito. Did you guys know that? It's on Apple Plus. It's interesting. Jennifer
Injury
Gardner.
report, man. I need a break.
It's a novel turned into a sitcom or drama.
Sacramento out here talking that talk after a Game 1 win. He's break down the game. That's what we've been doing for 2 hours. We'll continue to do it. But they ain't finna come on this show in the Bay Area, call this show talking like they didn't win a championship. Hell with Sacramento. They need to be humble, man. Know your role, Sacktown. Nobody's mad. I'm not mad. I'm fired up is what I am. Got the eye black on this morning.
We got the king.
All right. Quickly here. Clippers took a 1-0 series lead against the Suns. Paul George not coming back. He's going to miss this round against the Phoenix Suns. But Westbrook played well. Kawhi Leonard was special, man. God damn, Kawhi Leonard is good. I love Kawhi Leonard. When he's on, he's on. George said on his podcast that he's been grinding through rehab and working out 6 days a week to get back on the court. So if the Clippers advance, we may see him in round number 2 against probably the Denver Nuggets. They smoked the T-Wolves last night. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. 2 hours down. It flew by. Luke, man, David, Eric, we're going to get to you all. 888-957-9570. Chat, YouTube is humming right now. Comcast Business Text line rolling. Biggest adjustments for game number 2. What can the Warriors do to even up this series? Are you worried at all? It's okay to be worried. I'll talk you off the ledge. It's all good. You want to be a little nervous? It's cool. Means you care. I can deal with a fan who cares. All right, that's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
We got the king.
And now, your Live Nation lineup. Duran, May 28th at SAP.
Curry gets it, floats it up on the rim, no good, had a chance, and game one goes to Sacramento. The first playoff game for the Kings franchise in 17 years. Gives their fans a moment to celebrate, and they take a 1-0 lead in the series.
All right, it's Tim Roy, final call. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. These Kings fans are starting to annoy. They have annoyed me. They have annoyed me. And I'm going to shout out D-Lo and KC. We had a lot of fun with them last week. Did the changeover with them. ESPN 1320. We went on their turf. And you know what? I got to say, Spadoni and Lutman, as I say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Strippers, good morning. Contractors, carpenters, you name it.
Contractors?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that's a new one. No, I've never heard you.
I got to pull.
I like that.
Everybody's reaching out saying, shout out to my guy from Gordo Taqueria, Tony Hernandez. That's right. Got the name right. I had to make sure. Tony Hernandez. A lot of names going through my. Karina, who I met at Starbucks yesterday.
I like how the king had like a decree on a scroll.
So I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. So I met Karina yesterday at the Starbucks by my house. And she goes, Bonte, oh my God, can I get a selfie? She wanted to shout out her son. So I told her to text, and I'll shout out her son. I don't remember the name. But then Jeremy comes up and goes, boy, that's you? Your voice gave you away. I was like, well, I actually didn't even say anything. Karina busted me out here as I was waiting for my cup of coffee at Starbucks.
The only way you can get more humbly braggy is if E40 called you at that exact same moment.
Should have. But, we text back and forth. 40's in good spirits. He's in good spirits. Uncle Earl, hey, I told 42, we got your back. We know what time it is. I know what type of fan you are. You're a professional. 40 has class.
He did have that old school death row the black turtleneck with the gold chain.
With the big chain.
The famous photo.
Absolutely.
That was on the cover of The Source?
Maybe. Oh, the death row with the four faces.
Yeah, with the four faces. That was the
if
cover
you could
of the
rock a black turtleneck, you're a baller.
You are
that's a certain look that only a few could pull off with the gold chain.
I'm going to tell you right now. I can only rock the turtlenecks underneath my baseball gear when I'm playing and coaching. I wear it all the time, but no other spot.
People have been trying to get me to wear the turtleneck with a suit. Maybe that's next year. Maybe that's next year. D. Wright pulls it off.
Well, D. Wright does.
D. Wright pulls it off.
KC.
Fezzy, KC. Yeah, KC. But D-Lo KC,
He wears the big, KC wore the double thick one.
Did you see KC up there with the
Steve Young, my guy, used to wear the turtleneck.
You see KC up there with the Louis Vuitton pouch around his neck?
Oh, it looked like they were going to prom. All
dude,
of them.
D-Lo had the suit on with the
impressive.
tie, the Gucci's on. Oh, they were showing out up in Sacramento. Then they brought Trista Crick along with her, the new Sacramento King fan. Oh, ABC didn't show those. Sorry to get you. Hey, Trista, when you don't make the playoffs, this is what happens. That only happens in the finals, Trista. All right, anyway.
It was the Vibe magazine. Thank you, 707.
Here's my deal with Sacramento. God bless D-Lo. I love Damian Barley. They gonna be showing out today.
They should.
Bomani said, jokes aside, the NBA might get a second round bonanza with the Lakers Warriors, or the NBA TV Classic between the Grizzlies and the Kings. That's a feast or famine situation right there. Now, I'll tell you right now, Bomani, Memphis is not advancing past the first round. Lakers may sweep them, especially without Ja. Memphis is done. I had the Lakers winning the sixth anyway.
Whole game.
I had the Lakers winning the sixth anyway.
And LeBron, you said it in the text thread, he had his fingerprints all over the fourth quarter. But you didn't really get a signature Anthony Davis game. That wasn't even close.
No, this team's about LeBron, Reeves, Rui, Schroeder.
Hachimura was ridiculous.
But so Damian Barley quote tweets Bomani Jones, and he goes, damn, not Bomani, not my brother, damn. Kings played on ABC last night in the most exciting game of the day. The NBA scheduled Kings Warriors for 2 TNT games and 2 ABC games. If you think they would have done that for Warriors Pelicans or Warriors T-Wolves, you've lost your mind. Well, let me tell you something, D-Lo. You've lost your mind. Because the only reason why the Sacramento Kings are on ABC is because of the Golden State Warriors. I've seen the Warriors and Pelicans on ABC. I've seen the Warriors on primetime against anybody. Denver, Saturday night, the Nuggets in that market. You got to remember the Nuggets a couple years ago had the lowest local ratings in all the NBA. And they had an MVP on their team. D-Lo.
I didn't know that.
I'm loving Sacramento right now. I'm loving the energy you guys are bringing. But you're on ABC because of the Golden State Warriors and not the other way around. The Warriors are the reason why you're on ABC. Let's get that straight. The Warriors are the draw. They're the champs. They're Mr. Primetime. So I don't want to disrespect the Kings like that, but let's not get it twisted. You're on ABC because of the Warriors, not the other way around. And the Warriors would have been on ABC regardless of who they're playing.
Whatever. Okay, fine. But like for me, watching on my couch, the environment looks pretty sweet. I mean, I know they didn't show the pregame stuff. No, it looked awesome. Like, it was really cool. It felt like that crowd was absolutely insane. And that's the part that frustrates me. In the middle of the third quarter, it felt like it got real quiet in that arena. And it felt like the Warriors had an opportunity to really push the lead and take full control of the game, and they didn't. And to the Kings' credit, they seized the moment. And the way they closed that third quarter, taking the lead right before the end of that quarter, it brought the entire arena back into the game and galvanized them. Right. And it got so raucous and so loud. And I thought that set the tone for the final stretch of the fourth quarter.
It did. They were dead in the water. Lemon booty was starting to loom. And then Curry gets pulled with 2:18 left. And Klay has a rough stretch with 2:18. They take some bad shots.
Yeah.
They fall asleep on defense. Trey Lyles gets hot. He scores 10 of the 15.
Trail three killed me.
He scored 10 of the 15 during that 15-4 run. And that flipped the game. That was the turning point.
I think it was Doris Burke. Doris Burke was referencing how Mike Brown had told them in pregame, like, hey, Trey, that trail three, or in practice the day before, that trail three is going to be there for you because Looney's going to sag off. And boom, like clockwork, it was wide open for him. And to his credit, he hit all of his shots, man. He was big. He had a big putback rebound. Trey Lyles was fantastic in that game. He also clocked Jordan Poole, like, wake up, here I come, bang.
Yeah,
that was playoff level physicality. I loved it.
The Kings were physical.
I loved it.
Now, can the Warriors be that physical on the other side? That's all I asked for. Let's call it both ways. Let's go to David in South City. David, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.
What's up, South City?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I think the best strategy for the Warriors is to cut the head of the snake. Box in one defense for the Aaron Fox. And I agree with Bonte. We should go with the hot hand on this one.
With the who?
With the hot hand. Basically, if the player is playing good, he's making scoring a lot of points.
Yep. No, I'm with you, David. No doubt. You didn't like that when Jordan Poole got pulled in the second? You didn't like Curry getting pulled late in the third quarter?
Yeah, Curry should have started right away in the fourth quarter. Steve Kerr shouldn't be limiting his minutes. I think that's the best way to win. It's the playoffs. It's not a regular season game.
Yeah, I'm with you, David. I'm with you. We're going to get two calls in a second. I want to play this about Klay Thompson because I was on the air, so I didn't see this live. But apparently Adrian Wojnarowski in their pregame show on ESPN with Greeny brought up out of nowhere. Klay Thompson has a year left of $43 billion. Out of nowhere. Maybe it's an agent floating this out there. Maybe it's Klay's agent floating it out there. But Klay yesterday, it was this offseason, Klay's expecting a max deal from the Golden State Warriors. Now, I would like to see Klay play through the next season with the $43 billion, and we'll get there with the contracts. I don't think that's appropriate. But Klay Thompson, he was asked, I think by C.J. Holmes of the Chronicle. We're going to have C.J. on later in the week. C.J. asked him about the max deal. Here's what Klay Thompson had to say about that.
Klay, what was mentioned on the broadcast yesterday that you may be seeking a max extension this offseason? Obviously, right now you're trying to focus on the task at hand, which is this series, but is that something like you are seeking?
I'm seeking a championship, and then everything else after that will play itself out.
I'm seeking a championship, and everything else will play itself out. That's from Klay Thompson. I'm seeking a championship. I love the answer. Now, you know how I feel, Shasky, about talking about all season before the season's over.
This shocked me.
We're in a playoff run right now. The playoffs just started.
So do you think Woj was going rogue?
No, Rhodes is doing what Woj does. That's his job, is to report whatever he's told from an agent. Now,
I thought it came out of left field. Right before
he gets it from an
game
agent. Somebody floated that to him. Hey, Woj, get this out there. They pimp Woj to get it out there. To put it now, because now you've had Bob Myers, you've had Draymond Green, you had Steve Kerr. You had a lot of guys posturing for new deals. And I get it. Bob Myers should get a new deal. Draymond Green wants his new money.
Yeah, I get where guys want their money.
Right. Now Klay Thompson quietly is like, hey, I want to be extended too. Now, is he getting max money? I don't know.
Well, I think maybe today's not the day to break that down, but like I find it hard to believe that he would demand max money.
Right.
And I would also find it hard to believe that they would give him max money. I understand someone wanting that, but Wiggins is taking a step back. And if we're going to bank on who's more important moving forward, I think Wiggins has a strong argument. I don't even know who I would pick in that one, but I think he has a strong argument, and he's taking $10 million less. I don't know, man. Like, it just felt like a bad time to hear that. Even if Woj is just going with somebody floating something into his ear, I did not. It took me back in pregame.
Well, I don't think it means anything. I don't think it had any effect on the Golden State Warriors.
That's not what I'm saying. I meant just like a fan chilling.
No.
Like I was like, game.
Right.
Contract.
People ask me about
What?
that. I said, dude, he's got $43 million left on his deal next year, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I'm not worried about Klay's extension. We'll break it down. Klay Thompson, is he going to get max money? Could you imagine that? No, you're not going to do that. He doesn't defend as well as he has. And look, what made Klay Thompson so great was his on-the-ball defense. Whether it's Damian Lillard, was Kyrie Irving, name it, Russell Westbrook, Donovan Mitchell, his on-the-ball defense was exceptional.
Yes.
Off the ball, he would fall asleep at times. And now he's predominantly playing off the ball, which is why Trey Lyles late in the third quarter, Klay sagging off, kind of falling asleep, not recognizing that Trey Lyles is hot. Boom, too much space. Trey Lyles nails it. Boom. So that's Klay's got to be better off the ball later in his career because he's not going to play on the ball defense like he used to.
I don't want to obsess about this right now in the moment because I know they're like very positionless. But doesn't it feel like a two guard is the number one need for the Warriors if you're not going to put Wiggins in that two guard spot? Like if we were going moving forward, like thinking ahead as you just kind of peer out. Like I think Klay's more of a 3-4 now as opposed to a 2.
Yeah, he is. So, he's definitely a 3-4.
Yeah, but I feel like it's unnecessary to talk about the contract.
But they play a lot of positionless basketball.
That's what I'm saying.
And even when they went small at times, Klay would still. I remember 2017 when they played the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. The first possession of the game went down to Kevin Love. Who was guarding Kevin Love? It was Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
And Kevin Love was dribbling, and he couldn't go nowhere because Klay's lower body strength is so good. It's really good. And so his lower base, he was able to just hold his own. And I believe it either forced a shot clock violation or a bad shot. But Klay Thompson's always defended down to the paint very, very well. So I think that transition of defending down on the box, it's not going to be a problem for Klay Thompson. It's on the perimeter against a guy like Fox where you see him get embarrassed with the crossover. That's a problem for Klay.
But I think when, again, as you kind of take a little tiny look forward, I think what you're looking at is the redundancy of like, okay, well, if he's going to play against 4s and stuff, and Draymond's really only going to play against 4s and 5s at this point. I mean, yes, occasionally he can switch out. Like there is some positional redundancy. So I think it's an interesting conversation when the season's over. I don't find it to be an interesting conversation right now. Like, and I know I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying that I don't think anyone wanted to hear that right before the game. And I don't think Klay wanted that thing said out loud. That's not how he operates.
Nah, that's not
and
how
I think
he
his
operates.
answer of, I'm only worried about championships was the right answer.
Yeah, it is the right answer.
Meaning I'm worried about these playoffs.
No doubt. Here's Steph Curry on creating better shots for the Golden State Warriors.
I think we did pretty well creating good shots, even if it's not me, getting looks. You have to have patience with it, and, everybody being in the right spacing is important so that you can just find the open guy, because there is going to be somebody open. It's just you can't rush the possession to create that look, so I got to assume there'll be more of it in game 2, because I think I only got like 2 or 3 shots up in the third as we got adjusted to it, so kind of is expected, but still got to be aggressive to look for my shot, too.
Yeah, there you go. 2 shots in the third quarter. I noticed that as well. And I still wanted them out there because it was creating shots for others. And the Warriors built a 10-point lead in that third quarter. It was 86-76. They were rolling. And Golden One Center, it wasn't as loud. No. It wasn't loud.
Well, it was teetering, and it felt like the game was in the balance for the Warriors to really seize it. And they couldn't capitalize. And I thought that was the quarter where De'Aaron Fox started to crank it up.
Nope, he did crank it up.
I mean, that to me, his response in the third quarter told me everything I need to know about him as a player moving forward.
He scored 29 to 38 in the second half. De'Aaron Fox was special. He
showed
showed
everybody.
To be a
problem.
He showed everybody why, if the game is tight, he's a problem. So that's why I think it's got to be Wiggins or GP2. You got to make it difficult on this guy. His ball handling, the crossover, his first step, everything about him. He is a special point guard. So now Stephen A was saying yesterday during halftime, or during one of the games, I think it was the pregame show, De'Aaron Fox is now entering John Morant territory. Well, I'll tell you right now, and I told you this last year.
I fear De'Aaron much more from three-point land than John Morant.
I told you last year I'd rather have De'Aaron Fox than John Morant.
Yeah.
Like, no, hands down. It's not even a question.
I think he's a more complete player.
Yeah, it's not even a question. A better leader.
Yes.
He's a better leader.
Well, and a facilitator offensively. I think his shot selection is better. I think that his three-point shot is better.
Right.
I think he actually I think he finishes as good as Ja Morant.
Better.
I don't know. And as a leader and as someone that you would want as the face of the franchise, is there any question?
I'd have Fox on my team before Ja Morant all day long.
And isn't there now starting to be some durability? When you leap and leave your feet the way that Ja does, I mean, you see all the small guys who are leapers, Derrick Rose and Ja Morant. Like, there is something to be said for durability. It's tough to stay durable when you're crashing into people.
All right, let's get to the lines here. We got Sam Amick coming up. Sam Amick, a national writer, wrote a good piece on Steph Curry about him running off screen. She caught up with Steph up in Sacramento. We'll get the lay of the land, the vibe, and everything. Sam Amick coming up in 6 minutes here on the Morning Roast. So let's bang out some lines here. Full lines, 888-957-9570. We do have some breaking news in the NFL. Jalen Hurts just signed a contract extension, 5 years, $255 million. New money average per year for Jalen Hurts, 51 a season, 51. Wow. He's got 179 guaranteed and a full no trade clause. Jalen Hurts going to be with the Eagles for a long, long time. All right, let's go to let's get to Trey and Vallejo. Trey and Vallejo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, what's good with you guys, man?
What's up, Trey? Top of the morning.
Oh, man, first of all, man, before I get started, man, let me get shouts out. Bonte and Shiesty were just going. Let me get shouts out to my Lakers. You saw what we did on Sunday.
All right, make it quick. Make it quick, Trey. Make it quick, Trey. Come on, Trey. We no Laker love
first
today.
Of all, I want to touch on the. Mm-hmm. Hey, well, with me being from Vallejo, I want to touch on the E40 situation first for like a hot second. 40's always handled himself with class, and I know 40 personally, being out here from Vallejo, and what the security guards from Sacramento is saying he did, I don't totally believe that, because he handles himself with the utmost respect to anybody.
Yep.
So hopefully that situation gets fixed, and hopefully his name will be clear where he comes out on top on that. Getting to the Warriors and Kings game, I think the Warriors will win tonight, and I think once they win, that'll put pressure back on the Kings, because after that, the Kings got to come to Chase Center and win at home. Win in Oakland. And like Charles Barkley always said, the playoffs don't start until a road team wins. So let's just keep that in mind.
That being said,
in the second round, like I predicted.
That being said, tonight feel as close to a must-win as a game 2 can feel. It does feel that way for me with the Warriors tonight, and I know that Dan Dibley's somewhere probably like pulling the little bit of hair that he has left out of saying it's not a must-win. It feels like one to me. I think you have to get 1-1 in this series. I have a hard time believing that they can win 4 out of 5 against this team if they go down 0-2. I just seeing what we've seen. It's one game. I get that, but like they present some serious matchup problems.
Warriors were 33-8 at Chase Center.
No doubt.
11-1 last postseason. It's not a place they lose. They don't lose there.
I'm not dismissing again, but I go back to if you go 0-2, you have to win 4 out of 5.
I think they could win 4 out of 5 against Sacramento.
Well,
they go down 0-2. I don't think they're going down 0-2. I truly believe they're winning tonight.
Okay. Well, do you have more confidence tonight after game 1, or do you have less?
I do. I have a lot a lot more confidence after game 1.
Yeah, I feel like I'm oscillating between slight panic and more confidence.
Yo, we know you're panicked. We know.
I really wanted game 1.
Let's go to Robin.
There.
Let's go to Robin in San Francisco. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, Robin.
Hey, you guys, how you doing? I don't know all what's been said because I got up late for work this morning. I just want to say this. I caught the tail end. When we lose, folks are always talking about the rotation. Steve, in the minutes.
Yeah, they're losing their
in
minds.
the minutes. Curry should have played this and that. Here's the deal. Nobody was attacking the rim except Jordan Poole. Okay, bad, poor shot selections, Bob Wiggins, but in particular Klay. Okay, they should be patient with their offense and attack the interior of Sacramento. I also, and maybe you guys can shed some light, wondering on how Sabonis kept getting away with that high pick that he sets. And then the glass. We're getting killed on offensive rebounds that led to second point chances, and then not only that, when you take bad shot selections and don't get their offense it gets them out in transition, and then we can't defend. So the bottom line is that the Warriors have to play better, and this is a fill-out game. But they need to attack the interior of Sacramento and stop jacking up the threes, in particular Klay Thompson. Peace out, guys.
Peace out. Peace out. Bay Rob, real quick. Bay Rob, what's happening? You're in the city. Bay Rob, long time no talk. What's happening?
Oh, it's all good, Bonte and Butcher Boy. I'm listening. I keep my ear to the mic. Don't think I ain't listening. Y'all my boys. I listen all day.
I love you, man.
Sometimes I just get tied off into what I got going on,
No
focusing
doubt.
on my paper
No
and all
doubt.
that type of stuff. But anyway, you guys, come on now. Game 1. You got to feel people out. You got to see what's what. I know we don't play them during the season, whatever, not. My thing is this. You think Sacramento go shoot that good again? They shot pretty damn good. You know what I'm saying? They shot pretty damn good. I don't think they go shoot like that tonight. Now, if they shoot like that tonight, then I'm going to have something to think about. But I don't think these guys going to have a game like that again. Come on, Trey Lyles coming down, doing all this and doing that. The Warriors going to be all right. They don't been in these positions. And I can't believe you, Butcher Boy, you saying you don't think the Warriors can win 4 out of 5 after what we did to Boston last year. And Boston was a tougher team than them.
I'm saying I have a hard time seeing
I'm not worried about that.
Well,
I'm not.
I hear you.
Bay Rob, good call.
I
Good to hear
apologize,
from
Bay
you.
Rob. I didn't mean to cut you off. But no, I'm just saying I think I'm trying to give the appropriate respect to what I saw. And to his point about not shooting well, I see both sides of the argument this morning. Where one side I'm like, man, there's no way Malik Monk's going to go for 32 again, and Trey Lyles is going to hit 3 or 4 threes from. But then the other point is well, okay, maybe those guys tick down, but what if Keegan starts to hit? What if Herter starts to hit? What if Sabonis has a better game? I see both sides of it. That's why I think this game 2, adjustments, matchups, this is a lot. I'm going to get a much better feel for everything after
Biggest
this
adjustment, I think, the Warriors will go to the rack. 8-12 left in the game, and they were in the bonus. You should be going to the rack.
Well, Malik
Get
Monk
to the
3
free throw
fouls in the
line.
second quarter.
Right.
Attack him.
Yeah, go to the rack.
Attack
though.
him.
Go to the basket. The Kings are food in the paint. Now the Warriors are too. Vice versa, but you got to make them. You got to make them pay for being food in the paint. I don't. Nobody's scared of Alex Len. Let's go to Linda in Oakland real
did
quick.
play well in the second quarter.
Linda, Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, how are you doing? Just wanted to say that number 1, Mike Brown knows all our secrets. Number 2, we were making too many threes that didn't go through, and the other team was making a lot of threes that went through. I want to see us make more 2s. Even though I know in general we're good at 3s, I want to see us make more 2s. We need to win tonight. I hope we will. I think we will. Thank you very much, you guys.
Yeah, I think 50 is too many threes. Even if you're hitting, I'd like to see a little more floor balance. I want to see them go more backdoor.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, they'll go back door. I think they'll just attack them.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole, now, what's his injury status? Questionable. We'll talk to Sam Amick coming up next. That's brought to you by calhope.org and the Department of Health Care Services. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll get you all. Luke, man, Rob, Alex, and the rest of you guys out there, 888-957-9570. This is your show. We'll talk to Amick and then get straight back into the calls coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated.
roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
We're not roasting you, Klay, but we are critiquing your game. 8 of 19 from the floor. I see some calls here. I was getting DMs. It won't stop. He has a bad game, then it's, hey, we need to put Klay on the bench. Start Moses Moody over Klay. I got a text. I got one of those tweets yesterday. It's pretty funny. 8 of 19, 5 of 14 from the three-point line, 21 points. Didn't play his best game. 6 rebounds, 5 assists, though. Made some great passes in the fourth quarter. Steph with 30 to lead the Warriors, but too much De'Aaron Fox, too much Malik Monk, too much Trey Lyles. That trio combined, the Kentucky trio, combined for 86 points. And they were 10 of 18 combined from the three-point line. Trey Lyles, De'Aaron Fox, and Malik Monk. Heck, in the fourth quarter, the Kings scored 35 points. Monk and Fox accounted for 28 of those points. So how do you slow those guys down? Kings up 1-0 in its best-of-7 series. Let me know when we got Sam Amick, national NBA senior writer for The Athletic. We love Sam Amick on the roast. I love Sam Amick's reporting. He was up there in Sacramento. Sam, good morning. Welcome back to the roast here on 95.7 Game. Gentlemen? What's up, man? You were there. I saw you on TV all day long, sitting next to Shams Charania and Anthony Slater. So you had a front row seat. First, let's lay the foundation of this game. Seeing the Golden One Center have a playoff game, seeing the city of Sacramento have a playoff game for the first time in 17 years, 16 seasons. It was 6,189 days since they had a playoff game up there. What was your take on the environment, the lead up to the game? Because it certainly felt like it lived up to the hype.
Yeah, I think it did, and then some. First playoff building, obviously, in that facility, right? And so nobody really knew what the acoustics were going to be like. You'd seen the crowd be loud this season, and they had a good vibe to them for sure. But it was on another level. I don't know if I have recency bias, but I think it is on my short list, and I've seen a lot of extremely loud playoff games. You know, whether you're talking Oracle, you're talking Oklahoma City, places like that. It was up there, and I mean, anytime that you're turning to the reporters next to you on press row and thinking about having a conversation and then basically being like, nope, we can't even talk. It's so damn loud in here. That's what it was. Right.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome through the television, obviously. It felt like a crazy environment, and I think that's where it gets real frustrating for a lot of Warrior fans is start of the third quarter, fans are getting food or whatever, and so there weren't a lot of people in their seats in the lower bowl area, and it felt like the Warriors kind of seized control in the third quarter, and it's quiet. I mean, you could hear a pin drop, and then with a couple minutes to go in that third quarter, not only do the Kings rally back, they take the lead, and the place is going crazy, and it felt like the Warriors missed their opportunity. Did you get that same sense that I got?
Oh, no question. No question. You had this vibe where, and again, because I happened to get the good seat that night, I'm seeing the facial expression on Steph Curry when he's hitting big shots, Klay Thompson, and I've, seen these boys do it for so many years. You're going, okay, here they come, and this is where they rip the locals' heart out. And it felt like it was on the verge of that, and I think you nailed it on the head. They, surprisingly, with Sabonis on the bench, Alex Len filling that big man spot, De'Aaron Fox turning things on, and other guys hitting shots, the Kings turned it back the other way. Because you got to assume if you're a Kings fan, you're just programmed for the worst. You know what I mean? So I think once the Warriors went up 10, it for sure had that feeling of, all right, this has been a fun night, but the Warriors are about to do what the Warriors do. But the Kings took it back.
Sam Amick here on 95.7 The Game. Sam, Shasky mentioned that third quarter. I think that was our turning point on NBC Sports Bay Area. 2:18 left in that third quarter, and Steve Kerr pulls Stephen Curry. I get it, to get rest. You don't want to play in heavy minutes in game number one with a quick turnaround to game two. However, they were up 86-78. Curry gets pulled, and the Kings right away go on a 13-4 run. Trey Lyles goes crazy, 10 points in that frame, in that stretch. What did you think about that substitution pattern right there with Steph getting pulled with 2:18 left in the third quarter?
I mean, it's funny. You mentioned in passing, Vontae, my guy Slater, who obviously does a great job covering the team. I don't know, did you guys catch his post-game interaction with Steph?
I did see that. Steph was laughing and chuckling. We'll get to your story in a second as well, but no, I did see that as well.
I only bring that up to say that, Slater obviously is constantly studying Steph's rotation pattern and Steve's rotation. And you could tell, I don't even think my opinion matters that much. You could tell that Steph was being diplomatic with the way that he handled his response, which is to say that, he and Steve are in such lockstep that he's not certainly going to say anything publicly about whatever frustration he might have. But it felt like it was on his face, that there was probably a conversation to be had about that particular choice. And those are always tough choices to make, and you can't predict the kind of spark that the Kings brought at that point. But obviously it backfired.
What's the area that you don't expect the trend, if you will, to not continue? Do you expect for Sabonis to continue to play as poorly as he did in Game 1? Do you expect Keegan and Herter and Sabonis, I guess, to not be as impactful? Or do you expect maybe Monk and Fox to continue feeding? Like, what's the area that won't continue?
Probably, and I say this, I got a ton of respect for this guy. It's just, I think Monk, he's not giving you that every time out. And he has done that a handful of times, and he has it in him. That is the danger, though, of this Kings team, is that they are deep when it comes to shooters. And, I don't know how much it matters they could beat the Warriors tonight and Monk could have 8 points. That's very plausible because Kevin Herter is a guy that can go on a heater. Keegan, who I actually thought, I didn't study his game, after the fact, but like his composure seemed okay, had some threes that they were in and out. They were not shooting the ball well, the Kings starters early on. And so there's guys that can come up and bite you and take that role that Monk played the other night. Fox had an incredible playoff debut. Not going to give you 38 every night, but he's got to be clutch in the fourth. I will say, as far as X factors go, guys, Mike Brown has challenged Fox to be a better defender, and I admire it. But he cannot be chasing Steph Curry like he was in Game 1 for the whole series. I talked to Steph post-game, and it was like, the comment he made was, the goal is, who can get this thing to 4. And you could tell that Steph knew that, all right, we lost the battle tonight, but as far as the war goes in this series, De'Aaron Fox has got to be carrying their offense. You can't do that and chase Steph Curry the entire night.
Well, I want to get to your piece because I thought it was very enlightening there to hear it from Fox, and he brought it up, the J.R. Smith clip where he's talking about Dellavedova, where he almost died after Game 3 of that finals back in 2014-15. And Fox, to his credit, man, picking up Curry full court that first to fourth quarter. I thought he made Curry defer at times when the common fan would just sit there and say, well, Curry, be more aggressive. But I give Fox credit for that, for being in his face. So what will be the strategy? What do you think the adjustment will be for Stephen Curry to counter that Fox defending him full court, whether it's Fox or, heck, Davion Mitchell when he comes off the bench?
It's a good question. I don't know what Steph's counter is. Steph's going to be Steph. I thought you were going to take it the other way, Bonte. I don't know, how many minutes the Kings can do that with Fox.
He's got young legs, though, right? He's got fresh.
I guess, and it is wild. Steph, I flat out told Steph, I'm like, man, you're 35. You got a decade on this guy. You have a decade on him, and you're running him ragged. The J.R. Smith clip was unbelievable because, as the Bay Area fans know, the narrative on the whole Dellavedova thing had always driven Steph crazy and acting like he was a Steph stopper. I kind of love how J.R. kept it pretty real, and he was like, can we please focus on the fact that, Steph almost killed this man, with the way that he tried to guard him, and to hear De'Aaron Fox say, that S is real, and kind of confirm what the experience is like, I thought was super enlightening. Steph, I think, will probably try to be more aggressive early on, try to get Fox in foul trouble. I think he was playing the long game in Game 1, and you're right. Steph was pretty quiet early on,
right,
and then it kind of let the Kings get their feet underneath them. Which, again, what did Draymond say going into this series? With a young, inexperienced team like the Kings, you want to kind of, hit them early and shake their confidence, and that didn't happen. So I think Steph starting slow played a part in that, and certainly the Warriors should try to get him going early.
What are some of the adjustments that you think they might, the Warriors might tinker with? Is it Wiggins in the starting lineup? Is it maybe reallocation of certain minutes, defensive strategies? What are some things that pop to your head?
The Wiggins thing is front and center. He looked pretty good. Obviously missed a late shot, missed some shots in the second half, but guys were raving about his ability to look like Andrew Wiggins right out the gate. So I'm very curious to hear in a little bit here from Steve Kerr and shoot around on the Wiggins perspective. The Sabonis factor to me is big because I think I'm in the camp that says he was the Kings' best player this year. And to be honest with you, and it's funny how the playoffs sometimes make you question different awards votes that you put down. I had Sabonis 5th in MVP this year.
Wow.
And he was incredible. And to see the Warriors and Looney and Draymond do the job they did was something that I had not seen from Sabonis, I think, all year. You know what I mean? Like, I kept telling people they gave him like the Westbrook light defensive coverage. You know, like we're playing off of you. He's not a terrible shooter,
right?
But on a playoff stage with the nerves, which it seemed like they got to him a little bit, they were daring him to shoot. And more importantly, and the Warriors know this as well as anybody, because Sabonis has elements to his game that are like Draymond, where you're like that fulcrum of the offense. But they cut off his passing lanes. You know, they were physical with his cutters, and he was kind of lost. And as you guys know, like when the Kings took control of that game in the third quarter, Sabonis was on the bench.
Yep.
And the Kings can't win the series if that's the case. So on the Kings side, they got to find a way to kind of activate him again.
Sam Amick here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, NBA senior writer for The Athletic. Sam, looking at Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole. Let's start with Jordan Poole. He's questionable with the ankle injury. I thought he was rolling in the second quarter. Speaking of rotations, he got pulled with 4:52 left in the second quarter. I thought, man, he's on a heater. 11 points during that stretch. That 7-minute stretch, he was getting to the free throw line. He was never able to regain that rhythm again. So if he can't go, that's a big-time blow for the Golden State Warriors. Do you believe the Warriors, if they do fall down 0-2, can rally in this series against this upstart Sacramento Kings team?
Yeah, they can. You're talking Chase Center, you know, go get two at home. It's very possible. I've seen everything. I mean, come on, guys. Like, we kind of lived the 3-1 finals together. Like,
I'm with you there, Sam. It's just more so for my partner. I'm trying to get some confidence in the
I hear you. I mean, 0-2 would be bad, and I do think, I'll say this much, too. I talked to, former Warrior Harrison Barnes for a while yesterday. I'll probably have that interview out in a couple days.
You need that.
And it's a good conversation. And one of the things that I pulled away from HB and also previously from Mike Brown and Sabonis and Fox and all these guys, it's pretty impressive how they have made a kind of psychological choice to really do everything they can to advance here. I know that sounds really basic, but like in terms of their own culture and their spirit, like they don't have the happy to be here thing. They didn't celebrate that much when they clinched the playoff berth. When they had a team dinner a couple nights back, all the messaging from Barbosa, Barnes, Dellavedova, all these people with really unique perspectives, either on the Warriors' experience or being against the Warriors, like Delly, they have had a ton of messaging about how we can do this and the time is now. And now that it's the Warriors, it's obviously like, let's send the champs home. That's what they want to do. You kind of read the room and you go, man, I kind of think they believe they can do it. It doesn't mean they can, but belief is a big thing. So, 0-2 would be the end of the world for the Warriors, but these Kings are coming, and they're deep and they're fun. And the defense obviously was probably a little better than I thought it would be. I know 123 is a big number, but the defense has been the problem all year. They got to keep doing that too.
Yeah, 0-2, it may not be the end of the world, but it's as close to situation critical as you can get. I mean, for me. You reference
here. The Kings were, not to jump in real quick, to your point, the Kings were a fantastic road team.
Yeah.
And one of the best in the league.
Well, and I just seeing their pace of play and what they're doing, I think they present problems to try to beat 4 out of 5 times if you go down 0-2. I just think it's really hard. And I don't think that's me, being scared of the Kings. I think it's just more reality. But you brought up Harrison Barnes. Did you notice him and Draymond kind of giving each other the business? Nothing like over the top or anything, but it felt like to me like HB was locked in, especially early. I know there were long stretches he didn't do a whole lot, but that 3-pointer that he hit late in the game
over Looney, yeah.
I don't know. A certain part of me watching HB from afar, I'm like, you know what? Good for him.
Yeah. That we get into some of that stuff. He's so funny because you hear the word stately always attached to Harrison. Right. He's just a stately personality. He's pretty close to the vets with his emotions, with his true thoughts, and I've covered him a long time. And to be honest with you, this is the most real conversation I've had with him, where I kind of admitted, like, man, for years I've kind of wondered, like, where's your head actually at in relation to the Warriors' experience, and so within that context, what does this series mean to you? And he didn't pull the curtain back all the way, but it was more than he had before. And I think, to put it, kind of very simply, like, he really wants this, not just because he wants to advance. I think it is personal, not in any sort of acrimonious way, but like the narrative is not hard to unpack here. He was the scapegoat when they lost in 2016. Here comes Kevin Durant. HB is a thing of the past. Since then, few words kind of exchanged, not even really exchanged. Draymond said a few things publicly about, his relationship with Harrison. And so, when I saw that late game moment, that absolutely jumped out at me. You think about that stuff. And Harrison in general is not all that emotive on the court. And he was playing physical, playing hard, didn't shoot all that well early, but that big three late and not backing down when he and Draymond are having words. You can tell he's in this thing.
Nah, he definitely told Katie Christensen, a color analyst of the Sacramento Kings, that he definitely remembers what Draymond has said, especially on the shot when he said it's hard to wake up on a Tuesday for the Sacramento Kings or OKC. Now, Draymond's admitted that the Kings are a lot better this year, but Harrison hasn't forgotten. Real quick before we let you go, you think Jordan Poole plays tonight? Twisted that ankle with 52 seconds left in the third quarter. The ankle injury has been lingering. What did you hear at the Warriors camp yesterday about Jordan Poole's status?
So, not two things, not the answer you want. I didn't hear anything, just being honest. But I did see the look on Jordan's face during the game because, again, I had a good seat that I probably won't have tonight. So I'm going to take that insight and share it with you guys. Like, his face, just from a human standpoint, that young man was in a lot of pain. He really, really, really looked like he was struggling. And to me, it was the kind of expression, the kind of vibe where it would not surprise me at all if he did not go tonight.
Ooh, that's not good.
It's a big blow. It's a big blow.
That's not good.
That's not good at all. Nas Shasky, he just turned red on me, Sam Amick, so thanks for that intel.
More like
right there.
Ghost White.
Yeah, Ghost White. Yeah, now you think he was worried before this interview. Boy, we got a long hour and 10 minutes coming up. Sam, enjoy tonight.
Sam, do you have any investigative reporting? Who was the guy sitting next to 50 Cent in the Niner hat?
Next to 50? Man, I wish I had a picture in front of me. I didn't see that dude. Who? White guy, black guy?
No, he was a black guy with a Niner hat. Everybody wants to figure it out.
I'm trying to figure out who it was. I didn't know if it was.
And I couldn't keep up. I mean, you had Barry Bonds.
E40.
Everybody. Yeah, E40. Well, that's the whole. We didn't even get into E40.
Was Bonds sitting next to the Kings owner?
Yeah, Vivek Ranadive.
Okay, that's what he was. Okay.
Yeah, they have some kind of partnership.
Gotcha.
Kings, I believe, have a connection to the River Cats, and Bonds is Bonds is part of that group. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 50's got like a partnership. He sells his drink up on the concourse. It cracks me up. It's like you talk. I mean, listen, it's new success. I know we got to go, but like it's wild to me how you win a little bit. The celebs start coming out and they're out there hitting that beam button with Fox. After the game, it was quite a scene.
Yeah, Jason Williams back in business. White Chocolate. I saw your Instagram videos with White Chocolate with all the smoke.
Yeah,
Stevie Jackson and Matt Barnes. Funny. That was pretty cool, man. He's got that West Virginia accent. It's pretty cool to see White Chocolate back in the building. Sam, you're the man. We'll be looking for your covers at HB interview coming up later this week in The Athletic. Sam. Of course, enjoy Game 2 up there at the G1C. Should be a lot of fun.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Enjoy.
Anytime. Sam Amick, the man, here on 95.7 again. We'll get back into the calls and react to what he had to say there. Jordan Poole. It's concerning, said the look on his face.
No doubt. I'm getting roasted by Tyler Miller in the chat because he's saying Joe's obsessed with the guy in the Niner hat. I just wanted to know who it was.
Everybody did. Everybody said, you know who that is? Is that Tony Yayo? No, it doesn't look like Tony Yayo. Maybe it's just 50 Cent Boy.
You gotta Google it.
Boy, why do we care about who was there in the Niner hat so much?
Well, I mean, I think we all have like a little celebrity. Like, oh, that's so-and-so, and that's so-and-so, and that's so. Like, they showed Bonds, but the video was cropped so tight, I couldn't tell for sure if it was the owner of the Kings next to him. I always mispronounce his name.
Speaking of the Niners.
Ranadive.
Thank you.
Brock Purdy? Play next year?
That's he mentioned over the weekend he doesn't know if he's going to play in 2023. So
and then
don't sell your Trey Lance stock. However, there's going to be a lot of people who's pumping up Sam Darnold as a starter. So buckle up for that.
And one last thing, Dr. Disrespect. He was there as well.
I don't even know who he is.
Yeah, you do. He's been to all the Niner games. He got everyone fired up at the Niner game, and everyone was looking like, who's the guy with the wig on? Why is he like 7 feet tall? He's like a video gamer. He's like super, super famous for video gaming.
Got it.
But I don't get what his connection was to Kings Warriors.
I don't know.
I thought he was from SoCal.
I don't know.
Oh.
Kings are just
you don't know. Do you don't know who Dr. Disrespect is?
I've heard of him, but like
it's like a character or whatever. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah. Well,
he wears a wig.
Brock Purdy may not be back week 1. Boy.
Welfare check on Willard. See how he's doing with that news.
Well, By the way, this segment is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. Let's get back into the lines. I do want to react to a couple things. One on Fox. Sam Amick doesn't believe he could do that every single game. De'Aaron Fox picking up Curry full court like he did in game number 1. And I do want to see Curry off the ball a little bit more. That means maybe Draymond Green playing more point forward and run Fox off those screens. Wear his ass down trying to chase Steph Curry down. I'm with that. Let's go to Luke Man and Vallejo. Luke Man, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Luke.
What's good, fellas? Thank you for taking my call. It's a glorious Monday. I just want to say 2 things. One, the 916 did the 707 legend E40 dirty. I hope they make that right. And 2, I don't believe the Kings defense is not going to commit fouls in game number 2, game number 3, game number 4. We will get to the free throw line more, and we will attack the basket more effectively. You know, I'm a big Kuminga believer. I thought the way he was cutting to the basket was great. I needed more on defense.
Yep.
And I think Wiggins just needs to do his little back down, little sky hook. That's what he needs to get back to. That's where he's going to start feeling his shot and where his 3 will come back at. Appreciate y'all. We going back to the Bay, 421-1. You know what it do.
Sounds like 420 was this morning.
It's 420 every day for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. It is legal.
It is legal. It is legal. I saw something.
What'd you see?
Over the weekend. Oh, man, what was it? It's something about crack cocaine and mushrooms or something like that. Where somebody basically
Cocaine's
said
a hell of a
it's
drug.
not even just weed. I forget what it was. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole right now. I don't even want to do it. Jordan Poole, by the way, Sam Lubman, good job getting these tweets out here on the Morning Roast 957. See, I pick you up, Lubman. You're my guy. We had a 14-second show call yesterday. He called me. Hey, buddy, what's going on? I said, Sam, we don't need to talk today. You know what time it is. Oh, Giants baseball. I said, yeah. Bye. Have a good day.
Were you watching rain delay Giants baseball programming instead of the NBA games?
He's locked into callers right now.
I was on the little iPad as I was sitting there on the couch, just completely, cashed out. I was watching the golf, the RBC Heritage, and went to a playoff.
They had a golf tournament?
I'm not
They
going
had
to
a golf tournament yesterday?
Yeah, the RBC Heritage.
Oh, yeah.
It was Jordan Spieth and Fitzpatrick, and they went third hole. It was incredible. But it was on mute on the iPad while I was watching. I think at the time it was Bucks Heat. I was watching Middleton try to scrap for his life.
I'll channel my inner Stephen A. Smith and say, I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. We don't give a damn about golf. We don't care.
I love it.
Sam Amick, who we just had on, we asked about Jordan Poole. He's questionable today with the ankle injury. I did see the look on Jordan Poole's face, Amick said, during the game, and that young man was in a lot of pain. He really looked like he was struggling. It was the kind of expression that where it would not surprise me at all if he did not go tonight in game 2 up in Sacramento. Oh,
That's not good.
it's not good.
Can they win a game on the road without Jordan Poole?
They can. They can.
Against this team?
Against this team, they can.
Wow.
They
Who
can.
would need to step up on that second unit?
Jonathan Kuminga, step right up.
Kuminga, huh? I would say
Dante
DiVincenzo.
DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
I thought DiVincenzo. Oh, look, I know he got roasted by Fox, but a lot of people get roasted
No, but he
by
did
him.
a lot of little things.
Yeah, I
though.
thought DiVincenzo played fine. He's getting a lot of heat this morning. Hell, he probably should have played more.
Well,
to be honest with you.
If they win that game, let's just hypothetically, I'm just for a second, they win that game. Don't you think it masks a lot of the areas that they do need to clean up?
Absolutely.
Like obviously you want to win the game. No one's sitting here saying you don't want to win the game, but there isn't a lot of adjustments that they're going to need to do.
Well, the offensive glass, again, we're going to reiterate this all show long. 17-9, Kings advantage on the offensive glass. Points to the paint, Kings 60, Warriors 44. Yeah. That's got to flip. Second chance
defense,
points.
I would throw in there.
Yeah, second chance points. 21 points for the Kings, 16 for the Warriors. Fast break, 12-9 Kings. Points off turnovers. Kings 16, Warriors 5. You got to clean those things up. Ball denial, as you're talking about, Shasky. Denying the ball, playing denial defense there.
Well, especially
off the screens.
on De'Aaron Fox when he's not the one bringing the ball up the court.
Absolutely. And I thought the Kings were very physical on defense, snuffing out the Warriors' actions. Now, that's one thing Mike Brown knows. He knows exactly what the Warriors want to do on offense. Now, on the flip side, we know what the Kings want to do on offense. So something's got to give. I think the Warriors with 8-12 left in the fourth quarter. We all cited this. Post-game show, tweet. I saw Sheed on Warriors World tweet this out. I saw everybody. We all noticed it. 8:12 left in the fourth quarter. You're in the bonus. Drive to the rack.
Yeah.
Get to the free throw line.
Yeah.
Slow the game down. Set your defense up. Instead, just chucking up shots, chucking up jumpers. Go to the rack. The Kings don't have Anthony Davis down there. There's no Jaren Jackson Jr. There's no Joel Embiid. Sabonis is food on defense. Attack his ass. Let's go. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? First off, I want to say that Steph Curry shot, people not talking about it, but I think he got kind of nervous because he didn't have to shoot no floater. He could have set his feet and probably knocked that down, win overtime in the whole game, and the Warriors probably win that. But he didn't. But my thing is this, man. Everybody talking about what Monk, he won't do it again. Monk can do that. He has the skills. He's like a Jordan Poole. He's probably better. He has the skill set to do that. You know what I'm saying? Even they shut down Sabonis. Sabonis still had 12 and 16 rebounds. Draymond and Looney combined had 12 points. So it's like y'all even it out, but they got beat out by the guard. So my point is this. The Warriors just got to play better, smarter basketball. The Kings, they got talent. It's not no fluke.
No,
you know
they
what
do.
I mean?
Yeah.
I still believe the Warriors going to come back and win, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings win this game too, and I'm with Shasky. The Warriors played just like they've been playing all year long that last game. Shoddy defense, big shot making, then miss shots late. They played the same exact way. So if they keep playing that way, the way they played that previous game with that crowd in Sacramento and with the home court, this is a big win. This is a must win for the Warriors tonight.
It's a big game. It's a big game, and I think the Warriors are coming out victorious, whether Jordan Poole plays or not. This team can rally. They can win this game, even without Jordan Poole. Now, the give is the takeaway from Jordan Poole is offensively, he gets to the free throw line probably better than anybody on this basketball team. You lose that. You lose another ball handler. Now, DDV will step up and take some of those duties. Okay, fine. But defensively, you could say, well, now you could play more Kuminga. Because defensively, look, Klay Thompson off the ball was not good Saturday night. Jordan Poole on defense, how many times you see Malik Monk wide open on the three-point line?
Too many times.
Fox and Jordan Poole looking around. He's got to get better on the defensive end. We know that. But this whole team's got to get better defensively. Jordan Poole on defense, man. Oh, my God.
But I don't think it's exclusive to him.
It's not. I just said that. He's not.
I know.
Not.
But what I'm saying is that I think he brought a lot to the table in other areas,
Right,
and
he
it
did.
feels like
So you lose that.
But it feels like we overlook the positivity he brings, and we immediately scapegoat him. And I don't think that's fair.
It's the same thing with Klay, though.
No,
we do the same thing.
I would agree.
Those
Klay
two
hit some
guys,
big shots.
But those two guys, Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson, if we're not scapegoating Jordan Poole, we're scapegoating Klay Thompson.
Yes.
Like, it's been
Yes.
like that all season long, and that's not fair because what they bring to the table, a lot of teams will take. You don't think teams want to take Klay Thompson shooting? You don't think teams want to take Jordan Poole's offensive skill set to where he could get to the cup? He's got the quick first step. He could off the dribble, step back. You name it. Getting to the free throw line. So there's some give and take here. But without Jordan Poole, that's about 20 points you got to replace. That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. Let's go to Louie in Hayward. Louie, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
How you doing? Good morning. Just
Good
kind
morning.
of wanted to get some of your thoughts on some of the rotation choices by the Warriors. I know Andrew Wiggins was his first game back, so I expect him to play this game and start with him, putting that pressure on Fox. And I think with that being said, with him getting a slow start, that would kind of slow down Fox's playmaking ability. And also, I also want to see GP2 a little more intensified on defense as well. And with Jordan Poole getting injured, I believe Jonathan Kuminga will play a major role in this game. So I believe Warriors will take it. All right. Have a good one, y'all.
Jonathan Kuminga, big spot for the youngster.
GP2, I thought had major impact in the first half. It was a little more spotty in the second half. I thought they did a really good job trying to set a high screen to kind of make him work through those things, and he's going to have to adjust. And I think he took a wide open three that he missed.
Yeah, he was 0 for 2 from the three-point
Yeah,
line.
but he definitely finished around the rim on a variety of plays that were much needed. They're going to need him. I mean, he's an important piece, but he's not going to be able to carry them.
Dude,
they need the stars to play like stars.
Poole. Gary Payton II missed 2 wide open. He missed 2 threes, and they're going to dare him to shoot. Like Sacramento, Andrew Wiggins is shooting in the fourth quarter. And Andrew Wiggins went 0 for 4 in the fourth quarter, went 0 for 4 from threes. But the guy hadn't played since February 13th. And we're dependent on this guy to step up and jump into a series this intense. How is his body going to respond from those minutes Saturday night? He hasn't played a basketball game in over 2 months.
You got to think with the time off, he's going to be all right, though. No?
He has fresh legs.
I mean, he practiced last week. I know it's not game intensity. But
tonight, Steve Kerr's probably going to say, hey, Wiggins, you're going to start. You're going to start on Fox. Welcome back to the NBA.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
That's tough to expect him to slow down Fox.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Tamira gets you in a second. 888-957-9570. Kenny Thomas, former member of the Sacramento Kings, now doing a great job on Kings pre- and post-game on NBC Sports California. He'll join us at 9:20. What is the biggest adjustment Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors need to make to win Game 2? Game 2 tonight, 7 p.m. up at the Golden One Center. Warriors trying to avoid an 0-2 deficit in a best-of-7 series for the first time under Steve Kerr. And never been down 0-2 under Steve Kerr, ever.
The thing I'm most worried about tonight, it isn't necessarily Sabonis regaining his scoring. It's him becoming a facilitator, and they do a lot of handoffs in general, their offense.
Dribble handoffs, DHOs.
And so I'm looking at someone like him, and I'm saying, like, they sagged off him so hard in this game. What's his adjustment to create some passing lanes? Is it just to score a couple early to force that guy out on him?
Well, did you notice the Warriors are sagging off of him?
Yeah.
They're like, don't, we're going to let you shoot. And if you make them, you make them.
Looney was camped in the paint, essentially, and he would have the ball, and he'd kind of like hesitate, then he'd take a little dribble, and it just felt like there was all this action getting mucked up on the outside. So again, like, let's say he hits a couple of outside shots, and I'm sure they're telling him, take those shots. Like,
I wouldn't overreact to it. I like the game plan against Sabonis.
So you go straight up with Sabonis?
Yeah, I think you go straight up. You dare him to shoot it. I think the Warriors did a great job. An absolute great job. And Anthony, it's funny, we're talking about this right now. Anthony Slater just put out an article, Warriors Kings film room. Kevon Looney and the Warriors bottled up Sabonis and the Kings' deadly dribble handoff action in Game 1. It's a pretty big storyline heading into Game 2. I thought Sabonis struggled, but it had a lot to do with the Golden State Warriors. They deserve credit for that.
When you watch Sabonis throughout the year, not that I'm Mr. League Pass or anything like that, because clearly. When you watch
him, what happened. It's all jokes, Jask. I don't want to take you serious. But Kenny Caraway up there in Sacramento,
that's fine. Let him.
Is Ray with you. When you went up there and said Warrior fans only watch Warrior games, I said, dear God.
Well, I mean, they've been blacked out for freaking 20 years. It's not my fault. I have the same channel as you. I can't watch. But when he did get into the paint, and normally he would get like a one-on-one, and he'd put his shoulder into someone, and he goes up, and he can finish with both hands. They did a really good job. There were times that Looney went straight up with him. But I thought once he picked his dribble up, guys were collapsing on him. And I thought that they did a good job collectively sending that second and third guy to come up and shot block. And they did a really good job of hands up. So I just thought their defensive effort on Sabonis was very calculated, and they did their study.
Yep. No, I think they did a great job on Sabonis. Now, how do you slow down Malik Monk? You can't. Malik Monk got to the free throw line 14 times. Now, Malik Monk is a hell of a player, and I asked you this, and I asked Kenny, and I asked many people around the league, because I've always liked Malik Monk coming out of Kentucky. Why didn't it work out in Charlotte? Why? Why did the Lakers let him go? This guy's instant offense. I mean, he looked like Vinnie Johnson, and for you young kids who don't know who Vinnie Johnson is, just Google him. They called him the microwave because he was instant offense. He would heat up in a second. So this guy's legit. But 14 free throws? 14 free throw attempts? 32 off the bench? Come on, man. That can't happen. That cannot happen. Now, Sam Amick talked about De'Aaron Fox chasing around Steph Curry. Here's De'Aaron Fox's answer after Game 1, 2, chasing Steph Curry around.
Did y'all see that clip of J.R. Smith talking about Delhi? Did y'all see that clip? That's real. it's real. I mean, obviously, you know, I didn't guard Steph the entire game, but like most of the first quarter, most of the fourth quarter, I guarded him. That clip is real.
So the clip he's referring is J.R. Smith.
Is real.
J.R. Smith.
It's real and it's spectacular. You know, Seinfeld?
Yeah. J.R. Smith was... J.R. Smith, I know what you're talking about. J.R. Smith was on a podcast. I thought you wanted to break down the game.
No, I know. It was just Spadoni's smile was just...
All right. I'm not looking at Spadoni right now. He's got that Kobe Bryant jersey on, that Laker purple.
What's her name?
I'm not looking at Spadoni. I don't give a damn about the Lakers. I don't even want to look at him right
Why?
now.
You're saying his name again, though, so that's an improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disrespect the guy. He's my little brother. You know what I'm saying? I got too much respect for Jay Spadoni, so I'm not going to disrespect her
Gutsy
husband.
win for the Lakers over Memphis Grizzlies. A lot of people counted the Lakers out, but you know what? They're looking
picked the
pretty
Lakers
good.
at 6. Spadoni with the text 5 minutes into the game. Lakers are getting blown out. This is terrible. I'm like, dude, chill. You guys are winning the game going away. And they did. But De'Aaron Fox was referencing the J.R. Smith clip when he was talking about Matthew Dellavedova defending Steph Curry in Game 3 of the 2014-15 NBA Finals, where Dellavedova had to go to the hospital. Everybody was all trying to say, oh, Dellavedova, the Curry stopper. Oh, look at him. He's slowing down Curry. The guy ended up in the hospital. Guy literally almost died trying to chase around Stephen Curry, and he was not a factor the rest of the way. That's what Fox is talking about. He goes, yo, it's real. Well, chasing this dude around is a problem.
I thought Fox did a great job in the fourth quarter, actually. He was doing pretty well. I was shocked to see him on him, and he was jumping screens, and they, Steph, he's constantly trying to relocate.
Right.
You can only do so much. I thought Fox's effort level, and then to still be able to knock down big-time shots in the half court,
No, he was
I was
great.
pretty impressed.
I mean, Fox
I was pretty impressed.
Fox scored 29 of his 38 in the second half.
I mean,
he's clutch for a reason.
I don't know how you could walk away from that game and not think that De'Aaron Fox is on a short list of rising megastars in the NBA.
Dude, I mean, Fox is special. I tell you right now, I thought about this midway through the
What's
year.
that?
I take Fox over John Morant all day long.
100%.
I mean, not even close.
Yeah, I agree.
I may have taken Fox before the season over John Morant, but the Kings just weren't winning. Now that they're winning, there's no doubt in my mind that we'll take Fox over John. Long term, this year, next year, last year, Fox is special.
His outside shot is so much more reliable than it was a couple of years ago. And his discernment on when to use that shot, he's so fast and so quick, he can get to different spots on the court. And then how about him trying to yam? He was trying to end lives on that play where he came and grabbed rim.
He's a cold-blooded killer. I
always
loved his demeanor, man. I'm telling you, man, when he cooked Lonzo Ball in the Sweet 16, they went under the screen all day long at UCLA against De'Aaron Fox, and he made them pay. But then they lost to North Carolina in the Elite Eight, and the guy was sobbing after the game, just saying, I'm not thinking about the NBA right now. I'm thinking about this is the last time I'm playing with my brothers here in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm sad. I wanted to win that chassis, man. This guy, he got that dog in him. He got that dog in him. Sacramento got him one. They got them somebody special. Let's go to Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Tamir?
Monte, I love your energy, but Joe, you sounding making me feel all depressed out here in Sac, bro. We was out here. I went to the game, like I said. I feel like the Warriors played okay and still only lost by 3 when you had, like Monte said, Malik Monk going for 14 free throws. I don't think he's doing that today. I really think, I'll be honest, I think the Warriors might blow these fools out because just while me and my cousins were watching the game, that the way the Warriors players were when they walked off the court, since they've done this before, that makes you think like they know something's up because they weren't looking like, oh, dang, we lost and all that stuff. They just shook their head like a nod and said, okay, good game, on to the next one. And as a veteran team, you could see that type of swag. While Sacramento, on the other hand, they're celebrating stuff like they won a championship and all this other stuff. So I feel like there's going to be a different atmosphere, and Draymond and them are talking too. So it's like it's about to be another notch turned up.
It's going to be a classic.
I'm not even worried.
Hey, it's going to be a classic tonight, Tamir, because Sacramento, they are feeling themselves. And I get it. 17 years, 6,189 days. You hadn't had a playoff game. They turned out. They represented. Good for them. But now they out here talking about, well, why isn't ABC showing the pregame warm-ups? Oh, we would have been on ABC. No, you're on ABC because of the Golden State Warriors. Don't forget that. You're still a little brothers.
Why does that bother you?
They're chirping a little bit too much. You won a playoff game. I'm happy for you. Protected home court. You did what you were supposed to do. But I get annoyed with little fan bases like that. I do. So,
well, when you win, you're allowed to stun on whoever you want.
Well, that's fine.
You know, I mean, they say that history is written by the victors. You know, and so. You just erase history. I just watched Udrid pass away in my show last night, The Last Kingdom, and it's like, geez.
Well, thanks for spoiling
It's
that.
Been out forever.
So a lot of people say they smell fear on this radio show. Well, the fear ain't coming from me. I'll tell you that right now. I'm guaranteeing a win. Frisco Shasky was on ESPN 1320, and ESPN talking. I said, I sat back during that changeover for the first 7 minutes and I'm so proud of Shasky.
Yeah.
He brought the heat.
Yeah, but look, this is what happens throughout a series. You assess what happened in the game.
Oh my
you
God.
talk about the things that are worrying you. You talk about the things that need to improve, and we go from there. That's why it's a 7-game series.
Kenny Thomas
There's
coming
a
up
large
next.
mountain to climb.
God.
All right? And by the way,
before
right
we
now,
go to break,
let's do the delivery of the game.
You shouldn't even do the delivery of the game the way you talking.
And this is not
give that
pizza.
to me.
but I'm delivering the delivery of the game, and it's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out at Kirby, CURBEE.com. Andrew Wiggins, he made his return to the court for the Warriors and delivered 17 points off the bench in 28 minutes, including this 3-ball, the only one he made in
Draymond
the third
left
quarter.
side. Pass up top. Wiggins alone. 3-ball. Good for Wiggins.
How good has he been?
Wow. Wow. Wiggins off the bench with 15 points. His first game ever as a pro off the bench.
Boy, I would have loved him to have that highlight be the final shot that he took at the end. But that's okay. That delivery of the game is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. You know, it's like a food delivery app. Instead of food, they're delivering the mechanic to work on your car. Check it out at Kirby, CURBEE.com.
All right, deliver some pride into Joe Shasky this morning. Jeez.
How can I be a simultaneous homer and a hater? It's so funny. I say one thing. The sky is blue.
Oh, no,
he hates the sky. He's a homer for the sky.
Oh, my God.
It's
Glenn
crazy.
and Vallejo will get to you. Kitty Thomas coming up here. And that's coming up on the game. Sponsored by 7-Eleven.
At 7-Eleven, our hot coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium roasts, and neither should you. Hot 7-Eleven coffee is guaranteed fresh or it's free. Offer good through 12/31/23. Visit participating store where coffee was purchased for details.
Hey, Bonte here for Insperity. You know, I ain't worried about the Warriors tonight. I'm not. They're going to be fine. Business owners, are you feeling stressed in by the pressures of growing your business? Keeping up with changing regulations and staying HR compliant, hiring and retaining top talent, handling payroll, the list goes on and on and on. And it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology to work to help you develop a people strategy at scale. Sometimes I like the beat just to ride. I know Naheem gets like, hurry up. I want the beat just to ride.
Little Tekanina on a Monday.
Yeah, it's game time, man. Big game 2 tonight up in Sacramento. Series will shift to Chase Thursday, 4:20. Come on. Got a big one tonight in Sacramento. Warriors, they've never been down 0-2 in the best-of-7 series under Steve Kerr. Sacramento feeling good. Sacramento feeling like they didn't play their best basketball. You know, we got Will up there in Sacramento giving us all the stats. All right, it's fine, Will. I'm glad you're listening, Will. I love you. Thanks for listening. Glenn and Vallejo, real quick before we get to Kenny Thomas. Glenn, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? You know, the one thing I haven't heard a lot of people talk about is rebounding. I mean, it's just game 1, but, you know, we played a decent defense, and you can't get a board. Second chance opportunities are going to kill you. We lost by 1 possession, right? So, I mean, I would worry if we played our best game and lost, but we played a decent game. We lost by one possession. And, you know, we could criticize Steve Kerr, but it's his job to make the adjustments, right? So I'm not worried. I think we're going to change it up this game and turn it up.
All right. Thanks for the call. Glenn. Thanks for the call, Glenn. 888-957-9570. After we get Kenny Thomas off the airways, we're going to take your calls. Biggest adjustment. The Warriors need to make for game number 2. Come on, D'Lo. D'Lo's.
Are you asking me?
Biggest adjustment.
Why are you distracted by D'Lo? What happened?
Oh man, he's texting and tweeting at me.
Oh, me or you?
Me. He's texting at me.
Okay.
I'm worse. Said I'm worse than your Twitter fan base.
Oh. Wow. I do like how he's like, what do they call that person in the courtroom who has to dictate all of the
court jester? No,
what's the person like? They have
typewriting.
They're typewriting the transcripts.
Yeah,
I feel like he's transcribing the morning roast every day.
Yeah,
I kind of like that.
He is.
Sam, you might get replaced by Damian. Sam, like, more time to ask Gabe Kapler questions.
All right, let's talk.
I do think that the offensive rebounding is obviously an element. And
17-9 Sacramento advantage.
Then there's no doubt. And people could laugh at this. I thought Alex Len gave him some good minutes. I thought he rebounded well. He blocked a Draymond shot. He finished a couple of times around the rim. They tried to go zone. Right. They just tic-tac-toed that zone to death, and then they had to switch it up. Like, they got a lot of little small contributions. I know some of their bigger players, you know, Keegan Murray and Herter didn't have great shooting games, and obviously Sabonis didn't either. I thought they had a really balanced floor game from some of the other guys.
No doubt. Let's get Kenny Thomas on here. The pride of New Mexico. Of course, longtime Sacramento King, plays 6 seasons with the Sacramento Kings, 4 in Houston, and of course 3 in Philly. Does a great job on Kings pre- and post-game, NBC Sports, California. It doesn't get as wild as Kyle Draper. Kyle Draper has been talking that talk, talking that we stuff. But Kenny Thomas was talking that talk Saturday night up at the G1C. I love you, Kenny. Welcome to the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game. Kenny, I know we'll talk about your golf game in just a second because Shasky's very eager to talk about your the way you shot yesterday. But game 1 takeaways. What's your biggest game 1 takeaway, Kenny, as we say good morning to you?
Man, what's up, fellas? I appreciate you guys having me on. Come on, man. You know you my guy.
Yes,
More
sir.
than willing to come on whenever, bro.
Yes, sir.
Man, this is a very unique situation, right? Because last year, man, I was in a situation where the Kings were horrible last year, my first time being on TV. And then all of a sudden this year, everybody was hoping that there'd be a playing team. Next thing you know, here they are playing the Warriors, man, the champs. And at the same time, we got to talk our crap before the show, man, even though we didn't figure out what that bet was. But I know you got the chills right now based off of game 1.
Oh.
But at the same time, we can figure out that bet.
Y'all didn't shake on it live on there. Y'all got quiet on me. Y'all got quiet on me live on there.
You know what, Kenny? I'll make this bet with you. I'll make this bet with you right now, even though I'm down in the hole. No, I'll make this bet.
I already know where
do you golf at in Sacramento?
Man, you horrible, bro. Hey, yeah, we could play for a round of golf. Are you kidding me? I'm all over. Yesterday, I was at Valley High. They take care of me out there. There's a lot of guys out there. One of my good friends, Adam, and another group of guys of like 10, 12 guys. We get to play out there. Excuse me. They allow me to come out there on Sundays when I have some free time. But, man, Game 1 was rocking, man. Hey, let me tell you something. Keegan Murray's gonna come out and have a great game today.
All right, so all right, we'll make the bet then. Here, we'll do a home and home. Whatever happens, whoever wins the series, all right, the other person's got to host that guy on a golf, and Bonte's got to show up. He'll be in the cart talking smack. He'll be like our Jim Nance. He'll be on the ground. Here's what I want to ask you though. Forget Keegan Murray for a second. What was the number one thing?
Hey, he said forget Keegan. I got you though. Go ahead,
what was the thing that surprised you the most? Was it Sabonis struggling? Was it Monk exploding? I know he's been very good for you guys off the bench, but what was the thing from a Kings perspective that surprised you most?
And just to put this out there, we got to add Drapes to that foursome.
Okay.
Oh, no, I don't know if I can handle Drapes. I don't know if I can handle Drapes, man. I don't know about that one.
I like slaying two guys with one club all day.
Man, you probably a stick too, man. I'm like a 12 right now. Are you kidding me?
That's a good humble brag.
That is good. Kenny gets down on the course, man.
I'm okay.
You better stop talking, Shazzy.
Okay. I'm ready.
Man, the thing about it is, man, Sabonis has been playing great ball all year, right? I mean, we expect him to come out and play better than what he did, and he had a double-double, man. The fact that Sabonis only had 3 fouls, which is a huge component because he has to be on the floor. But like you said, man, Alex Len came out and played great. But the fact that De'Aaron Fox started off a little slow and then he decided to turn it on, because he's becoming that guy and realizing that he has to step up from the standpoint of when guys are going on runs. It has to be him because he's great, especially at coming downhill and getting inside the paint. I don't think anybody can stop him, especially with his speed and when he turns it on, and the fact that he's been able to change up his gears and know when to like turn it on and when to go different speeds and all that stuff, man. But the nice thing about it is Mike Brown came from you guys, man, and even though Mike Brown's been in the league for a while, he's come over here to the Kings and he set a certain standard, man. And I was able to meet Mike Brown back when I was like 19, 20 years old when he was doing the Gergovich camp, the big man camps in Las Vegas. But he kind of took me under his wing when he was with the Wizards, and ever since then, man, I've just respect him tremendously. And the fact that he even come from the Spurs, man, you guys got to keep that in mind. He's been in certain situations and on certain teams to where it's helped him to be able to progress and even to a better coach than he already was.
No doubt. Kenny Thomas here on No Morning Russ on 95.7 The Game does a great job on NBC Sports California with the Kings pre and post with Kyle Draper, Morgan, Matt Barnes, a company. They were rolling up there at the G1C Saturday night. Do you believe, Kenny, that Fox could continue this play, not offensively, but defensively, which, you know, picking up Steph full court like he did in the first and fourth quarter? Do you think Fox can keep that energy up, chasing around an all-time great like Steph Curry?
Oh, man, yeah, he can. Klay Thompson said it great after the game the other night. He said De'Aaron Fox he didn't even look like he broke a sweat in the stuff that he was doing, right? But De'Aaron Fox is the type of point guard that can go all day, right? He's kind of like Steph. It seems like they don't get tired. Steph is a guy you got to stay connected to. But at the same time, Mitchell came in, man, and had a great defensive moment right there in certain ways. And he comes in off the bench and does what he does. Like, that's going to help the situation when it comes to De'Aaron Fox start guarding Steph. But speaking of Monk, man, he's the X factor for me. This guy can come out and get shots up real quick. But I love the fact that how the bench has been very productive, because the fact that Keegan and Herter had bad games, and then the bench came in, especially Monk came in and covered the slack.
What do you think? What do you think is a sustainable part of what you did to slow down the Warriors? What's a carryover? Is it forcing misses from the 3-point line? Is it creating turnovers? What do you think is sustainable?
I think it's getting in the passing lanes with the Warriors. I mean, obviously, it wasn't a great defensive game, and it's going to come down to 50-50 balls because there's going to be a lot of long shots, especially because the Warriors do get up a lot of threes. And at the same time, I think the Warriors' interior isn't as solid as it usually is from the defensive perspective because, man, we got to keep in mind, like, even tonight, it's going to be up there, probably around 120, 130. Probably that same, around those same numbers, even though the Kings are averaging like 122 to 123 points a game.
Kenny, you look at the Warriors from the Warriors angle. What did you think of Andrew Wiggins not playing a game for over 2 months. How difficult is that? You played in the league. You played for a long time. You're a productive power forward for a long time. How impressive was that for a guy to not play for over 2 months and come into that game in that environment with that intensity and still play a pretty damn good basketball game?
Man, I was very surprised because not being a part of here, let me rephrase that. I was very surprised from the standpoint of him coming in and being gone because, man, your timing and all of that could be off. But obviously it looked like he was still working out wherever he was because he even came in there. He didn't even look like he was winded or anything because the thing about Wiggins, he's a key part of their offense. But I think he gets shots because everybody drifts towards Klay and Steph and Poole to where Wiggins is able to do more things. But I think he's huge and crucial on the defensive end because he needs to get in there and mix it up with them. As far as rebounding, I think rebounding is going to be a huge key part. But Wiggins, I expect him to probably get some. I mean, I expect him to get more minutes tonight because it didn't seem like he played that much.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of the very end sequence with Sabonis and Draymond getting tussled up? I mean, you're a guy that used to probably tussle it up with people. While I was watching it in real time, the camera was panning as the ball's going up court, and it looked to me like I don't know who brought who down. I don't know, but it did look. I'm like, Draymond, do not get a tech here. Do not get a flagrant. And it looked like he gave him the Rikishi, like the butt slam down on Sabonis. What was your thoughts of that? I'm glad they let him play through it.
Man, they are supposed to let them play through certain things like that, especially at the end of the game. And it's the playoffs. The playoffs is totally different than the regular season. It's way more physical, and there's a lot of calls that's just not going to be called. So you got to anticipate the contact and go with the flow and just play through it. The thing about it is, man, Green, he tries to get in people's heads. Mm-hmm. And he plays with a certain chip on his shoulder, which is what I like because I felt like I did the same thing. And you try and take people out of their element to get them off their game. If you remember, earlier in the game, Draymond had a situation with Trey Lyles.
Oh, yeah, he clapped right in his face.
Yeah. And Trey, it was a hard foul. It's the playoffs. So if Draymond did that, it's cool. But the way Trey flipped it on him, right, from the standpoint of he ain't backing down, he looked at him. And then next thing you know, Draymond's on the line, but you could tell Draymond wanted some of that smoke, right, to a certain extent. But at the same time, Trey stood his ground.
No doubt. So, Kenny, how does game 2 go? Jordan Poole's questionable, by the way, with an ankle injury. He twisted his ankle with 52 seconds left. We have no idea if he's going to play, which may mean more minutes for Jonathan Kuminga. How does game 2 go? How do you see it playing out here?
Kuminga's a good guy, man, from the standpoint of being active and being aggressive as far as attacking the rim. But if Poole's out, obviously, he's a little baby Steph from the standpoint of being able to knock down treys and do certain things. But if Jordan Poole's out, man, it's kind of like Steph. It's going to come down to where you have to get up in him and do certain things. But, man, this second game, nobody expected the Kings to win the first game to a certain extent. Obviously, the odds were against them, and I know you guys are going for the Warriors, obviously, but at the same time, I think the Kings are about to dethrone somebody right now. And I'm going to tell y'all my prediction as soon as you ask me. I can't wait to put
What's
that
your
out
prediction?
Well, what's your prediction? Because obviously you're picking them to win game 2. You think the Kings are going to win in 5, huh?
No. Come on, man. It is the Warriors. I think six in the Bay.
In the Bay, they're going to throw the Warriors at Chase Center, where they lost 1 game last year in the postseason and 8 games this year in the regular season.
Man, no, I don't care. The Kings are better on the road, bro. The Kings are solid at home.
Oh, man.
Man, y'all don't want to come up there tonight anyway, and you got to work, so you can't. If you came up there, man, I know y'all used to y'all arena being loud, but Golden One Center was unreal, man, last night. Apple Watches were going off. It was insane.
Yeah, I heard you didn't get much sleep after Saturday night. No, I'm kidding.
No, I came to the crib, man. All them people out there, man.
I wish we were up there at the Golden One Center. Oh, my gosh, because I know the city of Sacramento can't stand us right now. We've been talking best on their stations, ESPN 1320 with D-Lo and KC. People in Sacramento can't stand Shasky and Bonte. I wish I was making my presence up there felt just to see you guys in person walk out the arena very quietly with your head down saying, Oh, damn. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Now back to Chase Center. So it is what it is, Kitty. We'll see you tonight.
The nice thing about it is that Game 3 we're gonna be in No, you guys are at the arena, man.
Yeah, I know. We'll maybe do another crossover tonight on NBC Sports Bay Area.
They
We'll
might
see
let
about
you
that.
use the big studio, I heard.
I know. They had us in a small studio for the crossover, man. I don't know how they do it. It felt like I was in the minors, man. It's like, is this TV or is this college TV?
Hey, man, in that little studio, and think about it, they have me and Matt. I know. And Kyle at the table. It wasn't even Morgan. And it was me, Matt, Morgan earlier this year, man. Y'all still get the big studio regardless, but that got to change soon.
Nah, I mean, you got to win a championship first, not a Pacific Division title. Come on, Kitty. You're a good sport, man.
Thanks, Kenny.
Kitty, always love,
Golf
man.
still
Love talking
stands.
to you.
You've got a deal.
Always, man. I appreciate you guys. Hey, people out there, follow me, Kenny Thomas NBA. I got some things going on, man. I got a wine coming out, some other stuff. Check me out.
Absolutely.
Work on that putter, dog.
Say it again.
I said, work on that putter. Drive for dough, putt for show.
Hey, man, you better YouTube me, bro. Hey, I'm unreal around the basket. My touch is unreal.
He's pretty damn good.
I will put that to the test.
It's off the tee box right now, man. I'm trying to smash it.
I'm trying to smash it on PJ Tour and PS5. That's what I'm doing.
That is the
game. Kitty,
right,
man,
buddy.
have fun tonight, man. We'll be tapped in.
All right, fellas. Appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
Anytime. Kitty Thomas, really good dude, man. Really good dude. Kings pre and post, NBC Sports California, alongside Matt Barnes and Kyle Draper. Kyle Draper will join us tomorrow night when he did recap games too. So if the Warriors lose tomorrow, I may call it sick because Draper's gonna come on here talking that talk.
Are you kidding me? If the Warriors lose tomorrow, you're not calling in sick. You're going to be in here screaming, hey, 957, 957.
Yeah, I'll be turned up. I was thinking about, tonight may be such a late game.
Nobody's mad.
I may just sleep here at the studio. Tonight may be one of those days where I just come to the studio and sleep.
So I remember when the big three, the Heat, were having their quote-unquote blueprint game. It was against the Boston Celtics, and it was basically like, hey, it could get blown up. You know what I mean? Basically, they had lost the championship the year prior in the finals, and a lot of people were picking the Boston Celtics to win, and they were down up against, I believe, what did Bron score? 40, 50 in that game?
Score like 40.
Okay.
Score like 30 in the first half.
He played like a man possessed.
Right.
And it felt like the blueprint, meaning everything they set up to create this dynastic run with those three players was up on the table. And if they would have lost to the Celtics, they could have blown the whole thing up.
Yep.
A part of me feels like we're not there yet, but we are reaching a point of crescendoing where we're at a blueprint game, meaning is the blueprint we're going to stick with the old timers, the trio, or are we blowing this bad boy up? It feels like we're getting to that point. I'm not saying we're there yet. I'm just saying you go down 0-2, you think the energy is cranked up and the tension is cranked up. You go down 0-2, that's why it feels like a must-win for me.
Down 0-1, and I already see your your energy.
The players themselves felt very calm.
They did.
Which
How come that doesn't make you calm?
No, it didn't
Listen,
make me calm.
No, because you're not calm this morning. The players are calm and confident.
I'm trying to give the appropriate fear to the Kings because looking at their numbers across the year and looking at how they played, I expect some of the guys who struggled to play better. I don't expect Malik Monk to go absolutely nuclear in every game, but I expect him to be a factor. I think he's a very difficult guard. I expect Fox to continue to be dynamic.
When did you become the guy?
When did
you become the guy to put out there the street saying, I have appropriate fear for this team? I thought I was the guy who did that. And you would
when the
get on me
Celtics
about
beat the
that.
Warriors in Game 1, I was worried. When they dropped the game to the Memphis Grizzlies, we all were worried. When Gary Payton went down,
you were worried. I picked the Warriors to beat the Grizzlies.
Well, then this is how I watch sports.
The only time I became concerned with the Warriors was when they did lose Game 1 because the Celtics were really, really good. Really good. But by Game 4, we had Mully coming on. I said, you know what? They're going to win today. Then Mully came on and said, the Warriors will win. Relax, Dub Nation. They will win and come back home 2-2. And I started talking. You remember you were walking with me. I talked to every Boston Celtic fan. Hey, you guys are losing tonight, right? That's how I feel about the Kings tonight. They're losing this game. But this is something we discussed all season long. This could be the end of the road.
Well, that's all I'm saying is that I keep reading the tea leaves, and Tim Kawakami writes this article about Joe Lacob saying essentially that everything could be on the table. And so when you lose Game 1 on the road, and then you're staring a big time game, which is it's not the end of the series, but you gotta split them. If you want to fight back in this one, boy, it'd be great to be tied 1-1 going back to Chase Center. You get down 2-0, you get down 3-1, you get down, it starts to become realistic to start looking toward the future of what could happen. I'm not saying that I'm there yet, but you could easily be there.
Made money in Oakland. Calling that the perfect time. May Money, what is happening?
What's up, y'all?
What's up, May Money?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you, May Money.
What's
got
up,
you.
Vontae? What's up, Shasky?
What up?
Hey, Shasky, what's wrong, bro? You need a hug?
I do. I need a win. I'll feel a lot better if they go 1-1.
You need a hug, a win, and a blood. You need to calm down. You're supposed to be having fun.
May Money, thank you. What else you got, May Money? Warriors winning tonight, May Money?
Oh, yeah. No, they definitely got it. It's all good. We heated up. We just need to get back into that mindset. I have no doubt that everything's going to be all up on the up and up. I'm super hyped for this series. That was a good game last game. It was really fun to watch. So
it was a fun game.
They go down 0-2, and then thanks for the call, May Money. 888-957-9570. Final thoughts coming up. Final thoughts, 888-957-9570. Your final thoughts, game 2 adjustments. What's the biggest adjustment the Warriors need to make to win game number 2? Of course, Jordan Poole is questionable with an ankle injury.
Oh, boy.
We don't know if he's going to be able to go. Who starts? Does Andrew Wiggins get the start after coming off the bench for the first time in his NBA career in game number 1? They go down 0-2. I'm not even putting that energy out there. They go down 0-2. I want to see it after the game. I want to see if the Kings win tonight, then we'll talk about what they need to do going down 0-2. And then we'll come back to chase it or see what it is. But I'm not going to panic. I can't panic with Steph Curry.
I don't think this is panic, is it? I mean, as a guy who went to journalism school, Monte, I thought the whole objective is to, be fair.
I am being fair. I've been fair all day. I've given the Kings their respect.
I'm trying to see the other side of the coin here.
Well, you're the one who told me the Warriors might sweep the series. And you picked them
I
at
did not
5.
say sweep.
You picked them at 5.
I did, and I would have felt a lot better had they won game 1.
So you want to talk about journalism school? I had them in 6.
When presented with new information,
God,
we pivot, don't panic.
Where's Guru at? Can you bring Guru in here? Hey, get Guru. I need to get psyched up, man. I wasn't expecting this on a Monday morning.
I watched the game 3 times. All right, the one time live, and then watched it yesterday, and then watched it back again late last night, early into this morning. And it's just there are some things that I'm seeing schematically and personnel-wise that the Kings do really well that I don't know. I don't know how many adjustments they can make. Like there are certain things you're just going to have to give up. Fox scoring 30+ feels like one of those things you're going to have to give up. That's a lot. Like that's he's dynamic.
Clayton, Union City. Let's go to the Union. Clayton, what's happening?
Hey guys, listen to you every morning. Great show as always. But I mean, Chasky, come on, man. Where's that fire? Where's that like dog mentality? I'm missing it. But I wanted to make a quick point. The fourth quarter, the Warriors were in the bonus with like 9 minutes left, and we did not attack the paint. Like we had Monk and the bonus. And like the 4 fouls on them, and we did not attack them at all. We just settled for threes. I'm like, guys, look, you had a wide open lane. Just attack the rim. Where's Wiggins in that dunk over Luka from last season? Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see that fire. Let's get Wiggins.
What's his first game back?
Amped up.
Yeah, no, Wiggins. I wouldn't be shocked if he started tonight, and then he starts defending De'Aaron Fox. That's one adjustment, I guess. Obviously, the offensive rebounds. Yesterday, the Warriors had shoot around, or when Steve Kerr spoke, they made an emphasis on crashing the glass, on being better on the glass, being more physical on the glass. So I expect that. Sacramento, 17-9 when it comes to offensive rebounding. But I will say this. I'll give Sacramento credit. They're the more athletic team. They're younger. They have fresher legs. And we've seen it all season with the Golden State Warriors that athletic, young teams give them issues. You can't defy Father Time at all. And some of those 50-50 balls the Kings were getting to. They just were. Now, that's why I need DiVincenzo because he's one of the youngsters on the team. Even though he's been in the league a while, he's only 26 years old. Fresher legs.
Yes.
Fresher legs. Jonathan Kuminga. I think he sees more than 9 minutes and 45 seconds a night. Fresher legs. Young legs. Guy who can get the 50-50 balls. So Andrew Wiggins is there. He had fresh legs getting the 50-50 balls. So, look, they got to be better on the glass. You got to be better with turnovers. Kings 16-5 when it came to points off turnovers. And you have to attack the rim like the Kings attack the rim. The Kings don't have rim protection, just like the Warriors. 60-44. The Kings were a plus 16 when it came to points in the paint. You get to the bonus in the fourth quarter, 8-12 left in the fourth, you got to drive to the rack.
I'm with you on that. There's no doubt about it, you have to. They took like 15 threes, I believe, in the final 7 or 8 minutes. It's too many for my taste. But I don't. What did you think of Steph? We haven't even talked specifically about Steph. What do you think? It was a B offensive game?
It's a B game. I thought he deferred a lot. I mean, the fact that he left the third quarter with only 2 field goal attempts and 2 free throws.
In a game one, I kind of wanted him to take a little more onus on the offense.
He deferred a lot.
Maybe I'm being too critical. I mean, he was awesome. Like, he hit some unbelievable shots. It just felt like there were stretches where he either didn't touch the ball or he wasn't asserting himself offensively.
He deferred a lot in this game. I thought there were some chances against Sabonis where he had a one-on-one, and I was like, boy, Steph's got to take advantage of that. But maybe his legs were tired. Like, give the Kings credit. They stuck to their game plan. They pressured Curry all 94 feet, even if it wasn't like one of those zones or one of those presses where they blitz him or they try to steal. They just stayed in front of him. They gave him no airspace because they know Steph Curry could pull from anywhere. So give the Kings credit for that. But when he gave up the ball, I would love to see him run off those screens, relocate, and be aggressive offensively. Steph will be fine. He knows what time it is.
If you could choose who could have an impact game, Klay or Wiggins, who would you pick?
I need both. I need both.
Of course you need both.
I need both, especially if Jordan Poole doesn't play. I need both.
I mean, that's not the game. The game is you have to pick one. Get off the seesaw and tell me which one you're picking.
I need both. And Klay can't struggle and Wiggins has a big game and you win. I need both. These are the big money players. I need both. There's your answer.
Thanks for ruining the game.
What's the game? You want to play games? I need Klay and Wiggins to be good tonight. Wiggins in the fourth was 0-4.
I know. Klay did hit some big shots, though. I think lost in some of it. Like, yes, he took some bad ones, but he did hit some big ones. I mean, he hit one with like 4 minutes to go that was huge. But De'Aaron Fox answered right back.
He did. They did answer right back. Klay Thompson, 2-4 in the fourth quarter, 6 points there. Jordan Poole played 6 minutes, 26 seconds, didn't do anything. Andrew Wiggins, 8 minutes and 5 seconds in the fourth quarter, 0-4 in the frame. Kuminga actually got 5 minutes and 53 seconds in the fourth quarter.
They need to rebound. I think Wiggins, Klay, Kuminga, they collectively need to rebound better. I cannot get doubled up by Harrison Barnes.
No doubt. We got final thoughts coming up.
And you're asking me who I like to have. Right. I'll answer the question because you took. I want Klay to come out and have a big game. I think that spaces the floor a lot better for them because I expect Wiggins to still somehow get his 15 by just being athletic. That was the one big takeaway. Boy, Wiggins' athleticism attacking the rim.
Right.
Boy, he hit a couple finger rolls that were beautiful.
All these guys have to attack the rim. You get into the bonus with 8-12 left in the fourth
and you don't
quarter.
attack.
And like the next 12 to 13 possessions, it's like, damn. And now, again, I'm going to give Kings more credit. They've won these games all year.
Yeah.
They have. They've won these games all year long.
When you held them to 55 in the first half, I was like, all right, good.
That's good.
Under their average, that's good, but I expect them to do more offensively in the second half, and they did whatever they wanted, it felt like, for, I would say, the last 20 minutes of that game.
Yep. Let's go to Mike and Hayward. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hello?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, look, we're going to win the game by about 11 or 12 tonight. Klay Thompson going to come out. He's going to get about 5 or 6 threes in the first quarter. And Wiggins going to have a big game. He's going to hit about 30, 35. Watch. Curry going to do his thing. They already know what to do. They studied the film, right? Keep him off the boards. Play a little bit of defense. Curry said it after the pregame thing. They ain't worried about the Kings. They know what to do with them. That's what I'm saying. I think Wiggins has a big game. He's ready to go.
There it is. Mike and Hayward. Pat, Foster City. Pat, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, I'm psyched about the game tonight. I think the Warriors need to do 2 things. One, clear the boards a little bit better. Don't give second chances to Sacramento. But that's not easy because they're such a good fast-breaking team. If you crash the boards and you get Sacramento running down court, there's a trade-off there. But I've seen the Warriors rebound really, really well. They just wall off and they just grab everything. But, again, they'll be more vulnerable to fast breaks. But I think they can balance that a little bit better. And the other thing, they just really simply, they just need to shoot a little better. I don't have the stats in front of me, but their three-point shooting percentage had to be bad. I mean, really bad. You just make 1 or 2 more of those threes. The only guy that really had a great game was Steph, and the rest of the team, they did not shoot very well. So I think it's pretty simple. Just grab a few more rebounds and then shoot a little bit better.
Now, I know Will up in Sacramento, thanks for the call, Pat. He's going to cite, hey, the Kings going to make wide open threes. We're going to make them, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking at it from the Warriors' perspective, how they can make the adjustment. Kings are going to do what they do, but the Warriors need to be better. Again, when it came to field goal shooting in game number 1, When the defender was 4 to 6 feet away, the Warriors shot 8 of 23 from the three-point line. When the defender was 6+ feet away, the Warriors shot 5 of 15 from three. They've got to be better in those situations. The shots are there. They're there for the Warriors. Now, Kings fans are going to say, hey, the shots are there for us, and we're going to hit them. Okay, fine. But I'm looking at it from the Warriors, they've got to hit those shots as well. And I think that's going to even out because I thought the Warriors, everybody keeps saying, Keegan Murray. Got to remember, this is his first playoff series as a rookie. And off the dribble, he's not there yet. He's a very fine rookie player. But the Warriors got into him. They snuffed him out. Give the Warriors credit for that.
Would you go radical to start the game just to kind of split up the bigs and go Draymond at the 5, Wiggins at the 4, Klay at the 3, GP2 at the 2, and Steph at the 1?
May have to.
Because the more I've been thinking about it, the more I might just start with that lineup.
That's not a bad lineup at all.
Just to start with it. And
you
then
have DDV and Kuminga come off the bench. It's not a bad lineup at all. And Looney, by the way, off the bench. And then you keep Looney out of foul trouble.
Absolutely.
You keep Looney out of foul trouble.
And then maybe he gets some of that run against Alex Len because I don't want him feeling good.
Absolutely. But the one worry I had, but I do like that lineup because I'm leaning towards them doing that anyway, just to slow down Fox right off the rip, and then
getting a defensive player out there early on the perimeter.
Exactly. The one worry I have with that lineup is rebounding.
Of course.
And it's if Draymond Green can stay out of foul trouble against Sabonis, because Sabonis like to get that shoulder into
That's a very
you.
good point. That's the reason why I'm reluctant to go to that, too.
But I do think you need to do that lineup because you need to have threats offensively.
I think I would do that.
The 2 big lineup does feel 3-on-5-ish, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's clunky on the offense. And the key for me is spacing in the first quarter.
Yep.
I have to get Klay feeling good.
Yep.
And he had a couple of big shots.
I thought he had a good first quarter.
I did too, but it felt like it got away from it.
No doubt. He got a good first quarter. All right. Final thoughts coming up. What a show, man. This was a lot of fun. Thanks to Kitty Thomas, Sam Amick. This was a lot of fun. YouTube was humming. Comcast Business text line. Look, this game 2 is going to be special.
I can't wait.
I need a nap. I'm just going to be hard to take a nap. No, what did we do?
Me and Jimbo, we said practice is over at 6:45 tonight.
Jimbo who?
Jim Moylan. We're coaching, you know? Yeah.
6:45?
6:45.
Where's practice at?
Leaving South Sunset. It's been windy as hell down there lately.
So it takes you 15 minutes to get home?
Not even, like 11.
Wow. So you'll be smashing.
Oh, of course.
There it is.
Listening to Tim Roy at 95.7 The Game.
There you go. Good plug.
Maybe
Good plug.
JD on the way to the park.
Hey, Spadoni, don't smile at me. It's still funk on site.
Smiling at me.
Hey, Rui. The Rui game yesterday.
Hey,
and somehow Rui has a great game. Real quick. Rui has a great game for the Lakers, and it turns into this Reeves kid just taking over.
The Warriors could use a closer like Austin Reeves. That's my final thoughts.
How many free throws?
The Brewer wants to know who won Game 3 tickets. Who won the Game 3 tickets? I would love to know the answer to that. Let's shout them out. Do we know who won the Game 3 tickets?
Maybe we'll announce that on Game 3. Is that Thursday, right? Maybe we'll announce it then.
Oh, wow. Don't people have to make plans? What if somebody won it and they're living in Modesto or something?
I'm basically telling you that I don't know right here.
I know you are.
All right, here's my final thoughts.
Xfinity
Fast 5, final thoughts of the day. My final thoughts. I'm going to go radical. I think this is the lineup that I'm going to start tonight. Steph, GP2 at the 2. I'm going to go Klay at the 3, even though it's positionless. Wiggins at the 4, and Draymond at center.
I think Kerr might do that.
I think that's the lineup that I'm starting with tonight.
I think Kerr might do that.
It's been in my back pocket.
I think Kerr might do that.
And I'm splitting up the bigs, and I have to get a defender out there making De'Aaron Fox work. And the key is the spacing on the offensive side. I think you got to open it up. I need Curry and Klay to have a really good first quarter again.
I do like that lineup a lot. Final thoughts is, I wish this game started like in 5 minutes. Final thoughts, I can't wait for tonight. My thoughts, though, honestly, the NBA. That was a great weekend of basketball.
It was spectacular.
Forget all the narratives.
Totally.
Forget all the first take gossip and everything. I thought the gameplay. Now the Eastern Conference, you had a couple blowouts from Philadelphia, blowing out Brooklyn and Boston.
The Heat game was fun.
But the Heat game was really fun. The Knicks and Cavs grinded it out. But I thought Kawhi and KD yesterday
was sick.
Putting on a show. Russell Westbrook, one of the greatest 3 for 19 games ever. Westbrook telling everybody that he's got heart. Oh, Westbrook. I'm a Westbrook fan now. And then he went to the suite, almost knocked somebody out for talking that talk.
He made like 7 hustle plays
in
the fourth quarter.
Unbelievable. And then You had the what was the other Lakers beating up on the Grizzlies. That was a good basketball game. So I thought the NBA had a great weekend.
The Rui game.
The Rui game, not Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura. Lutman, what's
and
your final
thought
thought?
Vanderbilt was the catch.
My final thought is I want to see Wiggins in the starting lineup, and can we just get like a little bit more physical with De'Aaron Fox, get him out of his game, really get him out of his comfort zone, and just make tonight really difficult for him.
Are you worried?
No.
Are you a worrier?
No, I'm not worried.
I feel like
if they lose tonight, I still think they can win 4 straight.
How about the Giants blowing back-to-back games?
Oh, we don't care.
Hey, how about the Warriors playing game 2 tonight?
Yeah, how about that? Who cares about the Giants right now?
How about that?
How about winning a game in Detroit? All right, Steiny and Guru coming up. What they got special happening, Spinoti? We don't know?
Steiny, I'm sure, is fired up about this one.
Well, we do know they'll take plenty of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Line them up for Steiny and Guru. They're coming up. They'll talk about game 1 and preview game number 2 right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes.
us live on the free Odyssey app.
You want to start?
Yeah. And I've been holding this since Saturday night, Stoney. I'm telling you and the listeners, I'm done trying to predict and act like I got a pulse on what this team is going to do next. And my partner, you kept telling me this is who they are. 82 games. And I kept telling you about switches. Ain't no switches, Stoney. I'm done. They won't do it to me again. I'll root tonight. But that was another regular season game outcome by the Golden State Warriors. And let me tell you guys this. Speed kills. De'Aaron Fox on line 1. Malik Monk on line 2. Stoney, I am concerned. And Sam Amick just joined the roast and said that there's a chance Jordan Poole might be doubtful. So I'm coming in here telling you were right.
I'm not right.
The switch has no fuse.
I'm not right. I'm not accepting that.
You don't like it.
I'm not accepting that after one game.
Baby, and
this is where
it's another game, though. It's the 83rd game of the same thing. You're down 0-1. You were up 10. Late third.
They got to play better. Everybody, top to bottom.
And you got something from Wiggins.
Well,
he was beautiful. You couldn't ask for more.
See, this is where I'm going to have to push back.
You go on the 3-ball.
Well, what I'm going is, I made a million statements since that game, but if you want, that game's on Wiggins to me, in a way. You can't miss 2 months of the season. You go 1 for 8 from 3. Why? Because you didn't play for 2 months. Now, I don't know why. I don't care why.
Right.
But, yeah, Wiggins did a few things here and there, but he does not go 1 for 8 if he's playing the last 2 months.
So,
by the way, I'm going to be a Warrior
Stanley.
fan's good friend today.
They need one.
Relax.
I hate when you say that, though.
It's fine.
You got to win tonight.
Yeah,
it's never happened under curve them. Down 0-2.
Well, here's the other thing. We need to forget these stats. They're irrelevant.
Oh, so I'm living in the past.
Yes. The whole one about, they won a road, that doesn't matter anymore. Well, they've only been down 1-0. It doesn't matter anymore. Well, they've never been down 2-0. It does nothing. This is a new team. It's a new year. It's a different team. And the evidence that's coming in is all new. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, when you talk about evidence, I undersold the Sacramento Kings and their speed aspect of their team led by De'Aaron Fox. And Stoney, I mean this. The Warriors can come back and win 4 games in a row. Sign us up. But I have never felt at a disadvantage athletically when I talk about young Russell Westbrook in OKC before he started becoming a human turnover. The speed, it's a problem. And if you're telling me the Warriors are going to get faster in 24 hours, okay, but now you're telling me some of that weaponry might not be available. I have never, and I mean this, ever seen a guy with the ball like De'Aaron Fox had in his hand ski skirt a double team twice. Poole and GP2 tried to get him once. He skedaddled. And then Wiggins and Poole tried. Wiggs went to the ground. Like, I just undersold that aspect, man. And they better bring their A game tonight, Steiny, because you cannot come back to the Bay down 0-2.
Warriors get beat 126-123. To me,
a million.
To me, the big 3 just wasn't good enough. That was a game where, to me, it was obvious they've all, each of the 3, and I don't know if this is going to happen the rest of the playoffs. It's just one game, but they're all just a tick below what we're used to seeing in the playoffs. They're all just a tick below.
Well, Dre had 9 rebounds.
Well, and Dre had no points. And Dre was, I mean, what did he have? Nine rebounds?
Yeah, 11 assists.
Okay. But that's not enough. That's not enough. I'm sorry.
I had him kind of low on my list.
Well, that's because in many fans' minds, if the big three is just okay, then we're going to look other places.
Oh, no.
That's what normally happens. And the reality of the situation is Steph and Klay needed to be a little more efficient and a little better defensively. So they're not that far off.
Well, Klay and Curry got outscored 70-51 by Fox and Monk.
Well, that's the one issue that I was thinking about. I haven't heard anybody talk about it, but I think at some point in this series you got to maybe put Curry on Fox.
But what will that take from his legs on the offensive end?
I don't give a damn if Fox outscores Curry. If Curry's not guarding Fox. Nobody gives a rat's behind about Curry's legs when he's sitting 2 minutes in the late third quarter. So we can't say, well, we need to play Curry 42, 44 minutes, but he can't guard De'Aaron Fox. I mean, to me, I know people might say I'm crazy, but I think he's too scat backy for Wiggins and Payton, and Steph has some strength to him that he could work for him. That's just me.
Wow.
I know. Heavens, Steph Curry guards the other point guard. My God.
I'm not saying it from that vantage point.
I mean, some guard has to do it. If Klay can't do it,
GP2.
Listen, he's 6'6", 6'7". Fox is
He gave
quick.
everybody in a Warrior uniform the business. So that's why I will not tell you and the listeners that it was one somebody that couldn't stop him. But if you're telling me now you want Steph to exert that energy on the defensive end, then I got to believe, Steiny, is that's going to take something out of him on the offensive end?
Probably will.
I'm shocked.
And it's not I'm saying, 40 minutes, Curry on. Nobody guards anybody for more than 30% of the game. I'm just saying. I actually think that if you look at the guys what's the biggest issue with Curry on Fox? It's quickness.
That's
right.
Speed kills.
Okay, so Curry's going to have to give him space. He's going to have to give up the three to Fox. And I know he made some, but I'd rather have Fox taking 11 threes than just kind of wreaking havoc left and right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors down 1-0. Game 2 tonight, 7 p.m., Golden One Center. That puts John Dickinson's Warriors live at 6 o'clock tonight. 6 o'clock.
Thank God I didn't do my real prediction, the sweep. I would have been off the board.
Well, you did 5, so what's the difference?
But still.
And you did.
Hey, you're still in play.
Well, and the bottom line,
guys
too,
like
is
Evan predict. I just feel like the Kings are going to get game 1.
Well, this is where I think,
that bugs me.
This is where to me,
talk to me.
You disrespect Zach all week. And then Zach wins, and we got to give Sacramento respect.
This is every time I think we're 2 peas in a pod.
No, we're not. We're never going to be that.
We're 2 hot dogs in a package.
We're never going to be
because
that.
it wasn't disrespect.
Yes, it was.
Yes,
I
was in awe what the Warriors had been come this time. And I got to tell you, Sacramento got 17 offensive rebounds. Steiny, they got 15 twice this whole season. JaMychal Green on line 1. Maybe they can use some more.
Play JaMychal Green.
All of it's on the table.
Oh,
Alex Lynn, you tell him he's going to come in and grab 5 rebounds. Trey Lyles got 6 rebounds. The Sacramento bench was better than the Warrior bench. That's why I keep telling everybody about this Wiggins factor. I'm sorry. I know he was 1 of 8, but before he got to the 1 of 8, Wiggins looked fantastic. So I'm thinking, okay, are we going to get that performance from Wiggins all around?
No.
I don't know.
No, we're not. I'll bet he doesn't play as well tonight. It's usually what happens when you come back from a long absence. Your adrenaline takes you game 1. And
Kuminga, 9 minutes. He didn't get a rebound. I'm just out of answers, man. I'm just so sick and tired of thinking I know what this team is about to do. And it ain't about me, but I'm sharing you with my up 10. You take Curry out and it just falls apart.
Should you take Curry out when you're behind or up? or never?
He played 37
and
minutes.
here we go.
You got to give him.
Here
a
we
rest,
go.
man.
Like people are going to be like, they lost the game when Curry came out. Okay, well, how many minutes can we play Steph Curry?
Right. He played his allotment 37. And the changers on YouTube. I hate this version of Guru.
Yeah, I do too. But I love you.
They lost.
No, I love you.
I'm just talking about what we saw.
I golfed a couple times this weekend, and I got to tell you, man, I talked about you a lot.
But we kicked it Friday.
I got to tell you, man.
What does that mean?
I golfed with our good buddy John.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It was fun. A lot of fun. Met a bunch of his buddies. They're all asking me about the show, and then yesterday about the show. And you and Gooey? I'm like, dude, I said, man. Somebody said, your show's humming right now. I said, man, Goo and I are clicking.
Shout out to Giants, baby.
He said, I said, back in the day, 2-3 years ago, I used to get mad at you and take it out of the studio.
Radio man, those
yes and no. Yes and no. I said, but now we have, we just, like I can tell Guru, I can't stand you right now. And he'll know it's only going to last a minute or two. So.
I mean, so how you feeling, man? I know you're different, but seriously, that was a duplicate of 82 games of we have the teams, we build a lead, we start fouling, but we have the other team in the bonus with 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter, but we jack up 53s. Okay, I'm just saying somebody get to the rack. And the guy that does that now is iffy. He's got a gimpy ankle, and that's Jordan Poole. Like, they didn't take advantage of that. And this is why I keep bringing up the Oklahoma City Thunder in 16. That was the one time in this whole run that I felt like the older team was the Warriors. And there's no shame in that, but I didn't know Sack was going to do it like that with De'Aaron Fox and the ball in his hands. And truth be told, De'Aaron Fox was quiet in the first half. Sabonis gave you nothing. Herter gave you nothing. Murray gave you nothing. Those are 3 starters. So now, speed kills. What if De'Aaron Fox dictates the terms tonight? And he says, you know what? I'm going to come out here and facilitate.
Well, he can't do that if they don't want him to. They can put a boxing one on him. And I think they might.
Well, they did that to Curry a little bit. Shout out Mike Brown. Like, so, this ain't cool or fun for the people. Oh, it's one game. No, it's not. It's the 83rd game of the same thing. And my dumb ass was up here just wishing on a star. I forget who sings it. Thinking it's going to change. And then he 40 getting ran.
Well, what if the Warriors win tonight by 20?
It's 1-1, partner.
Right, and that means they took home court. They took home court right away. They won their 28th road game, 28 straight series of road game. Hey, just go.
What if they don't?
Partner? What if that? I'm not talking about what if they don't. Let's just talk about. Listen.
So you think Wiggins shouldn't have been in as much?
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. What I think it was is, look, I really do think we're looking around the edges too much. It's a 1 or 2 possession game, and I think Steph, Klay, and Dre can play better. I mean, it's really as simple as that.
Curry had a look, Steiny.
What's new?
I'm going to give you an early 4.
You don't want to see
what does that mean?
You don't want to see what.
Did he have time to get set?
Yes, he had all the time in the world. But you know what? I looked at it again. I think it was Fox behind him. That's why he kind of moved up.
Because Monk got lost. He shook Monk.
I mean, I guess looking at it, he could have taken a regular shot, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you don't want to know the Nick Wright tweet.
No, I missed him all weekend.
I'll let you find that for yourself. I don't. It's just about his shooting when the game's on the line.
Kings got a better road record than home record, Steiny.
Well, that's the interesting thing about the Kings. They're not great at home, but they're pretty good on the road.
That was a great atmosphere.
So, yeah, I just like there's some things you can't count on. You can't count on. Oh, well, the Warriors, they've got 892 playoff games in the. Okay, well, how'd De'Aaron Fox do in his playoff debut?
First
playoff game.
It was A plus.
Oh, these guys. Well, Kings don't have any. How'd Monk do in his first playoff game? That was Monk's first playoff game. Davion Mitchell played for the first time.
22 minutes.
Trey Lyles.
Man.
Kobe. Experience, everybody. Experience, everybody. Experience, everybody. Trey Lyles played 18 minutes last night. That matches his playoff total for his entire career.
4 or 6 from 3, 6 rebounds. He answered the bell.
So, and then the thing is, well, those guys aren't going to play as well. Well, they're probably not. But Sabonis was 5 for 17. And Herter was awful. And Keegan Murray didn't make any shots. So
he played 9 minutes.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. But the only thing I was pushing back on all year was, look, the Kings, can we objectively say, like this is what I was thinking of saying today, look, the Kings are better. They won more games than the Warriors. They just won game 1. Okay, the Warriors don't have home court. All right, how do the Warriors get this series? How do the Warriors get this series if the Kings are better than we thought? Can they still get this series?
Okay. My number one thing right now that makes me uncomfortable is they got to stop fouling. But guess what, Steiny? They led the NBA in fouls. You know what you do when you can't keep somebody in front of you, partner? You foul. And if the Kings know that, they're not going to get slower overnight. That's where it starts. But I got to be honest, I'm not disagreeing with you, but to put your best offensive player, Steph Curry, on Fox, I just don't know if that gets it done. Like, mano, but okay, what
so
do
Steph, you don't think Steph can hold him under 40?
That's all right. I'm gonna say 38. 30 is 40 in the playoffs to me, so I don't think he could do it by himself. And all week long, we talked about the implications or the residue from Wiggins coming back to take his spot back. And I look at Dante DiVincenzo. I'm playing Monday morning quarterback, Steiny, only 20 minutes. He was not bad. Kuminga only 9. I know he didn't get any rebounds.
We knew this was going to happen.
And
anybody with half a shred of foresight knew this was going to happen. And this was where I was given the King. The Kings have been healthy virtually all year. They have their rotation. Everybody knows how much they're going to play. Everybody knows what they're going to do situationally. Everybody in Sacramento knows who they're going to guard if everybody's healthy and how many minutes they're going to play. The Warriors have had guys in and out all season long. For a while, Lamb was in the rotation. Then Wiggins goes out of the rotation. Curry gets hurt for 20 games. In, out, in, out, in, out. And now Wiggins comes back right as the playoffs start. And that impacts everybody. Everybody. And it may not click. It may take a few games to click. But there's absolutely no doubt that Wiggins, he plays 25, 30 minutes. Those minutes got to come from somewhere. They absolutely have to come from somewhere. And the more you lose, the more we're going to say, oh, how come Kuminga only played 9 minutes? And why did Looney play this much? And that's why you got to win. Let's go to Marvin. He's not worried.
All right.
Not worried.
Talk to us.
What's up, Marvin?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Talk to us, Marv.
I think you guys are worried too much. Man, go back to the Memphis series a few years ago. We were down 3-1. They beat us here because Scott Foster let Russell Westbrook walk 10 feet in a critical part of the game. We were down just like that to Oklahoma. That was Oklahoma City. Then we were down to Memphis. Remember, we went back there. They get to the barbecue pit. We're down 2-1 to Memphis with a team that was just beating us up. Then Boston won game 1 at here last year by making 10 of 12 threes in the fourth quarter. I mean, last night we had about 7 shots in the last 2 minutes and missed them all. Curry missed them. Klay Thompson missed a couple. Wiggins missed a couple. We lost by 3. So with all of this stuff about, Fox and so on, we didn't lose because of Fox. We lost because Malik Monk and this other clown, Trey Lyles, got 49 points.
Why would you call him a clown, Marvin? That's where you lost.
Marvin,
his name's Malik.
Oh, yeah.
Why did we go clown? And, first of all,
I don't like.
I didn't like his start with "I'm worried." I'm not worried. I'm trying to talk people down.
I was gonna tell him that. But hey, Tony, I'm just telling you reacting to what I saw.
Well, and the other thing that I would say to the last caller is he used 2 examples from over 5 years ago.
And that's where my mind went.
So
yeah,
we'll see.
Him and I both living in the past.
Jason in Oakland. Hey, Jason, what's going on, man? How you doing?
How you guys doing?
Hanging in there, buddy.
Game by game, game by game, Gruden reared his ugly head. The funny thing is this. If Wiggins make the shot, today would be a whole different conversation. Yeah, you missed a couple of shots. Everybody going to miss some shots. But guess what Steve Kerr always done since we had him as a coach? He made adjustments. Ain't nothing wrong with a couple of adjustments. When the three that Wiggins shot, that shot should have been a layup. It was two guys under the basket.
Wow.
Klay Thompson should have shot the ball.
I just
Right
told
there.
Stotty that
Klay
before the show started. Go ahead, man. I
He
did
should have
say
made
that.
it a 1-point game. He should have made it a 1-point game. So the adjustment is when you have a layup, make a layup. We don't have to go into this game shooting a gang of threes. We can play inside, then play outside. He shouldn't have kicked it out the Wiggins. That was the plain and simple. Klay Thompson should have shot that ball. That was an easy push shot.
I got it.
That was my take.
Appreciate it, Jason.
Because I brought that up to you.
I vehemently disagree with that. You can't. Klay finally makes the right play, and we're going to say he shouldn't have thrown a pass.
Well, it's percentages, though, right? He was right there by the goal, and you're down
He had
one.
two guys right there.
It might be a little floater.
Really?
If he makes it, I'm not saying it, I guess.
Wiggins was butt naked open. I mean,
like
You
my
know,
high
Klay-
school coach
if Klay
told
takes
me.
a drifting floater in the lane
We're ripping him?
and it misses, I'm going to kill him. You cannot. No, I cannot. Like, I'll never hold it against the guy for making the pass to a wide open guy who misses it.
Well, how about
especially
this
if it's
then?
Wiggins?
Okay, all right.
And I get it. I just said Wiggins was 1 for 8, but if he's on the floor, he's got to try to take it.
All right, how about this one? This one, Stoney. The Warriors took 90 total shots.
Okay.
90. 50 of them were threes.
Again, this is something they've been doing all year long. We could pick up shows from each month leading up to last Saturday's game, and we'd be saying, man, they take a lot of threes. They take a lot of threes. And that's one of the things. Today everyone's talking about they got to go to the basket. They probably will. They probably will go more. So, anybody trying to say Klay made the wrong play?
You ain't mind that.
Come on. I mean, there's no such thing as a wrong play. A wrong play would have been him turning the ball over.
What'd you make of Harrison Barnes? I thought he was okay. The box score ain't going to
Always.
say that.
He was the same player.
Hit a big shot late.
Let's see. What else do I got here? I mean, they got Steph a great look.
Oh, they did.
Tell you what, Steve Kerr can draw plays up in those situations. Yeah. I think he had Sacramento thinking that the Warriors were going to run reverse hammer. and Kerr said, you know what? I think Mike knows we're going to try to run reverse hammer. So we're going to fake reverse hammer, and Steph's going to step toward the ball, work like a charm.
Yeah, I know Steph wanted that back.
You know, the offensive rebounds was something that everybody was jumping on, and it was 17-9. But the second chance points differential was only 5, 21-16.
Yep.
So that's they got beat on the offensive glass, but they didn't get. It didn't manifest itself in a huge point differential.
You think we see Wiggins in a starting lineup tonight? You got to get back to normal as soon as you can. And normalcy was him on the court. But, Steiny, let's start him.
Well, when you only play half the games, what is normal? Sounds like normal's half the time, and then not normal's the other half. But he'll probably – I guess you got to start him.
That atmosphere was it felt like a college game.
Jeffrey, well, especially with the 72 missed three-pointers. Jeff in Sacramento. Hey, Jeffrey.
How you doing?
Doing well, man.
Good. Hey, you guys are doing a fantastic talk show. You're keeping it real, very objective. I'm very impressed. This is going to be a good series.
Yep, I think you're right. Thanks, Jeff.
That was probably the best game of the weekend.
By the way, we're
Suns
gonna have
Clippers.
JD on, John Dickinson on at noon today. He was there
in the house.
He said the environment was incredible.
I respect that.
And he also noted.
De'Aaron
Fox guards Curry,
but he's younger, Steiny.
Yeah, he is. Oh, but I thought Steph's still improving.
Oh,
I thought
brother.
Steph doesn't age.
And I was wrong. Nobody's fault. It wasn't a takeover by the Dub fans. That was all.
Did you get
countdown.
anything right last week?
No.
I'm kidding.
No,
I'm
you
just
can,
messing.
hey.
Nah, I'm messing.
No, Steiny, I'm
408. Okay,
disappointed.
Steiny, did Curry choke? No, he didn't choke. He missed a shot. I'm not like that, dude. I'm not that dude. I try to stay consistent. We're fine. We're fine.
Mike Brown kept yelling, "Play fast!" Like he knew speed would bother his whole team. That's all he kept saying.
I mean,
do everything
what else
fast.
can you do against the Warriors? You got to try to exploit their weaknesses, and their three best players are getting up there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game one in the books. Kings up 1-0. And let me know what you want to talk about. I brought up a bunch of stuff, and I kind of threw everything out there in the first segment, and we can dive in detail-wise to any of them. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Kings game 2 tonight. 7 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock Warriors Live presented by Xfinity. Catch the entire Warrior postseason run on 95.7 The Game. That segment was sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Nothing easy.
your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, where's Mateo?
It's school.
That
Spring
little
break
punk
is
9-year-old.
over. Dude,
Yeah, spring break's over.
And look what you did to Kuminga, Evan. Steiny jinxed him.
I jinxed Kuminga.
All I saw was Kuminga cut to the basket a few times, dunk. Oh, you're out the game. Come sit right here.
He played 1 minute for every year of Mateo's life.
Wow, great one, E.
Let's see. Well, it's very simple. Hey, JK, you want to play?
Another athletic defender to put on the point of attack, whether it's Fox or Monk. We can utilize him in a number of ways. But I'd like to see him rebound. He didn't have a rebound last night, and that's got to be a focal point for him and for our whole team. Like I said, we can keep talking about everything, but it still comes back to rebounds. And but I thought JK did a really nice job in a lot of ways, and he can get better.
See, I wish he wouldn't have said that at the very end, because he said he thought JK did pretty well. No, he didn't. Otherwise, he would have played more than 9 minutes. Obviously, Steve saw something, and it must have been the rebounding. But I don't know. Kuminga. This is one of the things that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
They're going to have to deal with the impact of Wiggins' minutes on everybody else. Let's Steiny on cloud 9 today with the Warriors loss. That's incorrect. It's incorrect. I got Warriors in 6. I got a vested interest in this series. I tell you right now, all you guys out there who are getting ready to give up on the Warriors, or we're in trouble. I don't like it. Kind of like you. Okay, go ahead. Try to go bet against the Warriors tonight. I dare you.
I'm done with that exercise.
Bet against them.
I'm done.
No, you think they stink.
I'm
bet
Kevin Durant.
Them.
I'm done.
No, bet against them.
No, I'm not.
Why?
Because I keep getting kicked in the ass every time I do it.
No, they're not very good, you're saying.
No, it's not that.
What is it?
They don't answer the bell when I think that they're, their version of the backs against the wall. They were supposed to let the JV team in NorCal know the champs are in town.
That's disrespect.
Saturday night, doors By the way,
that's where you deserve what you get. So what gives you or anybody the right to call Sacramento a JV team? They had a better record than you. This is what some animus stems from. Come on, Goo. What JV team come out of?
See, this is where I'm going to call you out. Which Steiny am I talking to?
You're talking to somebody that respects every pro player.
But you tell me how weak or how soft the NBA regular season is. So don't take it to your. You know what I see your girl that Robert Redford smile a little bit.
No.
But you know what I mean? Sacked and no shade at them. But this is championship pedigree. I threw my own parade. Like, this is when it's coming. Tonight, Phil Collins, it's in the air. And what do? Miss a corner 3. Your best player misses a 3. Klay could have shot it. Wiggins is 1 of 8. Nobody can call this station today and tell us the Golden State Warriors start lineup tonight. That's starting to irk me. It's like, when does it end? When do we get back to normalcy?
Well, why would you focus on that?
Because Jordan Poole may be out.
Well, he doesn't start now anyway.
But my point is, he would have been an option maybe.
They'll start.
If he's out, there's another trickle-down effect.
They have the starting 5. What more do you want? Steph, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney. There it is. There's the lineup. There's the greatest lineup. That's the one that's the best in the NBA. What are we doing? Don't give up.
I ain't betting.
I'm not taking a call from Keefe when the description says calming down Steiny and Guru. I don't need calming down.
But you lumped in, baby. You lumped in.
And let me, as long as we're making the regular season clarification, let me make a what I mean. The regular season is gotten meaningless because nobody takes it seriously for the most part. The Sacramento Kings are different. They took it seriously. They were healthy. They tried to win, and they've gotten to the playoffs completely whole and cohesive. And that's, to me, that's the thing that I take. Not that the Warriors can't win this series, but you can trick off the regular season, and you might be able to get away with it. But if you don't trick it off, I still think you're giving yourself the best chance. So, but see, JV team?
Well,
see, that's what fires De'Aaron Fox up.
You know what I meant.
No, I don't.
They
I
haven't
actually
had
don't.
much success. The team,
But
in
that
North
doesn't
Carolina.
matter.
Yeah, no, it doesn't now.
Who's a better team right now?
Who's playing better is the Kings, and they just proved
That's
that
all that
Saturday
matters
night.
right now. That's what I mean. The Warriors got to play, to me, they got to play better. They played a regular season game. To me, it was a little better than a regular season game.
But Steiny, if you're the Kings, you got to look at a lot of things, a lot of guys that didn't kind of, show up, and yet they still won. And it came down to possession, foul or no foul.
You do realize it's going to be a close series.
Yeah, but
see,
again,
I think that's where we missed the boat a little bit too. Like this is not going to be. It's probably not going to be a 5-game series. It's probably going to be a lot of close games.
What happened to Keith?
What's that?
What happened to Keith?
I'll go to Keith. Keith's in New York, so he's got one thing going for him. Go back to New York, Steinmetz. I'm from Pennsylvania. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Hey.
Steiny, Guru. It's just one game, fellas. One game. Sacramento has a lot to feel happy about. We also have that respect for Sacramento Kings and everything they've done with Mike Brown. We give them one game, and I expect the Warriors to come out like defending champions who won 27 games on the road consecutively and take care of business, go back home with the vibes. Nothing to worry about.
All right.
Nothing at all.
Well, and thanks for the call, Keith. I'm not going to say there's nothing to worry about, nothing at all. But the Warriors, the bottom line is they need to win one of the first 2 games. Got to try to win tonight. By the way, if they lose tonight, they're in trouble. Don't get me wrong.
Here we go. The first time under Kerr.
And that may be good. That means that's the first time the Warriors, these championship pedigree Warriors, it's going to be their first opportunity to ever come back from a 2-0 deficit.
Yeah.
That's the way I would look at it. Just reading some stuff here. Isaiah is in Utah. All right. What's up, Isaiah?
Hey, am I on?
You're on.
Hey, I just want to say, it was one game, and I have a stat for Steve Kerr since he's been the coach.
Yeah,
they have lost one Western Conference series, only one in the playoffs. But it's over now. The dynasty's over, and the Kings are winning it. It's all over.
Yeah, I would have let him go because he was
Kings
struggling.
are winning this, and they're winning the next one too. And the Kings are going to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. How many games do you think, Isaiah, is this going to take the Kings to close them out?
It's going to take, I'll give them 7 games. The Warriors will bounce back, but they are never winning another championship again. The dynasty is over. The sun is set.
I'm laughing because you're laughing, but
I'm laughing at him.
Well, what time do you think he decided he was going to call?
He mustered up a lot of courage to do that, and you could tell he was a little worried. Yeah. And then when we came at him with kid gloves, he didn't know what to do.
You did right, but I need your help real quick because
of course you did.
You've conditioned me all season long to be like I am today about goo.
That's what I'm thinking.
You've been like Forrest Gump at the bus stop. I'm gonna break that one out for you, Steiny. You've been waiting for this Warrior team to be what they were, and it has not happened at all this season. But something told me, you know what? It's go time. It's the second season, and I just thought there was a statement that they could have made Saturday night, and they didn't. And now they're down. And now Jordan Poole, if he plays, he's got a gimpy ankle. You got to work Wiggins back. You know what I almost need a dose of Fitz. It's almost reconditioning myself through this Warrior 82-game season. They don't go to the paint. Why? The paint points, I know that's who they are, but at some point it's going to catch up with you. 53 pointers. The Kings took 32, but 50 Steiny, who was also in the house. Shout out Curtis Jackson. But damn, that's too many.
I don't help
50
me.
Cent was in the house.
Oh,
yeah.
That's his real name?
He was courtside.
No, I saw him.
Yeah.
I didn't know his real name was Curtis Jackson.
People want to know who was the dude who had a Niner hat was sitting next to him. That never crossed my mind.
Yeah, I didn't know who that was either. I did recognize 50 Cent.
Yeah. More like 75 cents. Not that I could talk. A little thick.
So,
25 pence.
By the way, you brought up E40.
Man, Earl.
We don't like. I have no idea what happened other than back and forth.
Well,
but this is where
some woman and her husband were yelling at him. He said something back, but who decided who's Judge Wapner to say Earl gets ejected?
That would be the security at Kings.
That was humiliating.
Two.
E40. He ain't one of these. You seen him? I just thought that was a bad look.
Well, we don't know
now.
But we don't know what happened.
He got thrown out.
Well, that we know, but we don't. Maybe he deserved it. I don't know.
But have you ever seen? Okay, with that, Steiny, how does his behavior throughout time? How does he not? He's always there with his wife. That's all I'm saying. Like, did he throw a drink on somebody? What constitutes getting thrown out?
There's an investigation. There's an investigation.
If I'm Vivek Ranadive,
don't do this. This is my idea.
No, I can't believe it. I thought it was. He's sitting next to me tonight. Streets, Bonte told me he ain't coming tonight.
Who?
Earl. He ain't going back.
Gutless.
Nah, he must be that pissed off.
I would be if I didn't deserve to get kicked. I don't know what happened. I have no idea. But
it's a bad look.
If he didn't deserve to get kicked out,
he should come out with a record. Diss track. Oh my God, dude! I should have went to Hollywood. Started a little diss track.
Steiny, Goo, it's your boy Leroy.
Lee.
Draymond Green has to be the point guard of this team and be responsible for making most of the decisions. All right. It's fair.
All right.
I guess. You know what's funny is
33 minutes for Dre, only 3 fouls.
That's not necessarily a good stat for him.
But when I come in here and say,
how did Draymond play? Here we go. How did Draymond play?
More like Dre than Klay and Steph like themselves. I'll say that.
I didn't really notice much of Dre, tell you the truth.
Oh, no, that's how I feel.
I mean, I thought he was. I thought they were the same as they've always been.
Well, who made it? And I ain't forgetting about Looney. Who made it difficult on Sabonis? I thought Dre had a lot to do with that.
I thought Looney was pretty good.
I thought Looney it was a combination. He's incredible, Steiny. 32 minutes for Loon Dog.
Let's go to
this is Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
Hey, Kay, what's up, buddy? Let's go to Duke. Duke's in Benicia. And everybody knows I like Benicia.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Duke, how you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good. Never really been a Warriors fan too much, but this is so interesting. And with the implications of E40 getting kicked out, I was kind of upset. Now I'm rooting for the Warriors. And the guy from Utah, he probably was a Warriors fan 3 years ago. And he's just excited that the Kings have made it to the playoffs. So he already jumped ship and became a bandwagon guy.
Yep. Thanks, Duke.
Duke had to get that in.
Just go back to Remember, Warriors had that 5-game roadie where they beat Houston.
Okay.
Woo. And they beat Dallas.
Yep.
Okay.
Texas Triangle.
Then we get Philly. Oh, come back from 11 down. Oh, okay. We get big game against Minnesota. Oh, playoff implicate. Lose.
They threw that one away.
Pelicans get down 20. Come back. Spurs mess around. Were they really playing better the last 10 games of the year?
Remember, you were, I think it was
I don't think they were.
But you had decided they'd want to, I won't say you, 8 out of 10. But I didn't.
Remember, we went through. And even if you go back, let's just do this. And listen, they got to play better. They played the Bucks, won without Giannis. They played the Suns without Durant. They won. They went to the Clippers, Hawks, Grizzlies, all lost. Then they played Houston, the worst team in the NBA. They finally won.
Okay, can I stop you before you get to the one that really bothers me?
Okay.
And it resembles Saturday. Talk to me when you get to Denver without Jokic. And it was a close game, and they tricked it away. They tricked Saturday away. Like, I'm done trying to figure a Rubik's Cube. Just do it. Warriors, you're Nike. Just do it. I'm done saying this or that, man. I'm Steiny. I can't believe they're down.
You're not done. Stop it.
No, I'm watching.
If the Warriors win tonight, 125-106.
Okay.
Then what? Then what?
I'm gonna give them love, but
you're basically giving them up on them right now.
Nah.
Where are you right now?
I'm down. I'm down because athletically, I feel like they are at a disadvantage, and I undersold that going into this series, man. De'Aaron Fox is a problem. And my partner, the basketball connoisseur, says, put Steph on him. Yeah. Well, I get that, but what's that really accomplished but more petrol used from the chef?
Oh, so
what about Gary Payton II and Dante? They all were getting some, and there's no shade in that. When you got a dude this fast, Russell Westbrook fast,
so Curry can't guard him. Curry can't guard him.
I'm not saying he can't guard him. Can he stop him?
You can't have him both ways.
Can he stop him, Steiny?
I bet he can hold him to less than 38.
I would never disrespect the chef like that, but why wouldn't you think the team would come out with that?
Probably because you're right. You're right that they don't want to overuse him both ways.
Can I give you one more thing?
Let me tell you this. Okay. It's the same thing I said on Friday about when the Warriors were rolling and winning championships. I'm like, at some point, you got to win a matchup against the great players. And nobody ever won the matchup against Curry, Klay, or Draymond. It's like somebody's going to have to shut Fox down. Or not shut him down, but somebody is going to have to control him a little better.
Yes.
I actually don't understand why. I'm not saying, Curry's going to hound him 96 feet.
Right.
But we know Fox has a quickness advantage. But we also know his weakness is three-point shooting. We know Steph's gotten stronger.
Well, it wasn't.
We know Steph defensively is maybe as good as he's ever been. Guard him some. Guard De'Aaron Fox a little bit. That's all.
Okay, and you know what vibes I'm getting that are scaring me? I went to Westbrook, and this is one game, and maybe I was ignorant to the fact of the season that De'Aaron Fox had. Steiny, he's like Ja last year, when Ja was a problem for the Warriors, but he's more, what word am I looking? It's almost he ain't just dribble. There's some of that, but there's a method to his madness. And the Warriors had their hands full with Ja last year. And De'Aaron Fox, the three-pointer, he was hitting middies. He was hitting middies and threes. So stop that tonight. Whoever's assignment it is, it's a team assignment. Do a boxing one on him. But they do some of that at Curry, Steiny.
They might. When the Warriors give up 70 points, defense isn't. Oh.
What? No. Like they don't give a damn about me. This ain't about me. But I'm just done going to the top floor of the roof and yelling, here it is. I feel it because I don't. Show me. Down 0-1 to the Kings. First time in umpteen years, and for the last 2 weeks, I've been telling you.
So really, this is self-shame. You feel foolish.
No, I feel foolish that you kept telling me at every turn that this is what they are, Goo. This is what they are. What makes you think, championship blood, pedigree. And that all went out the window on one Saturday night.
Two texts from the one's addressed to you, and then one's a comment about you. Which
I got thick skin. Give me the bad.
I'll give you the question second.
Yeah.
Guru, you don't react to new information. You react to old information late. That's not bad.
I give it a 3.
Good.
Yeah.
Here's the one I did want to ask you because it's a good question. Please explain to me, and it's not to you, it's to both of us. Please explain to me what championship pedigree means.
when you get in lemon booty situations, the fact that your resume is longer than any other team in the league, and the reason it's propelled you to 4 chips, that you know what you're doing and you don't succumb to the pressure more than any other team. And the Kings, no, again, they were basically a rookie in this situation. They were down 10. I'm living in strength in numbers, thinking the Warriors, and I text a thread, we're going to step on their neck and suffocate them. And now, all of a sudden, if you're telling me the chef has to rest, and that's the recipe for the Kings to come back, that ain't good enough, especially when Wiggins is playing. Klay is playing. Everybody that I gave flowers to. What happened? I don't know what happened when Curry went out.
You gave them flowers when they weren't deserved. And now you want your flowers back, but you've already given them to them, and they didn't deserve them this year. Right. Trey Lyles can't get 17. He won't.
Okay, but what if Sabonis has a good game and you stop Trey?
I know.
What if Keegan Murray?
That's the nature of basketball.
Okay. And give Mike Brown credit. He shut the rookie down.
I'm not making fun of you on that. That's one of my pet peeves. I can't stand that when people say, well, Monk's not going to score 32. Yeah, and Sabonis won't go 5 for 17.
Right. Man.
So I'm 100% with you on that one. The coach is in Vallejo. Hey, Coach.
We need some X's and O's.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Help us out.
You know, I've been listening this morning, and it's great, but the one thing the Warriors have been consistent at is being inconsistent, okay? And, you know, when I'm a little bit older, so I see De'Aaron Fox as the modern-day Tiny Archibald. He will embarrass he's left-handed like him. He will embarrass anyone to try to guard him one-on-one because he's just too fast, too quick. You saw what he did with Alonzo Ball when he was in college, when UCLA versus Kentucky. So I think what I think the Warriors might do, because there's no tomorrows. I'm 68 years old, and my wife and I always tell her there's no tomorrows, just today's. It's just today's now for the Warriors. I think what you're going to see tonight, which might not, is going to seem kind of radical, but you may see Kuminga start for Looney, okay? Because that way Sabonis now has to guard someone. With Looney, he really doesn't have to guard anyone. And Kuminga is quick enough. If he gets switched out on Fox, he and Wiggins, because Wiggins is going to start out on Fox, Kuminga, between Kuminga and Wiggins, I think that would be a better chance of stopping Fox than DiVincenzo or Looney out there. I'll listen to your answer, guys. Thanks a lot for listening to me.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Coach. That's one I'll say noted.
That's pretty good. But
noted.
Can I say this about Looney to Coach? Looney's specialty is offensive rebounding, so he has to wrestle. It's almost worse than a guy fiddle-faddling with the ball. That's body on body trying to keep Sabonis off the board. So Sabonis, I mean, he had a bad game, Steiny. He had 16 rebounds. I'm talking about Sabonis. But Looney out there is no walk in the park for Sabonis.
Well, I mean, to me, if you keep Looney on the floor with Sabonis there, Sabonis is probably not going to kill you. He's probably not going to kill you, I don't think. Jordan Poole. Oh, you know what? We got to take a break. All right, 888-957-9570. We're going to get to some of this sound on the other side. We got Warriors comments about what went down in Sacramento on Saturday and what may go down tonight. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. They remain gold-blooded, Goo. You notice that? If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening right now. Single game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representative standing by.
Oh, my God.
55 seconds left. Curry will take the handoff. Crosses midcourt, comes middle, goes to his left, drives on Monk, goes up and laid it up and in. Curry wanted it and
Got
one.
fouled.
And Malloy swallowed the whistle. 124-123.
If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, I used to be a big runner back in the day.
So I come in, I wake up this morning, and I see all these people running. I'm like, what the hell? Boston Marathon. And during the break, I look at you, and I got to be honest, like, hell no. I said, Steiny, you ever run a marathon?
No.
You say, yes, one in New Jersey, 18 miles.
Well, it's not a marathon. 26 is a marathon. 26.2 miles is an official marathon. I once ran 22 miles, training run, but I ran 18 miles. It was the Long Beach Island run from one end of Long Beach Island to the other.
Without stopping.
Yeah, without stopping. 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Now, we do have...
This is when I was like 27.
It don't matter. You were in shape. I've never done it.
I was in good shape.
But Dibs, he's the only one here that's probably... Now, why did you say it... So how long does it have to be to qualify for a marathon?
26 miles is a marathon.
Oh, okay.
26.2.
Damn, I would have missed that on Jockparty.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
And then,
sure Dibs did it.
And then secondly, we need help from our listeners. I was on the phone, and a guy's name came up, who you all know, a friend of mine, Sal Castaneda.
This is incredible.
Works for KTVU. And Guru says, oh, my God, I was just thinking that you hadn't talked about Sal. And about
last night.
Yeah. So what's that word called? It's not a coincidence.
No,
it's not kismet. It's like
Evan or Spadoni's gonna know.
Yeah, so Guru's got it on his mind.
Today.
What's that called, people?
And you, Sal.
All the teams, people.
Well,
great minds think alike.
I was hoping you'd come in with the actual word.
There's a few words in there, Steiny.
Right.
That's true.
Ed Malloy swallowed it. Come on, Steiny. He did get fouled on that one.
Who?
Curry. I ain't just doing that for a fact.
Yeah,
man.
no, listen. You're like a. It's not a stained glass window. You're like a crystal clear window. You're so transparent.
Did you hear Tim Roy say he swallowed the whistle?
Last I heard, Tim Roy's been. He's been kind of. I don't know if I'm wrong or not, but he.
Wow.
He likes the Warriors. Synchronicity?
No.
Correlation?
No. It's that other word where last night I was...
Serendipitous.
No. Keep going.
I don't think
it ain't coincidence. It was
serendipity.
It was on my mind. I was
karma.
No.
Ironic.
That's when you do some. They're cousins. All those are at the family reunion, but it's that one.
All right.
You're like, you know what? That's a we'll get it before we get out of here.
Serendipity is what a lot of people are saying. No. Chris is in Concord.
Deja vu, Steiny.
That would be the one that it isn't.
Well, shout out Denzel. It was a great movie. Yeah.
Chris, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to weigh in on the Warriors. I think it's a little bit easier than we think. I think De'Aaron Fox, you're not going to stop him. Right. If you remember last playoffs, couldn't stop Ja, but you stop the rest of the team and you win. If we stop the rest of the Kings, I believe that De'Aaron Fox will still get his 30, 35 points, but the Warriors will be able to win. One guy can't do it all, so that's my take.
No, you're right.
Well, to be honest, one guy didn't do it all. Malik Monk had 32 points on 13 shots. Guess where the other came from? 14 trips to the free throw line.
Man, when you see what happens when you attack? See what happens when you attack.
And I'm going to share something.
Uh-oh.
Why I'm really concerned, that foul on Curry late in the game, and it was a bump. There's more of that coming. Not from Steph, but that was just another prime example of Steiny. You can't ignore that. No matter playground or whatever. That was a foul. But you know why it was a foul? Because Curry was trying to project to stay in front, and it was just body on body. Like, I'm telling you, man, Fox, I sold you short. And I hope you go down tonight, but man, premonitions, Donnie, I think that's it.
Well, a premonition is like I have a premonition the Warriors will win tonight.
No. So what was it when I thought of Sal, asking you about Sal?
So you got Sal on your mind.
I got family at the house. I'm living my life, and I think of Sal.
So
I said, Steiny ain't mentioned Sal. I said, I'm going to ask him.
And then
before I can ask,
right when you say I'm going to ask Steiny about,
you pick the phone up.
I was on the phone with a buddy.
That's amazing.
It was an emergency.
Dual consciousness?
Nah, that's too big for
telepathy.
I think that might be the word. I'm like telepathy. But then,
Nico's in Sac. What's up, Nico? How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How you guys doing, man?
Doing well.
Hey.
I mean, I hate to say I told you so, man, but I talked a lot about speed last week on Monday, and then now we're talking about speed today on Monday, and how De'Aaron Fox couldn't be guarded, and, a lot of predictions happen. But what we want to talk about is how, they played an unbelievable game, and they only won by 3. Sabonis played like crap. Draymond was kept off the boards. They played very, very good defensively. No offensive rebounds for Looney. I mean, he got some, but not that many. What the real problem, I think it really was, is all the bad shot selection from Klay late. I didn't like any of his shot selection. And can we talk about all the wide open shots that everyone's like, oh, they'll make those next time? They literally played the same exact way they have played on the road all season. All season. They missed their open shots. They looked flat. They got outran to all the loose balls. Why are we crowning them before they even done anything? Guru, you are the one that is doing it. You're speaking it into existence when they haven't done anything to prove you wrong. I mean, to prove you right. Like, stop gassing up all these Warrior fans when nothing has happened for them to be this gassed up.
Nico, but real quick, Nico, last June is on line 1. They won the chip. They went to Boston and got that game.
And
come on now. And there's 3 other examples.
But that's a desperation sensation, is what Nico and I are kind of saying. The only.
And I came in. I admitted that to you.
All we have are memories.
No, you could have made a new one Saturday.
But they're not the same team they were.
And I'm not going to second.
We're going to win it all this year?
I don't know. And I told you their kryptonite is waiting if they get past Sac.
Who's that?
When am I going to take that victory lap?
Which one?
The Lakers.
By the way, you owe me 20. They finished outside of 4.
I gave you the money on air.
Did he?
Oh, my God. Now, this is when
Spadoni, did he pay me?
I gave you the 20 on air. Ernie Chavez, help your boy out.
Only Goo can be right on a prediction but lose the bet on it.
I gave you the dub, baby.
Oh, man.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Klay. Klay, what do you think about shot selection?
I mean, it's hard to hear from those who don't play what a great shot is, but we're just gonna do what we do. We're gonna take tough shots. We're gonna make tough shots. Been doing it for 10 years, and I'm not gonna get discouraged after one bad shooting night. Like freaking A, I've been doing this for a long time.
JD, our own JD, asked him that question, Steiny.
Yeah, he did.
I would have said, Klay, don't get mad at me, but that was a soft spot because that was part of the team meeting that we don't know what was talked about, but that was brought up. That's why he answered with that vengeance. It wasn't personal. Shoot or shoot, man.
I mean, one more time.
I mean, it's hard to hear from those who don't play what a great shot is, but we're just gonna do what we do. We're gonna take tough shots. We're gonna make tough shots. Been doing it for 10 years, and I'm not gonna get discouraged after one bad shooting night. Like freaking A, I've been doing this for a long time.
I mean, this is easy to say, and it's going to sound trite.
He was 8 of 19. That ain't bad.
But it's true. It's true. You're going to make tougher shots at 24 than 34. Sorry. That's just the way it is.
But I told you I like what Klay Thompson, where he was at coming into the series. So I'm not jumping off the wagon.
And what did that mean?
And he was 5 of 14 for 3. So,
that stinks.
It ain't 2 of 14. It ain't Wiggins 1 of 8. So the only
5 for 14 from 3 gets you beat. That's what gets you beat. 5 for 14 from 3.
Well, he labeled it bad. I'm going to go, okay.
Defense that has slipped. See, let's just, and I don't want to do this just with Klay.
Because the whole team could
look at the playoff game. Look at it. It's a playoff game. Yeah. Klay Thompson just played a playoff game.
Gotcha.
He went 8 for 19. He went 5 for 14 from 3.
All right.
And his defense wasn't nearly as good as it's been in the past. Like, that's what I mean. It's like it's not the end of the world. Everybody's just a little tick down. Tick down. Tick down. That's what happens when you get to be 33, 34. It doesn't mean they can't win the series. It means they've got less room for error. It means they got to come out and make more shots. The big three's got to be better. Come on, people.
What happened to strength in numbers?
That's gone. Oh, you really want to put? See, that was a myth in the first place.
No,
it's easy to have.
Myth,
it's easy to have strength in numbers when your big three and big four is so good that you're playing with a lead all the time.
But all we're talking about right now is making shots.
Yeah, it gets harder to make shots when you get older.
And I'm going to put it right on the table. It's not even a rat. It's just a thought I had. Stoney, I'm telling you, if they didn't play another playoff game, your boy's been in the lab watching that game. It was fantastic, just the whole presentation. But with that said, why couldn't you have talk to me now, sat Wiggins down, let Dante or Poole close, and then I just close my eyes and imagine, had they had that corner three?
Who?
Dante or Poole.
That's Wiggins' shot, I thought.
Right, but Wiggins, you already won getting the good version of Wiggins in the game. Why wouldn't you have thought to yourself?
So Wiggins is playing well all game, apparently.
But
now it's like he's playing really well. Let's get him out.
Not really well. He's missed some from three, but we that's a win, Wiggins. So Dante or Poole, here you are. I'm picturing both of them with that shot, Steiny. I think
I'm picturing
what I'm
Curry
trying
with
to
that
tell
shot.
you in a crazy world. Well, Sacramento used that speed to where Curry didn't go berserk with the Iverson 28-30 shot attempts. That was another thing on my list. But with that said, Steiny, Dante or Poole have hit that shot.
Well, so is Wiggins.
In February.
Okay, so now it's now.
No, it's just a thought I have, man.
So here's the thing:
Wiggins was great for not playing, but did you kind of go to the?
I cannot play that game.
Yeah, Steiny.
That's an easiest game to play in the world.
The gas tank told you it was low, and you bypassed the gas station and said you can make it, and then it kind of you're on the side of the road.
That's where you want to go?
It's not. No, I didn't.
That's where you want to go today.
No, it's a thought I had, and I don't think I'm by myself.
So Wiggins is playing well. How did Wiggins play?
Oh, Steiny, I'm going to say with the 1 for 8, excellent. I'm still taking that in.
Then why would you take him off the floor?
Because that 1 for 8
because you're supposed to know? Are you supposed to know?
You played odds.
Wow. Yeah.
He hadn't closed. He hadn't closed.
And you know what?
And to be honest,
if DiVincenzo gets that shot and he misses it, what are you saying? Where was Wiggins?
Do you really think you're saying that?
That's that particular thing.
How about if that was Poole?
Where was Wiggins?
It's just a thought I had. And he was 1 of 8, so he had missed some from deep. I'm just thinking, do you dare say, Wiggs, great outing. We'll bottle you up, game 2 for you. We'll have one of these dudes close, and maybe they could have got the shot, or maybe that could have been somebody. Just a thought I had. So now Wiggins takes that 1 of 8 from deep into game 2 after having a damn good game. I'm playing Monday morning quarterback, just a thought I had.
Tony's in Oakland. Hey, Tony.
Watch yourself and know who you talking about.
Oh, that was a mistake. But you know what? I mean, hey, I could do this. Really? Now you got Wiggins shit?
Wow, dude.
All right. Tony, what's up, man?
He went 0 for 7, I think, before he took that shot. And I think his legs weren't under him because he was tired.
Yeah.
I mean, first game back, I don't think Kerr should have left him in there that long. I agree with Bonte. Should have had somebody else taking the shot.
It's Guru, baby. Bonte was this morning.
I got to...
Oh, he cut him off. Go ahead, Tony.
Missing the threes throughout the game. Why didn't he just take his guys to the side and say, look, your threes aren't going. We need you to go to the rack. And if they don't listen to him, bench him. I mean, he's got to do something crazy, and that would have been something crazy to get him going, at least going to the rack.
That's 1 strike against Tony.
Yeah. Shout out Bonte. Well, I don't agree with that. The refs were letting them play on both ends. I was all foul, no foul. They were
not the time
play.
to do stuff crazy.
All right.
What is crazy?
That's why I can't wait to see the starting lineup. But that's going to be different if Poole somehow is not available. Oh, I hope Poole can play. Steiny, that looked bad. He was on the ground grimacing. I mean, who isn't Goo? But that looked bad. And to his credit, he came back.
Here's what Sam Amick said of the Athletic.
I didn't hear anything, just being honest, but I did see the look on Jordan's face during the game because, again, I had a good seat that I probably won't have tonight. So I'm going to take that insight and share it with you guys. Like his face, just from a human standpoint, that young man was in a lot of pain. He really, really, really looked like he was struggling. And to me, it was the kind of expression, the kind of vibe where it would not surprise me at all if he did not go tonight.
Yeah. No, it don't. I'm just, that's like, wow, another something they got to deal with. Ant Will on YouTube. So I can't wait to hear your thought. Without half of the free throws the Kings got, they get blown out.
That's probably true. Yeah, it's probably true. It's probably true. If you took off all the foul shots Sack made, I bet the Warriors win that game.
Boy.
Let's go to. We got some calls. Oh, you ready, Goo?
Who we got?
Things are percolating.
Let's go to Roxana. She wants to talk about the Warriors' mistakes.
Hey.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I was listening, and I wanted just to let you. I think we all know they lost as a team.
Yeah.
I feel like I appreciate the analyzing, but everybody made mistakes, and it was a close game. And I felt like the last foul for Curry was a ticky-tack, and it's just like, Poole turned it over. They missed free throws. Instead of doing a layup, like when it was like a few seconds and they could have been up one, they tried to do a three. And my question would be, I think what they tried to do is kind of like do the hero ball for Wiggins. And what do you think about that? Like, in terms of he's coming back, he's great. And if he would have made it, he would have been the hero instead of like giving it to Curry. And that would be my question. And I appreciate it. And I just think this is good for the NBA, but I still have no doubt that they're going to win.
Thanks, Roxana.
Thanks.
Guru needs more of that.
Oh, she's awesome.
A lot of people sharing some thoughts here on the Comcast Business text line and YouTube. Let's get some people on YouTube. Guru's got...
We got 800.
Does he pay you for that?
Does who?
Kruger pay you to wear that shirt?
No, it's black, and to be honest, it makes me look slimmer than I am.
Well, I think... what I'm saying is you should...
Now, why
see if you can get something for that.
Right.
When did you become
free advertising for Larry Kruger?
But the beautiful part about the Steiny I used to know, you weren't Hollywood. Everything now is about a .com or just money.
Yeah, money
or clicks.
Well, you get to be my age and you realize
you used to not like that stuff. Man.
I'm getting pissed about how little money I have at this late age.
Dude, but don't take it out on us.
I'm not. That's why I'm trying to give you advice,
Well, the streets are talking. They say you're 5 for 5 on your NBA bets. I got that from a little bird.
Dude, you know me, Goo. You know me, Goo. I know it. Just
That's
like
your
I thought.
Team.
That's right. They're my team, and I bet against them.
Oh, boy. Your boy Durant, 7 straight playoff losses. I'll leave that there. Nothing to see here, right?
They should really just cut him right now.
No, stop.
One game. You think they're panicking in Phoenix like this?
No, but I do wonder if the Clippers won that game purposely, the last game of the season, because they felt good about this, man. CP3, Steiny.
That's right, Chris A. I do make $5 from actually 2 months now. I made I think it's like $9.70.
But look at the smile.
Once I get to 100, I think they cut the check, which will be in about 2029.
Oh boy,
let's go to.
What we got?
Let's go. This is going to get under your skin. I think Scott wants to talk about Curry's last shot.
Scott.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was just surprised nobody wanted to mention
no surprise.
Steph Curry's last shot. I thought he only had one hand. It seemed like he could have got two hands and set his feet. There was time left to get a better shot up, and I'm just surprised that nobody has brought that up today.
Well, I'm not allowed.
No, we brought it up. I just think he was surprised he was going to be that wide open, and he went with what he thought he was going to have to do to hoist it up with 2 seconds left.
No, you're right.
That wasn't a Wiggins look by any stretch. Come on now.
Could have been. Might have been able to be. He had more time than he thought.
Monk got lost or went for the head. Falcon, what are you doing?
Steph Curry right now, and I hate to be the one to do this, but I always have to be the brunt of bad news. What was the name of the last caller?
I want to say Scott.
Scotty. Yes, Scotty. Steph Curry is now gulp. Steph Curry's now 6 for 23 from the field and 3 for 13 from three-point range in game-winning or game-tying shots the last minute of a game in the playoffs.
Don't talk about that.
And yet has 4 rings.
Yeah.
Game 4. I'll lock anybody in a room and throw that one last year in Boston. What the hell does that mean?
It means he's missed a lot of shots that would have tied or won games in the last minute.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Now, what would he say to that?
He would say, let's run down the list.
Yeah.
That's what he would say. But again, it's...
You're doing
I'm
Townie
sorry.
right now.
What's that?
Townie there's some fictitious cockamamie numbers that says Kobe wasn't as clutch as we thought. Oh
Get the
my
stat.
goodness.
Print that stat out.
Dude, it's not, stop it. You can't. The naked eye is the real analytic. I don't want to read. I don't want to hear.
Right, I know.
You're cooking the books.
No,
we know Curry was clutch.
You got selective.
We know Kobe is clutch.
You all have selective memories on everybody. And I have it with Bird. I'll be honest with you. What do you mean?
man.
Okay, so is that a meaningless stat? Is that a meaningless stat?
I'll just say that didn't help that he missed it. But what about when I pointed out against 19 Toronto Game 6 when Klay got hurt? You were like, "Guru, that was a tough shot." But
I thought it was a tough shot, but he
we're
still
talking
missed
about
it.
the chef. I held it against him.
No, you didn't.
Remember, I told you when you go, Curry, if you see him, Guru, you won't tell him. I said,
That's not really holding it. But okay, so is that a meaningless stat?
I'll tell you what, those numbers didn't come to any. This is how you know. I love myself for this one. Nobody thought about that when that ball was released. I thought
did.
it was going.
I did.
Oh, Stotty,
I'll bet you there. No, I didn't. But I'll bet you there were a lot of fans
because we don't look at him like, oh, he's going to miss
you
it.
Don't. Warrior fans don't. Other fans of other teams do, and they compare Steph to LeBron. They compare Steph to Giannis. They compare Steph to Kobe. So if you're going to use those comparisons, then you must be critical like you are of those other players.
Well, you know what I do, Stotty, is I take into account, Drew Down said it best, forget the time.
Yeah.
The shots that put you up or keep you up. Yeah. That stuff.
Yeah,
and
like
Drew
in the
Down
first
said,
quarter when it
crunch
doesn't
time
matter.
is more than just the final minute.
No, you're right.
That was profound.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. What's up, Evan?
Is it...
No, it's not fair stat.
Is it relevant, though, when Kevin Durant, he shoots a worse percentage than Stephen Curry in those situations from the field and from three?
I'll take that
It's
all
absolutely
day.
relevant.
9 for 35 from the floor, 3 for 16 from three.
It's not easy to make clutch shots.
Well,
that's the point.
LeBron, I mean,
Why don't
KD did it
read
against
Kobe's?
Cleveland.
Why don't you read Kobe's?
See, this
Now,
is
this is
now we're
this
going
is just
down.
a stat based on time of game and situation. Okay,
Final minute
go ahead
of a
with
playoff
Kobe.
game tying or go-ahead shots. Kobe Bryant, 12 for 44,
Oh, my
27%. And from 3 for 17.
Oh, I mean, how many Utah air balls are in that? My point
Maybe
is,
2.
if I ask all 3 of us, Spadoni, Evan, and yourself, give me the 3 guys in the league you want taking the last second shot. KD would be one of them. Steph would be another. So, hey, those are cute stats, but they don't supersede your gut feeling on those dudes letting them fly in crunch time.
All right.
That's just me. Kobe, come on.
I know you.
If my life depended on it, Kobe or Curry.
I'd rather have Shaq Duncan. How about that? I'd rather have Shaq with a dunk attempt.
Free 40.
Why don't you get him on the phone? See what happened.
Nope. I'm going to tweet him. I'm going to do it during the break.
You mean text him?
Tweet him. I ain't got his number. I'll be in his DMs. What if man, it's 12, 11. Well, it's still early.
All right, the Quest for 5. Oh, what? Quest for 5. That's a new one. It's brought to you by the Alameda Police Department, now offering $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply. That's alamedapolice.org. Apply today.
kept by Draymond at the foul line. Backed it out, checks the clock with 5 to shoot. Gets Curry. Banged into by Curry, and a foul called on Curry. Ed Malloy with a call. 25 feet away from the basket with his back turned.
Yeah, that one hurts because if you're Sacramento, you get to run off 10 more seconds and then get to the free throw line.
Yeah. I'm sure what Steph is thinking is I can hit like that every play.
Go, Ed Malloy!
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, Tim. I love it. With his back turned, he made the boy.
One of the reasons you get called for fouls because you're out of position. Sounds to me like if his back was turned, he wasn't in a legal guarding position. Let's not go ref. Let's not go to the
Please.
It's a great game. Warriors had their chances. They got to play better. So let me reset here a little bit and try to get a gauge on where you are.
All right.
Everybody knows where I am. I had Warriors in 6. I told some people it's going to be a little harder than people think. I have a healthy respect for Sac. You kind of came in a little cavalier. You called them a JV team.
That was today.
Okay, you called them a JV team today.
Of the area. Yeah.
You thought they were going to flip a switch. You weren't happy. Yeah. Like, where? So the Bay Area wants to know, not just me, what's Goo's temperature today? Where are you giving up on him? Are you going to rip them today and then praise them tomorrow if they win? Do you feel confident moving forward? Just a blip on the radar. Where's the Goo's temperature?
We'll use our guy in the morning, Bonte, the panic meter. I'm panicked. And I'm panicked because I undersold
1 to 10.
The athletic prowess of the Sacramento Kings. They look younger, and you know what, Steiny? They are younger. They look faster, and that scares me. I didn't know the Warriors on the defensive side of the ball, which has not been anything to write home about all year long, I didn't know they were signing up for this. So unless you're telling me they're going to get faster in 24 hours, I got to watch it play out. But no longer will I sit here and tell you from my core, my gut, just staring you in the face, Donnie, that it's going to happen. They got to go out and show me. And the one caller earlier said it best. The Warriors are consistent at being inconsistent. And now I don't think we're giving enough attention to the possible non-showing up of Jordan Poole and what that would do. He gets, I'm telling you, offensively, Stein, this dude, the Philly, he saved the Warriors many of days. And to just come in here, he's not playing, we'll be fine. Okay. And hopefully it's not that. But that's you. Nobody's worried about him. I'm calling Dub Nation out. You had his back at every turn.
I think Poole's, that hurts.
He's important. He's more than important, and he can create his shot and get to the free throw line. I'm saying this. Tell me if I'm wrong.
But if the Kings are a JV team, what's it matter?
That meant as far as they hadn't been playing big games.
All right.
Should have said freshman. But you know what it is?
You're worried a lot about a team that.
I didn't disrespect them. I just didn't think they had the playoff puberty. I didn't think they would go through it so fast.
Just give me a second.
And that was their teenage. That was 15 and 16-year-old puberty we saw Saturday. They grew up.
Give me a second to get
Take your time. Thoughts. We still haven't found the word I was looking for.
I know.
But still, I'm not panicked, man. I'm just, show me, man. I'm tired. And don't dare come to the Bay down 0-2. I ain't giving no speeches. I'm tired of being pushed around. That's over. That dude is left. Show me something tonight.
The door will lock behind you this time.
Sound like my wife.
Suge in Fremont. Hey, Suge.
Hi there.
Hey.
You both.
Hey.
I'm agreeing today with Bonte. I'm the messenger of doom and gloom, and I'm always looking for opportunities to be scared, only because I want to be happy when it really doesn't work out that way.
You are so sweet and special. Let me just tell you, my feelings are hurt. I'm Guru. Bonte got off at 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your feelings should be hurt because I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know why I was thinking about Bonte because I was listening to him this morning.
Yes.
I apologize profusely. I understand what you mean. I'm Indian, and a lot of people think that all Indians are the same. So I get where you're coming from.
You're so sweet. Call back, tomorrow. We love her.
Strike one for Suge.
She's done. Another laugh. But she was honest. Done. But nobody's calling you worried about Poole. You haven't forget my panic.
I mean,
you can't say go from.
I can't worry about injuries.
No, but what are the ramifications? Are you going to say the
missing
minimal?
a 20-point score? But you know what?
No, you're missing a dude that can get you 13 in 6 minutes.
That's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is, you know who they're missing? They're missing a guy who puts on church shoes for games. And you know who they're missing? They're missing a guy that's on the floor 18 times a game. You know who else they're missing? A turnover machine in the clutch. So stop this. Ripping a guy one game or all year, and then what are we going to do without him? There's got to be some kind of consistency.
So you're talking to the nation, Dub Nation.
Oh, I'm talking to Dub Nation already.
And I told you, love is unconditional. I criticized Jordan, but I also came in here after the Philly game and all the New Orleans games, those games that he closed, they need that. And I can question, maybe Kerr knew he was gimpy, and that's why he didn't close. Can you imagine come 141 when Willard and Dibbs come in here, the victory lap that Dibbs is going to take
Dibbs
because
isn't
Jordan.
Here today, I don't think.
No, he is.
Is he?
He was on docket. But listen.
I thought he had taken 2 weeks off.
No, well, the docket says he's in there. But listen.
What's the docket?
The schedule.
Is there one posted? Where'd you find it?
It's on our Excel spreadsheet. You got the app.
I've never checked that in my entire life.
Peyton Manning to me said he's never done film study. But anyway, he said Jordan might not be in the finishing lineup, but he didn't play bad. Now everybody was getting cooked on D, but don't tell me Jordan wasn't okay that game. The second quarter he was hot and got taken out, Steiny.
No. I've got. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia.
I'm Bonte twice today. How many times is it going to happen?
Third time's a charm. Anthony and Benicia. Hey, buddy, what's going on?
It's still morning.
I like Anthony.
I like Benicia.
Talk to us.
So you had Guru was just saying, sounds like you underestimated Guru. You underestimated our opponent, but that's okay because we've all done it a time or two. But the speed and athleticism of younger teams has given the Warriors a problem all season. So I wasn't surprised at all. I also wasn't surprised that Malik Monk was going to be fired up and come off the bench and give us what he gave us. So I'm not really worried. I came away from that game. I thought it was a damn good game. I was in the garage pushing my daughter in the stroller to keep her to chill so she can stay asleep because it was a bad time for her because she's only 3 months. So I was just going back and forth pacing. I enjoyed the game to the fullest extent. I would like to see us kind of unleash Kuminga specifically and solely on the boards. When I was watching that game last night with the Suns and the LA Clippers, Westbrook had a bad shooting night, but he did everything else that the team needed. And we have athletic guys in Kuminga and actually in Wiggins that could do those things. And I hope that they take a page out of that playbook. And because those two guys are our most athletic players, we do have some youth with GP2 and DiVincenzo, and I think they'll all kind of take turns on De'Aaron. He's just a really special player. But the Jordan Poole, when Jordan Poole rolled his ankle, that was actually his fault because it was an offensive foul. He came down in his church shoes like he always does, and he ran right into, I can't remember the defender's name, and it easily could have went offensive foul.
I think it was Mitchell.
And it sucks that he rolled his ankle, and I really hope that he's okay to play this tonight to give us a little something because we really have to take advantage of getting to the cup. Klay Thompson had a wide open lane to the layup line, and he decided to pass it out. And I understand he has faith in Wiggins, but you could have went up one, and we just played the percentages and try to play defense and win that game going away by just 1 point. But I like what I seen the other night. I think the Kings they gave us more or they gave their team more in the final few minutes. But I still think Warriors can win in 6. So I say relax, Guru. Everything gonna be
all right,
okay.
Anthony, before you hang up,
teams have always given us
before
trouble.
you hang up, I got to tell you, I'm feeling what you're saying, everything. But the Kuminga, I'm a big fan. You talk about him being unleashed. He's got to unleash himself. He played 9-10 minutes and didn't get one rebound. And I believe that's why he didn't go back in. You got to want, like Westbrook, that's a will, not a skill. You got to want it.
Yeah, and seeing Westbrook do that last night, Guru, was really
it was inspiring
to see him, just give that grit and that grind.
Oh.
So hopefully they tell Kuminga, like, hey, what Westbrook did last night, you do that tonight.
Yeah, and then after 2 years, it's just going to kick in
right,
magically for game 2.
The marathon lap.
We talked about Kuminga's rebounding.
And I got to
say,
say,
the point is that's...
No, hey, I'm going to be quiet. Because I got something for you.
Yeah, give it to me.
JD said this about, and I'll bring it up to him when we have him.
It's 15 minutes, John Dickinson. 15, 20.
He always said this about Paul George.
I respect
that. It bothered him about. He was too cool for school. And that always bothered me. And I still bring it up to him. Like, Jay, what did that? But I got to tell you, even I watched the game a few. Kuminga smirks and smiles. And I'm like, what? He's smiling like he just scored his 32nd point or wiped something off the glass. Like, you showing too much teeth for not doing nothing yet, youngster. I know that's it's confidence, but you got to do that when you do something.
Remember when
you didn't get one rebound?
Remember when
you
wanted
smiling,
Kuminga
looking
to
like
play?
This is easy.
But remember when you wanted Kuminga to play even though he didn't deserve it, but he should have gotten minutes because he was the 7th pick in the draft? Chickens come home to roost. Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that little smile, guys?
I have, yes.
I'm like, what are you? You ain't did nothing. Like, Stoney, give me a
somebody
rebound.
brings up, hey, Stoney, why do you think Kuminga? You know
But
what?
that was early.
You know what, Goo? I don't think he rebounds enough for Kerr. I get the feeling that he kind of feels like he's arrived a little more than he has, but you have no proof of that. You're right, I don't.
But
I
think you kind of did it early, and I ain't mad at you. But now we've seen, him have a good run. An Army of One on YouTube, Stoney, I was so inspired by watching a dude go 3 of 19. If you know ball, you know what it's like to not just give in, go get in fetal position. Westbrook kept plays alive. He kept possessions alive. He was riding, but he bothered Durant. He bothered every son.
He bothered his teammates, too.
Well, see, now.
Yeah, he better have done all those things. He got missed 16 shots.
I did have to retract the tweet. A pass. But Kuminga, give me more of that. The other stuff you do easy.
So this is where I got to push back.
Yeah.
And how I feel about Westbrook. Yeah. So you've just compared Kuminga to a guy who, in fairness, has the best motor in the NBA. He's got the best motor in the NBA.
I have nothing for
Nobody plays like him.
Well,
Kuminga
is that a skill or a wheel?
It's both. I think it's who he is. It's innate.
Can you teach a motor?
No, you can't.
I believe
I don't think you can.
That's why Draymond is Draymond. And they put up with his stuff because of his motors, Tiny.
Antonio's in Oakland. Let me guess. Warriors still going to sweep this series. They're still going to win in 4, right?
Oh, boy.
No, actually, I picked the Warriors in 6, honestly, man.
Gotcha. Me too, Antonio.
Nothing to worry about here. Wiggins missed the open shot, and I know he missed some time, but it felt like, a Niners receiver like Juwan Jennings missed 10 games and he dropped a wide open touchdown. We're going to be all right, man. Just go to the rack a little bit more, stay out of foul trouble, but it's still going to be in 6, and I'm ready for tonight so damn much, y'all.
Wow,
I'm looking
Antonio.
forward to it
Didn't
tonight.
mention Poole and the possibility of being without him.
Yeah.
I'll just point it out.
You know what? All you people ripping the Warriors today. Just ripping them.
There ain't a lot of that. Just
that's you. You've done the whole show. You've ripped the Warriors.
No, I've expressed my disappointment.
No, but you expected the Warriors to play game 1 of the playoffs as if they were a 62-win team. They're not. They never were.
You got me.
I said, you know what? Let the Warriors go into the play. Hey, look, they're a 6 seed.
You got me.
Let's see the run they can make.
You got me. But I feel like you're confident about tonight.
Bet against them tonight. Oh, you mouths out there ripping the. You want to rip? You come in here today, Goo. See, this is the difference
I got
between
receipts.
you and me.
Yeah.
There's a difference. You came in at 2. It's been 2 hours. Pool's hurt, and Kuminga needs to get a rebound, and Steph can't make a big shot, and Klay.
I
and
never
this,
said Steph can't make a big shot. That was you. Yeah, go ahead. And I ain't letting Kerr off the hook, Stoney. Kerr's got to be better.
What does he have to do? What can Kerr do?
I understand rest is important, Steve, but sometimes when a guy's going, you got to let them keep going before you take him out.
Okay.
And Jordan Poole at the end, this is just a small, but he was rolling at the end of the second half, and for whatever reason, he came out the game. And for whatever reason, nobody on the coaching staff said, hey, Steve, Wiggins is one of 5. Maybe we need to look in totality that we got a great Wiggins for his first game back. It being a playoff game, maybe we put Dante or Poole out there to finish.
You can't do that, Goo. I don't even think you can suggest it.
Well, I did.
I mean, of course you can.
Yeah. All right, nothing to see here, man. Warriors won by 20 tonight.
I don't think there's anything to see here with Wiggins shouldn't have been on the floor.
And that was the last thing on my list, but it was a thought I had. Just like Anthony, Steiny, look at me, man. And the boss tweeted a great tweet last night. It wasn't even the Warrior game related. 3-on-1 breaks in the NBA, dudes are pulling up for 3. But could you really believe that was the high percentage play to kick it out to Wig? Or Wig could have drove with that athletic prowess that he has?
You're going to hate what I have to say.
They were down 1.
You're going to hate to hear what I have to say, and you're going to say, but he made a couple. Klay's not a finisher. He's not a finisher. He can finish. But that's not the name. And here's the thing. This is where there's a double standard that I can't stand. Because I actually acknowledged it. I said, remember when I went on my diatribe about Klay? Yeah. I'm like, quit saying I hate Klay. Klay used to be an on-the-ball defender. Now he's an off-the-ball defender. He's actually getting better at being an off-the-ball defender because he's never been an off-the-ball defender before. And in fact, you know what? He is rebounding a little more. Why? Because he's playing more 3, more 4, near the basket a little bit. So he's rebounding is also getting better. And I said, you know what else? He's making some plays for other people. And he hasn't been doing that. I mean, he's done that more now than he's ever done it. Like, it's praiseworthy. I cannot get on Klay for throwing that pass at Wiggins. Oh, my gosh. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Geez.
But what do you give me for this? In that time, and I always told you this, Don, and you probably ain't remember. Ain't wasn't a word, but you probably didn't remember. Basketball is a game of rhythm. And to me, in my world, the closest you are to the basket, I will take that shot 900 times more than kicking it back out. And I guess Klay had that on his mind.
You would never be able to play for the Warriors then.
But what if Klay
would do?
So you really believe if Klay would have took that shot, it
blocked.
But what if he just would have missed it?
Okay.
I think nobody would have been saying you should have kicked it to the corner.
I don't know about that. Maybe they wouldn't have said that, but they would have been
and
like,
who knows, Stoney? Maybe he gets fouled. Just a thought I had.
Steinmetz is completely off base. I'm sure that everyone would have been satisfied if Klay missed that high percentage shot.
Wow, damn. That's just what you think?
You're asking a player to not make the correct play. I'm sorry. The NBA, what is the most attractive shot right now other than a dunk? It's those corner threes. It's if you could tell a coach, I can get you 20 open corner threes a game, I think they're like, I'll take that. Mm-hmm. Of all the things that happened last night, that's the one or 2 nights ago, that one doesn't bother me at all. Like Klay making that pass. Eric and San Ramo. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Eric, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. By the way, thank you for making me laugh every day. Every day.
Thanks.
Okay, cool.
I have a couple of things to say to Goo. And Goo, you have to relax.
Yeah.
Only one game.
Mm-hmm.
Only one game.
You got it.
And granted, the Warriors played well. They weren't atrocious, and they still lost, which doesn't bode well for them. But come on, now you're nitpicking about Kuminga's smile? Come on, guy.
I'm nitpicking about Kuminga's goose egg on the rebounding. Forget the smile. I said it, but I was going in depth. Talk to me with that same energy about Kuminga not getting one damn rebound in a playoff game against a team that's not their staple. So talk to me about that. Forget I said the smile. Talk to me about why he's not getting a rebound. That's what I want to hear.
But even so, even if we lose today's game, it's not over.
Okay, and I'm not telling you it's over.
The Sacramento Kings kept home court, and the Warriors can still win it in 6. I still firmly believe the Warriors will win it in 6. You have to relax, man.
I will.
I'll work on it, Eric.
Yeah, and I'm not going to come in here
because I need a partner. This partner's got to last me till retirement.
Why do people think I'm amped? I'm not. It was a phenomenal game, and another. What did I call it? The final exam is coming. They failed every pop quiz. And then when you think they get it, you're like, yeah. And they were up 10 going to the money time.
But I'm sorry. There's never been a point in this season where they have put together good enough basketball for any meaningful stretch to say, yeah.
Steiny. That's but I kept telling you it's go time. It's the second season.
And the bottom line is if and when they win tonight, you're going to say that's it. They hit that switch.
Oh, no, I can't.
It was just a game late.
Yeah.
Want to bet?
I'm going to shock you.
Want to bet?
No, I'm done betting.
No, you're not.
Till tonight. But nah, Steiny, I'm just telling you, man. That I wanted to tell the caller that was the 83rd game of that. It played just like Denver. No Jokic. And you had it. But you didn't execute for whatever reason. Now you got Speedy Gonzalez mixed with Roger Rabbit out there with the ball. Who saw Monk going for 32? Forget the 32. 14 free throws.
What happens
why?
When you go to the basket?
No. It's what happens when you lead the league in fouls.
Well, it's true. That is true.
I'm just stating facts.
Where was the it was a really good one here I wanted to get into.
Steph batter.
Okay. Okay, you know what? All out there, if you want to play this game, Klay should have taken that little bunny.
I love that.
You know why he didn't? Because he's not a good decision maker. If that's really the game you want to play, I'll play that game. You know what? He's not a great decision maker. Klay, he's not.
But he's a shooter.
Okay. Yeah. Right. And he decided to pass at the wrong time. I'm not saying that. I thought he made the right basketball play. Like, of all the things we're picking on, or, point our finger at, it's like, really? Klay kicking it out to an open three is what we're kind of, oh, man, there's so much other stuff. Yeah. That's just me. 888. Oh, we got JD coming up.
Yeah.
JD coming up on the other side. He's 95.7 The Game's reporter. He's embedded. I love using that word. Embedded in Sacramento. And he's not just embedded in Sacramento because there's a series. There's no media member. Take this to the bank.
He said it.
Who's seen 83 Warrior games and 83 Kings games. He knows. And it's all sponsored by Stevens Creek Subaru. I'm 1-for-1 against Draymond Green in basketball knowledge. I don't see it, Bob.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks,
Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, thank you, man. Sorry to interrupt.
Loon Dog.
This is why I love sports. 310. Folks knock Klay for shot hunting, and then he finds a 40% corner three-point shooter for a wide-open look, and he gets criticized for that.
Duh.
SMH. That's from the 310. That's L.A. Then from the 510, Steinmetz is wrong. The score and time dictated that a 2 could win the game. I'd take an 80+% shot to a contested. He's not 80% finishing in there. Get out of here. Klay, 80% finishing. Come on now. We're getting a little preposterous. So either Klay.
And it's not criticized. It's just a
thought. Of course not.
Monday morning quarterback.
That's criticism. That is absolute criticism. If you're saying Klay shouldn't have thrown that pass to Wiggins, how's that not criticism?
Man, I just like that. He was right there. Like I said, it wasn't going to be easy, but damn, Steiny. Yeah. And you were down 1.
Let's see what JD thinks of it. Let's welcome in John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game reporter. He was there Saturday. He's there tonight. He's there all weekend, and then he's coming back to the Bay to cover this series. JD, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, and pre- and post-game host, 6 o'clock, Warriors Live from Golden One Center, and post-game after the game as well. So, looking forward to it.
All right, you filled in the cracks. My bad, buddy. Hey, what are we doing here? Criticizing Klay for throwing a pass to Wiggins. Unless you think he should have taken the 2.
If anything, Klay should have made a couple of more passes in game 1, and the Warriors might have got a couple of more layups instead of a couple of clunked shots that went back the other way to propel Kings runs that helped them 2 or 3 different times hang in a game where the Warriors were always on the brink of really taking control. I don't think they ever fully took control, but I got no problem with Klay kicking that one to Wiggins again. I think the bigger problem was Klay just, taking some bad shots, and the Warriors as a whole taking some bad shots in that game that really put them in some tough spots where the Kings, it kind of let the Kings off the hook, I think. One of my biggest keys to this series, the number one key, is shot selection for the Warriors. And I've said this, and it comes from watching Sacramento. If you run your offense and make them defend, you can get a layup almost any time you want. And I think the Warriors got baited into, hey, they shoot threes, we shoot threes. Hey, we're better than them at that. We've done this for 10 years. We can get away with it. We're just better. And if you do that and you miss, that's the way. If the Warriors are going to lose this series, guys, they're going to lose it because they take too many bad shots that miss, and the Kings turn that into points. That to me is even above the rebounds, which obviously have been talked about. It's above Curry's minutes. It's above the free throw shooting or Fox, going off as he did in game one. They have to take better shots against this Sacramento team if they're going to win this series. And if they do it, I think they win the series.
Jay, wow. And the beauty of you, Jay, is you let me nerd out and be me, weird out in regard to the uniforms, watching the games back. But Jay, I wasn't in the house like you. I watched that game almost 3 times because of the ambiance. I told Steiny I didn't know we had the great Jerry Reynolds on from SAC. I was insinuating maybe it could be a Warrior takeover. Before we get to the nitty-gritty, can you speak to just how amped and electric that was? Because it felt like Oracle with the Warriors, and we believe.
It was on that level. It was off the charts. It was everything Boston was last year, I think, in the finals, or Cleveland, or it reminded me of Oklahoma City. And as somebody that grew up in Sacramento and covered the Kings in the heyday, my early years coming up in the business, it reminded me of 2002, 2003 Arco. I mean, it really did. I mean, it felt like a game where the fans here were waiting for 17 years for the moment, and there was a lot of that just joy of, hey, the team is good again, but also a little bit of an edge of, hey, nobody's respecting this team, even though they're the 3 seed, and this team's pretty good and can maybe have some action in beating the Warriors. I was stunned, guys, that it wasn't 80-20 or 90-10 in terms of a percentage. You had to really look around to find Warrior fans. I mean, it was 95-5 or 97-3 if you want to go to like a percentage, which I'm not sure how they did it, but the Kings fans showed up and showed out, and there weren't a lot of Warrior fans in the building. And it was, I'll say this, it was, I think, as true of a road game environment that the Warriors have had at any point in the last 10 years of their run.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He was in SAC Saturday. He's in SAC now. He's covering this series and every subsequent series if the Warriors can advance. When I think of that game last night, obviously Fox was 2 nights ago. Fox was a problem, 29 in the second half. What can the Warriors do better against him?
I don't even know that it is necessarily do anything better against him. I think they're comfortable with him going takeover mode a little bit. I think what they would tell you is they got to do the same job they did against Sabonis again. They have to take away the Trey Lyles, wide open threes that really put an imprint on the game, and they can't let Monk go for 32 and get to the free throw line 14 times. So, yeah, they got to be better, I think, at preventing Fox from getting in the lane. It's easier said than done. He I think started to do in the third quarter when the game was starting to get away from the Kings and the Warriors were on the brink of control. He did what he's done a lot in the fourth quarter. He just took it. They ran more pick and roll up high, and he just attacked. And he's so good at getting in that in-between zone of, I'm not taking the 3, and if you come up on me, I'm going to get by you, but not all the way to the rim to where you can maybe challenge the shot, but I'm gonna pull up from about 10, 12 feet, and that's his money shot. And he was able to do that. And I think the Warriors, it seemed like they were a little caught off guard maybe by how explosive and speedy he is. I think it does play to something that I talked about a lot last week, where at times the Kings do have the ability in this series to make the Warriors look a little old. And I think he did make some of their guys look a little bit old in game one. But I really do think the Warriors are comfortable if Fox wants to be a dominant volume shooter and scorer in this series, they gotta contest a little better in that in between game and maybe try to push him out. He hit some threes, I think 4 in the second half, which hurt it. But I think they're more concerned about not letting the others go off. And if he scores 40, that's fine. He'll steal the headlines from the Sacramento side, but the Warriors think they can walk out of the building with a win.
JD, you let me know how much I owe you because I borrowed your line. We had a caller call in about Kuminga, and I told Steiny, I've been a big Kuminga advocate. I was disappointed, and I'm seeing too much smiling from him as if the game is easy, but yet he played 10 minutes, game 1, didn't get a rebound, and I'm not going to come in here and say free Kuminga, but what did you make of only his 10 minutes and his lack of rebounding? Because watching, I use Westbrook as an example last night. You can do other things to get more playing time, and Russell showed us that, but could stop smiling and do some stuff.
Yeah, he's got to rebound more if he's going to be on the floor. He's got to play with a higher. I thought, and I don't want to single out Kuminga in this, but you bringing him up made me think of this. I think there were a number of Warriors players. I think Jordan Poole was one. I think Kuminga was one. I think Klay, who we mentioned earlier, was one. I think even Wiggins was one, where there were just 2 or 3 plays, whether it was a turnover or a bad shot, that just you just can't have. And I think the Warriors had 4 or 5 players that had this. I think Curry, right off the bat, he throws a terrible pass that gets picked off and goes the other way in the first play of the game as the Warriors are bringing. Like there were 4 or 5 players that I think had 2 or 3 plays that were you just can't have. That were just losing plays. And you can have maybe one of those a game and you add it up over 4, 5, 6 different players. And they're like, whether it's a wild drive or it's a bad shot or it's a turnover, there was just too much of that, and I think it falls into the category of needing to be a little bit more buttoned up. As far as Kuminga and the minutes, I don't know how anybody who watched Game 1 can look at Jonathan Kuminga's game in Game 1 and think he needs to play more. In fact, I go the other way. If I'm looking for adjustments, and I'm playing 8 if I'm Steve Kerr tonight. Kuminga's a DNP coach's decision, and we'll have to see about Poole, who was going through his shooting at post shoot around, and he's still listed as questionable. Talking to Rick Celebrini and all of that, trying to make sure he's good to go. And so we'll wait and see on that. I think the Warriors are going to have to hope Poole is available to play. Otherwise, they got some issues, I think, in ways that they weren't accounting for. But let's just say Poole plays. If Poole plays, I would play 8. And I would cut Kuminga out of the rotation, and I would use that as a means to play DiVincenzo more than the 19 minutes that he played. I would use that to play maybe Wiggins a little bit more if physically he's up to being able to play a little bit more. And I think maybe even Jordan Poole, if he's healthy enough, could play a little bit more. If this is getting down to brass tacks, really desperate to get this win, I think you go shorter in the rotation. I know Steve Kerr hates doing that early in series. Maybe does it show a little bit of panic? But I just think Kuminga wasn't. I think he can have a role in this series for the Warriors, but he has to play with his game in a box that he too often has shown he's incapable of doing if he's only going to play 10, 12 minutes. And so, to me, if I'm the coach, he's sitting on the bench unless there's an emergency situation, because I'm going with the 8 guys that I know I can fully trust for every single minute of the 48 in this one tonight.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's in Sacramento at the Golden One Center. JD, you were at Warriors shoot-around today. You talked to the players and Steve Kerr. What's the vibe? And look, you've been around this team in the playoffs for the better part of the dynasty. Was there anything different today, or anything that you could tell was different than playoffs past?
They are extremely loose, extremely focused, and I'll give you this. I don't know if you guys mentioned this from seeing it on social media. Shoot-around opens to the media, right? Curtain opens. You can go out into the bowl, watch guys shoot. It was Kevon Looney and Jonathan Kuminga were the players who spoke. You go out to shoot-around, and what's bumping on the speakers? E40.
Yeah.
Choices. Yup.
Wow.
Nope. Yep. and it was and they were and Klay Thompson yelled out, bump that E40, and like, so there was a they wanted to make sure that everybody knew that they had E40s back, and this was, and that he has the bays back, and there was just a little bit of an edge to that statement. I think, subconsciously or whatever, but I think from the availability yesterday too, with Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson and Marcus Thompson and myself got under Klay's skin a little bit, asking him about shot selection, and he doesn't like hearing it from people who didn't play the game. I think he already had heard it from Steve Kerr at the film session that maybe he needed to keep it moving a little bit, as far as not taking every wide open shot, the whole good shot versus great shot debate. But the one overarching theme, fellas, is this team is confident, and in a way, I wonder if they're a little too confident in that a couple of adjustments, better on the boards, a few less fouls, better shots, and like boom, 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 check, 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 they got this. Like there is that unwavering confidence and quiet laser focus that I will say it does seem that this team has. I hope for their sake, and again, I'm an unbiased objector, but I hope for their sake, given the vibe that they've put off, that they're not overestimating their ability to do things differently and its impact on winning versus, hey, the Kings might be a little bit better than they themselves have given the Kings credit for, and certainly the Warrior fan base has given the Kings credit for.
Wow, Jay, you got me excited for game 2. Hey, a random question. I know you were in the facility at Golden 1, but I got my drink and my food, and I'm watching the pregame, and Klay Thompson's contract situation came up from Woj, and he was talking about the max. And I don't know how the cycle works, Jay, but I told Stoney this morning, I thought that was odd timing. Did you get a chance to hear about that report? And I thought it was weird timing.
I do think it was weird timing. I'm with you, Goo. I think it was almost placed in a manner of, hey, let's, right as the playoffs are starting, let everybody know that this if Klay plays well, if Klay continues to play, the good Klay games that he's had for the most part over the last 3 months, that there's going to be a price for that. And again, I think even the way it was worded, the expectation is that there will be. And again, we're not talking the expectation of a new contract. The expectation of a max contract. That to me was
the agenda. That's just what umbrella fell under for me.
Because there's a difference between, hey, you're going to be getting paid $30 million a year, which is nice, $35 million a year, and a max, which is, we're talking mid 40s, I think, at that point and beyond. And I'm thinking that was a little bit of a tone setter. I think almost like in the sense of, hey, this guy's going to eat in this series, and if he eats in this series and this team makes a run, then payment is due. Wow. And it ain't going to be payment is due 30-35. It's going to be payment is due max, which is a whole different level. And I don't think it really affects anything game to game. But I'm with you, Goo. It was odd timing to be sure.
There's no doubt about it. JD joining us, John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. It kind of had a little inkling of the Draymond Green when Woj reported, or no, The Athletic actually reported that he was seeking a max, and then if any, here's what I'll say, and then I'll ask a question. If any of that is based in any kind of truth, then the Warriors, I think, do have bigger problems, because that shouldn't be a concern at this point. All right, JD, I got a theory that I'm going to throw at you. Not a theory, but an idea. The Warriors love when they play a guard like Fox to put a Wiggins on him, to put a Payton on him, and to kind of shadow him up the court. I'm starting to think, you know what? This kid's too quick. He's too fast for those guys. And as good defensively as they are, you can't shadow him coming up the court, because he's going to use that opportunity to beat you. Can Steph Curry guard De'Aaron Fox, at least in stretches, and forsake the idea of pressuring him in the backcourt and picking him up at the top of the key?
I think he can. Now, do you want him to be expending that energy on defense at the potential expense of his offense now that he's 35 years old? I think that's the question there. But to your point, Steiny, I do think that could be a way where if the Warriors aren't as concerned, and I really don't think they are about Fox scoring 40, it reminds me, and I think Fox does it in a more efficient way than Ja Morant does. At least he did in game one in the second half. But I think it's a little bit similar to Ja Morant. Remember the first couple of games of that series last year before he got hurt, and he's going for 38 and 46, and the Warriors are hanging in. I think the game in Golden 1 was similar to game 1 and 2 in Memphis. Warriors won one, lost one. Basically the same kind of game down the stretch. And they got the split, and the split ended up being the difference in the series when the Warriors won all their home games. But I think if you're comfortable with Fox is going to get his, you could do that with Steph and allow him to accept the same challenge that Mike Brown has put on De'Aaron Fox. That was, everybody's kind of wondering what's the plan for Curry. And Fox, I think, in his career has been an underwhelming defender. He kind of picks his spots defender. But the truth is, he is young and athletic and quick and somewhat tireless. And so it kind of made sense. Like, hey, you want to be the superstar, De'Aaron, then you got to guard the superstar and go get us 40. And so I think that was an interesting challenge that Mike Brown put on Fox. It's different for Curry because he's older. I want to wrap on this thought as far as that point. I do think the Warriors have to figure out something with their rotation in that, Coach Kerr said yesterday, hey, we're playing Steph. We're not going to play him the 40 minutes with one day off in between and all that. I wonder if there's a rotation tweak. And I know I kind of said, well, what if there's 2 days off in between? Because the next 3 games, there's 2 days off. After today, there's 2. After game 3, there's 2. After game 4, there's 2. And so, and Kerr kind of laughed and he said, well, we'll see. Kind of like, yeah, I might do that. But as far as the rotation pattern, the Kings are set up in this series, guys, to make runs with Curry off the floor because Fox rests at different times than Curry, so he comes back in the game at times where Curry is out. And it's not so much the mano-a-mano component to it. It's just that Fox going up against more of the Warriors' bench players, I think is time where he can really look to dominate and the Kings can look to get in a flow, and the Warriors miss answers on the other end offensively because they get a little bogged down, I think, when Curry's not on the floor. So I think anything that Coach Kerr can do to match those minutes a little bit more to keep the game secure. Like, it's okay to play Sacramento without Curry on the floor, but can you play Sacramento without Curry on the floor while Fox is on the floor and looking to be in supreme attack mode? That's one little subtle change that I would keep an eye on as to if Steve Kerr tinkers with Curry's rotation, and that fact to limit the times and the combinations that are on the floor when De'Aaron is out there and Steph isn't.
Jay, that's good stuff. I'm going to put it right on the table because I know the Warriors scored 123 points. They went to the foul line 27 times. But, Jay, I didn't give Sac any credit for being able to stop this playoff version of the Golden State Warriors. And at times I saw Mike Brown with the boxing one. They threw multiple looks at the Warriors. But what grade would you give the Kings as a team, as a whole, defensively Saturday? Because I thought at times they made it more difficult than I thought that they could.
The one thing, the Kings are not a good defensive team at all. In fact, for the most part, they've been an awful defensive team this year. Don't mistake that for not competing or trying. The Kings compete. There's a difference there. The Kings, and I was telling Steiny this during the game. We were going back and forth, and Steiny's like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Steiny, but it's like, hey, the Warriors are kind of in control. Kings are showing some signs that they can't do some things. Sabonis struggled, and I said, Steiny, this is how the Kings have hung around in games all year. They always make their run. It always ends up 120-120 with about 2 minutes left. And they, for whatever reason, have been able to, because of Fox, and they've been a clutch team. They win those games more often than they lose them. And wouldn't you know, they were able to do it again. They're not a good defensive team, but they compete. And their energy is good, and they got after it physically in terms of rebounding the basketball, which I think was a key. The offensive rebounds, the extra shot attempts, that was the difference. Like, the Warriors were I think the Warriors were low-key happy with their defense in game one. but they couldn't clear the rebound. And when they couldn't clear the rebound, the extra points the Kings got off of that proved to be the difference in the game. But the Kings compete. But that goes back to the point about Steve Kerr, in that when he says good shots versus great shots and having to make them guard a little deeper in the shot clock, make them move. It was a freaking layup line for the Warriors when they ran their offense and were patient, but there were too many times the Warriors let the Kings off the hook, and the Kings pounced in those moments, and that's how the Kings have beaten good teams this season, home and away. They wait for that moment where you slip up for just a 2-3 minute stretch with the bad shots or the turnovers, and they hit you with a 6-0, 8-0. I couldn't believe it, guys, and I know we're getting up against it. When and I know it was Curry was out and all this different stuff, but to me, the Warriors lost the game Saturday when they were up 10 late in the third. And you look up at the end of the quarter, and they're down 1. The fourth quarter really wasn't they gave it up in that last 3 minutes, and that was the game. I looked up at the scoreboard. I'm like, how in the hell are the Kings up 1? That is trouble, because this is exactly the kind of game that the Warriors have lost all year in the regular season, and exactly the kind of game that the Kings have won all year in the regular season. And wouldn't you know, again, it played out the same way in Game 1.
JD, going to be a lot of fun tonight. Really appreciate it, and I'm gonna play producer, and I'd like to get you on tomorrow too, if we can.
Okay, you got it.
Evans.
I'll be ready to roll.
No, hey, Jay, my prediction: 40 sits next to Vivek tonight.
I hope so. Yeah. I mean, I just hope that calms down. I just hope
I didn't like it. Yeah.
I just hope cooler heads prevail in that whole situation, and it's found that there can be some friendly common ground found, because I guess it's just the whole thing was just unfortunate on a number of different levels.
Yeah. All right, JD, we'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
You got it, fellas.
All right. That's John Dickinson on 95.7 The Game. We'll get back to talk about some of the things he said, and then I'm going to give you my tweak that I'd think about if I were the Warriors on the other side. Warriors-Kings, Game 2 tonight, 7 o'clock. That means Warriors Live starts at 6 with John Dickinson. It's presented by Xfinity. Catch the entire Warriors postseason run on 95.7 The Game.
At 2 for 1.
Back to Wiggins.
This is Moses Moody, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you.
Yeah,
Game
baby.
2 tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. It all starts with JD, Warriors Live at 6.
And I'm going to be in the house.
Yeah, Guru.
baby.
It took 4 days of clearance, but Guru has been credentialed. Good.
Yeah.
That'd be great for that'd be great for tomorrow's show.
No doubt. And this is you're gonna see
Legacy
all
game?
of it. No, you're gonna see the best version of
who?
This is energy. Like I went Friday, they were playing. You know what I mean? 2 Fridays ago.
I don't know what you mean, actually.
The game before the last game of the season,
All
the
right.
Warriors and the Kings didn't have starters.
Right.
Now it is. What did they say? With Ali
Legacy
and
game.
Frazier? No, Rumble in the Jungle.
That was Foreman.
Yeah.
In Zaire.
He's got a movie coming out. George Foreman.
You know,
The
it's funny.
28th April.
Is it now? Interestingly,
The big George Foreman. I think that's the title.
yeah. See, I feel like he's lived his whole life in the public, so I don't really need to see. I mean, what are we gonna see? Okay, he won the Olympic gold, but nobody liked him. He was always mad at everybody, and he started.
When he
being
lost to
great.
Ali, he almost lost it. There was a dart. He wanted
I
to
know.
fight 5 people in one day.
Yeah, I know.
So I
we
would
know
love
the
to
story, so I don't need to see it again.
But let
He
a
became
dude climb
embittered.
the side of a rock. You'll watch it
Oh,
3
Han
times.
Solo. A free solo.
Yeah, there's a chance. A little misunderstood, Steiny. You know, maybe like a Draymond Green. Misunderstood.
A Draymond? No, that Draymond, I would watch a documentary on.
He did a
Because
podcast, too.
Oh, what'd he say?
He's a public guy.
Yeah, he,
I know, but I feel like he's got a lot of stuff behind closed doors.
but
that we
good
wanna
stuff.
know. Some good, some bad.
Well, we know everything. He said they wanted him suspended, Curry and Myers.
Yeah, it's always on his podcast.
I don't want to make this personal with Steph Curry, but
That's our dog.
I find it interesting, and I don't know if guys just don't understand what I'm saying, or they're afraid that Steph might actually have to guard somebody, and I wouldn't be afraid of either. I just want you to hear me out here.
All right.
When the Warriors go up against these guards, Morant, Harden back in the day, Kyrie, and Klay would be able to do a good job on them.
LeBron.
What the Warriors like to do is have Peyton or Wiggins in the backcourt, shadowing the guy up the court, making him turn a little bit to expend some energy, bringing the ball up the court. Okay? That's why they do it. They can get a cheap steal or turnover, dynamite. The problem with Fox and the Kings when you do this is as good as Wiggins and Peyton are defensively, when you've got that much space in the backcourt, sometimes you can't keep a guy in front of you. Now, here's what I'm getting at. You shadow James Harden 4 years ago in the backcourt, and he gets it into the front court. What's he going to do? He's still going to pull it back, dribble, and they're going to use a lot of the shot clock. The problem with Fox is if he beats you back there, he goes. He doesn't just stop and say, "I'll set up our offense," even though I just left Wiggins or Peyton behind me. No. If he gets Peyton or Wiggins behind him, they're playing 5-on-4. They're playing 5-on-4 if they can't keep Fox in front of them in the backcourt. And I saw some of that
Saturday.
So if Fox has a quickness advantage over you, the way you handle that is you pack it in. You don't guard him as far. The people, well, if you put Curry on Fox, he'll get tired. No, he won't. In fact, I'm not asking him to go shadow Fox in the backcourt. I'd give that up. I'd forsake that this series. I'd say not all the time. Why can't Steph guard De'Aaron Fox if Steph picks him up at the top of the circle? Like, why can't he? I don't understand why. I get it. You're not going to have 40 minutes back and forth, up and down. I get that. Steph can guard De'Aaron Fox on occasion.
But to Jay-Z's point, Donnie and mine, I get what you're saying.
What's he doing? The Warriors score, he runs back to the top of the circle. He stands there and waits for Fox. Okay, well, now he's got to guard him once Fox comes up.
Yeah.
But I'm not asking Curry to shadow him the whole way up the court like you want Wiggins and Peyton to do. He's too quick. He's too quick, Fox. Baker Bryant, Foster City. Baker Bryant.
Hey, Signy. Hey, Signy. Hey, Goo. Hey. So really quick. Just wanted to start off with, look at the Warriors post game. They didn't seem worried at all with that loss. You could tell that. You could tell that they were feeling like, oh man, the Kings got away with that win. We almost had them. And they start the whole season has been like the Warriors, mantra. So just these games have been gotten away from them, but they could that feeling of defeat is not there with them. You can tell there's a lot of confidence there that they're going to get that game too. My main question though that I wanted to ask with you guys: what are your thoughts in the last 20 seconds of the game when Draymond and Sabonis were on the ground and Klay was taking it up the court? We had 2 timeouts, and Draymond wasn't up. Why couldn't we just call that timeout? We had 20 seconds, just 24-second shot clock. Come up with the play. We're down by 1. Why couldn't Steve Kerr just call a timeout? We have 2.
Well, maybe because the shot you got was a great look from the corner without a timeout. Then they did call a timeout, and he got a damn good shot after.
And you had the big dude out the middle because Sabonis was on the ground wrestling with Dre. But, yeah, I didn't say that to you, Stoney. They were moving. And the big man was he wasn't even a part of it. And Klay was right in the guts of the right down
He's not a good finisher. That's not his game.
Yeah.
Made a great play. Great pass out to Wiggins. Got to make that shot. 408, Steiny, what'd you shoot this week? Goo, work
you
out
went
your
with
legs.
John, young John.
Work out your legs and grip strength for golf and your hip turn. I played well. Give
me a number.
Played fun. Played only 9 with John on
on
Saturday and his buddies. Then Saturday, I played well. I played at
Topeka.
Topeka's in Kansas. 93 at 93 at
high, Stoney.
At Hidden Brook in Vallejo. Yeah, I know. To somebody who doesn't know a damn thing about golf,
I got clubs. I got to get them out the trunk, though.
So windy out there. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
Even, we have a guy who usually shoots near 80. He was at 87. So it's about the conditions.
How was your
Tough
driving,
course.
though?
My driving was fine.
That's what I like. Whacking it.
Yeah, 93. And it's like, usually I'd be like, 90. No, you know what?
Did you beat John?
That's who I am. We tied. Both shot 46.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm consistent. Pretty darn consistent.
Which would be 92. Yeah.
That's right. 92.
Let's go. Game 2.
6-5-0. Curry will foul out in the third quarter guarding Fox. You act like I'm asking him to run up and down
94
the court.
feet.
Okay. Play more zone. Play more zone against Sac.
I want to believe they showed a little of that. Warriors did. I'll tell you what. I don't want to come in here tomorrow with another Fox game at 30 points and Malik Monk. Steiny, Malik Monk was doing it all offensively and made every last one of his 14 free throw attempts. That's got to stop. What did we say? Turn the water off.
888-957-9570. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Game 2 tonight from Golden One Center. Warriors down 1-0. They've never been down 2-0 in a playoffs. Off the top of my head, I can't.
But we're living in the past with that, but you're right.
We're also living in the past that they've won a road game every series. What's it going to be? Something's got to give.
That was the first time they'd lost game 1 in a first-round series.
Really?
Yes.
Didn't Memphis get them last year? What about Boston?
Boston was in the finals, Toronto was in the finals, and then Memphis was a second-round series.
So you kind of snooker in the stats.
Zebo.
Little snooker with
that was my Elias Sports Bureau right there.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, panic meter.
That's a good
Give
one.
it to me.
Yep.
1 to 10. Guru said he was panicked, but he didn't put a number on it.
Bonte.
Oh.
Because I've been calling him so much. The Bonte panic meter.
So how worried are you? Scale of 1 to 10.
7. Come in with a mild 7.
Don't do that, Guru.
Yeah. That's the best. Remember our trip to Vegas? See,
I don't remember a lot of it.
Me, you, and B? Dude, it's Summer League.
I didn't spend any time with you guys after the show.
We didn't want to because we did the show.
Right.
That was the time.
Yeah, I got out of
I was with Handy. Bonte was doing this thing with Anna. Where did you go? You were like, I was in bed by 8:30.
Ask Bob Myers.
Did you see Bob?
No, but you asked him the other day about
I
me,
didn't like
and he
his
told you that what he knows about me is I keep it close to the vest.
Let's go, Steiny.
You don't need to know what I did in Vegas.
I don't want to know.
You're the kind of guy that tells everybody what he did in Vegas. I'm the opposite of you. I don't want people to know.
You know what?
I
And I'm
did
getting
in
away from that.
No, you're actually not.
No, birthdays.
You're drawing more
you won't
attention
even,
to yourself
Just
these days.
Dude, I just put a picture of myself golfing. People like to swing a little bit, Snotty, because they knew it was short.
You did that I thought you made a mistake when you posted that golf video.
The truth comes out.
I thought you.
I hit it like I hit a baseball.
I thought you meant. I thought you meant to maybe not send that one, but yeah, hey, it's all right. Jonathan Santa Rosa, my old neck of the woods in the Redwood Empire.
Press Democrat.
You know it. Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Big fan of the show.
Right on.
Sweet.
Yeah, I just want to touch on, I think you guys mentioned it earlier, about how the Kings were attacking offensively and going to the rim. You guys mentioned that in the past, Harden would kind of dribble, take it back out a little bit. I don't see that with the Kings. I see Fox and Monk. They're just relentlessly attacking the rim. I don't think they have any fear of our front court and just the defense. I don't think they're deterred by anything that we threw at them over the weekend, and it just kind of puzzles me because the Warriors, they were in the bonus pretty early in the fourth, I believe, and instead of attacking the rim, they just settled for threes and jump shots. I think they should have definitely been more aggressive, attack the rim, try to get some fouls. We were having success, so yeah, just wanted to point that out.
That's a good point. I mean, you get in the bonus that early in the fourth quarter, you got to take advantage of it.
Well, you ain't throwing it to anybody in the post to do it. You know what I mean? It's either Poole coming downhill, Curry doing it some, or Wiggins. And, yeah.
I mean, the other thing is like here where Fox is different than that I noticed is, again, I hate to keep comparing them to Harden, but there is some similarities, particularly because they're left-handed. But they, when Harden would go to work in the half court, Warriors had 5 pairs of eyes on him all the time. Why? Because they were in the half court. Yeah. They were in the half court. So you're in the help position, and you got one eye on Harden. There's nothing he can. But with Fox, if he breaks you down a little bit and gets by that first point of attack defender,
which he's stellar at.
Now you're just. Now you're in.
No man's land.
No. You're in like makeup mode.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody's got to pick him up, and then they got to start the rotations. And
that dude got away from 2 double teams, Donnie. They were trying. He was so fast, like Barry Sanders. I was like, boy, you talk about coming downhill. There's coming downhill, and then there's Fox coming downhill. So let's see what adjustments they make tonight, or adjustments they can, Stoney. Because, again, I saw everybody try to do something, and he was giving them the business.
From the Comcast Business Text line, which is also 888-957-9570, is Guru going to be able to do his Boston speech at some point, maybe even before tonight's game? Wow. That means it's a must-win.
Nah.
Why not?
They didn't play it at the parade. I'm doing with the speeches.
Oh, scramble mode. Thank you, 650. That's what I was looking for.
Scramble.
De'Aaron Fox put you in scramble mode. John's in Oakland. What's up, John?
Johnny.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
So you asked, we wanted on a scale of 1 to 10, how worried about we for tonight's game. How about 0?
Really?
How about negative 10?
Wow.
Please explain.
Yeah.
This was the best chance for the Kings to win a game this series. First playoff game in 16 years. That crowd is hype. The players are locked into. That's one game. I remember, I would like to have Warriors fans remember how this team has performed in the playoffs for the last 10 years. And this core never gets down after winning one game, and they almost always win the next game after that. So, maybe you'll excuse me if I'll use that 10 years of playoffs experience versus one game of being a prisoner of the moment.
Well, let me ask you this.
Malik Monk managed to sink some shots.
Well, let me ask you this, John. You have to be pretty impressed with how Fox, Monk, Mitchell, and Trey Lyles played in their very first playoff game.
Sure, I'm impressed. They did well. They did very well. But guess what? Their second leading scorer, Sabonis, kept to 12 points by Looney and Draymond. Players like Monk aren't going to shoot that well for the entire series. They're just not going to.
You're right.
We were, having these conversations last year when, in the Boston series, guys like Marcus Smart shot really well from 3 for a game, and then the next game went back to their historical averages. So I just, take a look at that. And
So
I think people need to cool it and have a little bit more confidence in our chance.
How's Sabonis going to play tonight, do you think?
I think he's going to score a little bit more. I think he's going to rebound less. I think he's going to be less of a factor in the fourth.
All right. Thanks, John. I'm not here to quell anybody's confidence.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell John, welcome to the club.
Which is what?
Oh, living in the past. Because let me tell you, John, this is why I'm concerned.
No.
He is in the
John,
he's right there with me.
No, he's not. And I'll tell you why he's not. Because John has fortitude. Because John believes. Because John ain't wavering. You are like an American flag in a windstorm.
I react to new information.
Right. Don't you dare compare yourself to John,
he's in the club,
who's laughing at the Kings because he knows.
He can laugh. That laugh. Hey, if they
John,
win tonight, laugh.
John, I respect you.
That's
John,
denial. I'm trying to help John.
See, no, John,
that
don't
is
you get
denial.
John? Don't you get John?
No.
Even if
because
John,
not one time did either
John
one of
knows.
you bring up
John knows.
the Warriors foul more than any other team in the NBA.
It's because the refs
the Kings
hate
are fast.
It's because the refs
That's a recipe
are
for disaster. What happened game 1? Oh, team that fouled the most lost.
John.
I love John.
I admire
He's in
your
denial.
certitude.
Welcome to the club.
John,
he's living in the past. I left the club. They said, sir, you can't leave. I threw the security guard to the side, and I got out of there. I got out of there.
Let me tell you what
I'm
John,
in the car driving home.
Let me tell you what John is.
That's in denial.
Let me tell you what John isn't. We lost our first playoff game. We're done.
Who is
we
that?
foul too much and we're old.
Who is that? Who is
Good
that?
for John.
Please.
Good for John.
This has the ingredients, man.
Of what?
Of not getting fixed quick enough. And I just hate that you're sipping your coffee like, it's 0-0. They're down 0-1.
But I know your reputation's on the line because
No,
you
I had
called
them
them a
in 5.
JV
They
team.
could still come through.
I would never call the Kings a JV team.
I said exposure. That's what I was. You got to think. I'm nuanced.
Did you?
It was exposure.
Just for kicks. Did you use the word JV team?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Because they hadn't been there. It's been 16 years.
Did you underestimate them? Did you overestimate the Warriors?
I'm going to know more tonight. I'll be able to tell you more tomorrow.
Paul's in Hayward.
Tonight is big.
What's up, Paul? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Doing well. Hey, Goo.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, man, I got to salute. I'm going to salute your flag.
Yeah.
My stress level, I would say, is about a 1.5.
Wow.
And I ain't living in the past. I'm just kind of curious if Kaminga's only going to play 4 minutes, don't you think they should put him in front of Fox? Let Fox lay him out a couple times, maybe he lay out Fox out a couple times.
Wow.
I think Kaminga's got physicality on Fox.
Oh, he definitely does. But can he keep up? I saw Kuminga chasing Fox. I saw everybody chasing him, and he was just beep, beep. He was moving, man. Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
What a man. That's the only time I almost called you a loser.
I'm the kind of parent Spadoni wants to be.
Oh, please.
I told Spadoni he's too good a friend.
But you're
with
a
his
pushover.
3-year-old.
Yeah, dude. I act like I didn't hear that. I know.
I was kidding. Like, look, I'll tell you.
You need to text him. I think he might have thought you were
I'll
real
tell
for
him
real.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
He can wait. Joe Let me tell you something about Spadoni. And I can say this without malice. I do have envy. He's an unbelievable father.
Yeah. You said that about Willard, too.
I was just trying to get on his good side.
Oh, okay.
No, you can tell. I'll tell you what. At least they're Instagram dads of the year.
That's great stuff.
No, they're.
I'm worried about Willard too.
Why?
The Brock Purdy news.
Oh, I thought you meant. I was going to say because you're in the same boat. He called him adorable. You called him a JV team.
No.
So what you're going to try to do now is
don't take my words out of context.
You called him a JV team.
It was exposure.
And
I said that Evan knows what I meant.
Willard's right. Here's what's going to happen. With each Warriors loss, in theory, Guru's going to start ripping them more and more and more. And by the time, if it's a big if, the Kings win this series.
Oh, holy.
He will have done a 180 and said, I knew the Kings were going to win this series.
Please. Whatever bit you call that, keep going because you're tickling yourself. That's all that matters. Feel good.
Let's go to, Tish. Tish is in Hercules.
Hey,
Tish.
What's our girl?
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up,
I'm
Tish?
actually sitting at San Francisco in my office, but thanks for taking
Talk
my
to
call.
us.
I had to call in when you asked about the fan stress-o-meter.
Yeah.
I have very little stress.
Are you
Now,
serious?
I wanted the Warriors. Huh?
Are you serious?
I wanted the Warriors to get game 1.
Okay.
I wanted them to get game 1. But okay, they didn't get game 1. But you know what? I looked at all of the other conference games, round ones, and our game was a lot closer than most. So I contend that the Warriors played a lot better defense than I expected them to play. I was very impressed with the Kings, but I've been up to Kings games in the past and watched them play the Warriors. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. Don't sleep on the Kings. They're a very good team. But the Warriors need to do what I say all year long. When you have the effing lead, stop going for threes, go into the paint, go for a 2, don't have an empty possession so you lose your lead, and if you get fouled, you get to the line. It's really simple. It was a very close game.
Right.
Overall, I was very happy. I'm going to tell you something that won't be popular among listeners. I'm hoping that our young Poole can't play this game.
Tish.
Wow. Why? What happened? She's there.
We need someone who has better defensive skills than Poole. Poole seems to just go for a three, but he stands around and doesn't do a whole lot to prevent. He's been getting better at quickly going into the paint. But I get very nervous when he's out there. As I said when I called in on Saturday, I'm glad Steph took that final three and missed, because if it had been Poole, I would have been in my car driving up to Sacramento.
Wow,
thanks, Tish.
You're
Appreciate
smiling.
it.
You're supposed to put her in check with that.
With what?
That was Poole slander.
Oh,
that was Poole slander. You let her get away with it.
Well,
You're feeling
Tish.
good.
She's a P1. She called an Evans show Saturday.
I think she called into the post game with
that's
JD,
what I was
but
thinking. I listened to Evan too.
510. Moses Moody get playing time today? Yeah, sure with that. Everybody plays. It's the playoffs. Let's give everybody time.
JD said 8. Well, it might be. No, he might play now. Can we get an update on Poole? I'll be in the house. I'll text the thread.
Don't even.
What was your verbiage on the thread about?
Wait.
I'm saving my time.
You guys waste. You guys do the worst.
That's my motto. I go, this dude steals my material left and right.
You know what? And that's why I didn't do it. I'm like, I'm not giving Guru 7 nuggets for Monday's show. He's going to hear it. He's going to hear it.
Oh, boy. Help your man.
888-957-9570 is the number. And there is one thing that we haven't talked about regarding our superstar, Steph Curry, that I'm going to bring up, and I want to know what some Warrior fans think of it. That's what's coming up on the other side. And the Quest for 5. It's brought to you by Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
Take that for data.
left side. Cross court to Poole. In the middle for good fake on Sabonis. Step back 3-0. That was filthy. 7 straight for the Warriors. They lead by 4, 48-44.
Wow. How quick was that move?
Oh, my goodness.
But the highlights.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thanks, JP. He's listed still as questionable.
Oh, okay.
Questionable for tonight.
That from Slater?
It's from a website that gives you official updated injury.
757 was tell Stoddy to play the breaking news sounder. Slater just tweeted about Poole. But we'd already knew. That's a 4. That was a breaking news sounder.
I know. It was. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, it feels still like Warrior fans are cackling a little bit about how giddy the Kings are feeling.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm concerned.
No, you cackled for 6 months.
And I'm mad
every
about
team
it.
other than the Warriors.
I'm mad about it.
You paid the Warriors a respect that you don't give any other team. In
There's
addition to
a
why
chance
they
4
won
times.
the championship. They're not the champions from 2 years ago. They're the champions.
Defending champs.
Means squad. That's what it means.
They
How'd
got-
that pedigree come through for Warrior fans?
That's what bothers me.
Yeah.
Championship blood.
Boy. How about this? Who had this? How many did Monk have?
32.
32? Who had first playoff game ever combined 70 points for Monk and Fox? Who had the under on that?
Yeah. 51 for the Splash Brothers. That cannot happen again. That cannot, Steiny.
The only thing I was steadfast about last week was I did not want to disrespect the Kings.
That word I keep hearing, like,
which is what many did, and you did it. You did it.
But what if I said
you kind of did it.
But you pick Warriors. I'm just picking you out. Warriors in 6.
That's
Isn't
not
that kind
easy.
of disrespectful?
No, it's not.
Shasky and I had 5. Bonte had. Everybody I think had 6.
Thank God you had 5. You were so close to going 4,
dude. I don't care about that stuff.
No, you
stuff
should
right.
because it's
no. I
because
want
your reputation's at stake.
Stop.
No, I'm just.
I don't live in Vegas. I ain't on the TV telling you who to bet. Well, dude, I'm like,
no, it's in your Instagram.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. You know, here's one thing. I mean, we've talked about it over the years, but I'm going to try to bring in an added element. So, Steph Curry, what makes him one of the greatest of all times is that he is an A-plus player on the ball when he has the ball, and he's an A-plus player off the ball, moving without the ball. So if Steph is playing more and more off the ball, because Draymond handles it,
gotcha.
Why is he turning it over so much? In other words, he's handling he had 5 turnovers on Saturday.
The first one of the game.
5 turnovers on Saturday, but he's not. But he doesn't play all game with a ball in his hands.
But you can't be perfect.
No, but he's committing more turnovers with the ball in his hands less than he has in the past. What did you just say?
You can't be perfect.
You know what? Remind me to use that every single time somebody gets this is unbelievable. You can't say anything objective that might be criticism for a Warrior. Oh. No, you're right. That ball is like in a safe. It's like in a master lock. You're right. He doesn't turn it over.
But no.
Never turns it over.
I was getting your goat, but I do got a thought. As you get older, Steiny, you probably lose a little bit of explosiveness, and the guys are a bit closer. They're in your comfort zone, and maybe he's feeling that more now than he's ever felt. And he's throwing, not hot potato at all.
Can't do this.
Yeah, but
wait. So you're saying he might be getting older?
Don't act like I've never said that.
You can't stand what I say. He's 35.
But he's really 30.
You know what's happening with our show? Chickens are coming home to roost.
I can't make the chicken sound, dude. Please, Evan did.
Oh,
wow. But come on, no. I'm just telling you.
What? Telling me what?
if you're pointing out the 5 turnovers,
yes,
that's the least of your worries. That's what I'm trying to say. De'Aaron Fox has the foulingest team in the league on skates. That was Exhibit A Saturday.
Okay.
That is a major concern.
Let me tell you something. This series ends with Steph Curry with 30 turnovers and 10 assists.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because he had a 5 turnover,
you know
2
better
assists.
than that. Yeah, well, Dub Nation wouldn't take. They would. Come on.
What?
People ain't forgot to turn over in the 16 finals with the meme with the behind the back to Klay. And
that wasn't done by a Warrior fan. We know that.
No, we ain't forgot.
Larry's in Roseville. Summer Sanders.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Doing
What's up,
great.
baby?
That's right. You know what? I am in Roseville, but I'm from San Jose, man, and I'm getting kind of tired of all this slander about the Warriors, man. I mean, I got to live in this funkiness out here. It's kind of crazy, man. These people think they're going to the NBA Finals already.
Careful when you say funkiness on the radio.
Wow.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that to you.
No, I love you, Larry.
Respect for you two guys.
I love you, Larry.
Don't talk about that.
So where's, do you think Guru's disrespecting the Warriors or fans? Or
I'm talking about out here, brother. That's
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
I love you guys, man, and I appreciate. I want to keep the positive going because they haven't got to see DiVincenzo and Gary Payton together for a period of time. Things are going to change tonight, brother. I'm sorry.
Appreciate the call, Neil Young. I know that things are going to change, but I can't say bad or good. Look out for my love.
I hadn't heard that one.
It's deep.
It sounded different than that, I'm sure. But
it's deep. It's deep in his catalog. It's from a album called "Comes a Time" from way back.
God, I love song titles, man. An album.
Well, it's an album.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
I just got your text to the Comcast text line.
Wait, what?
You, Steiny, you were the only one at the station that didn't disrespect the Kings. Willard and Guru need to give you your flowers. For what? You
just
said
trying to be a
6.
pro?
Well, I think Willard had 6. Everybody had 6.
Look, the bottom line is this, and you guys need to answer for yourself. I'll answer for myself. You called them a JV team, and Willard called them adorable.
I need more out of you. You got to do better.
You cannot
that came
take that
this
back.
morning, and it was about the exposure. Now, why are you saying it like I called them that?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be worried if they were a JV team. Dude, I'm just telling you, there's no Ibaka on the.
Where the hell did his name come from?
I'm about to tell you.
You know what? I never use this word.
And I can get it out. Old Ibaka in OKC, when they had that length and Westbrook had that speed, I was like, one team looks faster than the other.
Yeah.
Sac doesn't have an Ibaka, a young one, but they got that boy with that ball, De'Aaron Fox. And Monk, I need him to – the Warriors got to turn that water off. And Kuminga and Dante – Steiny, you got to throw the kitchen sink at him.
And what does that mean?
You got to try everything. Kerr's got to be a madman tonight.
Anthony
we
Lamb?
might see Lamb in the game.
Why wouldn't we?
Clarice. Silence of the Lambs. Clarice, yeah.
That's a freaking
Anthony
half.
Hopkins. That might be the first minus of the thing.
I said a half.
Yeah.
I said a half. Let's go to John
Wiggins.
Wow.
Make a shot.
Dude, he did everything else fine.
Did he?
Be honest. In real time, and I know you're a nerd, did you know he was 1 of 7? I didn't even know he hit that first shot at the top of the game. I said, Wiggins is back, baby. Didn't have a floater. He had his stuff.
You know, one thing I should do is
videotape yourself watching the game.
No, it's just go back to my text that I share with JD. These are real hardcore basketball texts that we both believe in. And I would say Wiggins. I have a good thing on Wiggins. Hold on. Talk.
Yeah, people calling me Anthony Lame Hopkins. Clarice.
That's a 3.
Yeah. He likes it. He's laughing.
Basically, I said Wiggins is great at filling in the gaps in the Warriors' offense.
I like that.
Yeah. Every time he scores, it's not really a play for him.
Now, you play D3. I didn't.
D3.
I'm still playing
D3.
Intramurals. is there any reason you think Wiggins wouldn't be able to start tonight? Now, the minute usage, you can play with that, Kerr, but why wouldn't you roll out your 5 and let everybody know we're back? We're complete to
here
start
he goes
the game.
again. Are they back or not? Do you think they're going to be back? Because you woke up today saying they are never getting the benefit of the doubt again from me.
Oh, no doubt, but I'm watching. I ain't rooting against
Can somebody please hold Guru's feet to the fire?
Dude, see, sometimes there's not a fire.
No, there is. There's a blaze.
Sometimes there's a conversation to be
Sometimes,
had. Yeah.
sometimes you commit the arson.
No, but look, because you're always trying to stick it to me. But he should start tonight, right?
Who?
Wiggins, you would think.
I would think.
All right,
I would think. I would think. Man. 510 says you said the Kings are a JV team, and I always like this phrase when you think you have one. Own it. Own it, Goo.
It was in regard to exposure. Do you get that? They hadn't been in there in the off since 16.
You called them a JV team.
You know I'm going to the game. I'm feeling
good.
You
called them a JV team.
I know what
That's
you're
right.
doing.
Hey, Sac, our guy's coming up there.
Yeah, baby.
Really? You can drive all the way up to Sac to watch a JV team. Interesting.
I was like, what is this man talking about?
Damn it.
Yeah, what? Somebody just texted in 415 Guru. Sure. I won't be a part of it, but for the people out there, this is a liquidate all assets bet on the Warriors tonight. There's just no way they go down 0-2.
I cannot stand this guy.
My core tells, but I'm not going to be.
I can't.
I'm not going to be a part of it.
I got it.
I'm a watch tonight. I'm tired of doing this. Show me.
You're not
like when
tired
my kid
of
kept
doing
getting
this.
F's.
It's what you do.
Just go give me an A and talk to me. Yeah. I'm just sharing with you what's in my core. Got to lose. I am sick of coming in here and selling myself. You just listen to it. And I get myself all high. Yeah, they're going to do this and that. And then they got a 10-point lead. Bam. It evaporates.
10-point lead isn't insurmountable.
Know,
this
you know
NBA.
what I mean.
I don't know if you've been watching any games this year.
You know what it is? I hold the Warriors to what Mike and Pippen used to do in the Bulls when they would kind of be playing with teams. But you knew
the quitter?
I'm going to give you a one. But Steiny, when they caught you, they caught you. And like a big boa constrictor,
Warriors
they
aren't the
suck
Bulls.
you, the life out of you.
You're comparing this team to a team that won 6 titles.
Warriors got 4 and still going.
Yeah.
Could be 5.
Right, but the Bulls never lost in the finals. Mm-hmm. Hoisted by your own petard.
Look at
Shakespeare. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was lemon booty, a 10-point lead with 2 minutes left in the fourth.
No, it's not. It's not lemon booty every time a team loses a lead. Leads get lost.
They're going to stop fouling? You're doing a good job. You're like a hockey goalie right now.
I'm trying to pick a fight with Goo, but I think the audience knows I'm coming from a good spot.
Yeah, no doubt. I do too. Yeah.
E, what's up, buddy? I can tell. I don't even have to see your hand. I can tell you're ready to push that on-air button.
You don't live it like Guru, Steiny.
No, you're right.
So you don't come from that place. You don't know. This is why. You're not a. The Warriors fans tonight can feel the urgency. They need this.
I want to see it up close.
Yep. Tonight's the night.
There you Betty.
Betty
right. Yeah.
Lock it up.
Josh is in Oakland. Hey, Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call, man. This has just been the theme of this whole entire season, and I knew in the playoffs it was going to be the same thing. When we lose, when the Warriors lose, rather, it's over. It's doom and gloom. When they win, they the best thing smoking, man. This is playoff basketball. But, you know, some of the things that interest me or that caught my eye in this series is, one, I felt like this game, or this, not this game coming up, but last game, game 1, was a must-win for the Kings. And I felt like De'Aaron Fox really played like it, and Mike Brown really coached like it. I don't think there's too many levers for Mike Brown to pull anymore. Meanwhile, I think Steve Kerr has a couple of tricks up his sleeves and a couple of things that he can do. And I think that he kind of coached that way. Not that you can just give up a game, because you don't want to do that in the playoffs, but I just felt like it was kind of a filler out process, because game 1 on the road is really house money anyway, because if you win one, it's like, hey, we won, we stole one on the road. So, but really what I wanted to get into was Sacramento, man. Like,
in the beginning of that game, the way that they looked, it looked like they were shell shocked to being in the playoffs. And I was talking big mess, telling this playoff basketball y'all don't know about. Man, they adjusted so fast into the physicality of the game. They weren't complaining or barking at the refs. They just went down and adjusted. I thought that was very big. But I don't think that De'Aaron Fox's play is sustainable. He went through a couple of stretches where he shot the ball like 4 or 5 times in a row and really took his teammates out the game. They only had 18 assists in the game. When you look at the stats, the team stats, it really looked like the Warriors should have won, but, offensive rebounds killed us. But again, man, I wonder if De'Aaron Fox is a mature enough leader to recognize I got mine and Monk got his out the blue, really. But none of my other guys were really cooking how I know that they can cook. And we're not going to beat the Warriors like that. And I think the Warriors know that. So thanks for taking my call. Talk to y'all later.
Appreciate it, Josh. I think Josh is on to a great idea there. And that is, because I see it both ways. I definitely see what Josh is talking about. It's like, you know what? When Fox scores that many points and takes 27 shots, he better get it done because he's the only one doing it. I get that completely. By the same token, you got to acknowledge that Fox, this is kind of his MO, at least in the fourth quarters of games. And I almost feel
led the league in fourth quarter scoring.
Exactly. I almost feel like their MO is to everybody gets involved, and in the fourth quarter, when it gets to that time, they put the ball in Fox's hands. It just happened that he took the game over earlier than the fourth quarter Saturday.
No doubt, and that's why I came in telling you and Evan, Steiny, I love myself for it. If he has another game like this or feels like he's in a zone and he can't be stopped, then he will be able to dictate terms. And when I say dictate terms, whatever he wants to do, facilitate, go to the rack, pull up for three. But Josh, if you look, our last caller, if you look at the shots, field goal attempts for the Kings, nobody was starving. Sabonis had 17. You know what he did, Steiny? He just missed a lot. Harrison Barnes had 11. Herter had 12. He just missed a lot. So you can't make it seem like De'Aaron was greedy. And you had Monk come off the bench. Steiny, you talk about efficient. 13 shots to get 32 points. But again, 14 from the charity stripe. And you know what the Warriors do or did in 82 games that I tried to deny and why I'm a bit down? They fouled more than any other team. And that's what helped the Kings win that game. I want to see something tonight.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. You've given up.
Now you're playing. Okay, see, if I bite, then you're working. Okay, I've given up. Everybody knows I ain't giving up. I just ain't betting tonight.
And you'll do that too.
No, I ain't no bet.
Yes, you will.
No, that's done.
If you tell me the truth, I'll bet you're going to end up betting.
A couple days off.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Can't do it.
I can't do it.
Let me ask you a question. Because it's a sickness.
Yeah.
You bet on that Boston Red Sox Angels game?
I'm mad. I didn't even know it was being played.
It's Patriots Day.
Is it Boston?
Boston Marathon.
Yeah. I was too busy worried about you, man. Worried about the show, and I didn't look at the schedule.
One of my pet peeves is that you never worry about the show.
Dude, I
do 24/7.
If we get Mia on the phone, I was prepping at 12:30 in the afternoon yesterday.
Let me see
right
your
here.
let me see your
I'm gonna show you my notes.
No. Show me my notes.
Notes. I said, hey,
That's
I left my
sentences.
Notes. Dude, please look at Steiny. I'm showing them. Yeah.
See, now that's something.
I go back in the lab, watch the game, see what I missed. And it was great theater.
When you go that second time, do you realize you missed everything?
I'm gonna give you an occasional.
See, this is where people are like, you're so mean.
Hey, I gotta say something. Doris Burke, I'm a big fan of, Steiny.
Yeah,
but I need I need some more energy. Her and Jones, I love you. We need to get him on too.
I bet you Mark Jones.
He took his cornbread. He did that when the Warriors lost the ball
because it's a tough job for Mark Jones
because he's their announcer.
Exactly,
but he's still the national. Which one is it?
Well, it's national.
We should get him on. I'll say something tonight.
To who?
Mark Jones. When I see him. You know, he's cool. Remember, we had him on. He says he listens to us, the show. Now, that could be a lie, but I take him at his word.
I actually don't remember him saying that.
He said, guys, I'm always tuned in.
Wrong.
I just can't win here.
Nah,
I can win. I do win, but the JV thing, it's just.
It's going to haunt you.
No, it's so weak
it's
that
your
you held
Dallas
on
in
to
6. It's going to be.
I don't even have one of those.
You just had.
I had a Bart story, which was we got to bring gripes back.
You can do that anytime you want.
But I ain't got one.
Scotty and Hayward.
Gentlemen, great show.
Thank you.
Steiny, you need better ammo because you keep trying to pick a fight. And Goose, to his credit, is not taking the bait today. I'm very impressed.
He's been stellar.
So, I don't even mind that they gave up the 10-point lead because 10 points is 10 points. It comes and goes and comes and goes, and they played a great game. What I mind is at the very end of that game, the thing that got me mad, you got 14 seconds, right? You're down 1 point. You got Curry with the ball in his hand. He's arguably the GOAT. He's my GOAT. He might be the GOAT. Why are you kicking it out? I don't care how open Wiggins is. Down 1 point, at that point, I think 8 seconds. Drive the bucket. You get fouled, you got 2 shots, you win the game. You put it in, you make 2, you win the game. You play to win the game. I hate to go Iverson. You got to win. Why are you kicking it to the corner to Wiggins? There could be the only guy on the court is Wiggins standing in the corner. I still want Curry to drive to the bucket. I'll never understand. I think they gave that game away. I'm going to call it a choke.
Kerr should have called the timeout, Snotty, and maybe you would have ensured that you would have got the shot coming from the chef.
Right, and the chef doesn't make them in that situation historically.
You want that back.
Any more or less than any other great player.
So that's why Kerr didn't call the TO. Nah.
Look, hold on a sec. I am going to push, but some teams call timeout, some teams don't.
Yeah, I get it.
They know what they're going to do at the time.
But the guy that was...
he had the ball!
But he was... No.
Then don't give it up, Steph. Then blame Steph's decision-making.
That he did. But you know what you do in a timeout. Everything stops.
Yes, you let the defense set so that you're less likely to get a jumper that wide open from the corner.
From a guy that ain't played in umpteen months.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm holding on to that.
Yeah, you guys are unbelievable.
1 of 8.
You guys are unbelievable.
Back to Wiggins.
You guys are unbelievable. All of you.
Klay should have shot it.
All of you.
We got Dibs and Willard coming in.
All year, you just get to, everything's fine. Everything's fine. And now, one game, and everybody's like, what about this? What about that? And it's like, well, the way they've been playing all year. But, give the Kings some credit, damn it.
Oh, you know I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You make the Warriors candle shine brighter by blowing out the Kings candle. I don't like it. Mm-hmm.
You can tell Willard when they come in.
Yeah, here's the thing that bothers me. Everybody knows
everything.
No, everybody knows you love the Warriors, right. And I'm more objective, and I'm the one here telling you stop quitting on them. It's unbecoming.
Well, how much do I got in the bank of saying this is it?
You got to go to the. You have to go to the limit with them now. You have to go to the end.
I'm ride or
you have
die.
to go to the edge of the hip. You're not ride or die.
I just say, hey,
you're not. You're
I'm
the
nervous.
Opposite.
I'm nervous.
You're the opposite of right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm nervous.
When we come back, you know what? We're gonna have more fun. Eat your heart out on 95.7. Hold on. 1 second. Warriors Kings game 2 tonight, 7:00. Tip off 6. It's presented by Xfinity. Catch the entire Warrior postseason run. It's going to be long. Relax. On 95.7 The Game. Yeah, here's the thing that bothers me. Everybody knows.
Everything.
everybody. It's not easy living like a jackass all the time, Goo. I feel sorry about it sometimes.
He's the GMOAT.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it up for the majority of Warrior fans. My spidey sense is sensing no real panic. Generally speaking, it feels like the Warrior fans are still pretty confident, still hanging in there, except for Goo. Goo is beside himself. He's concerned. No. Tell me if you're worried.
Yeah, but I'm not. No, right. All I said was I'm not going to be the Amway salesman on why they're going to do it tonight. I'm done. I've been waiting all year long, and at every turn they just said F you to me. So I'm going to do something different. Okay. Reverse devil tongue. Okay. Save my words.
Here we go.
But I'm going to hope, like Bob, that I come back tomorrow with a dub.
So in other words, you give up on him today.
Ain't no give up.
So you're done with that talk, and you're like, you know what? They're done. They're not the
They got to handle it, baby.
They win then tonight. You're going to come in tomorrow and say, my reverse devil tongue worked?
No doubt.
I can't deal with this.
It won't be like that. But no, we're going to talk about the game.
Is there anything you clutch hard to your heart and chest that you truly believe in?
Every word that comes out of my mouth. But a real dad, I'm trying to be Willard and Spadoni. I should have said my kids.
650 Steiny, no shade to the Kings, but they got lucky. What the hell
they were?
What the hell are we
take
doing?
That stuff too seriously. The Kings earned that, man. The Warriors just They tricked that off like they have on the – and that's the other part. That is that's multiple notes.
They didn't trick the game off.
But to me, they did. Let me tell you why.
Because they were up 10 with 3 minutes left in the third?
The one thing we hadn't talked about, they won 11 games on the road. And this was a chance for what I've been selling you in the masses all season long. Game 1 on the road. Talk to me, Daddy. What you got? And they got another L in the same fashion that they've got through 41 games. And I'm going to go JD. To put it bluntly, I'm just sick of it. So handle business tonight and we're back.
And that's what I don't like.
But it don't matter.
It does matter.
You can't regulate my fandom.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, whether you like it or not.
4 hours. I ain't got nothing to do with tonight. They got to go out and execute. They got to go out and play D. They got to want it. Kaminga, give me a board.
Give a speech.
Dude, that almost cost me my left lung. People don't know. I didn't go get my numbers checked till after that speech. It was wasn't too far after. And I didn't get rewarded for it.
They won the game.
Can't do it on a Monday.
They won the series.
But I thought I should have been on the float.
That's pathetic.
That's
I
can't believe it came out.
That's the kind of talk.
But I'm playing. I'm
playing. No, you're not.
I wouldn't have got on the float anyway.
Yes, you would have. Yes, you would have. And this is what Bob Myers, the president of basketball operations and general manager,
material, Stoney.
This is where he knows the both of you.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. Let me tell you 2 facts. These are 2 facts.
Yeah. No, I'm just playing.
If you were invited to go on a float at the Warriors championship parade, you would say yes. If I were asked to be on a float, I would say no.
Now the difference is you would want to go.
That my core actually
but don't
would
pretend.
not want to
That's
go.
what I'm trying to do for your life.
No, Goo, that's where I'm.
Just live it and let it go.
No, this
and
is
if
where.
they invited me, why would I say no?
Because you're not on the team. And you're not employed.
But what about
and
that?
You did nothing.
Dude, talked about your 82 games. But what about the speech I gave last year? I kind of thought that would have been like, hey, you want to
Apparently,
sit
it didn't
here?
get anybody's attention.
There's other media members on the floats, though, Stoney.
That's because they were there to cover. They were actually writing stories about Looney and his family.
Brownie Blends was on the float. If you're in the clique, you can get on the float.
Yeah, and both of you guys are so close to Bob Myers, borderline friends at this point.
Bob said something last time I didn't like.
This is where my father is a monster influence on me, for better or worse. You're not on the team, son.
Yeah, that's why. Honestly, son, if you wouldn't have came with me, I wouldn't have went.
Yes, you would have.
No, if we would have had our own float from the station.
You know what? This is almost enough for me to root for the Warriors to win it all, and I will get Bob Myers to ask you to be on a float, and you will not turn it down.
That's different if Bob asked. Hey.
I don't see it, Bob.
Yeah. Come on, Steiny.
Dave in Pleasanton. What's going on, Dave? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, guys. I had 2 things,
all right.
And one of them is directed at Goo.
Go ahead,
Goo,
baby.
Let's calm down a little bit. The Warriors have been really bad on the road all season. Why did we expect them to just jump in the playoffs and start winning the road games?
Because last year, I'm just real quick. Last year they shocked the world and they got 4 rings. So any team that knows what it takes to get done by this core, they should know. And I was banking on that. And listen, real quick, I watch games differently than everybody else. They were playing the Kings, but they were really playing the winner of Memphis and the Lakers. So I'm judging them on that. Yeah, you got away with it, almost got away with it, but that ain't going to fly against better teams down the road. I said it. That's how I judge them.
Okay, the other thing that I got for you is I think the real reason we lost is everybody wants to complain about that 10-point lead that we had, right? And why did we lose that? I believe the reason we lost that is because as soon as we had 10 points, we switched into a box and one. For what reason, I don't know. But we kept in that box and one till they got ahead of us. Why, we should have realized quicker that's not working.
They made a couple
They
threes,
just went
too.
on a run.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I hadn't heard that all day, Stoney.
Good stuff, Dave. Appreciate it.
But you don't know what you don't know until you know what I mean? But, man, Kings made some big shots.
Oh, you're unreal. No, it's a good unreal. Did I tell you how much I talked well of you this weekend?
Well, I'll ask John. I'll text him after. He was there.
What WTF is Steinmetz talking about? Have you heard the Sacramento media and their fans?
No. Dude, can we?
We've been here before, though, Bay.
But they're going. Guys and gal, I love Stein. It's off the charts.
Why can't you act like most fans? You've been down 1-0 in a playoff series before, so why are you giving up?
0-1.
Right? Why are you giving up?
Yeah. I'm not.
It's almost like almost like all year you've said, well, we've had a 10-year track record, and now you've given up on that. But isn't that 10-year track record going to be the reason you come back and win this series?
I'll be able to answer that more tomorrow.
No, I want you to answer it now.
No, I can't because I need to know what's going to transpire today.
What do you think's going to transpire today?
Here
we go. Flip a switch?
No, there's no way they could. I talk to you tomorrow, and this will be the first time they're down 0-2. I just, if that happens, Stoddy, it's hell, boy.
Can you do me one favor before tomorrow's show?
Yeah.
Just tell me who I'm going to be working with. That's all. I just want to know who my partner's going to be tomorrow.
See, that's the beauty of the game.
No, it's actually
10:30 tonight. I'll know.
Actually, it's the part of
it's
very frustrating. I don't know what kind of goo we're going to get tomorrow. He'll be a great guy. I know that. This guy is a friend of mine. Let me think. He's working not quite Mount Rushmore of my all-time friends. I got to go with Chris Smith and Stan Kazawa, and obviously Dana Ali and probably Al Cervo, but he is moving up the ladder. Willard and Dibbs, more shenanigans on the other side. Kick your ass! You're always gold-blooded.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right into it. It is the changeover with Dan Dibley and Mark Willard.
The band is back.
Welcome, gentlemen. Dibs, fresh off a week off.
Look who's back.
And Willard, probably fresh off a weekend at work. If I know my guy Willard.
Weekend at work, weekend at the golf course, but not to play, to watch my son play in the junior tour of Northern California. Weekend at Bernie's. We were all over the place this weekend.
How'd he do?
He did great. This is his first one, so he wasn't really, he wasn't challenging the leaderboard. But right now, I'm
You're
just
proud.
Yeah, he played better on Sunday than he played on Saturday. That's what I was looking for. So
far more nerve-wracking watching your kid play than it is trying to break 80 for the first time.
And I got to work out because, like every 16-year-old, he is completely flighty and irresponsible. And so as he got to, I think it was the 17th green, par 3, he was just short of the green, and he goes, I need my 60-degree wedge, and I'm pretty sure I left it on the last hole.
Wow.
And I said, hit the Chariots of Fire music. I'm going.
What a dad!
And I got my workout in, and I got his 60-degree wedge, and he stuck it right next to the hole. So thank you,
attaboy.
Thank you. It was
Chariots
good.
of Fire.
It was good. Yeah. So I lost a couple pounds too.
Dibs, did you miss us as much as we missed you? And that's real talk.
Well, I mean, how much did you miss me?
Enough I couldn't wait for you to get back. I think you got some tissues
hesitation sensation.
Well, I can't respond to the fact that how much did I miss them compared to how much they miss me because you are wearing the T-shirt of the guy who filled in for me for the week. So I'm not feeling as if you miss me that much. Where Steiny, you're gone for a week, and you come in.
Notice.
Seriously,
I'm walking in the hall and I'm looking at the feed of you two. And I got here about 12:30. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm so eager to be back. I'm so happy to see my guys, Goo and Steiny. And I look on the feed. I'm like, huh? Is that a shirt for the crew? Is that a shirt for the guy who filled in for me for a week? So I'm feeling like I missed you more than you missed me based on your attire today.
I didn't do the dibs math. I forgot you were gone. I just knew I was going to see you.
I barely even noticed it. Quite frankly. No, I did miss you guys. And, I would spend a lot of time with my baby and actually a ton of time in the garden because all this rain has produced so many weeds. And, if you're out there and you have a yard that needs to be...
You're growing weed in the backyard?
Dude, so much
I did not know.
They call that farming.
Yeah. I did not know that.
Seriously?
Good for you.
With all the rain we got, you could have grown some accidental weed, with a couple of seeds that happen to pop free. But, your boy was doing some yard work, spending time with the baby. So, I missed you guys though a bunch.
Both your names have come up on the show. Dibs, are you ready for the victory lap? Because I think you don't even want it. Poole was not a part of the finishing lineup last night.
Jordan Poole wasn't?
Yeah, Jordan Poole. And then Willard, I guess you called the Kings adorable.
Yeah.
And they want to know, what verbiage you would like. Has anything changed? But Dibs, I'll start with you first.
Okay.
I was disappointed Poole didn't finish.
I'm not. I mean, he hurt his ankle. And by the way, when he rolled his ankle, the way he rolled his ankle, I was like, oh. And even my beloved Supper, my wife, when she watched the replay and you see his ankle go all the way to the ground. But he played through it. It's like, oh my God, these guys are all so much tougher than I will ever dream of being. But of course he didn't finish. And Festus Ezeli joins us.
You got him today?
No.
Oh.
Soon.
Hold on, though.
He's coming.
Wiggins is back. So they didn't start him, but they finished him.
Okay.
That whole metric of the best starting five in basketball, they didn't start him, but they finished him.
Okay.
So I don't know if Poole's sitting and it's because you're going with a lineup of Draymond,
Maybe
Looney
might have been out, but you needed Looney.
Well, but they weren't. Draymond, Looney, the Splash Brothers, and Wiggins. Who's going to argue with that? You could have made the case that Wiggins 1 for 8 from 3. Do you want him to ease his way back in a little bit? But he's such a better defensive player. I don't know. Matchups are going to matter for all of these players, and Sacramento throws so many offensive players at you that it could be a tough series for Poole because he's such a liability on the defensive end.
He got hot the second half, and they called him out.
But if you score at one end and you're just going to let Malik Monk score at the other end, you're not going to win that way. So that's a problem. Now, to answer your question, though, I try to say this about 57 different ways over the last month and a half. Y'all got to understand, nothing is ever going to make you not adorable. I don't care if you sweep, you're still adorable. And all you got to do is answer this. What do you think Kobe Bryant would have done if somebody after the game had come out, you won it's game 1 of the playoffs, here comes the sideline reporter, hey, Kobe, tell us what you saw in that last play and what'd you see from your team. Okay, now that you've won, here's a big button for you to push. I mean, he would have punched so you are
Well, if he was a
adorable.
rookie, he would have missed the button.
Thank you. He would have been an air ball. Right?
Thank you.
Nothing
it's
is
good to
going.
be back.
The fact that they celebrated in the streets for 24 hours for winning game 1 is great. I don't want to take this good time from anybody, but you can't have it both ways. You can't act like game 1 is a title and then tell me you're not adorable, because you are.
Well, the Warriors were adorable when they celebrated an 8-1 victory over Dallas in the first round, and they celebrated it for, hold on, I got to Google it, 10 years. 10 years we celebrate, and we still celebrate it today.
Fair point.
So, I mean,
a second round out.
A
second round out where you didn't even muster one road win. By the way, that was the last series in which the Warriors did not win at least one road game. Was that series against Utah. So, yes, the Kings are adorable, but the We Believe thing continues to be adorable. And I'll say this. I was telling Mark in the green room, I've made my largest wager in about 9 months tonight. Warriors money line.
I'm starting running hot. He 5 for 5.
I laid the minus 130 money line. I didn't want to do the -2 in case they win by 1. It's possible. Warriors money line tonight. Just take it to the bank.
I love that you brought up, because I did say this. I said this to Ephraim last night on the show. The Kings. Thank you. The Kings kind of remind me of the We Believe Warriors. Their style of play reminds me of the We Believe Warriors. Everywhere you look, here comes a new 5, and
Trey
they can
Lyles.
shoot. Right, they can shoot threes too, and there's everywhere around the arc.
I get some of that.
Somebody is they are, and did you hear Mike Brown mic'd up on the sideline?
Playing fast.
This guy is a defensive coach, and he's on the sideline with his guys going, just go crazy.
Man.
Shoot.
Play faster,
Shoot
yeah.
again.
I don't like that, dude.
Once you're done shooting, shoot more. He's totally stepped out of his comfort zone, and it reminds me of the way that the We Believe Warriors played.
Steiny, did I miss it, or did the Warriors not play a ton of zone in game one?
They did.
I know they went to box and one. They box and one at times, but
they didn't
might
play
we
a lot.
see a little bit of zone
Yes.
tonight? Because the one thing we saw, and I've heard all the analysts say, they need to wall off the Kings. Well, the best way to wall off a team is by having a couple of guys at the top and playing a little bit of zone.
Yeah.
So might
But
we
Sack
see a
hit
little bit
some
more
big
of a
three.
zone
No.
look tonight?
Well,
No, let it run.
I mean, I suggested, why don't you put Curry on Fox a little bit? And obviously, everybody's, there's a million reasons why not. But what I see is Fox is so darn quick in the backcourt that even with Wiggins or Peyton trying to shadow him, he's still creating a numbers advantage, like in the half court. And because Sack goes, they're kind of playing 5-on-4 in the half court at times.
Yeah.
Like, I just always learned, if a guy's quicker than you, then pick him up at the top of the key. Like, he's quick.
Yeah.
He's quick. He can get by you. So, if it's not Curry, I think they'll play some zone.
So
for
you
sure.
put Curry on him, that way you just hurry up and let's get to the part where he beats somebody off the dribble.
You just try to make him, you try to lull him into 3-point shots, is what you try to do.
I'm not worried if De'Aaron Fox scores 38. I'm worried if Malik Monk scores 34.
'Cause then you really got
That's
problems.
what, your star can do his thing. Your star is going to get the 30. I'm not worried about that at all. Remember, we talked about the Denver series last year, and everyone's, Draymond's defense on Jokic. He averaged 31 and 13. I don't care if the star gets
Limit
his.
everybody else.
If someone else gets 30, now you got a problem. And now that's what they got to do.
And I'm just operating from a place of disappointment. And he's kind of mad, but is radio mad. Tibbs, he's reminding me at every turn that I fell for every banana in the tailpipe. The Warriors weren't pointing me out, but I said, this is the game. The Memphis game's on the road. All this stuff is going to stop. And that was the 83rd game of what we saw 82 of. Plus, it was a road game. Like, to me, that was the fire the shot that is game one. Here we are. We're about to close it out, and you foul at the end. And this was the first time, and I mean this, since the 16 series against OKC and young Westbrook and the rest of the gang, that I felt like when we used to play, my brother, he worked at the Family Fitness, we were the young dudes. We lose, but we were faster. You could tell we were younger. There was some of that I didn't like on my TV, to where I'm like, okay, what if you can't stop Fox and somebody else is Monk every other game? Willard, like, I'm watching tonight, like, okay, I'm scared from that vantage point.
You and I saw it real different. This year's regular season Warrior team loses that game by 17. This year's regular season Warrior team goes on the road against a good playoff team, and their stars, or at least their star, shows out. They lose that game 136-119.
Pay the over.
To me, Saturday night looked like the Warriors. I came out more optimistic about the series than I was before it even started.
Wow.
They looked like the Warriors. The series
But you're talking like they won, Willard. They blew a 10-point lead.
They had an all-star with an open corner three to win it.
Yeah,
basically.
how do you feel if that shot goes in and a 10-point lead in this series?
Right.
Don't let that get wrapped
And
up.
I heard you guys going back and
Like-
forth earlier, and I'm kind of with Steiny on that. I hate to say I'm Team Steiny, but
It's all good.
Klay Thompson made the right basketball play, and I know Wiggins is rusty,
Right.
but that's a shot that anybody short of Kevon Looney or Draymond Green,
right.
even if Kuminga had taken that, I'd feel
And
better.
you're down one, but that's the new NBA,
But that's
right?
a clean three.
Okay.
That's a clean
It
corner
was.
three.
I'll
and
take that
It
look.
was.
Yep,
Yeah, the corner
I'll take
three
that
is
look.
what, Steiny? 21-9?
What
Is that
about
what
the Curry
distance
three,
is?
Dibs?
It's become the shot that you would take first. Now,
Exactly,
in the
right?
NBA.
Yeah.
I know.
Outside
They
of like a dunk.
That's
They just hit that
amazing.
shot. And the Curry one, can I address this? I've heard
Because he
two.
didn't think he was getting that open.
No, but I've heard two people come down on him for going off one leg and one hand, and I'm like, it feels to me like people think 6 seconds were on the clock.
It
like,
was 2 points.
You get that ball. What was it, 2.1? Get that damn thing out of your hand. Like, I had no I couldn't believe that it was as good of a look.
We
like,
did bring up reload.
Right.
Did he have enough time?
I'm
He did
like,
have enough
oh my
time to
gosh.
reload.
Like, set your feet. Are you kidding? Can you imagine if that light goes on before you shoot it?
No
like,
Warrior fans there, Dibs. You were off, and we had Jerry Reynolds
What does
on.
that
He
mean?
kind of alluded to it. He didn't
What
hear
do you
the
mean,
tape.
no Warriors fans.
In the building, I was saying, was it going to be like a slight Jay-Z takeover? No, it was all King.
Yeah, good.
They did great.
Good for them, absolutely. They did so great that some blonde-haired Karen ran E40 out of the building. So,
Mark, I saw your tweet.
And you know what? And shame on Sacramento and the security. This doesn't mean that the whole town is this
racist.
or that.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
okay, go
None of
ahead.
that matters.
It's
But
I told Jay.
I wonder who that woman is and how
Her
she's
husband,
how she's feeling about her own plight in life, because that's the epitome of a Karen right there.
well, they just helped the Warriors, who reportedly blasted E40 at shoot-around all afternoon. Right? So if that got under their skin, then great. Wonderful. That's a good thing. Plus, I do think, and you guys are right, like this isn't about, I'm not going to call the city or the fan base or the organization racist or any of that, because the Kings as an organization have actually been great for social causes. I got nothing but love for them. But their statement was hilarious. The statement to come out after the fact and say that this was the result of excessive standing.
Right.
Your whole fan base was they've been standing for 16 years. You never sat down the whole day. You're going to get mad at somebody for standing in that environment? That was bad. Like, I will
say this. I've never sat in Bob Meyer's seats. Guru, maybe you could speak to this because you've been down with the Fat Cats before and I haven't. But
good point.
There is a certain protocol about standing. In standing courtside, you don't ever see it. And I don't know if there's a rule, quote unquote.
But to get ran, Dibs?
I thought that it was a little bit heavy-handed. But if you ever go to a Sharks game, you're not allowed to lean forward in your seat, because if you lean forward, the people behind you can't see the ice. So they actually tell you lean back in your seat, and that's endemic to. Thank you, Fat Joe. That's endemic. I'll take it. I'm a little rusty, but that is the way it goes at a hockey game. I don't know if there's a courtside protocol where you're not allowed to stand the entire game if you're courtside, because then people can't see.
Right. Y'all see, Darren Chan, our friend with the Giants broadcast.
Yeah, DC.
DC tweeted out an hour ago that said his mom called him. Did you hear what happened to 40 Cent at that game?
That's great. That's a fact.
I was like, I'm not going to remember the show make me laugh. I'm like, I'm not going to laugh. It ain't going to be funny.
Pretty funny.
I love it.
The reason
everybody's mom. What they do to 40 Cent?
But everybody gets it. Hey, wow.
Well, and because 50 Cent was there as well.
So she blended a couple rappers, got it into one. It's all good.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM HD1 San Francisco.
I was trying to get it.
My
bad.
Yeah, if you're sitting in the first row, wait till a stoppage to get up.
But what if he said a name to her?
We don't
Even
know.
if they got into it and he called her a name, does that justify you getting ran?
We don't know what happened.
No.
That's where I'm at.
We don't know what happened, so I don't want to overdo it either.
40 was removed and humiliated.
Well, and we also know that security, because we have the camera of the whole experience, security never even spoke to the other people.
No.
So that's my question. It's like, wait a minute, you can't just walk in and be like, it's your fault because someone said something. You can't do that. And
as a guy who's almost been thrown out of a playoff game, I can tell you that when normally they do, I was at the Honda Center with a guy who goes by the moniker Prime Time. Prime and I went down. We drove last minute, went to a Sharks Ducks game.
Nice.
Sharks score. I celebrate. I over-celebrated, Goo. You know me. Coming back to my seat, some guy whips me with a towel in the face. And so I immediately confronted him. Like, let's go. Yeah. He was about 30 years older than me, so I felt pretty secure. Security grabs me.
For the win.
Security grabs me, takes me out. They grab him and also take him out. They got the account of the story from both people. They threw him out. I got to go back to my seat. But to Mark's point, they talked to both parties, and they handled it away from all the people. Instead of security coming over, 40, you got to go. Even though he's like, this woman's been riding me for 3.5 quarters. It was ridiculous.
If I was Vivek, I told Stati I'd have 40 sitting next to me tonight.
I heard that.
You don't want to go.
You don't want to
go.
So he's
Good for you. Good for
Don't tell him when to go.
That's another.
Thank you.
He'll be there on Thursday.
I've been holding that one.
I'm sure he'll be there on Thursday. Nice job.
Here I go, sir. I got to get this off. I do not want to take this victory lap. I do not.
You have none to take.
But hold on now.
But he's stretching out, getting his track shoes on.
But I told you, I love watching the games over and over. The NFC Championship game, when I saw Reddick hit that elbow, Purdy's elbow, I swear to you guys, I said, that might not ever get fixed. Okay, so this victory lap I don't want to run. But last night to see that Brock Purdy say he might not be available the whole season, I might be right. Or
Now,
did I get duped?
where did
I got
you
it
see
right
that?
here from 49er Weekly.
49er Frankie?
No, 49er Weekly.
49er Bob.
I got it right here.
Talk
I'm gonna
to
send
me.
it to you.
Because I read a
And Steiny
story.
said this morning, he goes, why would Brock say that aloud? And
Just because I heard that he had said something like that.
I mean, I read a story over the weekend. Brock Purdy saying that to this point he doesn't think his recovery could have gone any better. I mean,
so I hope I didn't get duped.
Man, shout out Prince, controversy.
Okay, I do see. I see what you're saying now. Not really sure. Now this is in the Chronicle. Not really sure if he'll play this year.
Wow! Like, that's the one. Willard. My
Purdy
point is,
quote, not really sure, honestly, if he'll play this year. He told Yahoo Sports in an interview published on Friday.
Man.
That's scary, but that's why they got Darnold. And I'll say this. They proved that they could do. They don't need a Jalen Hurts, but still, that hit was wicked. That's all. And the recovery, the elbow, it's everything. That was your transmission of your arm.
But he doesn't know, and no one knows until you get 3 months down the road.
Gibbs, that's what's tiny.
Maybe
But how
he's just discouraged. He's discouraged after a surgery. His arm feels like crap.
No,
they might be like, relax. Listen, it's going to get better. You
thinks.
just got to be patient.
I got a different read on this, and this is not, again, I'm just seeing this story for the first time. I think Brock still probably got a thing or two to learn about being at this level of the public eye. And I think he's been told by the 49ers, don't say a damn word about setting a timetable for your return.
Nobody like that,
Right?
even though whatever, if you're wrong.
No, because you want to. This is a classic. Like, this is what the Warriors did perfectly with Wiggins. They did it with Steph at the playoffs last year. You have got to under-promise and over-deliver. These guys get criticized if you say, well, we'll be ready, supposed to be ready by week 1. And the Niners are like, well, we're expecting him week 1. And then he's not ready week 1. Then everybody freaks out. So I think this is almost, that's, again, just my read, maybe an overcorrection where they're like, do not say anything about when you're expecting to play.
Well, then he did right if he's doing it that.
That'd be my guess. That's my guess.
One game.
Yeah.
That's my guess because because he's also reporting to the facility for OTAs. Why would he do that if things are and there's another quote this week where he was like, everything is gone totally on schedule. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was worried about you. I said, man, he gets this news. But all right, Stoney might have been right.
He's more worried about his Giants. And what is, I think you described it, was it a tire fire or a dumpster fire?
Of a weekend.
Yes, of a weekend.
It was a dumpster fire of a weekend.
And it's really
to go come from a head loss.
Go ahead.
Bigger come from a head loss. 6-hour rain delay when it wasn't raining, and then cancel it and send you to Miami.
Man,
that was
tonight.
That was a crappy weekend.
And now you have to go back to Detroit in July
in
to
the
make
middle
up
of a
that
3-city 10-day trip.
It's Major League Baseball. You need to think. I mean, seriously, we need to put down the Doppler, and if the game's supposed to start at 1 and it's not raining,
talk to me.
You play baseball.
They had 3 hours of no rain in Detroit.
Exactly. Oh my! And by the way, the forecast today in Detroit is for snow. So I think the Detroit game today is going to get snowed out.
I hope so. I hope it snows all week.
The Dodgers left here, and I heard Krug say they won't come back until the last
September.
September.
So help me, you 3 astute gentlemen. So what did we get? A balance? So we play everybody. That's right. That's so bad that they don't come back.
We get Aaron Judge every 2 years is what we get. That's
we
why
get
they
Aaron
did
Judge every year, but every other year at your park.
That's what. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah,
You get every team every year. They get to play Ohtani. They get to play Correa.
So instead
They'll
of
play 'em
19
all.
against the Dodgers, you get 12 against the Dodgers.
The division thing, yeah, why would you, man? That's what it's about.
And that's what I said to Mark in February when this came out. Do away with the divisions. You know what? Do away with the leagues. Let's just go 1 through 30, and let's just take the top 12, and the other 18, you guys can slug it out with the A's.
That's what the NBA has done. The Kings won a division, and everyone went, who else is in the division?
They hung the banner.
Nobody even knows who's in the division.
That's wow.
You're like, who'd they beat?
Yeah.
So just let me just get some things clear here. So it's 2-11, 20. You're saying
you're gonna have to have another pitch at some point, man. You can't just talk about this every day.
No,
we got a big game tonight.
Because we haven't really established the ground rules.
There are none.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to establish.
So if I stay,
I have one rule: you can stay as long as you want.
No, you don't. That's
yes,
wrong.
I do.
You gave me grief last week for leaving early
because that was not after 2:00.
That was after 1:40, 1:42.
And once again, I'll ask Guru, so I don't have to be the one to say this. Hey, Goo, at 1:42, whose show is it?
Ours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So no, you don't get to leave during your show. Once it gets to 2:00, stay as long as you want, man. We'll get
I don't get any extra credit.
We'll get
nothing builds on anything.
I'll make some lentil dip. We'll get some drinks in here.
I love it.
You stay. We'll get chips.
Relax.
Dips. You need a beer? No. Need a beer.
Stay now.
Hang out, man.
You better want to leave now. Just sit here.
Then don't. I'm chilling.
You know what? I am in control of keeping Willard out of this chair, actually.
I love that you think
I can
that's
keep
a
you
thing.
out of this chair till about 2:30.
That snarky little grin, as if you got something there.
Well,
I'll talk into this microphone.
I gotta do this.
I'm not worried about it.
There's a frustration level I felt with Guru today, and now you're frustrated.
We can tell.
So you basically have
We can
said,
tell every
no
day.
matter what happens, the Kings are always going to be adorable.
Totally.
Yeah, see, he don't like
I got a problem.
I don't
He
care.
tried to stick it to you.
I don't care. Yeah,
There's
I
a
don't,
disrespect
We'll let you
that's
start your show.
unbecoming of you guys.
But listen,
You guys.
No, those two.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Somehow, I got
That's
Ron
not right,
Darling
Mark.
in the
It's not
Mets
right.
feed over the weekend.
Yeah.
Talking about the possum doo
All right.
that was at the A's. I mean, how embarrassing!
what?
How possum?
Oh, the
They had to
went back
evacuate
the
their
road,
booth
and they had
because
to
there was
move
possum
the other
droppings.
guys to the other booth, and they were talking about
No,
it.
that the road-
Yeah, I do want to stay.
Their production crew came in to
going-
set up for the radio road broadcast, and the
embarrassing.
smell of possum excrement was so strong in their booth, they could not broadcast from their own booth.
And they were talking about it on air
Yeah.
while they were playing the
They
Hayes.
live in the walls. They live in the walls.
How though? How do you not have 10 exterminator
Well,
companies? Go get them.
At a certain point, we have to ask, how are we still asking how?
And
Don't possums eat like rats, though?
Yes, actually, possums are they're like the heroes of the rodent industry. They will clean up. They'll wreck shop for you. Now, I don't know if I want them in my booth. And it's not how,
Why
Mark.
are they comfortable in there?
It's who. And the who is Rob Manfred. Rob Manfred in cahoots, if I may, with John Fisher,
Possum,
the
Steiny.
billionaire Gap owner. Those
Who
two are
made
working
40 or
hand in
50
hand.
M's.
I don't know if you saw this on social media, but there was a guy going around the Coliseum with duct tape, literally duct taping the stadium back together. Facts.
What did
Guys,
you just
guys, their manager
Does
just
that
came
exist,
out.
Dibs?
Their
I will
manager,
find that on the way
their
home.
manager publicly came out the other day and goes, "This is a non-competitive environment."
Did you hear Reggie Jackson?
What did he say?
He said this team is gone. He made like they're done.
Yeah.
It was packed. He was letting it go. I feel bad, man. But get the rodents.
I always tend to think that
It's a marsupial, actually.
a relocation,
Help me out.
a relocation is almost always a whole lot of empty threats because the hoops that you have to go through in order to actually get out. But let me say something. Having worked in San Diego when the Chargers left, my God, they're following the script
All right.
to a T, and it feels very
sad,
familiar.
man.
And they're getting everybody as angry as possible so that that you can leave in the middle of the night.
408 says A's traded away all their top exterminators. They're left with just a bunch of up and comers.
Willard, so they're doing this on purpose. They want me to be mad. I ain't gonna be mad.
Of course they're making you mad on purpose. Yeah.
I ain't gonna fall
Don't
for it.
fall for it. Giants got plenty of stuff for you to be mad
Don't
about.
fall for the possum in the tailpipe.
Come on the other side of the bay.
This is a legacy game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. First of all, well, welcome back, Mr. Dan Dibley.
Thanks, brother.
And you showed up just in time for this must-win that's going to happen tonight at Golden One Center. Perfect timing. Even though, actually, I don't think that. I don't think it's a must-win. I will
Everyone's
say this.
saying it.
I will. So let me put it a different way.
Because the team that's lost game one has lost 100% of the series in the NBA history.
Not true.
Oh.
Not true.
But it's a must-win.
I feel like the Warriors just lost game one in, checks notes, most recent series before this one.
Was that the NBA Finals?
And won the series in 6 games.
Are you sure, Mark?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Here's how I'll put it so that we don't have to use this must-win moniker.
You can.
I don't want to because I don't feel that. I do think this. I think whoever wins tonight probably wins the series. I will heavily favor whoever wins this game tonight. And I have long been of the opinion that, and you and I have had this, it's a playful conversation. I don't necessarily want to, dig in too deep on this. But when people always use the words, the pivotal, right before a game.
Right.
Because they'll do, like, if the Warriors do win tonight,
game 5.
Thursday night's going to be the pivotal game 3. And I'm like, it's not pivotal at all because whoever wins will go up 2-1. And then the other team can just get it right back on Sunday. The pivotal is the even-numbered games because, watch this, son of a math teacher, one of the teams will go into the even-numbered games with a lead. That, by definition, someone's got a lead. Therefore, you go into the even-numbered game, somebody has a chance to extend and really take control of a series. One game doesn't do it. 2 does. And so if the Kings win tonight, they're firmly in control. If the Warriors win tonight, they're going to take that bus ride and feel like they got everything they needed.
And they will feel like they're firmly in control if they come home 1-1, having stolen a game on the road. And I put this out on Twitter earlier, the whole idea that a series doesn't start until the road team wins. And someone's like, well, what if the Warriors become the first road team to win in Game 7? Then the series wouldn't have started until the series was actually over. So that cliche doesn't work either. But I do think that tonight is a big game, but I don't think it's as big. I don't think it's as big as Game 3, quite frankly, because if the Warriors lose tonight and they're down 2-0, well, now Game 3, while not a must-win, Game 3 becomes bigger than Game 2. If the Warriors win tonight in Game 2, the Warriors have a chance to take control of the series in Game 3. So I think no matter what, Game 3 is bigger than Game 2.
I just think it's Game 3, if the Warriors were to lose tonight, becomes really heavy. It becomes heavy. It's not just pressurized for all the obvious reasons. You know exactly, if you're a Warrior fan, you know how you're going to feel Thursday if they lose tonight. On Thursday, you're going to feel like they're playing for their era.
They're desperate.
They're not playing for the season. They're playing for their era. If they're a first round out, right, does it feel like massive changes are afoot?
The era's over if you lose. If you lose in the first round of Sacramento, the era's over.
Well, the era's not over until the participants leave. That's the way I would look at it. Like every dynasty has its off years. Tom Brady didn't win every year. He had years where he lost in the first round of the playoffs. So I wouldn't say that, but I do think that if they lose in the first round, it's much more likely that wholesale changes come and they do go a different direction, and then the era really is over. If Draymond leaves, if something, Klay Thompson becomes an expiring contract that's traded or something like that, I have no idea. The contractual conversation for Klay that suddenly came out this weekend that was weird. That was odd timing. But anyway, just to backtrack the conversation a little bit, because I know as always, we would love to hear from y'all today at 888-957-9570. Good afternoon to the Twitch and YouTube audience. Comcast Business text line is available to you as well. And I wonder how everybody would fill in this blank. The Warriors looked like blank in game 1. The Warriors looked like blank.
Can I swear?
Match game music. The Warriors looked like blank.
Bow, boom,
Right. So, you got to stick a little card in the slot right in front of you.
Fannie Flagg and Charles Nelson Riley.
Oh, gosh.
I love the young people.
How would you answer that question, though? I have a very, very, I think, surprising word that I'd like to put in that blank.
Only one word?
One word.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't fill in the blank with 2 words. That's 2 blanks.
Well, I was going to say old guys, but because Sacramento looked so fast, Mark.
So do you want to say old? The Warriors looked like old?
See, it doesn't really work.
If you want to remove the word like to create a better sentence.
The Warriors looked
old?
Wow. Boom, 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 boom. The Warriors looked a little flat to me. Flat.
I love the young
Thank
people.
you. It's a little late, Granny, but I'm here for it. I liked it. I thought they looked a little flat.
You thought so?
Opening possession, Steph Curry with a hook pass cross court is picked up.
Perfect.
And
perfect.
I thought that in general, when the game got into the real pivotal, to use your word, the pivotal moments, late third quarter, Warriors are up 10, and yet they hadn't really made a big impact on the game. They were up 10, and you're thinking, okay, this is the time that the old championship pedigree Warriors, you don't lose a 10-point lead, but it was gone, not in 60 seconds, but in about 2 minutes. You go to the end of the third, you're down 1.
Yeah, that was a very disappointing 2.5 minutes, but I never felt comfortable. The 10-point lead did not feel like this is the Kings and the Warriors. A 10-point lead is nothing. You got to get to 15 before you have my attention in this series.
Yeah.
And no one got there. No one got there. Those, you know this. We know this. Steph Curry's Warriors can make a 10-point lead disappear in a minute plus.
So can De'Aaron Fox's Kings, apparently.
These are listen, everybody take a moment for this point, because I don't know how far you've gotten out of your bubble, okay, after this weekend. Y'all understand something now. The country wants to inject this series into its veins. This, by far and away, was the most entertaining basketball that was played in the 8 series over the weekend. Not even close. That was delicious. It was the 2 best offenses going back and forth, and with 30 seconds to go, you had a 1-possession basketball game. You had tremendous offensive players doing tremendous things. You had big-time players who were disappointing, and then you had big-time players who overachieved. You had all the things that I think we're going to get in all of these basketball games. So I'm here for that.
Oh, yeah.
This was a great game, and I did not come out of it discouraged, feeling like the Warriors in any way were overwhelmed in a talent space. They lost, sure, and we said it going in. The Kings needed that game way more than the Warriors did. If the Kings lose that game, everyone's like, all right, nothing to see here. Warriors are going to beat the Kings. They had to have that game, and they got it by 1 bucket. By 1 bucket. Buckle up. We're going to be here for a while.
No doubt.
We're going to be here for a while.
That's why I put out Warriors in 6 in the official Instagram predictions, courtesy of Whitley Sandretto, our great social media manager. And I did say even more explicitly, I thought the Warriors would lose game 1, and then they'll win games 2, 3, and 4.
You and I think, had almost the exact same, like not just Warriors in 6. I kind of agree with you. The one I'm not sure about. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a split also back at Chase in 3 and 4. But then I could see the Warriors winning 5 and 6. I do think they'll win in 6.
I have the Warriors winning 2, 3, 4, and 6. I think it's Beam in 1, Beam in 5, and then Warriors. I think the Warriors steal tonight, and I mentioned it in the changeover. I feel very confident in the wager that I made today. Money line -130. I didn't want to lay the 2.5, just in case it happens to be another one of those nail biters. So I paid the extra juice up top. I think the Warriors win this one. I think the Warriors are a better team, and ultimately they're going to make the adjustments to avoid what happened in game 1 with Malik Monk and with Lyles from 3.
Well, so here were just a smattering, and I won't get all the names because the YouTube chat is moving real fast right now, but a smattering of some of the answers people put in there to fill in that blank. The Warriors looked like or if you want to just say the Warriors looked and then fill in the blank. A lot of people wrote fine. Fine.
Yeah.
A couple of them wrote competitive. Again, the Warriors that I've come to unfortunately know over the last 5 months lose that game by double digits on Saturday, but they didn't. The word that I want to fill in, the Warriors looked like themselves. And that's all I was waiting for. Did they turn the ball over too much? Sure. Are they defensively challenged at the Jordan Poole spot?
Oh, boy.
You're darn right they are. All of those things. But did they also look offensively dynamic? Did they look ready? Did they look, as they put it, I love this word too, whole? Did they felt whole. Andrew Wiggins is back. They've got all of their people. And all I wanted to see was that the Warriors, even on the road, would look like they were toe-to-toe with the Kings and, quite frankly, controlled the game for almost 3 quarters. And then Fox did amazing things. So did Monk. They lost the basketball game. But nothing happened that made me think, boy, the Warriors are overwhelmed here. And there's one other characteristic for the Warriors that we've watched this year that I want to highlight coming up next because it's important for tonight's game, and we'd love to get your calls. 888-957-9570. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Dibs is back, everybody. Let's rock and roll. It's a big night on 95.7 The Game.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Well, speaking of Steph Curry, I was just looking at a little teaser that ESPN has sent out. I guess Steph did a little sit-down interview with Malika Andrews, and there's some interesting stuff in there. So first, guys, see what you can find, because I think there's some sound that we would probably like to share. I can tell you one of the things I listened to him say. He certainly does not sound like he is done playing basketball with Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. He is planning on many more years to come with the three of them all being teammates. He didn't say that they were going to be Warriors, but I assume that would probably that would be the likely spot where it would happen.
Well, Steph's got 3 more years, and I don't think that they're going to trade Steph, so I can't imagine it happens anywhere else based on his contract.
Would seem to be the convenient spot, seeing that 2 of the 3 of them are under contract, and the third one is kind of sort of maybe.
Right, and the one who's kind of sort of maybe can opt in, and the other one who is under contract for just 1 more year, and he made it clear, I guess, through sources, according to sources,
did he?
That he wants a max extension, Klay Thompson?
For the people who aren't familiar with this story, Adrian Wojnarowski on the pregame stated that Klay Thompson is expecting a max extension this offseason, which is fascinating on a number of levels. Klay Thompson answered it absolutely correctly because this was put to him after game 1. And he said, are you expecting a max extension? And he's like, I'm expecting to go for a championship. So he made it all about right now.
Right.
I have no idea, to your point. Is it strategic? Where did that come from? I'll tell you, though, look, I have no idea how the Warriors are planning to sort of peel this onion and figure out the finances. Not my job, and quite frankly, not my care. But if everybody's expecting a max, I'm pretty sure not everybody's going to get it. Like, Poole and Wiggins are all signed. Steph is signed. If Draymond and Klay want big, huge extensions as well, based on what Joe Lacob has said, I doubt they're all going to get it. Here's one thing that resonated in my head, though. Do y'all remember at the ESPYs when Klay Thompson was, accepting the Comeback Player of the Year thing, and he talked about how the Warriors showed up at the hospital with a max extension, torn ACL, and then paid him for 2 years of not playing basketball and said, quote, who does that? Well, is that not relevant?
Oh, that's ancient history, Mark.
I mean, if you're going to mean that, then I don't know. They're your words that no doubt I'm now using against you.
Right.
But they're your words. If you're going to say who does that, then in theory, I would think there would be some openness to, I'm not going to use the words take a discount, but there would be some openness to work with the Warriors. No?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you want what you want, and you don't want to take a pay cut. And I think that the number was about $68 million they paid him to get better. And the reports were that he didn't necessarily follow the advice of Rick Celebrini coming back from the first injury, the ACL, and then he tore his Achilles, and then he became more of a believer in the strength and conditioning methodology of Rick Celebrini. So, yeah, I don't know if you, quote, owe it to the Warriors organization, because they did pay you $68 million to get better. But, there's got to be that sense. But at the same time, these are all alpha males, elite athletes with elite egos. And Klay made 32.7, 35.3, 37.9, 40.6. Next year is 43.2. And are you really going to go to Klay and go, hey, Klay, it's a little bit of belt tightening. We want you to sign for 4 years and $80 million, $20 million per.
I know you led the NBA in 3-pointers this year, but I was hoping we could have a chat. No, you're right.
We want you to take a haircut, and by haircut, I mean we want to pay you half of what you made this year.
Here's I'm going to give you the same answer with the conversation we were having about Wiggins and the fans a few weeks ago. Nobody owes anybody anything here.
Yeah.
The Warriors don't owe Klay Thompson a max, and Klay Thompson doesn't owe the Warriors a discount. What's owed is what's agreed upon. And if somebody else wants to offer him the max, then, and if Klay wants to take that, then take it. Do the Warriors want to match it? Then match it. I doubt that's going to happen, Does he look like a player to you that right now on the open market at his age would get a max offer? I doubt it, but I've been surprised by these things before.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's uncomfortable for that to come out right before the playoffs even start. I don't really dig that aspect of it. I don't know where that came from, though, so I can't blame anybody for that.
I mean, who knows where that possibly could have come from? Maybe, I don't know, Klay's agent?
Bill Duffy? Yeah. He's still with Duffy? I think he's still with Bill Duffy. But
and Bill Duffy's an above-board guy, but if you are Bill Duffy...
There's nothing below board there.
You're not doing your job if you're not trying to, throw that out there at least in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I don't know.
The team payroll would be $500 million with taxes included.
Which we've said they're not going to do. And
he said he's not going to do.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them for that.
Right.
And I know some fans will. But look, there's got to be a line drawn somewhere. And you can't just thank everybody for everything that they've done every single year. You can't do that. And by the way, we're having this conversation in the first round, and the team is down 1-0.
Right.
Like max contract stuff, if you go win another title again, yeah. Now everybody gets a max, and you're all amazing.
You want Oprah on me?
Who cares? Right. Yeah. Everybody, Klay, lift your chair up. You get a max. You get a max.
DiVincenzo, we're going to give you $475 million.
Yeah, absolutely. Kuminga,
everybody.
You're not even due. Let's extend you now.
Totally.
Let's trade for Wiseman back and pay him what we owe.
Hell, Moses Moody, we didn't play you.
Yeah.
How about $10 million a year to sit there and look good?
Jermichael,
James Wiseman.
we think you're underrated. You get a max. I don't care if you win another one, but you're sitting here down 0-1 in round one.
Right.
And we're talking about money? There's no about money.
And
right
I
now.
do think, Mark, that those two things are inextricably intertwined. How far this team goes, I think, leads to the likelihood of Klay getting the max that he reportedly is seeking.
By the way, I guess Duffy's not his guy anymore. I think he was early in his career, but what is the name? Greg Lawrence?
Greg Lawrence of the Wasserman Media Group.
Wasserman.
He switched in 2017, apparently.
Huh. That's an interesting backstory. I wonder why he switched, because Duffy was like the Thompson guy. Like he was Michael's agent, then he became Klay's agent, and then he wasn't his agent anymore, apparently.
Yeah. I've never switched agents. I don't know what that's like. I guess you have to be at a certain level where you're not happy with, Bill gets you $180 million while you're injured.
Well, that's the funny thing about
Or
high
maybe
level.
that was a Wasserman deal.
Whatever it is. Like when you're at a high level in the NBA, I've always wondered this. This would be a fun conversation for an agent at some point at the high level. What's the negotiation? If you're Steph Curry, how long does that take? We all know it's a max. Do you even have to call him? Like it's a max. What do you want, a plane? Do you want us to, do you want Steph Curry Day? What do you want? Do you want seats for your wife and your kids? Like, I don't even know. What is the negotiation? You're going to get the max. Now, Klay is not there anymore, but he was, even when he was hurt after the Toronto series. You knew they were going to go to the hospital. Here's the max. You get the max. Is there even a negotiation?
It might be just years in terms of that. Like Steph signed for 4 and 215 back 2 years ago. So, and that was the max that he could get 4 years and 215. And I guess if you're Steph, you're just waiting for that offer to come in. And it's like, I'll take it. Where do I sign?
888-957-9570. Let's go to Elston in Oakland. Hey, Elston, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm actually driving in traffic on 880 South, man. Hey, look, I just wanted to say to my fellow Warriors fans, man, to relax, because if we remember when GP2 came back, I think we lost that game to Minnesota. But anyway, he wasn't quite there. The same thing with Wiggins. And ironically, he took the last shot that could have kind of won it for us. So we're going to be all right, man. Wiggins going to be more up to par tonight, and we're going to be all right. Go Warriors.
Alston, yeah, thanks. I think that leads us to a conversation that I'd like to have. I wonder what you think, Dibbs. Like, this was one of those games, look, in the playoffs, you're a fan. You're frustrated when your team loses. That's obvious.
Yeah.
But sometimes you come out of there with certain things. You got a little bullet points. It could be the refs, that specific call, that player looked awful. This specific play, How come we didn't stop that guy? There's a list of things where you're like, man, that was not okay. I didn't come out of this game with a list. I really didn't. I didn't think anybody looked awful. I think that Wiggins, that last shot, I have no problem with it. It was a good look, but it was a three-pointer. Great. It was a good look.
It's a corner three.
It's a shot that he can make. It was a good look. It was an inch short and hit the rim. I didn't have a problem. I love the people who have a problem with Steph Curry's buzzer beater, as if he had time to sit back there and think about how he wanted to go about doing this. I also didn't think the Warriors choked. I thought De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk won the game. I thought they took it from them. And as a fan, I always want that. I don't want my team to choke. If you beat them, it's because you played out of your mind, and they played tremendous basketball. It was a great watch. The team who I thought was going to win game one won game one. I did not come out feeling discouraged about the chances of the team who lost. I don't know. I did not come out of this with a list of grievances. I really didn't.
There are things that you can look at. I don't know if they're grievances, but there are things that you can look at and say, what's that, and can that get fixed? One for me would be Jonathan Kuminga's minutes. He had no rebounds in nearly 10 minutes, and he looked a little bit out of sorts. And of course, he looked out of sorts. He's playing in the playoffs for only the second time. He's not even 21 years old. So the question I have going forward, and I heard John Dickinson on with Steiny and Goo earlier, and God, JD is so good, especially with these two teams in play. And he was saying, maybe you go to an 8-man rotation now and you keep Jonathan Kuminga on the bench. Steve Kerr doesn't like to do that early on in series, but to me, one of my takeaways was Jonathan Kuminga, can he be a guy who you can play in this high leverage spot in this postseason?
I do think you're potentially looking at a different rotation tonight. Here's why. Steve specifically talked about, because Curry had 37 minutes.
Yeah.
And we know what happened when he left the game late third quarter. Everything fell apart. So an easy narrative to bring up is, should Steph in the playoffs be playing more minutes? Well, Steve says, look, this was the first game of the playoffs, and we've got a 48-hour turnaround. So in this situation, I'm not going to do that. Well, tonight is not that situation. You are now down 1-0, and you don't have a 48-hour turnaround. You have a 72-hour turnaround.
After tonight, and then 72 after that.
Right. So I do think that tonight is a night you watch the Warriors probably play a little bit more desperate if the scoreboard calls for it.
Chasing wins is what you're saying.
Damn right.
And we don't chase wins, Mark.
No, you chase win.
Yeah, my fault.
You're not chasing wins.
But the thing,
tonight,
these are two
win.
different things, and I agree with you in terms of Steph Curry. I think that he'll be closer to 40 minutes tonight. And if it's a similar situation as game one, where, it's the end of the third quarter, and what happened in the end of the third quarter is the Kings went on a run. If that happens again tonight, Steph Curry starts the fourth quarter, and he plays all 12 minutes. I firmly believe that will be the tweak. The other part of it is the Kuminga minutes. And if you're going to take away Kuminga minutes, well, you'd like Andrew Wiggins maybe to play more minutes than he did in game one. Will he be ready to play more than, 24 minutes for Wiggins?
Wiggins, 28. Yeah, 28
Can
minutes.
you give him a little bit more? Can you give Dante DiVincenzo in the restaurant quality? Can he get a couple more minutes? Can GP2 get a couple more minutes? And maybe you even start the game with GP2 on the floor to try to dog De'Aaron Fox right from the jump. So if you're going to take away Kuminga's minutes, I don't think you're thinking, all right, we're going to get Steph Curry more minutes at the expense of Kuminga. I think those minutes go to DiVincenzo, they go to GP2, and they go to Andrew Wiggins.
This is the other reason I came out encouraged. You just named all those names. I didn't think no individual looked awful. Nobody. Now, you could look at Kuminga and say, a little out of sorts, only got 10 minutes, still went 3 of 6 from the field. It's not like he was terrible. You remember moments in the playoffs last year where Jordan Poole, or heck, remember when Damian Lee got pulled for Moses Moody? You're just like, please, you're ruining everything. That's what it felt like. I didn't see that in this game. I thought Andrew Wiggins, I know he didn't shoot the ball well from 3. I've never thought of Andrew Wiggins as their best three-point shooter.
Right.
He's a good three-point shooter, a little streaky. But outside of his shot from the three-point line, I thought Wiggins looked fantastic. I thought he looked good going to the hole. I thought he looked aggressive. He had 4 blocks. I thought he defended very, very well.
He was 6 of 8 from the floor inside the arc.
Right, which is, again, what we've been calling for this team to do the whole time.
Right.
Attack the basket a little bit more. And I think you'll see a lot more of that tonight. But I think if you go to a man, you saw, for the most part, what you would want out of each of those players. DiVincenzo looked good. GP2 did his thing. Wiggins had the energy you'd want. I thought Draymond and Looney's defense on Sabonis was great.
Kevon was amazing.
I love the way they defended him, and they should get some credit. I hear a lot of Sacramento people, we won, and Sabonis didn't even play well. I think there's a reason he didn't play well. I think that they really focused on their defense with him.
I wonder if they changed their approach tonight.
Well, I do think their defense was aggressive enough on him that it sort of led to some of those offensive rebounds for other players, and that's a problem. Right. To me, that's where the Warriors lost the game. 17 offensive rebounds for the Sacramento Kings, and it felt like Harrison Barnes had a bunch of them. He had 5. Sabonis had 5. Barnes had 4. I thought that's where they lost the game. Was on the glass. And so, yeah, what adjustment comes there, we'll see. But I loved the defense. In one look at it, I love what they did with Sabonis.
No doubt. And I wonder if they can do that same thing or if Sabonis will make him pay, because he's a better shooter from the outside than what he showed in Game 1. And they gave him the outside shot from the opening possession all the way through the remainder of the game. And they did that in part because they wanted to protect against the dribble handoff. So Kevon sagged way off, and they basically dared him to shoot the ball. He's about a 35% three-point shooter. Sabonis is a better outside shooter than what he showed in Game 1.
I agree, although he only tried 1 3. I still would, if you look at that team, if he wants to shoot threes, go ahead and shoot them.
No, I'm with you.
Because there's too many other guys who are better. I'd rather Sabonis is shooting it than Fox or Murray or Lyles or Monk or
even
all these
Herder,
guys, even Herder. Sure.
And that's why I was asking Steiny about zone tonight, because Sacramento can shoot the 3 better than they showed in Game 1.
Yes,
certainly Kevin Herder can. I don't think Trey Lyles can do much better than he did, but if you play zone, you're going to have the likelihood of more three-point shooters open, and I wonder when Steve Kerr is going to employ that zone tonight.
It's just wild. Look, they're the Splash Brothers, and I get it. But like,
you're getting to the other person with whom I might have a little bit of a, I don't know if you said beef or qualm or issue. Klay Thompson wasn't great. Klay Thompson was not great.
It wasn't bad.
His shot selection was spotty. He went on a little bit of a streak in the first half, but other than that, he wasn't good.
Hit some big ones when he came back in the fourth quarter, too.
Right.
Like, I mean, 3-pointers that is like, we need this or else they're going to fall behind by 7 or 8, and he hit them. I hear you. It was not a signature game for Klay at all.
Felt to me like it was a searcher game, like one of those games where Klay's trying to find his way into the rhythm.
16 of 50 from the 3-point area for the Warriors.
Yeah.
50. That's a number I don't want to see. 50. The Kings,
50 of 90.
The Kings are a phenomenal 3-point shooting team, and they only attempted 32. The Warriors shot 18 more balls from beyond the arc.
Balls.
Right? I don't know, man. To me, that's where this series is sitting there for the Warriors. With Wiggins back, with what Poole does, with even Steph breaking down a defense, and Draymond with the penetration and kicks. Go to the basket more.
Yeah.
Go to the basket more.
I think you nailed it with the offensive rebounding differential, because they had 8 more offensive rebounds than the Warriors did, and they had 8 more field goal attempts than the Warriors did. Fouls were almost even. Turnovers were almost even. The shooting percentage, the Warriors were better. 3-point percentage, the Kings were better, but the Warriors outscored them by 12 points from behind the line. It came down to more possessions for Sacramento. And, Malik Monk, good player. You cannot allow him to go for 32 off the bench tonight. If he gets 32, you're in trouble. You're going to lose.
You mentioned Klay's shot selection. He would like to answer that question for you. This is from yesterday after practice.
I mean, it's hard to hear from those who don't play what a great shot is, but we're just going to do what we do. we're gonna take tough shots. We're gonna make tough shots. Been doing it for 10 years, and I'm not gonna get discouraged after one bad shooting night. Like freaking A, been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, Dibs, freaking A. Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
freaking
Klay.
A, man. Okay.
Yeah,
just telling you. Been doing it for a decade.
Yeah, for those who don't know, in that case, we should just shut the station down, cancel Twitter. And you know what, Warriors fans, none of us should even watch the game because we don't know about basketball, so we're not entitled to an opinion.
I would like
Thank you,
957thegame.shop.com to get on it T-shirts that just say freaking A. That's it.
Holy cannoli.
Yeah, freaking A. Klay gets about 2 per playoff run where he just says something where you're like, what? I mean, he turns into this milk and cookie, right? Like, I mean, Draymond Green is over
I don't know
on
if
his podcast.
if Clay's ever come across as a guy who curses a lot. I mean, you know the family better than I do.
Oh, no, Michael would probably call him
and wash his mouth out.
Right, yes.
Exactly.
He would show up with soap and actually
Michael strikes me as a very
he does not
new.
He does not
like he's a man of the cloth, and he's not
that's all
deeply
true.
religious, but probably
sure.
pretty religious.
Yep,
That's
absolutely.
the feeling I get from Michael, and it's always interesting because he's the life of the party, and he's down to have a glass of wine and yuck it up. But when it comes to certain things, you get the sense that
certain things. I was
holy cannoli.
I was blessed.
You know?
I say blessed. This is going to sound ridiculous.
Get the drop ready.
Well, I was lucky enough that Michael and I were hosting the morning that Klay
forecast for rain.
Klay got pulled over in Washington in his driveway with weed in the car. And you would have thought when Michael showed up that day, I was nervous because I'm like, oh gosh, like how do we talk about this? He's not going to want, like maybe we'll just act like it never happened. So how about those Lakers last night,
Klay
Michael?
Thompson? Any relation?
Right? Like, do you know Klay? Like, do you believe this? And I tell you what. Here's what we settle on. Let's address it right off the top. I'm gonna let you say what you want to say, and then we'll move on. Because I thought he'd be like Andrew was. This is a family matter, and it's not your business.
Would you want to talk about one of your kids?
No.
Of course not.
So
kid.
he walks in, and I go, well, Michael, we got some stuff today, but, want to give you an opportunity to just address everybody with what happened with your son in Washington. And he goes, can you freaking believe this idiot? And we did 4 hours.
The phone lines.
On a dad and a son. And marijuana.
Wow.
And Michael, thank you. Now, granted,
give myself a 4 for the authentic noise.
It is. You do a good weed. You
it's
do
good.
Yeah, you got a good bong impression.
I'm off the lettuce too.
I was high when I
Thank
said
you.
that.
Muscle memory.
Anyway, it was crazy. I mean, granted, this is more than a decade ago, so I think all of our morality clauses have changed a little bit during that time. But you'd have thought that Klay killed someone.
Sure.
You'd have thought he got caught with weed in his
Holy
driveway.
cannoli.
Michael was so mad.
Yeah. And what was today's? Gosh darn it? Or
Yeah. G. Willikers came up one time.
Yeah, thank you.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And we're getting more of your calls coming up. And then Mark Jones. That's right.
Who?
An ESPN broadcaster who's also a broadcaster for the Kings. Could you hear him just rooting for the Kings right in the middle of that broadcast? That's what I heard everybody say on Twitter. We'll talk to him about it coming up in 20 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
Duran, May 28th at SAP.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, hello, YouTube audience, and nice T-shirt, Dibs.
Thank you. It was a giveaway from the game I went to, the Spurs game, when they sleepwalked through three quarters.
That's
and then,
that new?
Yeah.
Man, how many times you worn it? That already looks like it's been through the wash a couple times.
New. It's a debut.
No?
It's a debut.
Really?
And I was intending to go with my son, but he couldn't make it, so I actually have two of these babies.
Oh, what's the size of the other one?
It's the same. It's one size fits most.
Which is what size?
It's an XL.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
No, I have a feeling that I'm going to be sending this to one of our great listeners, Liana Pons.
You did lose that bet.
Yes.
You lost that bet.
And so
you owe me pizza too, by the way, but you can pay that off whenever.
For
the Warriors going 8-2 in their last 10. Remember? Yeah. Thank you. See, the guys remember. 9 games left to go. You said we're going to set the over/under at 5.5. I took the over on wins. They went 7-2 and pizza.
That actually wasn't the bet, but I'd be happy to get you pizza nonetheless.
The guys know. They're playing yup because those are the guys. They hear the show. Mark hears the show. Mark Grandy works with us. He's right behind you. He hears the show. He remembers. Mark, pizza bet, right?
Sometimes I hear the show.
Okay, sometimes he's listening.
I'm not saying that I won the bet.
It's a pizza bet, right, Mark? It's
but what I'm saying is that you have it wrong.
No,
because I said they would go either
5-4 or 4-5.
And you would take the field. I gave you 4 and 5
okay,
or 5 and...
Sure, call it that. But then I'm said to you...
I'm calling it what
I know,
it was.
But I said they will win at least 6. So I took the field.
Thank you, JP.
Whatever it is. Will you just get me my pizza, please?
No problem.
Okay, thank you. So I'm in olive.
Small. We discussed it. Yeah, that'll be taken care of this week.
You're like personal pan pizza.
Total PP. You're getting no, it's coming. It's coming.
Oh, those personal pan pizzas. I can't believe they even cut those things. Those little triangles that come out of there look like somebody sat on them. It's like, that's not a slice of pizza. You can't do, if you're going to have it be that small, I'll just pick up the whole circle and eat it that way.
Or just cut it in 2.
Yeah.
Give me the 1/2 and the other half. Yeah.
I'm going to eat it.
Those are some small quarters. And yes, Beard on the YouTube feed. It's Los Guerreros Dibs. I didn't make the shirt. And I always have issue because it says
Los Warriors.
Right. That's not accurate.
Well, but who said that it can't be in Spanglish?
I don't appreciate Spanglish.
Well, but some people do.
It drives me crazy in the NBA where they have like Los Heat. It's like, I mean, can't we?
Los Heat.
I don't even know if that's what but you know what I mean, Mark. Every team.
I don't know if Heat is plural. It would be El Heat. But anyway, go ahead.
It should be like El Fuego or La Fuego or whatever it should be.
Los Humidity. Anyway, go ahead.
Like the Gigantes Giants Spanish language jerseys are great because Gigantes.
They changed the word Giants into Spanish.
Correct.
They also changed nothing like it into nothing. No one likes us.
Well, that turned out to be Is that foreshadowing?
Might have been.
Yeah.
Might have been.
Anyway.
How do you...
Yeah, Los Bulls. Thank you, Otis Bird III, the mayor of the YouTube feed. Los Bulls is another one.
Yes,
Anyway,
it does.
yes, I understand the inaccuracy, but I also like the fit.
Yeah, Los Warriors. Nobody said their shirts need to be accurate. Like, that's not in the advertisement.
Right.
Right?
But it'd be a lot cooler if it was.
Yeah.
If we could educate our young people while also having a stylish kind of a reconfigure of a logo, it'd be a two-way go.
Education
But yes,
sensation.
that's a buck.
All right.
That's Uno Dollarino. Thank you.
Los money. All right, here we go. Pat in Foster City. He's in Los Foster City. Hello, Pat. What are you doing?
Hola, amigos.
Yes, hola. Thank you. Gracias.
Yeah, so I guess two things real quick. One, regarding Klay and his contract and all that. You know, I was a season ticket holder for 30 years for the Warriors, from 90 to 2020. And then I went to see games maybe 10 years before that, go back to Bernard King's days with the Warriors. So I've kind of put my money where my mouth is in terms of showing up. And I had great sideline seats, and it was great. Playoff runs were terrific. But, you know, I also saw how the ticket prices just went up and up and up and up. And I used to think, is it because of the player contracts or is it because they're winning? And I said, it's because they're winning. You know, I don't really care about the salaries. As long as they're winning a good product, I'll go. But, you know, if they're going to start throwing out a lot of max contracts to a lot of players and they're not winning, and then they're still charging the prices they are, that's like a different story. So that has me paused a little bit in terms of where they go with the salaries, because it does affect the fans, you know.
It can. Yeah, Pat, it can. I mean, I always look at it this way. You know what teams charge? They charge what they can. That's what they charge. I don't think
market
it's
forces, right?
Yeah, it's not A to B. Like, we signed a big free agent and now beer goes from $15 to $18. It's not that A to B. They charge what you'll pay, right? I mean, even, gosh, we were talking about this last week. I don't know if you heard this part, but you know the whole $9 beer thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been over there to see the $9 beer?
I haven't yet.
It's small.
It's one stand, right?
It's a small. Actually,
it's a small.
It's a smaller cup.
Like,
that's not a beer. That's not what I would call a beer. That's half a beer.
well, go to any bar in any city in, I don't know about in America, but here in town, and if you order a pint of beer, you're not getting 16 ounces.
No.
The pint glass is 14 ounces usually. So even, hey, let me get a pint of old style or whatever whatever you tickles your fancy. You're not getting an actual pint. So that actually fits the narrative of everything in this country, where everything's more expensive than it used to be, and you don't get quite what you used to get.
Well, and I mean, look at the ticket prices. I mean, I don't know a lot of people who can afford to go to a lot of, and forget Chase Center, NBA games. The Kings game, these games 1 and 2,
crazy?
right,
$600?
double the prices of what Chase Center is going to be. And I get the demand because it's the first time they've been in the playoffs in 16 years. A Golden State Warrior crowd right now is not going to be as amped about the first round as the Kings fans. So that makes all kinds of sense in the world. But do you know a lot of people who can do that often? Like, I get people can, like, let's splurge. Kings made the playoffs for the first time since I was able to buy beer.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But can you do it a lot? Can you go to a lot of games? But obviously there are enough people who answer yes. So that's what they're going to charge.
Exactly.
You charge what you can. I don't really have any issue with that, because that's business. That's what businesses do.
It's dynamic pricing, and I don't have an issue with it, but I would love to see, and you and I have joked about this, and I'm actually dead serious about it, exit pricing, where you go to a game and Logan Webb goes 2 1/3 and you lose 12-1. I should get some money back on my way out. That thing was an absolute dud.
And the Giants are like, you got to see like 13 runs. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
That's great.
By the way, $241 to get in tonight is the lowest price. Tickets as low as $241 at the Golden One Center.
That went way down.
If you want to go to the Sixers-Nets game, which is the first half of a TNT doubleheader, tickets as low as, what do you think, Mark?
$14.
$43.
Yeah, the Eastern Conference is a total tune-out for me right now.
Total tune-out?
Except for two things. I'll mention two things. There's one series that I'm into, the Knicks and Cavs. That one, to me, looks like it could go either way. And then the Heat and Bucks, I'll hang out to find out what's going on with Giannis. Is Giannis actually going to miss some time?
Yeah.
that and the fact that the Bucks lost game one, okay, like I'm going to leave one eye open, but if Giannis comes back, whatever. We know where the Eastern Conference is going. This is coming down to the Bucks, the Celtics, and the Sixers.
Right.
Figure out who's going to the finals. It's those three teams. The Western Conference, holy smokes. I mean, sure, Denver's going to dispatch of Minnesota. That's fine. The rest of the playoffs, I honestly have no clue what's going to happen. You cannot surprise me with anything that's going to come out of these other three series. The Lakers finish on a 15-0 run, and Ja is hurt, and a lot of us thought the Lakers might win that series anyway.
Wait. A lot of us?
Yeah, we all thought there was...
You're now on Team Laker?
No, I would just think that...
I told you 2 months ago, don't sleep on the Lakers.
No. I'm talking about this series.
Okay.
The Lakers are not going to the finals, but this series...
I thought you said that they wouldn't even win a series. We'd have to go... I mean, Mark only remembers bets that involve pizza.
We definitely didn't bet on it.
No, of course not.
No, the Grizzlies...
Lakers are a problem.
For the Grizzlies, especially with Steven Adams out. Yeah, I feel you. That could happen.
If it's Lakers Kings in the next round, the Lakers are favored.
That's probably true.
I mean, and that's if it's Lakers and
what if it's Lakers and Warriors?
What if it's Lakers Clippers for the Western Conference Finals?
Oh gosh,
Lakers are favored.
Then I'm going on vacation.
Right.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Speaking of the Clippers,
that's the other one. How about that?
Russell Westbrook goes 3 for 19. And is lauded for a late game block. And I'm looking at a thread.
Not just the late game block. There were the 2 offensive rebounds, or at least like the hustle plays that knocked the ball out of bounds off of the Suns. Give him credit for that. The man hustles.
Yes. He's a high motor player.
I don't know what else he does, but he hustles.
Mark Jones in 2 minutes, but I'm just going to read from the Elias Sports Bureau's Twitter. The last player to go 3 for 19 from the floor in an NBA playoff game before Russell Westbrook was Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
Back in 2021. Who has the most 3 for 19 games in NBA history? The answer? Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
He's actually done it 4 times. And instances of players shooting 16% or worse, Russell Westbrook leads that list as well. It's remarkable. Only he could go 3 for 19 from the floor and maybe be the second best guy on your team.
Only Ty Lue would have left him in the game for all of that. His lack of awareness offensively is absolutely overwhelming. It's stunning what that man does, especially when Kawhi was on one. Kawhi was doing the damn thing. And Russ is out there going, nope, watch this. I clank another three. Finishes with 9 points and then finds a way in the final minute to make 3 hustle plays. And after the game, everyone's like, damn, Russell Westbrook, great job. It's crazy, man. And I think it could end up biting him. But the whole deal, like, put it this way. You make a major trade if you're the Suns, you acquire Kevin Durant, and then in round 1, there's Westbrook staring at you, and Westbrook shoots more than Durant. If I'm the Suns, that's my what are you doing? That's my what are you doing for sure. We always ask what are you doing. Let's ask Mark Jones. During the season, sure, voice of the Sacramento Kings on NBC Sports California for the game 1. That was the voice you heard there as well. So knows these teams inside and out, and we're thrilled to have him here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man?
Good, guys. Really looking forward to Game 2 tonight here in Sacramento. It's this Interstate 80 deal is going to be epic before it's all said and done. Looking forward to the adjustments tonight.
Yeah, no question. I like the way you said that. But what was your takeaway? You know the Kings very, very well. So as far as their performance, what kind of a grade would you give them in Game 1?
I would give them a solid B. I think offensively, the Kings were able to maintain their identity, and that's really the story of the playoffs. The further you go, it's who can stick to their style of basketball the best. And I think, especially offensively, I think defensively it was a push. Offensively, I think Sacramento was a little bit better than Golden State in that sense. And not because, Sacramento was able to execute a lot of its dribble handoff actions, which Golden State, I thought, defended really well by dropping Looney deep into the paint and drop coverage. But just the element of De'Aaron Fox playing to his strengths and De'Aaron Fox making several threes for them in the second half, making big-time mid-range jump shot where he has feasted offensively this year. I mean, he is extremely prolific in the mid-range. You know, he gets to that right elbow and it's lights out most times. So I think I would give them a solid B grade, but I know that Steve Kerr is making adjustments as we speak to tonight.
What are the adjustments that the Kings make in terms of Domas Sabonis and just going 5 of 17? The drop coverage really seemed to flummox the big man a little bit. What does Sacramento do to try to counteract what the Warriors did defensively against their big?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of Domas just not hesitating and playing fast, being decisive on the catch, and eating up that space. And, you know, I don't think that he struggles again the way that he did offensively, especially at the rim. He smoked a lot of easy shots, and you don't see that happen that often. He's usually a pretty good finisher in that restricted area or within that 4 to 6 feet range. So I think that was an anomaly tonight. I think it's a matter of Domas being decisive, and, you know, if he's got to make the Warriors pay for giving him those 12, 15-foot jump shots, or at least close the space and make it a little shorter shot. You know, during the season, Domas didn't shoot a high volume of threes, but shot a very respectable, you know, right around 36%. And it was actually a higher number the more he was shooting them earlier this year. So he's more than capable.
Mark Jones, play-by-play man. You heard him on the Game 1 on the television broadcast. He's with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Mark, I wonder what your impressions of the Warriors were, because we saw the regular season Warriors, and quite frankly, on the road, games like we saw in Game 1, they would have lost that thing by double digits. After the game, they called themselves whole. Did you see something different in that game as opposed to what you saw during the regular year?
I did, and especially a revitalized, rejuvenated Andrew Wiggins. You know, he makes a huge difference, and I would expect that Wiggins would be on Fox a little bit more tonight if you're looking at potential adjustments for the Warriors, because Wiggins is their best perimeter ball defender, a point of attack defender. A little bit more of him and a little bit more of GP2 as well. And I agree with you. That's a game that Golden State probably would have gotten drilled in and dragged in the regular season, but they were right there right until the last Steph Curry shot came off the rim. So that plus the offensive rebounding battle, I don't think that they're going to allow Sacramento to rebound as well as they did in the offensive glass as they did in Game 1. So, you know, those two things combined, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more Wiggins, because the guy's a phenomenally conditioned athlete. People were talking about the fact that, don't know what kind of shape he's in. Basketball shape is different, yada, yada, yada. I spoke to one of his coaches that coached him in Minnesota, and he said this guy's a phenomenal athletic freak. He could play 40, and these are his words, 48 minutes a game, 10 straight games, and not even blink. You know, that's how good he is.
Well, hopefully, for the Warriors' sake, he's able to get more than the 28 minutes he played in Game 1. Mark Jones with us here on 95.7 The Game. Malik Monk, what does he do for an encore, and where did that come from, Mark?
You know what? That was really reminiscent of the double overtime thriller when the Kings beat the Clippers earlier this year, when, you know, Monk had 45, Fox had 42, but that 45 off the bench is really a Malik Monk signature. I don't think that that's an aberration for Malik. I think you could see a lot more of Monk, especially as a closer in this series, because he gives Sacramento more dynamic playmaking and three-point shooting. You know, he didn't shoot it as well from downtown this year as he did the previous season, but, you know, he's still a very respectable three-point shooter, and he made a bunch in Game 1, and his playmaking is underrated. So when Mike Brown, you know, when the offense stalls out against Golden State, Mike Brown often has Malik on the floor, and he's really great at keeping the Kings playing at a high pace in the half court, not just in the full court, but in the half court. People always think about pace being a full court thing. It's a half court thing as well, and Malik keeps the engines revved up in the half court. So I very much see him being able to come up with another, you know, 20 or even a 30 piece.
Mark, I tell you what stood out to me. You said at one point, fans, if you're looking at De'Aaron Fox for the first time, this is not out of the norm. This is what he does, right? And so
I tried to tell him.
Yeah, because right, the fans on the West Coast know about fourth quarter Fox for sure. What impressed me, though, was not that he looked like that because he always does, but this was his first ever playoff game. Can you speak to what's different about the mental makeup of Fox that allows him to perform that way in a moment like that?
That's a great question, man. I'm ashamed the devil and tell the truth right now, okay? De'Aaron Fox is an extremely edgy, I'll use that word, edgy, competitive basketball player. He will look at you and tell you he's going to destroy you with a smile and go ahead and do it. He will talk it on the court with a smile and back it up. There were several occasions this year where I saw him go at guys, and it was not business, it was personal. And that's the competitiveness I think that people haven't seen from De'Aaron Fox in the past. And that's why I'm not surprised that he played so well and he was so prolific in his playoff debut. He loves the bright lights. He loves the challenge. And you know what, guys? Mike Brown has coached him harder than any other player on this team this year. He has been, I tell you what, first game of the season, preseason game, actually, Russell Westbrook down in Los Angeles, we're playing the Lakers, he gets a layup on De'Aaron, okay? He gets a second layup on De'Aaron. Mike Brown calls one of those timeouts like 40 seconds into the game, and he got into De'Aaron, okay? He got into his stuff, right? That set the tone for the whole season. And he's coached De'Aaron hard. Everyone else has had to fall in line. But in coaching De'Aaron hard, he's really raised the ceiling of expectations on him. And I tell you what, to De'Aaron's credit, he's responded well to it. He's embraced the hard coaching, and he's had the best year of his career. And you haven't even seen the best of him yet, guys.
Man, that's scary to think in terms of him coming off a 38-point game. Mark, in game one, our redhead was better than your redhead. DiVincenzo, thank you. I'm a fellow redhead, so I had to get to this point.
You were.
But yeah, back when I could grow a little bit.
Anyway.
Kevin Huerter, Mark, a quiet game. Is he the X factor for Sacramento to keep this offense rolling?
I think so. Only 6 points on 3 of 12 in game one. And I thought Golden State did a great job in their coverages on him. They were, up into him a lot. They were denying and overplaying on the wings. They were top blocking on those DHO actions. So he didn't see a lot of daylight, and he had to work really hard for the 3 buckets that he did get. Made a couple nice moves off the dribble as opposed to, some of the one dribble pull-ups that Sabonis leads him into on those DHOs. So, yeah, I would say that he's a little bit of a factor, an X factor. In fact, he led the NBA in dribble handoff actions this year, and for him to look at the box score at the end of the night, he only had 6 points, and I think only 1 or 2 of those came on DHOs. It's going to be a lot easier, I would think, for him in game 2 if the requisite adjustments are made, because Golden State did a fantastic job on him in game 1.
Mark, we love your work. We thank you so much. You didn't get any grief on social media for being the voice of the Kings yet being on the national broadcast, did you? Were the Warrior fans nice to you or no?
They were nice to me, man, because you know what? I love the Warriors too. You have to respect their excellence. You have to respect their lineage. I made sure to, document all the work that Steph has done going into these playoffs with his trainer Brandon Payne. I talked about the vertical core stability that they've been working on. I talked about Andrew Wiggins and his wonderful athletic lineage. And I, in fact, know his mom, Marita Payne, who ran Olympic track and field with my cousin Molly on the 4x4 women's team. And I actually played in a Masters basketball tournament down in Miami with Mitch. So I got a lot of golden stuff. I got a lot of junk in the trunk when it comes to the Warriors.
Perfect.
It was nice. I would like to think that it was nice and balanced because I have tremendous respect for the Warriors franchise as well.
It would have felt more balanced if Wiggins would have hit that 3, I'll tell you that.
That's true.
Hey, I thought it was going in. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I thought it was going in.
You were hoping it was going in, be honest.
Yeah, hey, 5 more minutes of basketball.
Good point.
That's exactly. The Kings would have had a chance to answer. Hey, Mark, thank you so much, man. Great stuff.
Anytime, guys. Speak to you soon.
Thanks,
Absolutely. There goes Mark Jones, and the way social media works, he's now going to get ripped by Kings fans because he said, I love the Warriors organization.
And he was hoping that Wiggins 3 went in. Take that, Beamers.
Yeah, exactly. He loves the He's rooting openly for the Warriors.
Love Mark Jones.
I've always liked him. All right, we're sponsored by calhope.org. I tell you, there's a couple things that we haven't really touched on that are really important for tonight's game. Number one, a dynamic that I think is huge in the Warriors' favor tonight. We'll get you that coming up next. But then also, Dibs, while you were gone last week, we had a little conversation, me and Larry, with regard to whether or not Kings fans were simply happy to be here. And I know that they'll say no, but my response was they don't even realize that they're just happy to be here, because let's say the Warriors win this series. How would a Kings fan react? Are they angry? Are they calling ESPN 1320?
Browns on the hot seat.
I mean, oh my gosh, exactly. Who's taking the blame? Or do they get over it for a minute and a half and then go, it was a great season, maybe even a slow clap? I don't know. But I got the answer courtesy of a buddy of mine about 3 hours ago who's a huge Kings fan. Wait till you hear what he texted me. This is all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's
to go. Kings up 1. Fox with a drive, spins, hangs, fires. It's up, no good. Rebound goes to Thompson, to Curry. 18 seconds to go. Draymond and Sabonis tied up behind the play. Curry finds Thompson, takes a drive down the lane, dishes off to Wiggins, corner 3. No good. Rebound, Payton deflected it, picked up by Sabonis. The Warriors have to foul. They throw it ahead for Monk. He's fouled by Draymond with 2.9 to go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! Tim Roy, that's some action to try to follow. He did a good job. And that captures the moment. That's the shot that did not go. What a story it would have been if the game-winning shot, after all that, had been hit by Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
That would have been fun.
And with that much time left on the clock, I doubt it would have been the game winner. Sacramento would have scored. The Warriors would have scored. And Sacramento, I mean, points come so quickly in this contest. I don't necessarily think it would have been a game winner, but to your point, and I think you tweeted it out, what a great ending it would have been. And I hadn't thought of it in those terms, but what a nice comeback if he would have hit that corner 3. And that's another thing. We talked about it earlier, like regrets that you may have from game 1. I don't regret that shot. The corner 3 from an all-star, you'll take that 10 times out of 10.
It's a good look. It was the right basketball play. It's a good look. This is the same stuff people have been ripping LeBron for years. Like, oh, why are you pass to somebody? Just because he's open and it's a good shot. Steve Kerr's career was set up by one of those types of moments where somebody passed you the ball because you were open and you knocked down a shot.
Was that Jordan who passed it to him?
Yes, indeed it was. It'd be Michael Jordan. Yeah.
Jordan's afraid of taking the big shot. That's what I hear.
Exactly. Kerr, Paxson, Dwayne Wade, all these dudes. Ray Allen. Anyway, so check this out because I was right. And I knew I was right.
Which is why we're leading the segment with it.
No. You'll find this
is the
interesting.
I was right portion of the show.
So Larry's brother.
I actually heard this segment.
He grew up a Warriors fan, and now he's moved to Sacramento, and he's a Kings fan. And he told Larry after Monday, the first time we had this, you tell Willard that we're expecting at least the second round here in Sacramento. No, you're not. No, you're not, and I can prove it. I could have proved it last week. I thought it was rather obvious. You danced in the streets all night long after a Game 1 victory, and I'm not mad at you. You've had 16 years of waiting. That was a moment. The beam got lit. You went out. You got lit. Great. Everybody go get lit. You deserved a party, and I'm never here to stamp on anybody's fun. But the bottom line is this. If the Warriors win this series, Kings fans are going to say, after they calm down, about 5 minutes, maybe 6, calm down, and they'll go, dude, great season. We're really building something. De'Aaron Fox has introduced himself to the world. We've got the right coach. Bravo. That's how it will feel. If the Warriors lose this series, it's DEFCON 5. Who's out? How are they paying who? Trade this, that. Era's over. Whole different conversation. So I got a group of buddies, one of the text threads in my phone, some college buddies. And if you're listening, college buddies, you know who you are. And hey, how you doing? Well, one of them's birthday is today. So my good friend Rafi, happy birthday. I almost said happy birthday because his name is Rafi. All right. So here's how the conversation goes. One guy who is a Bay Area sports fan, happy birthday, Raf. Hope it's a great one. Then comes guy number 2, huge Sacramento Kings fan. And I've not heard from him throughout this whole experience, which is why I knew in the back of my head, I go, he doesn't really think they're going to win this series because I hadn't heard a peep out of him.
Even after game 1.
Even after game 1. So he texts back, I told Rafi, as long as the Warriors don't win, he can wish for anything else on his birthday. And then Rafi chimes in with a bunch of cuss words. Bleep this about the Kings and bleep that. Right, so guaranteed win
this guy's
tonight
birthday,
for the
he just can't even get over it.
He's already lit. He's lit his own beam. All right.
Nice.
So this is when I chimed in at Kings fan. And I said, yeah, you've been pretty quiet, Kings fan. I've been wondering when my phone would light up. Light the phone. So
that's fine. It's a 2.
Thank you.
I like it, though.
It doesn't rhyme. But anyway, I threw that out there to him Says, I'm trying to fish for a little bit. I'm dangling the
You're
carrot.
pushing his button.
Yeah, what's he going to do?
Yeah.
Are you ready for the text that is the mic drop for all of you Kings fans? We expect to go to the conference fight. No, you don't. Watch this text. You ready?
Yeah.
He says, I just have enjoyed the season. Fun team, regardless of what happens.
The R word.
Night.
And he speaks for all Kings fans.
Well, my point is that is a vibe in
That's
Sacramento.
A vibe, yeah. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe, but no, if they lose, it is the vibe. I'm very confident in this. No,
Should we get I Am K Diddy back on the show? Do you think that he shares that
Let's
vibe?
go, KC.
The guy who said that they were going to backhand the Warriors, they were going to tap that ass and all the rest of it.
He's not going to say it tonight.
But do you
he's
think
gonna
that's his vibe?
He's going to say it in a week and a half if they lose because you
said 5 minutes before.
No, but they got no choice. The point is there's no way, if you're a Kings fan, you are not walking out of any moment of these playoffs ticked off at your team. No, you're not. They could lose the next 4 in a row, and it'll take you about 5 minutes until you go, well, they're the champs, and we had a great season, and we're really building something. I understand it's a very rational thought, and there are irrational people.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, I don't know how you could, if you're a Kings fan, how could you be mad at this team, no matter what they do next?
Well, I could tell you.
How?
You lost to your Northern California rivals, the team that you've wanted to be for the past 10 or so years. That would be the biggest reason why. And I'm sure if you're a Sacramento Kings fan, you know a ton of Warriors fans. Just like we Warriors fans, we know a ton of Sacramento Kings fans. My very own Whitey Gleason is a guy who is now trafficking in Sacramento Kings propaganda as one of his gigs.
Yep.
My beloved former co-host, a man who I've known for 12 years and revere and all the rest of it, and a guy who used to produce for us, is on one of the Kings shoulder programs.
Yep.
We all know Kings fans. They know Warriors fans. So if you're a Kings fan and you look at the Warriors, it's kind of the way the A's look at the Giants. When the Giants win in 10, 12, and 14, A's fans no longer have anything to say. I don't know if you were here for the big A's slogan, which was 0 splash hits, but I think 3 or 4 championships was their big thing.
Yep.
So, in other words, you could take your cute little ballpark with your splash hits and your home run king. It doesn't matter because we've got 4 World Series titles over here in Oakland. And then the Giants win in 10, in 12, and in 14. And now we've got 4 and you've got 3. Right. It's like, whatever. And that's where the Kings are. The Kings are in that little brother role. And if you lose your first playoff appearance in 17 years and it's to this team and the beam doesn't get lit again, I don't think that you get over it as quickly as you think.
I think that there's no doubt that they'd be bummed, but that's the word, bummed. Not ticked, not angry, not asking for change.
Not furious.
None of it.
More than bummed. I think. And again, I'm more of an irrational person. You're more of a rational guy.
We're painting with a broad brush. Obviously, there will be some of all of that, but this all boils down to expectations. And even with a 1-0 series lead, you've got diehard Kings. Look, whatever happens, this has been a whole lot of fun. I don't think that a Kings fan, and you can be upset, but you're not going to ask for change. You're not going to say that the team should have done something differently. You're going to be like, run this sucker back. We're in the middle of building something. This was the best thing that's happened to us in a decade and a half. And so, like, that is a present dynamic in all of the back and forth that we have so far between these two fan bases that I think will only continue to show itself a little bit more. A Kings fan right now, quite frankly, you can't lose. You got game 1.
Boy, you can.
I don't think you can. Like, emotionally.
Let's say you go up 3 games to none.
Well, okay, that's different. All right, so you can, but that's not.
Let's say you get to a game 7.
That's not going to happen.
Well, it could happen.
Get to a game 7? Game 7 could happen.
You get to a game 7, and you're up by 7 with 5 minutes to go, and then all all of a sudden that Adam's apple gets a little snug, and you get that little rumbly and your tumbly.
But even that is kind of understandable, don't you think?
What if you're up 3-1 and you lose in 7?
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
there are scenarios.
Nobody would ever lose a 3-1
I
lead.
can't imagine it. Mark, the updated series prices would indicate more along the lines of what you're talking about, because
Warriors
the
are still
Kings
the favored.
are still underdogs.
Yeah, they're still favored.
It's close. Warriors are minus 150, and the Kings are plus 130. If the Kings win tonight,
that'll change, obviously. Yeah,
it'll change, but not dramatically.
I think the Kings will be the favors.
Yeah, I think they'd be probably co-favorites at minus 110.
That's crazy if you're up 2-0 and you're not the favorite.
Well,
that's crazy.
And again, the series doesn't start until the road team wins a game. That's one of my least favorite yet favorite expressions.
I'm like, the series has totally started. I watched the game.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
that was a non-game. That game didn't count.
Amp in Oakland. Let's get back to the phones here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Amp, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, brother? I'm doing good. How about you?
You know, we're cooking.
Yeah, I feel it. Nice day to cook some barbecue, too.
Talk to me, Amp. What do you got?
What do you got, Amp?
What are you
doing? Talking about the Warriors, man. Game 2.
Right. So, now would be the awesome time to do it. Let's go.
We got to steal one on the road, because we're going to come back to chasing, and we're going to, we're great at home,
Indeed, Amp. Okay, thank you very, very much.
Rack that guy?
Can I grab a phrase that I think we also need to do away with?
Is it the phrase that pays?
Steal this game. No, they're not stealing this game. That makes it sound like it's already the Kings game.
So you're going to go in there in the cover of night and somehow you're going to win the... Oh, my God. Before the game even tipped off, the Warriors have come in and stolen game 2. Somebody call the police.
De'Aaron Fox showed up. He's like, where the hell's the game?
There's a smash and grab.
I don't see it. The Warriors are favored tonight. They're not stealing anything if they win this game. In theory, they arrive... If you're going to hand this game and say it belongs to someone, in theory, Vegas is telling you that the Warriors already have it. This is their game to lose. They're not stealing anything.
Just because the Kings left their window open and the Warriors were able to sneak in the back window and steal it.
By the way, don't do that even on your driveway. Do not leave the windows or even the cars unlocked on the driveway. It has now become like the most dangerous place to do this. Man, dead of night. Talking about stealing things.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Guru shared something with me on Instagram of San Francisco Street where there was like 7 cars in a row that all had gotten broken into.
Well, people are just smashing the windows now because it's like the thing to do.
Right.
I think this is tourists who are like, I've heard that you're supposed to go to smash windows here in San Francisco.
Check it out my list. Let's see. Coit Tower, Crooked Lombard.
Smash 7 windows. We did it all. It's amazing. It was right there in the brochure.
How's your trip to San Francisco? You smash any windows? You know it.
Damn right.
Couldn't get tickets to Alcatraz, but smashed up a couple of windows.
Oh, gosh. We laugh because it hurts so bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, Zach in Richmond. Hey, Zach, what are you
Zach
doing?
Zarba?
Maybe.
He's calling the game tonight.
You have such a crush on him.
Oh, double
it's
Z.
so uncomfortable.
I'm sorry, Zach. You're my second favorite Zach.
He's a good ref, though. He's a good ref.
Elite.
Very good ref. Hi, Zach. What are you doing?
Hey, so not too worried about the Warriors. I'm not in panic mode yet. But what I want to talk about, shift gears a little bit and talk about who I am worried about, which is that sorry-ass, suck-ass team from Memphis, the Grizzlies, who Ja Morant got injured by flying out of control into another player. He didn't tweet that it was a dirty play this time, but he could be out again. And that team that tried to declare themselves a dynasty because they made it past the first round once. If you rewind back 10 years ago, no one even remembers who made it past the first round. So I'm glad those guys are probably running a little scared now. And my main hope is that in 5 years, no one's even going to remember this version of the Grizzlies because they've talked too much trash and they have no idea about where they stand in the general league. They're a sorry 2 seed.
You
That's
know,
what I got.
I'll tell you what, there's an interesting, that got intense in moments. And there were a lot of trigger fingers here in the radio station that were very, very worried at times.
Double donkey in that reference.
We made it. We made it.
2 donkeys inside. One call.
Yeah,
That's
so
crazy.
there was something, and I wonder what you think about this, that I sort of see developing with these Western Conference playoffs.
I had something too from that call, but go ahead.
Okay, so I was thinking about the whole idea of teams having been together for some time, some continuity. That's what wins in the NBA. So let's think about that for a second. For instance, and look, it's only one game. All of these series, it's only one game. But the Memphis Grizzlies have been together for a little while, but they're still young also. Nobody in their 30s on the whole team, and their elder statesman who's 29 is hurt. That's Steven Adams. So they're still this young team. And then you've got the Lakers. They've got some continuity at the top, but then they just changed out all their role players at the trade deadline, and here they are potentially going to make some noise now in this series. Go to the Clippers and the Suns. I'd say that the Clippers have a little bit more continuity than the Suns. It stood out to me that Kevin Durant only shot the ball 15 times. Remember that conversation we had about trade deadline plays in the NBA? Who's won a championship when they made a massive top of their core move at the trade deadline? I can't remember it ever really happening.
Yeah, it takes time to get everyone to come together.
So the Phoenix Suns, I don't know. I don't think they looked all that dominant last night. That's why, in the end, I'm looking at teams like Denver. I'm looking at Golden State. And then we'll see between Memphis and the Lakers who kind of comes out of that series. And I do think that works against Sacramento as well, just because they're so young and they're so new. I'm just conditioned to know that matters in the playoffs. It's going to rear its head at some point.
It is. I think it's experience, and it's also like you're talking about the ability to have the cohesion and the chemistry. It's something that the Warriors have, obviously, in spades. Memphis has it for the most part, but they have the petulance of the youth, and they don't have the experience of going through and winning these big series. And what not Zach Zarba, my ref crush, but
the other Zach,
the caller, was talking about was Ja Morant flying out of control in the lane, and we saw it with Giannis Antetokounmpo, the same thing. And I saw somebody on Twitter saying we're going to need to take a hard look at this block charge problem in the NBA, and I see it the other way, which is some of these NBA players are throwing themselves into the lane out of control, and that's very dangerous. And defensive players who step in front to try to take a charge, if you're Ja Morant and you're jumping from 13 feet away to try to attack the rim, that's a dangerous play, and you got to take care of your body at this level. And Ja Morant plays out of control.
So here's a characteristic, and I've been mentioned a couple times that we want to get into this, a characteristic of the Warriors, and another reason for my optimism tonight. Even within games and within the season, you notice something about the Warriors, and this is where I think it really matters that the Warriors have won so much in the last 10 years. Remember when Draymond Green was like, I can't even get out of bed for games in March. Remember that?
In OKC, yeah.
Well, now we're in April. It's the playoffs. I think they'll get out of bed. But do you really have their attention in game one of round one? Are they playing hard? Yeah. I'm not here to tell you that the Warriors weren't trying. I just think that it has become a characteristic of this team that they play better, pun intended, when they've been punched in the face.
Man.
We had huge games down the stretch, final 10, 12 games at home, huge games that the Warriors absolutely had to have. And they go out there in the first half and fall down by 20. New Orleans Pelicans, Oklahoma City Thunder. Huge deficits on their home floor. And then what do? They come out in the second half. Steph's got a look in his eye, and they go, all right, let's fix this right now. And they do, and they go on to win by double digits in both of the cases I just brought up. I think maybe we see some of that tonight. The Warriors have taken the first punch. And after that first punch, that is when this team, for whatever reason, has been at its best all year.
And all tenure, quite frankly, under Steve Kerr. Because if you look at their record in the postseason following a loss, they're 24-8, Mark, as a team in the playoffs. 24-8, which tells me there have only been a couple of instances where they've lost back-to-back games. Now, famously, they lost 3 in a row to the Cleveland Cavaliers after winning Game 4. So that would be 3 of the 8 losses all happened in that one NBA Finals situation. So you throw that out, they're 24-5 all time in the playoffs following a loss. So that's another reason why I looked at tonight and thought 2-point spread, and I know it's up to 2.5. Our guy, Dr. Lucan in the back, our producer, gave me the update that the spread is moving. The money is coming in on the Warriors, but you're right in terms of what this team does when they take a punch, pun intended. They usually bounce back and they usually rally. Now, this is offset against the reality that they've been a terrible road team this year in the regular season.
Right.
So that is a little bit of a counterbalance, but in the playoffs, this team has been remarkable at bouncing back after defeats.
Well, and that's why I also came out of game one optimistic. Grandy said it. We were talking about it when we arrived at the building today. If that were the road Warriors that we watched in the regular season, they would have been down by 18 at the end of one quarter. And they weren't. They really, for 3 quarters, until those last 2 minutes of the third quarter, they were the aggressor. They were the leader. They were the team that was, I don't want to call it in control of the game. They weren't in control, but they were the team that had the lead for the majority of that basketball game. That is not what we watched on the road this year. We watched a team that would come unglued and would not be able to defend. I didn't see that with this team on Saturday night. I didn't see that at all. So if they come out with the same defensive intensity and what you're talking about, which is their bounce-back mentality after a loss, I think there are a lot of reasons to be optimistic tonight. Sacramento's a real team. Doesn't mean the Warriors are going to win. Fox could go crazy again. I don't know. But I feel comfortable that the Warriors have kind of shaken free of whatever that team was in the middle of the regular season that just came apart at the seams by halftime of most road games.
They played pretty well, I thought, in game one in this series. Now, there's a few areas that they need to shore up, and I think that they will. One is rebounding, and if Jonathan Kuminga is going to play, if he can't be out there and rebound, then he's not going to be able to be on the floor. Malik Monk going for 30-plus off the bench, that's something that has to get counteracted.
Problem.
And also, they shot too many threes, Mark, and this is where I don't want to come down Klay's road because, gosh, golly gee whiz, I never played the game, so far be it for me to be critical, but he took too many threes. They took too many threes. Just one quick point. Last year, the Warriors, 6-0 in the playoffs following a loss. 6-0.
6-0.
They lost 6 playoff games. In all 6 instances, they responded with victories.
Yep. I mean, people will say different team, and that's true, but I think that's a good number. Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering $75,000 in a hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and we keep going with your calls as we approach, for what is at least the 20th time this year, the biggest game of the year. Tonight on 95.7 The Game, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Thompson curls far side. Curry gets it, floats it up on the rim. No good. Had a chance. And game one goes to Sacramento. The first playoff game for the Kings franchise in 17 years. Gives their fans a moment to celebrate, and they take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Listen, I never want to come off anti-fun. That's not my deal. I hope everybody in Sacramento had a blast on Saturday night.
Looked like fun.
I mean, it did, didn't it? Didn't it? Looked like one of those things where like a dictator was speaking or something. Like the whole view, town was just filled.
Yeah.
Looked like Nashville during the NFL draft a few years ago. Remember that? Just incredible. So
I don't know if any dictator has ever chosen purple though for his minions.
I'll tell you what, that would be
historically. I'm not
I feel
sure.
like a dictator would love to have his own beam. I do think that.
No doubt.
Light the beam.
The
I'm
laser.
Here. The laser. Yeah. So anyway, look, color me not surprised at all that the Kings fans energetically are ready for this. That does not surprise me. Not even a little bit. So, yeah, they did an awesome job on Saturday night. The party was on, all of those things. Our YouTube chat, we do have, and I don't want to just take this and run, but it's not surprising to me. Our YouTube chat says that our good friends, D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 Sacramento, are breaking down the potential Sacramento-Memphis second-round series. NBA playoffs, Western Conference.
Now that's adorable to me. If you want to talk about what's cute, that to me,
thank you,
is adorable.
I'm glad you're finally over here on my side.
Now, if you're up 3-0, then maybe you can throw that out as a possible topic. I still think it's a bit premature because to be the champ, you've got to beat the champ, but you won one game and you had to survive an open corner 3-ball being missed, and also Steph Curry with a pretty good look at tying that game in the closing seconds. And I know the Steiny Guru were debating earlier whether or not he should have, pump faked and then regathered and then squared up. The defender was behind him. That was not a time where you could pump fake and regather. If he did, the shot would have been blocked.
To me, this happens so much in sports and I know you felt a little bit of it with Klay Thompson with the comments that he made with regard to shot selection at practice yesterday.
I mean, it's hard to hear from those who don't play what a great shot is, but we're just going to do what we do. We're going to take tough shots. We're going to make tough shots. Been doing it for 10 years, and I'm not going to get discouraged after one bad shooting night. Like freaking A, I've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, so first off, like freaking A.
Okay.
And then secondly, though, I get it. I know how everyone feels when athletes go, hey, you've never played, so you don't get an opinion. Well, yeah, actually we do. Everybody gets an opinion. And in fact, if people don't have opinions and don't care about this stuff, then you don't get your $43 million.
Yeah.
So I don't think Klay was necessarily the worst offender there. I mean, we hear that all the time. We
Imagine
hear that
if
all the time.
politicians said the same thing. You've never been president, therefore you don't have a vote.
You've never seen all of the illegal dealings that we do, so you have no idea how they work.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
However, I'm going to come down on that side whenever I hear someone talk about that Steph shot. Now, you know what he should have done?
Totally.
Okay, for crying out loud, there's 1 second on the clock. And you're asking the greatest shooter ever.
Freaking A.
He should have done something different with his feet. He just step back, and then he's pump fake, and then he just set your feet. Like, no, dude. Just be thrilled that Steph even got the ball.
And got one off.
Yeah, it's crazy that Sacramento kind of made what I think was a defensive error with the way they set that whole thing
Sacramento and a defensive error?
Wild, right?
It's crazy.
Oh, the ad wizards that came up with that one. But yeah, it's great that Steph got the ball and got a shot off. Because normally in that situation, if there's a couple more ticks on the clock, they're just going to foul you. They're going to foul you before you can even move and make you shoot free throws. So in a situation like that, what was left on the clock? Was it 2.1?
No, 2.6.
2.6.
Yeah.
If you've got 2.6 and you're down by 3, and you end up with
2.9.
2.9, and you end up with any look at all, you end up with a look, and that look happens to be from Steph Curry. Just take what you got. You take what you got, and you take the result. I thought the Warriors looked fine in the final 30 seconds. And they got 2 looks that I would take again tonight. Neither of them went in. Sacramento won nothing. Nothing to worry about.
Right. And if you look at the highlight of the play, and I've watched it now like 12 different times, Sacramento could not have played much worse defense in terms of that sequence. The defender, before the ball comes inbound, is guarding Steph on his shoulder away from the basket, expecting him to pop out. They're defending against the 40-footer. So then they run a couple screens. Steph gets the ball, one little baby pump fake, and the other defender goes flying by him. It's like, Sacramento, what are you doing here, kid?
Yeah, it was weird.
Grab him and foul him immediately. You cannot let the greatest three-point shooter in history get one dribble and a squared up 3 from only 25.
I was stunned. They're inbounding the ball, and they're just like, here, there's Steph, like right in front of us, completely open. I was totally stunned. Want to give a shout-out on YouTube to Gammon Brown, who just rocked $5 to get this comment out there, so we're going to read it, darn it. And here's what he said. You'll find this interesting. He goes, hey, Kings fan here. Game 1 was a must-win for us.
I'll allow it because he paid for it.
It wasn't for the Warriors. And, oh, by the way, the same can be said for Game 2. Green openly said he wanted the Kings, and, well, here we are. So that's his comment, and I think he's right. I don't know that tonight is as imperative as Game 1 was for the Kings. I really thought they had to have that one. But I agree with him. If you look at who's in a more pressurized situation tonight, it's still the Kings. If the Warriors win tonight, they are in great shape.
You know what it would be, Mark, if they won tonight?
What would it be?
They would be stealing a win.
That's true. They would.
They'd be stealing it,
we don't
Mark.
want to don't do that because you can get arrested for
Absolutely. I still think that Game 3 is the game. No matter what happens tonight, Game 3 is more of a pressure ball game for both of these teams than tonight is. If the Kings win tonight, good for you. Light the beam. You held serve. The Warriors are a bad road team. You're down 2-0. Game 3 becomes a very big deal for the Warriors. If the Warriors win tonight, the defending champs have gotten up off the mat. It's a game apiece. You go home in Game 3 for the Warriors. It's pivotal. You can take control of the series with a win in Game 3. So I think, and I'm not saying I'm not going to catch every single dribble of tonight's game, and I can't wait for tonight's ball game, but I do think Game 3 is bigger than Game 2 in this series.
I would rather say it this way. I think that, First of all, if Sacramento wins tonight, they do have control of the series. I understand that they haven't won on the road yet, but 2-0 in a series is control. Go ahead and look at the data of going up 2-0 and how often you end up losing that series.
that for that.
It's not good.
Thank you,
so
Fizz.
you're in very, very good shape if you win too. But here's what I'll say. If the Warriors win tonight, I think they've got a higher percentage of winning the series than the Kings do if they win tonight. But I'm going to put both of them well north of 50%. That's why I do believe the winner of tonight's game is probably going to be the winner of the series. The winner of tonight is in great shape and is well north of 50-50 in winning the series, in my opinion.
It is well north of 50-50, but do you know what the historical percentage is of teams that go up 2-0 in a best of 7?
No,
Randy, if you wouldn't
I do
mind,
not.
please, for the first time since I've come back,
off
game
the
show
top of my
music,
head.
please. Teams up 2-0 in the NBA playoffs win what percentage of the time, Mark?
Wait, 2-0 or 2-0 at home?
2-0, period. Period.
How often do you win when you're up 2-0? I would say that you win that
It's a number
series.
between 0 and 100.
Okay. Do I have a plus or minus? Like,
I'll
what
give
am I
you
shooting
plus or
for?
minus, I'll give you 3% because
Okay.
it's a welcome back Monday.
Yeah, I'll go 84.
92.8.
Wow. So my point was made even better than
and
I
you
made
backed
it.
off your point.
I did.
Back.
Yeah.
You Chris Berman'd off that point.
92%.
410 times the team up 2-0 has won. 32 times the team up 2-0 has lost.
So, Warrior fan, I know that they've got championship pedigree. I know that they're coming home to chase where they're really good. Do not flick this game like, oh, well, Sacramento held serve. No, Sacramento be in a spot where now you've got to win 4 out of 5, and you're in a bad spot. You're in a really bad spot if you're the Warriors if you lose this game tonight. I do think the Kings are in a bad spot if they lose this game tonight. So, yeah, I find this pivotal. Anyway, we're streaming live on YouTube, and you should be there because that's where all the fun is, okay? Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and maybe even catch some swearing or just see Dan Dibley's brand new Los Warriors t-shirt. Like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. We'll take your calls next, and this is Willard and Dibs.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most awards.
Hold on. Checking.
Searching.
Googling. This is important.
How important? Is it critical? Is it mission critical?
It's Jordan Poole related. Jordan Poole. Do we have an official?
On behalf of the audience?
No.
You don't know Jordan Poole?
No, I don't. And exactly right. Jordan was getting up shots earlier today. He was getting up shots. He was looking good, but then again, that's just getting up shots. The way Jordan plays, borderline out of control, by the way. An ankle injury is that's a thing. So should be I don't know. That's a big deal, obviously. The Warriors made a big deal after the game of saying for the first time all year we feel whole. Well, you're not whole if Jordan Poole goes back out.
Right.
So I know how he gets people going and a lot of opinions on both sides of the fence, even to the point where Colin Cowherd from The Volume said this after game one.
If you think Jordan Poole's a great player, just you don't know basketball. When you watch him on the floor, he is so bad defensively. In the second half, I thought he cost him the game. On a pretty regular basis, Steve Kerr and Draymond Green call him out. You know, Draymond Green on The Volume on his podcast. You can't give Malik Monk 30-plus points. You can't let role players have huge games. And so I think Jordan Poole, and I've said this multiple times, it's a problem.
Well, that's a little heavy-handed for me. If you think Jordan Poole is a great basketball player, then you don't watch basketball or
Colin
whatever.
Cowherd never played at any level that's that great, so what does he know?
Freaking A.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. And I need to apologize to Festus Ezeli because Jordan Poole was able to close that game. Granted, it was the last 2.9 seconds of the game, but he was in there in the finishing lineup.
That felt personal. I'm just going to say that felt personal.
Toward you?
No, toward Festus Ezeli.
Well, because we got
and
called
Jordan
out.
Poole.
We got called out for the stupidest question ever.
Wow.
And so far, one game into the playoffs,
but I already told
one
you.
game, Jordan Poole's not finishing.
Do you know that my heart
guy.
still skips a beat every single time when he goes, I want to give a to Willard and Dibbs? I'm like, what? Oh, shut your mouth. Is he cussing at us? Good Lord. It's just every time I skip a beat. But anyway, point being, I told you already on this. It's already been defined as not a stupid question, or else they wouldn't have spent 2 shows talking about it.
I'm with you.
If you can talk about it, it's not a stupid question. And I still come from it. Maybe this is the teacher in me.
There are no stupid questions,
yeah,
right?
The stupid thing to do is to not ask. The stupid thing to do is to not ask, because that's how you get in trouble. So, look, is Jordan Poole a great player? Depends on how you look at great player. I think he's legitimately, this is a top 25 problem offensively in the NBA.
For the Warriors? I mean, because he could go either way.
No.
He's a problem for the other team.
Yes.
But he's also a problem for your team. And I'll say, just by the way he plays too recklessly from my tastes. He plays on the edge of being out of control. And when he's not on, like, oh boy, Jordan Poole, you got to give him the ball every time down the floor. There is no in between.
I know, but he's dynamic.
Either on or off. There's no dimmer switch.
Yeah, but I mean that, I don't know. Guys on offense run hot and cold in the NBA. That's and again, he's what, 23? I think he's
24.
He's dynamic offensive player. He is a wreck on defense in a series like this.
He's unplayable in many ways.
Well, on that half of the floor, yeah. They need to play hockey with Jordan Poole. So you just run in when we're going on offense and run back out when they're going on defense. But it's a little heavy-handed for me because that's not rare. It might be rare on the Warriors, but that's not rare. I mean, quite frankly, I hope you all see the irony in the Sacramento Kings series being where people are like, oh my gosh, this guy Jordan Poole only plays offense. Right, like all the Sacramento Kings. Like that's more than half their roster is Jordan Poole's. And they want you to score 125 so that they can score 126.
Exactly.
That's what they want to do.
But that is where this is a little bit even more surprising to me, because this is the kind of series where Jordan Poole should be able to thrive. And game one, he did not thrive. He didn't play that great. He was 4 of 10. He had 17 points, one of the few Warriors to actually, attack the basket off the bounce. So I give him credit for that because he attacks and nobody else really on the team did. Kevon had 6 free throws, but that was all from the interior and, getting the ball to the basket in his own way. He gets more free throw attempts than Steph Curry. He gets more. Klay Thompson didn't even have a free throw attempt. So you do need Jordan Poole to be in there and be aggressive offensively. But when the game bogs down and you need a stop, he's not going to be on the floor.
A reminder that the Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Let's get back to the calls, huh? Leo in San Francisco, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Leo, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just hanging out, listening to you guys. You're making some excellent points. Love the points. The one thing I somewhat disagree with, I think the Warriors are who they are, right? At the end of the day, Curry and Poole and even Klay these days are not going to become great defenders overnight. I don't care how many times you punch them in the face. That's just who they are. But I really do believe that the Warriors need to switch it up a little bit. I think somebody mentioned earlier about a zone. I throw a little bit of zone at them, but also, the Warriors on the offensive end have to attack the basket, slow down the game. That'll slow the pace. Get fouled, go to the free throw line, get a chance to get back and set your defense versus trying to chase these guys down in transition. And I would play Kuminga and Moody a little bit more. I would put them on Fox and on the other guard,
Malik Monk.
And Monk, and give a little different look. Little bigger guys who are athletic, who are younger. I'm seeing other teams. I'm seeing the Nuggets playing a rookie. I'm living with his mistakes. I'm seeing the Lakers play Reeves in key minutes, running the offense with LeBron on the court in key minutes. I don't know why Kerr won't play these guys and give them a little taste, something a little different. Sure, they're going to make mistakes, but, you got to live with that.
Yeah, I don't know, Leo. I think if you're a fan of Moses Moody, you're going to have a hard time in this series.
And he's not playing.
It's because of the return of Andrew Wiggins. You're understand that in the playoffs, it's not about whether they're young. It's not about whether they're young. It's about whether they are one of the 8 or 9 best players on the team. I don't know NBA teams who are going 10 deep in the playoffs. You just don't see that very much. And quite frankly, it would be malpractice if they did. It's nothing against Moses Moody, but if you're sticking Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga out there on the floor, as you're suggesting, at the same time, and expecting them to be the defensive guiding forces come playoff time against one of the most dynamic offenses in the NBA. If that doesn't go well, then Steve Kerr should be outly criticized the very next day. Like, that's just, I hear what you're saying. You can like whoever you want, and I understand their size, and maybe that's kind of a move you make when you're in a desperate situation. If the Kings go up 2-0, and you're like, whoever's out there just can't stop them, we got to go to Moody or whatever, but you're not going 10 deep.
No.
They're already going 9 deep, which is a little bit longer than most.
And you may not even go 9 deep. You're more likely to go 8 deep than you are to go 10 deep. And I don't think that Moses Moody has much of a chance to play in this game, because if you look at what Moses Moody does very well, it's defend, and you've got Gary Payton II. Now, unless GP2 is really as hampered as it appears that he might be, because he doesn't look great out there in terms of in between plays, you see him kind of doubling over a little bit. He's not 100% right. I don't think he's totally healed from his midsection injuries that he had. Keep your eye on him tonight and watch him in between plays. He has a certain level of discomfort. You're going to see more minutes from Andrew Wiggins tonight, and you might see fewer minutes from Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga is probably going to get that second quarter stint, and if he doesn't play lights out, that might be it.
Yeah.
He might go from 10 minutes down to 5 minutes tonight, because this game is so important. And Steve Kerr, if he was really going to put faith in these younger players, he would have done so back in October, and it would have been a whole year of playing Moody and Kuminga and getting them ready for this moment. But for whatever reason, he and the coaching staff haven't felt like these guys have been ready for prime time. And here we are, Mark. This is prime time.
This is it. Yeah, I just think all year long we've been dancing around the idea of some sort of transition. And the truth of the matter is, that was a big part of it. 2 timelines. Everybody always wants more Kuminga. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
I don't know if we've taken one call this year where someone's like, you know what, that's just about enough of this Kuminga stuff. I think I've just had about enough of this.
Sick of his athleticism.
That's right. I'm sick
his
of it.
high-flying dunks.
Stop developing new, young, exciting players. Have had it. But here's the bottom line. And as fans, we get more tired of the same thing over and over again than they do. That's a fact. You and I have had this conversation. Go back to the championship years of the San Francisco Giants and what happened for a period of time before they spiked and had their 107 wins a couple of years ago. People were sick of Buster and the Brandons. You'll never admit it because, I love Buster. I'm a jersey. I know. Hall of Fame, yay. But when they were playing, you got sick of it. You were like, it's not working anymore. When the old thing starts to go south, people leave very quickly, and they're wooed by new, young, fresh, exciting. Well, Steph, Klay, and Dre are not wooed by new, fresh, young, and exciting. They would like to win, and they have had the formula to do that for 10 years, and they don't think they're done, and their numbers suggest that they're right. So every time you want more Kuminga and more Moody, Steve Kerr, I know that if he were sitting here right now, he'd be like, I want more winning.
Yeah, I want less Kuminga.
So that's going to mean veterans.
New, fresh, young, and exciting. Those are the words that you said. And I'm thinking about the championship years, Mark, when they won titles. Who on that team was new, young, fresh, and exciting? And if you go all the way back to the first championship, Harrison Barnes, I suppose, was somewhat of a new, young player. And
Steph was still new and exciting in
pretty
ways.
much.
In ways.
In ways, they all were. But if you go beyond that, on every time that they've gone on a run, have they had new, young, fresh, and exciting as far as their second unit? They had David West. He's none of those things. He's not new. He's not young. He certainly wasn't fresh, and he's exciting if you like good, solid play. Leandro Barbosa, same thing. Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, JaVale McGee, Mo Buckets. These are not new, young, fresh, and exciting players. They won championships with grizzled, and I'm going to say boring, and I'm going to say it as complimentary as possible because Sean Livingston is not a very exciting player, the player that he has become since his catastrophic injury, but he's damn efficient, and he's reliable, and he's sturdy, and you know exactly what you're going to get from Sean Livingston, but he's not new, young, fresh, and exciting. This team has not ever been built. Their second unit has never been built on new, young, fresh, and exciting, which is partly why when you look at Jordan Poole, if he's not bringing his A game, Jordan Poole is going to give way to guys like Gary Payton II, who's not new, young, fresh, and exciting.
Yeah. What they need actually is gritty rebounding, not new, young, fresh, and exciting. They need people who are not going to make mistakes on the defensive end, and we all know that the younger players are much more prone to the mistakes. All right, we're going to take Fred, and then we got to tell you about NBA Defensive Player of
DPOY.
the Year voting. The voting is in. The player has been announced. We'll tell you about it here in just a second. Fred in Richmond, though, here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Fred, what are you doing?
Oh, man, just getting ready for this game in a few hours. I just wanted to say, to all the Warrior fans, I really believe that Malik Monk and Trey Lyles won't be scoring like they did in Game 1. I don't see that happening. That was like a irky jerky. I know Malik Monk is a nice scorer off the bench, but I just don't see that happening anymore. And truth be told, I think the Warriors still gonna gentlemen sweep them because after they take their heart tonight, win about 8 to 10 points, everything else will come into fruition. And Willard, that's a nice hat.
Oh, thanks, brother. You're watching on YouTube. Yeah,
thank you, Fred.
I stole this one from one of my sons, so it worked. I wore this to the game against Philadelphia when Embiid went off a few weeks ago. So this hat is 1-0, and we ready. We ready. I didn't wear it in Game 1. Tried just like the Warriors, just kind of eased into it. Tonight we're going to need some more grit. We're going to pull this down over our eyes a little bit.
I like it.
We're going to lean forward on the couch.
I think I have that same hat in the car. I may go get it during the break.
You should.
And I was going to throw on the Zennies. Maybe I'll save the Zennies for Game 3.
That's an early Zenny call.
Yeah,
that's pretty quick.
I wore my Zenny shades at the championship parade, and those are my good luck charm. I just want to offer a clarification sensation, if I may, for Fred and everybody out there who wants to use this phrase, gentleman sweep. A gentleman sweep is not a series in which a team wins in 5 games.
That's correct.
A gentleman sweep is when you win Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, and then, as a gentleman is wont to do, you allow the opponent to then win Game 4 before you finish them in 5. That is the only time in which a series ends in 5, and it can be called a gentleman's sweep.
That's right. That's correct. That's all accurate. The Warriors can win 4 in a row.
But it won't be a gentleman's sweep.
No, it'll be Warriors in 5.
That actually would be as far from gentlemanly as possible.
Yeah, it's not gentlemanly at all.
That'd be like a Stephen A. Smith. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, that'd be rude. That mean that big purple button wouldn't come out ever again.
Don't be disrespectful.
Not until October, right? So
that'd be a gentleman's beam.
Yeah. That's a sweet beam, and that's a 2. Anyway,
it's maybe a 1. I'm gonna say this, and if Warrior fans want to come at me for it, then come at me, dog. I like the beam. I think it's a kind of a cool. I think it's a neat kind of a
neat. Those are good words. I don't just like the beam either.
It's cool.
All right.
Can we
take 5 on this?
No, before you take 5,
come on.
Let me take 20.
Come on.
Let me take a 20. The idea that you can go to a game and then your team wins, and then you can go out to the concourse and take a selfie with a purple beam that's shooting up into space. And
totally.
They actually had to call the FAA for approval to make sure that aircraft weren't disturbed by the beam.
Yes, correct.
It's neat.
It's great.
Neato.
Can you imagine if you're in 17B and you're getting like a ginger ale and all of a sudden
17 beam
like it's just purple comes flying through your plane window?
Yeah.
Like what the hell is going on? Did we just fly into a different dimension? No.
Mark Spears had a great article.
Don't worry, the Kings just won. That's all that is.
Kings beat the Hornets 127 to 121.
Right.
Mark Spears had a nice article today on the history of the beam, how it came about, and some of the details beam related.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of neat.
Neat is a perfect word for it. You know what? I'm really disappointed with the way this has gone. I've had so many people, and Steiny was in here, man. He thought he had something. He's like, oh.
You got served.
Willard's going to have to eat that adorable word today. You're going to eat it, Willard. I would like everybody to understand something right here. You're adorable now. You're going to be adorable after the game tonight.
Win or lose.
And you're going to be adorable after this series is over, no matter who wins it. You could sweep the Warriors out of the playoffs, and you're still going to be adorable. Coochie, coochie, coo. You are going to be,
Charo.
no matter what you do, you're going to be adorable. Because the only reason you want me to walk that back is because you don't understand where it comes from. I get to find you adorable if I want to. Period. And you are. There's a beam. Even better said. A button. I said this earlier on the changeover. I would have loved. He used to wear purple. I would have paid money to watch a sideline reporter walk over to Kobe Bryant after a playoff game. Excuse me, sir. Congratulations on your 38 points and your victory. Will you please come over here and hit the button? Kobe would have snapped that thing in half, absolutely flipped off all of the players on the other team, Kobe, and scowled on his way to the locker room. You got to understand, this is what you built. And it's different, and it's fun. I like your word neat. It's neat.
It's pretty neat.
It's super neat. It's quirky. It's all of those things. It's not based on winning or losing. It's not telling you that you're not a threat. When have I ever said the Kings are not a threat to win this series? I've said it the whole time. I thought they've had a better chance in this series than you did.
Nothing adorable has ever been a threat.
Well, they're a threat to win. They're a threat to win the series. However, I can at the same time find everything about the way they win adorable. You cannot flood the streets of your city after game one and not be adorable. You can't. I'm glad that you did. Not taking your good time away from you. It's been 16 years. I've been there, Kings fan. I'm a Warrior fan. I know all about what it's like to have long playoff droughts. So I want you to party like rock stars after every win you get. And I'm going to be waiting here, letting you know how cute you are as soon as it's over. It's adorable. How is that? I don't get it. We got cowbells, beams, people walking around in the streets on a Saturday because of 1-0.
That Karen in the third row?
That wasn't very adorable.
That's not adorable.
She's not adorable.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
What happened to you? Not.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that we're not going to blanket. We're not going to put adorable over all of them. What about Casey coming on our air and talking about how they were going to backhand that ass? Is that adorable?
Actually, it kind of is. It kind of is. Like, have you ever seen...
Let's send this to Sacramento.
Have you ever seen two NBA teams come together and have the media start trash-talking one another in the way that has happened here? Have you ever seen that before?
Oh, it happens. Do you listen to the morning roast?
Well, yes, I do.
I mean,
Big fan.
You better be. Keep it locked.
Right?
Break off the knob. Every single series, they have a crosstalk, and they will win that crosstalk.
Of course
by the way. They're unbeaten.
Just ask them.
They're
Yes,
undefeated.
Totally. I get that. But you've never seen it be this far across the board. You've never seen it, but like every media person is like taking it personally. Quite frankly, actually, every media person in Sacramento, they take it personally. If you think the Warriors stink and Draymond is cook, I'm offended. I'm not offended. Knock yourself out.
Don't make me show off my 4 rings. They're all replica rings.
Keep telling us that the Warriors are not a legacy franchise. Say whatever you want.
Yeah, all that stuff.
I'm not offended.
People have been waiting for a decade to kick this team.
Right.
Kick this organization.
And so it's predictable. Absolutely. Draymond Green is not the defensive player of the year. Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies is the DPOY. Draymond finished in 4th place, receiving 3 total first-place votes, and actually was a distant finisher behind the top 3, Jaren Jackson, Brooke Lopez, and Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Who led the league in defensive win shares, Evan Mobley.
Yep.
Draymond Green was 18th, and he finished in 4th based on reputation more than anything.
Maybe. Yeah. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right. Your chance as we head into our final hour before we kick it up to Golden 1 and get you ready for the game. Your chance to weigh in. The Warriors looked like blank. You can fill in that blank for game 1, or we can also start to look ahead to game 2. Not a must win, but a gotta have it game for sure. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Plus, we'll also work through a lot of the comments from Steph and Klay and Kerr and the rest coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What's better, holy cannoli or freaking A? Which one do you like better?
Oh, holy cannoli.
Holy cannoli,
Holy
right?
cannoli.
Yeah.
Just the
Crazy.
delivery, too. Yeah, it's perfect.
So what did you say about Draymond Green? Fourth place in DPOY voting that just came out about an hour ago.
Well, I was just wondering aloud to myself, forgetting that you and I are in the same room for about 5 hours a day, every single day. Can you really be the greatest of all time if you've only won one Defensive Player of the Year?
Number one
time. And Kawhi Leonard has 2 back-to-back. Rudy Gobert won 3 in 4 years. I'm just Dwight Howard won 3 in a row. Ben Wallace won 4 in 5 years. Only Meta World Peace was able to squeeze in between the 2. Dikembe Mutombo, no. Yes. He's won 4 DPOYs. Zoe has a couple. Sidney Moncrief went back-to-back. Dennis Rodman has 2. Hakeem the Dream won 2. Even the big fella Mark Eaton has 1. So I ask you, Mark
Eaton.
Can Draymond Green be the greatest defensive player of all time when you've only won DPOY once?
You're not going to like my take.
I mean, this wouldn't be the first time.
It's my prediction. You're not going to like it.
My prediction? Pain.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tyson Chandler has 1. Gasol has 1. Not Powell. Mark. Let's go to Mark.
In the back.
Thank you.
The greatest of all time?
Let's go right here in the back.
It still gets me every time.
Marcus Canby has 1.
Does he really?
Anything is possible.
True.
He has 1.
Does he really?
Kevin Garnett, yeah.
Good Lord. The greatest of all time.
Joakim Noah has 1.
The greatest of all time debates are a complete and total waste of time.
Okay. Now, it's literally one of the pillars of what we do.
I know.
It's really the epitome of sports talk.
It annoys me.
Well, the epitome of sports talk. If you look at the 4 pillars of sports talk, one of the pillars is lists. Top 10 or Rushmores. Another pillar is GOATs, whether it's GMOATs, FOFOTs, or actual greatest of all time. See, that's one of the pillars of what we do. You hate what we do.
No, it's one of the pillars of lazy sports talk, in my opinion.
Make me angry.
Well, I'm sorry. Like, look, we can go to the barbershop and have this conversation. I think sports talk is based on being able to connect directly with an audience and be interesting. I don't find the greatest of all time debate. When have you ever gotten out of a GOAT debate and been like, that was interesting? It's not interesting.
Every single time.
It's the opposite
Brady
of interesting.
or Montana?
Now you're just trying to.
LeBron or MJ?
See, it's lazy.
You know what the best GOAT conversation is that you and I have never had?
Which one?
Nadal, Djokovic, or Federer?
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I don't care.
Get me Brad Gilbert.
I don't care.
That actually is a very nuanced, as I borrow from Steiny. I'm a man of nuance. That's a very nuanced conversation.
It is.
I'm a man of nuance.
It is.
The most backlash I've ever gotten on Twitter is when I called Rafael Nadal a one-surface wonder. Oof. Nadal Nation, you've never seen such a global response.
I know.
For weeks,
I get it.
I took on water.
I get it. Jesus. They're pretty good on 2 surfaces, isn't he?
More than
he's
2,
pretty good at all of them.
He's unreal on clay.
He's unbeatable on clay.
I think 13 Frenches.
Yeah. Why is that, by the way? No, we don't need to do that. Anyway, point is, I've never gotten out of one of those conversations and been like, that was so interesting what the person said. All it ever is 2 or 200 people yelling at each other about an opinion they're not going to change. Whoever you want your favorite to be, do it.
Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods.
You can't compare. That's what nobody wants to get to, but it's the truth every time.
You have to compare.
Is Joe Montana better than Tom Brady?
Let's discuss.
I can't compare unless Joe played for the Patriots in 2005, and he didn't. So is Michael Jordan and LeBron who's better? You can't compare. Michael didn't even play in the social media age. You can't compare.
LeBron's able to get away with murder. Michael Jordan used to get assaulted going to the rim. LeBron couldn't handle playing in the 90s.
What you're not going to do is have me tell you that GOAT conversations are lame and have them turn into GOAT conversations.
I'm trying to goad you into it.
Not going to let you do it, Roy. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry, Roy. I'm not going to do it. It's just
now, baseball is where I really agree with you that, and we can debate that if you want.
It doesn't. You can't it doesn't exist. A goat doesn't exist unless you're at a farm. Then there are goats.
See, to me, that is lazy radio because the people who we are here to serve, Mark, and I aim to please. You know that. I do aim to please radio, and I keep it real.
The people don't want this.
People are clamoring for that.
It's lazy and boring.
Well, then why do we call Steph Curry the greatest shooter of all time? He's the Gasot.
Well,
but he's not.
It's a little bit different because that's
Bob Cousy. That was shooting.
But that's one skill. That's one skill. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't.
That's one skill.
Explain to me how this is different.
Being a basketball player is like 100 different skills.
7 or 8.
No, there's a lot.
Dribble, pass, rebound, shoot.
Defend.
Take a charge.
Right? How about thinking? How about passing? How about how you approach the game mentally? There's 1,000 different things going on. And to be like, that one's the best. It's lazy. It's a little easier for me when you say Steph's the best shooter of all time, but I will even push back on that. The most accomplished.
Nah, boy.
That's what we can do. But the rest of this, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
It's all great fodder for discussion and debate.
Is Draymond the greatest defender of all time?
Not even close.
Well, who's he guarding? That would be my first question. Who's he guarding? Is he guarding Michael Jordan? Is he guarding LeBron James?
Well, he's not guarding De'Aaron Fox. We know that.
Who did Dikembe Mutombo guard? Did he ever guard LeBron James or Michael Jordan?
He guarded the rim, Mark, which is ultimately what you're trying to do as a defender.
Anyway, it doesn't do it. I just don't. The
answer is no. Draymond's not the greatest defender of all time. Well, who do you think is, Mark?
Whoever you like the best.
Who's the Gadot?
Yeah, the Gadot. Whoever you like best. Draymond's the best defender on the Warriors over the last 10 years. Yep. There you go.
I don't know if you can make that case. I mean, who's he guarding?
Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. Warriors and Kings tonight, game 2.
Let's talk goats, Javier.
They don't get bigger than this. Javier on Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, man?
How you doing, Mr. Willard? Mr. Dan Dibley, how are you guys?
Good, Javier.
Good, man. How are you?
I'm all right, just driving. Just, always listening, just make sure my calls are selected. But I really, I opened with a nice, sentiment to showing my respect. But now I need to get to the nitty and gritty. And that's just the lack of respect that the Sacramento Kings get from the show and the station. And I understand it's a Warriors station, but, you have to understand that Sabonis led the NBA in double-doubles and had one of his worst, if not the worst night he played all season on Saturday. Keegan Murray had 2 points. Kevin Huerter shot horribly from the field. And this notion of the Warriors are just going to bounce back. Like, the Kings relied on 2 guards, and one was a reserve, and one by 3 with 3/5 of their starting lineup playing like what.
Hey, Javier, can I ask you a question?
I also have a question for you,
I got a question for you, Javier.
Javier is joining us here on 95.7
We know Javier well. Javier is an awesome guy. I heard your call with Bonte and Joe last week, and you're the perfect guy to ask because you're going to make a bunch of points, and you're right on all of them. All those players are good players. You're right. What's going to happen tonight? Hell if I know. Bunch of good players on the floor. We'll see who wins. But answer this for me, because I do see this being one-sided. Why are Kings fans so personally attached to how other people talk about their team? Why do you take it personally if another radio station, fan base, another city doesn't necessarily see all the merits in your team that you do? Why is that?
Because the consistency of years past are still being held accountable by the current organization and the fan base in regards to previous mistakes are something that people in the fan base and in that management room still deal with. Like, we're taking the 15 years prior to Monty McNair, and it's still the narrative. They're just the Kings. No. They're not just the Kings.
But no one's saying that, Javier. Be real. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that about these Kings. And I understand where the angst comes from. I get it, man. We're Warriors fans. We've been there. I totally understand it. But nobody is saying that these Kings look like those Kings. But on the flip side, can you not acknowledge, guess what? We have to do it before people are going to believe that we can do it. Because that's life, man. You've got to do it first. Why on earth would the nation show up to these playoffs and be like, the Kings, holy hell, the Kings, they won 48 regular season games. Everybody stop what you're doing and respect the living hell out of the set. Why would anyone do that? They haven't done anything yet. You know what I mean?
So, yes and no. The point that I'm trying to make, that I've been trying to make, is that what you said is correct. But the Kings have broke the record for NBA offensive efficiency in the league's history, 118.6. They have the only 3 players in NBA this season that shot 400-plus free throws this season on any team. Harrison Barnes, Giannis Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is the NBA's clutch player of the year.
But Javier, so what? So what? So what? The Warriors won 73 games one time. Nobody gives a rip. So what?
It does matter. They were that close.
Why?
To the championship.
Why? You just gave me a bunch of stats. Why does anybody care? I don't care. By the way, they broke the record for NBA efficiency in a year where 10 teams broke the record for NBA efficiency. So, why would you not acknowledge that obviously scoring has gone sideways this year? Why? I don't know, but it has. You got to get over this, man. And I'm speaking through you to all Kings fans. You got to get past this we deserve respect thing. Respect comes after you achieve. We're Warrior fans. We've been there. Nobody respected a damn thing about Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson until they won. And then you get it. You don't get it when you show up. You don't get it when you show up. You have to earn stuff in life. And maybe these Kings will do it. And if they do, I will stand up and applaud because I love a lot of things about the Kings organization. But, man, a lot of these fans, you got to get this chip off your shoulder. Why would anyone say the things that you want them to say? I don't understand why anybody would do that. Javier, thanks, man. It's always good to hear from you, truly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
There's always a chip on the shoulder.
Well, fine, but why would
the Warriors had a chip on their shoulder until they won the championship, even though they had the best record in the association in the year when they won their first championship. They had a chip on their shoulder because the previous year, under Mark Jackson, they lost to the Clippers in 7 games. In a game they probably felt like they had a very good chance of winning and advancing. They didn't. Mark Jackson is gone. You bring in Steve Kerr, and the Warriors had a chip on their shoulder, and the Warriors fans had a similar chip on their shoulder. It's the nature of being a fan, and I don't begrudge Javier for being proud of his team and having that same chip. And, you're going to hear everything that every other fan base, especially this one, says about your team. It's the nature of being a fan on the way up.
There's nothing wrong with having the chip, but why would you want other people to say something or acknowledge something that's not true yet?
Well, then it hasn't happened. I understand that.
That's what I don't get. You can have a chip on your shoulder. Your chip on your shoulder, quite frankly, should be pointed at your own organization. They're the ones that have been taking you for a ride for 20 years. Honestly, what if the A's were good right now? What if they had already won 12 games? Do you think an A's fan should call a radio show and be like, better put some respect on the name? Respect on your owner is a joke.
But this is more than 12 games. I understand your comp.
But you get my point.
If the A's let's say the A's win 107 games and they do what the Giants did a couple of years ago, then the A's are going to say, put some respect on our name. And A's fans do that all the time. How come you guys don't talk about our team anymore? We just won 107 games and you're not talking about us? It's because you haven't done it yet. And that's, to your point, you're not going to get the same level of respect. And I don't know if the Kings were playing any other team in the postseason, it'd be a different tune because most of us would be rooting for the Kings to win.
That's true. And I've already said 100 times, if the Kings win this series, I will be rooting for them the rest of the way. There's a ton that I like about this organization. I like Mike Brown. I like their ownership now. I love some of the players who've been through there who, in fact, by the way, have Warrior ties. Mitch Richmond. We could go on and on. I love much of what the organization stands for. Despite the fun that I've had with it the last month, I like the Beam. I like Old Town. I like all these things. This nothing personal, but it's odd to me. Chip on the shoulder's fine, but why do you want acknowledgement now? This was one basketball game in the playoffs. It's odd to me that anyone would be like, it's time to acknowledge the Kings. No, it's not.
Well, you can acknowledge what they did in the regular season,
but then you're
the fact that
proving
they
my
got a
point.
3 seed, and the fact that they have home court advantage, and the fact that they've ended their playoff drought, and all the rest of it.
Proving my point that you're just happy to be here.
Well, I don't know.
you'd
If
like to
Javier doesn't sound like he's happy to be here.
Well, but I mean, I'm not. Again, Javier was the caller when this came up. Javier's awesome. There are tons of Kings fans, and this applies to all. If you want to be acknowledged now, then you truly are just happy to be here. Why would you want to be acknowledged now? I thought you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you've got championship aspirations. If that's the case, then let's talk in 2 months, and we'll acknowledge you then.
Or let's talk in 2 weeks. If they eliminate the Warriors, then, if people in the station or people in this market, if the Kings win this series and however many games, and Warriors fans and Warriors broadcasters are still talking down to the Kings and Kings fans, then I see Javier's point, and you would definitely have a rightful beef at that point, because if it gets settled on the court and the Warriors lose the series and the Kings advance, then yeah, the Warriors still have 4 rings, and I don't need to put up 4 fingers when a Kings fan calls because, and I always bristle when Klay does that, or when the Warriors clap back on trash talk with how many championships you've won, because that's all in the past. If the Kings win this series, then Kings fan, you have the right to talk all the trash you want. Sure. Because for this year, for this series, you would have at that point been the better team.
Yeah, that's all fine. But I also think this is sort of a faux idea that, no one's even noticed us. Everyone still says we're junk because of the way we used to be. Who's saying that? I don't hear that. I don't hear that on this station.
Well, the odds makers are basically telling you that because that's what the money, the Vegas money is saying. The Kings win game 1, and the Warriors are still favored to win the series.
Look,
that's where I think a lot of the chip comes from, because the prevailing thought nationwide is that the Warriors are still going to win this series.
Right, but you're going up against a dynasty. You have to, if you're a Sacramento fan, you've got to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Okay, a dynasty dies very, very hard. It dies very hard.
It also dies very suddenly
in our minds, right? When you achieve at such a level. I mean, we've had fun with this year. How many people are like, watch out for the Lakers? Lakers going to be there in the end. Lakers going to be there. Why?
I had that first, Mark.
Why do you think the Lakers are going to be there in the end?
Because they've got the GOAT on their team.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well played. But that actually is the correct answer. They've got LeBron and they've got that logo. And they
got the hillbilly Kobe, who is unguardable.
Thank you. But it's just habit. It's like, yeah, they're the Lakers. These are the Warriors. We're not going to think that the Warriors are going to lose until they do. They're the Warriors. Why on earth would anyone think they're going to lose? We're used to them winning every damn series.
So let's say the Kings win tonight.
Okay.
And the Kings go up 2-0, and we have 2 days to pick through it on this very station. Actually 3, because our show would lead into game 3.
Correct.
Thursday night. Kings fans are still going to be calling in saying, you still don't respect us. And the answer will be, right, until you actually take it,
right,
until you go out there and win it. Until you go out there and win 4 games in a 7-game series against the champ, you got to beat the champ to be the champ. And if you don't beat the champs, that means you're eliminated.
Right. Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. You remember after the Super Bowl when Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that was favored to win the Super Bowl basically all year, said no one believed in us. They all counted us out. Seems like players and teams use that to motivate them. So if you're the Kings or a Kings fan, wouldn't you want people to not believe in you? Maybe you catch someone by surprise. Maybe you sneak up on them, whatever it is. I'd rather not be believed in than be believed in and fall short on a promise.
Yeah. I take it from a fan base that has won 4 rings. It's a lot more fun to win a ring than have people believe in you. Guess what? When the Warriors were 73-9, everybody believed in us. And it led to Bubkiss. They lost. They didn't win the title. I'll take the title over the belief. So I'm just trying, honestly.
And we mentioned it before, Mark. Last year's title was maybe our favorite because there wasn't that same level of belief.
There you go. Great point. Like, I don't want this. I'm sure it does. It sounds like I'm talking down to Kings fans. I'm coaching you through this. Don't worry about it.
Thank God you're here.
Right? You're welcome, Kings fans. You adorable people.
Oh, the humility.
Like, don't worry about all that crap. But understand, here's the deal. You ain't getting crap till you earn it. Period. And that can be Kings and an NBA title. That can be something I say to my kids if they can't get their butts to school on time. You aren't getting anything till you earn it.
Well, it's every team in these playoffs except for the Lakers, who have earned it. They've won a championship, bubble or not. LeBron's been there.
Yep.
The Milwaukee Bucks have won a championship. Other than that, tell me the team that is comprised and whole. Like Kevin Durant won a title, but he's not representing Phoenix.
Right, they're players. Kawhi.
And that team is like Choke City, Arizona. My God, Phoenix. I mean, you got KD, you got Booker, you got CP3, you got DeAndre Ayton, and you lose game 1 at home. Yikes!
Well,
that's Yikes City.
I will say this: if I were doing Phoenix sports radio today, man, I would be doing a whole show on you traded how many of our young players and how many of our draft picks so that you could get Kevin Durant to come in here and shoot 15 times. Are you kidding me?
Have you talked to your boy John Blum?
No, I've not talked to him yet.
He's the Suns play-by-play announcer.
We're giving him a little space.
Yeah.
Give him a little space.
Well, you lost to a Clipper team that didn't have Paul George and won't have Paul George for the entirety of this series.
I got DeAndre Ayton with more shot attempts than Kevin Durant.
No, you're making that up.
I'm not making it up.
You're making it up.
I ain't making it up.
Stop lying.
I would be going off on that. You got one guy on this roster who's won a title, and you got a bunch of others who've essentially choked for a living.
No.
Sorry, did I mess that up?
Damian Lee.
Okay, good point.
Take that back. Take that back.
Well, he got a DNP, though.
He got a DN Lee. That's a 2.
No,
I went for it.
That's a 3. I like that.
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, point being, you have one guy on this floor who's won a championship. You got a bunch of players who've choked in the playoffs for a living. Let's let Durant have the ball. You see the way they're doing this? Chris Paul's doing a pick and roll with Ayton, and Durant's standing in the corner like he's Otto Porter. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? So anyway, that's the deal.
Yeah.
That's the deal. And,
you know who I am.
And I didn't make the rules. We didn't make the rules.
Right.
But
for you to try to educate the Kings fans on not having a chip on your collective shoulder, it's just.
But it's sometimes that's
not. And I'm telling you that's not the way it's going to go because Kings as a collective have felt a level of disrespect going all the way back to when the team was going to leave town. They had to basically throw themselves on the mercy of the league, and the late, great commissioner David Stern had to step in the 11th hour and rescue them from moving to Seattle.
Right.
So this is a fan base. This is a one-team town. Apologies to the AAA Baseball Club and Sac Republic FC, the professional soccer team, but the Kings is all they have. Shout out Sacramento Mountain Lions. I used to do sideline for them. Denzel Washington famously blew me off for a sideline interview.
You should have said one for the thumb. He would have talked to you.
He's dead to me.
Anyway.
I've never tried to talk to Denzel since. His career's been on the ropes after that fact, by the way.
He's
not a coincidence.
He's devastated. Anyway, go ahead.
They're a one-team town.
Yes.
So when it comes to this team, the Beam, and you wait 17 years to have an opportunity to actually matter in April, Mark.
Brother, I get
They're gonna have a chip.
I get it. I'm not
Javier. I'm sorry, Mark. Had to try to wet blanket your whole day.
No, I'm not removing the chip. But you know what? If you had any therapist, if you had an interview with any therapist in America, what would they tell you is a recurring theme? You got people who are running around getting mad at everybody who's in front of them. It could be their spouse. It could be their kids. It could be their boss.
Could be their radio partner.
It could be their radio partner. Mm-hmm. Anything that's right in front of them. But if you really get them on a couch,
oh boy,
what comes out?
My childhood, Mark.
My mom and my dad.
My brothers and sister. Come on, we've been over this.
Kings fans, Who are you actually mad at?
The Maloofs.
You're not mad at me. You're not mad at Dibs. You're not mad at Bonte. You're not mad at Joe. Nobody ever gets mad at Goo. You might be mad at Steiny. But the point is we're not. That's not your problem. I know who your problem is, and so do you. Your own damn historically putrid organization.
Man in the mirror, Michael Jackson.
That's what you're mad at. It's awesome that you're here now. Same way, Chris Cohan, same deal.
Oh, we were mad at Chris Cohan.
Right, same deal. But you're here now. That's great. You just got here 7 minutes ago.
But you got to respect us, Mark, because we're here now.
Calm down. A bunch of us have been here for a while. We're having drinks. If you get to the end, then you get to sit at the big table.
Well, they came in.
That's how it works.
It's BYO Beam.
I didn't make the rules.
And they brought their own beam.
BYO Beam is
The party is a BYO Beam.
BYO Beam is very good.
They rolled in.
Very good.
With and they're beaming it up. And they're up 1-0, so they need respect, Mark.
Yeah.
And I'm sick and tired of you not respecting them.
I mean, Steph Curry, you're like
Just got back
describing
from a week off.
Steph Curry's career. Oh, it's just great to do that, ha, LeBron. But Kyrie and Kevin Love were hurt, so like he's been through it.
Oh, and you needed Kevin Durant to win a title.
I get it, but Dem's the rules. Steve in San Francisco on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Steve, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Welcome back, Dibs.
Thank you.
I said this last week, and I didn't realize that the percentages were what you guys just read earlier. I still think there's a chance that we're going to drop the first two with Wiggins getting, his feet under him. He's not flashing to the basket the way we're used to. I know there's a bonus down there, but we've got to have that flasher cutting to the basket to open things up for ourselves to play the Warriors basketball we know and love. I think if they drop these first two, we're still going to catch fire. When we get back home, we'll get it in 6. But I'm going to have that flasher to the basket. I don't think you're going to get Poole doing it with his ankle either.
Steve, I think you're making some good points, except for the fact that, and again, this is what happens when you win championships. The Warriors are going to have to lose 4 times before anybody believes that they're not about to go on a 4-game win streak. That's how it is. Oh, if they lose tonight, they'll win it in 6. First of all, count me among those as like, nope, you're not beating the Kings 4 straight times. I don't think.
Well, history would not indicate the likelihood of that. I mentioned this earlier, Mark, and this is for our peak 5 o'clock audience. 442 times a team has gone up 2-0 in a best-of-7 in the association. 92.8% of the time, the team up 2-0 wins the series. Now, you ask, or maybe you didn't ask, but I'll go ahead and ask for you.
What do you want me to ask?
Dibs, how many times has a team down 0-2 won 4 consecutive games?
Dibs, how many times has the team down 0-2 won 4 consecutive games?
Mark, I'm glad you asked me that. Yeah. There have been 14 instances in the history of the association that the team down 2-0 goes ahead and wins 4 consecutive. 12 times the team down 0-2 has won it in 7. A team down 0-2 has never won that series in 5. Mark, back to you.
That's good.
Nor have they ever swept.
That's good to know.
Thank you.
How many gentlemen's sweeps came out of that?
Not a one. Not really a one.
Okay. All right, let's go to Rafi in Berkeley. Hey, Rafi, what are you doing?
I'm sitting in the car waiting to talk to you before I go get a passport photo. Super interesting.
Oh,
stuff.
brother, will you actually call back out? I'm doing this next week with the kids, so will you explain to me, like, if we do the expedited deal, is that gonna is that like $8,000? Like, I'd love to know. So DM me later. But go ahead, Rafi.
I will DM you. So
Thank you.
Here's my question to you. Here's my question to you, Mark. I'm just curious. Do you think? And just follow me for 1 little minute. Do you think you know as much about basketball as Steve Kerr?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
It's close, but no.
Close, yeah. What is Steve Kerr's most oft-repeated phrase when the Warriors lose?
Well, I don't know. What is it?
It's a bit rhetorical.
Go ahead. What is it?
We did not show appropriate fear. And so I get that you don't respect the Kings, but you know who does? Steve Kerr.
But you know what? I'm going to fight back on this because I'm having fun on the radio with the word adorable, but I've said 1,000 times that I have a healthy respect for the Kings' chances to win this series. They really might, Rafi. How is that not respecting them? They're a very, very good team.
You don't respect the team. You don't respect the culture. I mean, the thing about it is that
I disagree with that.
One thing that I think is always tricky is that no one respects the team until they do it the first time, but there's always a first time. And so, yeah, you got to give them a little bit, I think. And I think Steve Kerr and I think the Warriors, they have their full attention.
But Rafi, what is it I'm supposed to give them? Beyond, I think they're a very good team. I think De'Aaron Fox is a phenomenal star. I think Domantas Sabonis is a unique Swiss Army knife in the middle. I think Mike Brown is a very good coach who's changed the culture. I think their ownership is now in the right place. I think their fan base is energetic. Am I supposed to give them something beyond that? Am I supposed to talk about them like they're a champion because they are up 1-0 in the first round?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think, for whatever it's worth, what I think is that I think their fans are adorable. And I think the team is worthy of respect.
That's pretty much what I've said the whole time. I've said that the whole time. Yeah, I would not walk up to De'Aaron Fox and be like, your game's adorable. Because I don't believe that. Everything I've said, Rafi, thank you very
cute,
much.
Though.
Yeah, well, he is.
Yeah.
He does have a little baby face, doesn't he?
Yeah, just that. Yeah. It looks like he.
The lovely Christy thinks he's adorable.
No, he is super adorable, and it looks like if you saw him saw him with a backpack walking the halls of your local high school,
it looked like Brock Purdy.
You would say, "Yeah, man, you and Brock, are you off to chemistry class? He's a high school senior."
Yeah,
and then he gets the ball in his hands, and it's
dude,
and he goes by you.
He's a really good player. He's a really good player.
Fantastic player.
Yeah,
but he is kind of
everything I've said about adorable is beam lighting and celebrating in the streets after game one and freaking out because TNT came to the game. Oh my gosh, TNT is here.
And did you see all the tweets from their fans after game one? And I'm gonna highlight Trista Crick, friend of the program, who said they did a disservice by not showing the pregame and all the noise before they started the game. And, they did us a disservice.
I mean.
And it would have been kind of cool to see that, but that's something that is said from a team hosting its first playoff game in 17 years.
They showed the game the way they always show the game.
Right.
Because, again, Sacramento, as wonderful as you are, the audience in Philadelphia doesn't give a rip that you're there and you're loud. Nobody cares. You have to win the series. When you win the series, then you're going to have people's attention. Not because you played one game and De'Aaron Fox played really
if you win tonight, you're going to have people's attention.
You'll have people's attention.
Yes.
But you're not going to, even still, that's now you've won 2 games. Just like fans.
And you would have a 92.8% chance historically of winning this series.
Right.
So you would get people's attention, and that would be a huge, huge thing.
Attention is great. However, when we get to this conversation and people are giving out the Kings' resume, that speaks to accomplishment. And the accomplishment that we can respect right now is that the Kings, they changed their culture. They changed their culture. They have made some good draft picks. They have made some good trades. They are a good basketball team. They now have the right coach. These are the accomplishments of the Sacramento Kings. I couldn't give 2 rips what their metrics are. Offensive efficiency. I don't care. Because
they have 3 guys who had more than 400 free throw attempts, Mark.
Sweet.
The only team in the association to do that.
The Warriors have 3 guys who are going to the Hall of Fame. That's what the Warriors have.
They got
3
4,
of.
but
that's a good point.
One of them was rushing to the aid of E40 and street clothes. Just one quick note on the free throw thing. Zach Zarba tonight is your lead official.
Yep,
third reference. You might have missed one. Double Z's is in there. Not a big whistleblower. He does not call a ton of fouls. that should favor the Golden State Warriors, I think.
Yeah, because they've had a hard time this year defending without fouling.
And they're going to need to play a little bit more physically in on-ball defense against the likes of De'Aaron Fox in tonight's ball game.
Absolutely. RJ and Napa, you're next. Hey, RJ, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. So I'm a lifelong Kings fan. I was raised in Sacramento. And as Dibbs can attest, I usually try to bring, voice of reason to the airwaves. I wouldn't take the sample size of the Twitter idiot Kings fans as speaking for the rest of us. And what I mean by that is, Mark, I'm in agreement with pretty much 100% of everything you've said. One thing I want to add, though, is that I think real Kings fans like myself are looking at this series like, in all probability, the Warriors are probably going to win based on personnel, based on their pedigree, et cetera, et cetera. Having said that, the light the beam and being excited about TNT and all that stuff, yes, that is true. That's part of it. My son's birthday is tomorrow. He's going to be 17 years old, and he wasn't born yet the last time they won a playoff game. The reason I bring that up, my grand point in all this, is that you have to understand in the context of how far we've come in such a short amount of time. Having said that, one thing you can definitely rely on is that in the era of sport, going back thousands of years, all the way back to Spartacus and the Roman times, it's a fact that if one opponent underestimates another, that opponent may get punched in the mouth. And so,
yeah, but RJ
Spartacus had a chip on his shoshoulder too. I think the Lion took him a little lightly in that one. RJ,
do you think the Warriors are taking the Kings lightly? Because I don't. I don't think the Warriors are taking them lightly at all.
I'm not saying the two teams. What I'm saying is, some of the comments about, and I'll play along with the adorable thing. Yes, I think most Kings fans. I'll admit, I'm thrilled just to be in the playoffs based on where we were. The day that we passed over Luka to draft Marvin Bagley, I was like, that's it. We're going to be irrelevant for another 15 years. And in one off season with one coach and one draft pick and the gelling of two All-Stars, we're all of a sudden the number 3 seed in the West. So what I'm saying is, in the snapshot in time context, yes, we're here right now. We have arrived in terms of, yes, we're in the playoffs, but to sit there and think that we don't have any chance whatsoever, that's not accurate.
Yeah, nobody said
that.
Nobody said that. And RJ, thank you very much.
Thank you, RJ.
Like, if your point is that Kings fans, it almost sounded like RJ was like, look, sorry on our behalf, you're right, but we're just a little overly excited. Yeah.
Should be.
And I have no issue with that. Gosh, I don't know how many times I've said it today. Go nuts.
Yeah.
Go, if you win tonight, go take off work tomorrow.
I wonder what the Kings fan quotient is in Napa, because Napa is just about equidistant between
hybrid.
Sacramento. Yep. And I was looking at Vacaville. Vacaville is actually a little closer to Sacramento than it is to the Bay, but it's considered the easternmost city in the Bay Area if you go by the 9-county Bay Area metric, which is what I've always looked at, the 9 counties. That being in Solano County, which Vacaville is the outermost area of the Bay Area. But if you're in Vacaville, probably easier to go to Golden 1 than it is Chase. To have RJ be a Kings fan in Napa makes sense. 50 miles to Chase, 60 miles to Golden 1.
Yeah.
It's tweener country.
That's good breakdown. That's good geographical breakdown.
Well, I know this too, Mark, because high school sports, the Napa schools all are in the Sac Joaquin section. So they all play like Napa and Vintage. When they go to the playoffs, they play the Sacramento schools. They don't play against the North Coast section schools.
Yeah, I certainly hope nobody feels like anybody's telling anybody else not to be excited. I feel like that.
No, I believe your words earlier today were Kings fans knock it off. And maybe I got that. Maybe I misconstrued it.
I think Warriors fans should be excited. I'm very easily amused.
Are you more excited or nervous going into game 2 tonight?
No, I'm not nervous. I'm excited.
I mean, like sports nervous. I know that if the Warriors lose tonight,
excited.
You're probably not going to cry yourself to sleep.
No, but I'm excited because that's sort of like even that stat you brought up about how good the Warriors have been after losses.
24-8.
When you lose a game, this is one of the things that it's kind of a thing in baseball clubhouses. One of the things about baseball is, the beauty is you can get them tomorrow. And when you lose, you want to get back out on the field or the court or whatever as quickly as possible. I have been waiting for tonight, even though it's only been 48 hours. I've been waiting for tonight because they lost their last game. I'm very excited to sit down and see what they have, to see what both of these teams have. And this is the game because everything can be sort of packaged in, well, it was one game. Well, after tonight, it was 2. So now we're starting to get a trend. Right? Are the Warriors actually still the Warriors?
Yeah.
Or do the Kings kind of have them by the you-know-whats? We're going to know that here in about 4 hours.
You could say the short hairs.
Right.
You don't have to be more graphic than that.
That's not where my mind went.
Although, it's hard to grab my short hairs on my head.
Talking about short hairs.
92.8% of the time, the team up 2-0 wins the series. And this, by the way, includes some of the old school best of fives. So if you take the best of fives out of it, which is 102 incidents, 6 times a team came back from 2-0 in a best of 5. So if you extrapolate those out, the percentage does go up a little bit.
Wow. Yeah, look, it's significant is all you need to say. It is a significant hole if the Warriors lose this one tonight. Idris in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Idris, what are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Just got off work, heading home. But, you know what? 3 quick points. The Kings did what they were supposed to do. They had the better record. They came in hot, you know what I'm saying? And we lost by 3, So that's all right. And that's not thinking of the great history and experience of the Warriors. However, there was a time in the third quarter when I think we were about to do what the old Warriors used to do, put them out the game. And we did things that we could get away with back in the day of, jacking up threes, and most of the time they go in. But we're not the same Warriors as before, but we got experience and understanding that I don't know if it's Steve Kerr or Draymond Green, or they just got to understand that they can't do what they've been doing. And the record shows that we're not the same Kings, but we definitely have the sharp enough teeth to get all the way. Because if we can't get past the Kings, we don't even want to talk about the next round. So it's all about adjustments. They should win today. We better win today. But it comes down to adjustments. Love y'all show. God bless y'all.
Appreciate you, Idris.
Thanks, Idris.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you again.
Yeah, I think that's all very, very accurate. I mean, the one of the things that's probably been underrated, and I think it was Tim Legler who said this to us on Friday. He says, you miss a lot of things with the Warriors because of the eye candy. The eye candy is the Splash Brothers.
I had guest envy on Friday listening to that. Yeah.
You should have just driven in. Just come on in.
Just sit in.
Yeah, just like I'm here for legs.
Get my hand up. Can I get a question?
Yeah.
He's a great guest.
He's
I
awesome.
really enjoyed
He's
that
awesome.
piece with
Yeah.
you and Larry.
Yeah.
Right here in the back.
Thank you. Let's go back here to Dan. He's got a question for legs.
Totally.
Yeah.
But the eye candy. I didn't mean to disrupt you.
No, he said you miss a lot with the Warriors because of the eye candy, and that is, A, they've always been a really good defensive team when they've won. And I think, B, the Warriors have always been a thinking person's basketball team. This is a smart team. That's what Draymond Green is. One of the reasons he is so mesmerizing is he is the craziest person on the floor, but also the smartest. Like, he can't control his emotions, yet he can sit down and probably beat you in a basketball quiz. And I don't mean you or me. I mean other basketball people. He's such a unique human being and the heartbeat of the team mentally. And so I think that's important in a game like tonight. I think it's a big part of the reason why the Warriors' record is what it is when they lose. They come back and they win the next game because they adjust. They see, okay, we see where you beat us. We're going to plug that hole tonight, get a win, and then we'll see what happens next. But the Warriors need to box out better.
Yeah.
Kevon Looney, about an hour ago, said the Kings were the more physical team. We can't allow that. You mentioned the Zarba point.
Yeah.
I think it's a good one. I would watch for the Warriors to come out and shove some people around tonight.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Okay, developing news from Sacramento. Game 2 is upon us, and Steve Kerr has announced that Jordan Poole is a game-time decision for the game tonight. So, after warm-ups earlier today, still no firm decision. He will go out and warm up, and then based on how his body feels, we'll see if Jordan is in or out for Game 2 tonight.
He's going to test it. This according to Slates. Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider. Steve Kerr said he will warm up and test the sprained ankle. Andrew Wiggins came through Game 1 well, played 28 minutes. Kerr not revealing Wiggins' role or his expected minute total for Game 2. So are those things interrelated? They might be. Just, I know we got a lot of calls to get to, but one follow-up on Idris talking about shooting the three. I ran the numbers, Mark. They shot 32% from three against Sacramento. This year, they shot 32% or worse 16 times. They're 3-13 in those games. So it's not so much how many threes for me. They've shot more than 50 threes, 50 or more threes 17 times. They're 9-8 in those games. But you got to shoot better than 32%. That's the number.
I'll tell you what, this is going to be a real interesting factor. This is not great news, in my opinion, that the Warriors still, an hour and a half before tip-off, cannot firmly state that Jordan Poole is going to play. However, I can also say this, and I know what some of you Warrior fans are thinking, which is frustrating as Jordan Poole is, and a game where the Warriors acknowledge they need to be more physical. It's not out of the realm of the possibility that Jordan either doesn't play or plays reduced minutes, and that helps on one end of the floor.
Right.
And so I can see a scenario in the business we're in. I could see a scenario where Jordan's role is kind of
the Jordan rules.
The Jordan rules. Jordan's role is diminished. The Warriors still win, and then you know what the debate is going to be tomorrow morning.
Well, it'll be the Festus Ezeli apology tour is what it'll be.
Is that what it'll be?
Yeah, I think so, Mark, because
that's the stupidest point in the history of points you've ever made.
Yeah, I've made some bad ones too.
Stupidest question ever.
Yeah, no doubt. I wonder, them just playing this forward a little bit further, if Jordan Poole's out, maybe we see JaMychal Green. Somebody was throwing out, maybe it was on our station earlier today, the Hackadomus strategy. Maybe you try to get Domus on the foul line, or you try to, if you're going to play more physically.
Shooter, though, is he? I mean,
not that bad. He's not like Shaq levels.
I don't think he's bad enough to play that game. At least that's my perception.
Right, but I mean, in terms of just getting out there and playing more physically, might that be a strategy if you put JaMychal Green in there and you try to muck up the game just a little bit?
I wonder maybe more about someone like Moody, because it's a guard that's going to be out. Like, would Moody get some minutes? Sabonis, I guess, is north of 74% from the free throw line. So to me, that's too good of a percentage to start trying to put him. Again, if I'm the Warriors, I would like to foul less. That's what I would like. Not more.
Yeah.
Let's foul less.
Good point.
George in the jungle here on Willard
That's
and
the
Dibbs.
stupidest point I've ever made.
Hey, George, what are you doing?
Just working my way home to watch the game. Great show tonight, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
What I'm thinking about here is in the first game, the Warriors lost by 3 points with Steph Curry standing at the top of the key with a second or two to shoot. Now, that's in their gym, and they're the number 3 seed. What's the narrative tomorrow morning if we run them by 20 coming back to Oracle or coming back to Chase? Things change. You guys are talking about the Kings going up 2-0. I see 1-1 with staring down the barrel of a long gun if you're in Sacramento.
Well, George, I tell you this. Neither one of us, we both picked the Warriors tonight. We're talking about scenarios. So, yes, there's obviously the Kings being up 2-0 is a scenario. But I'm with you. I think it's just go by history. You brought up the numbers. The Warriors are very, very good in this situation.
24-8 after a loss.
And the reason I'm optimistic is because the Warriors in Game 1 to me looked enough like themselves to believe that they are still pretty close to who they were last year, or at least they've got that pitch in them. So, eyes are on a few things right now. Can they be more physical? And then the Jordan Poole news, if he doesn't play, there was so much focus on Saturday in the non-Steph minutes. Well, usually the non-Steph minutes are when Jordan Poole is asked to do a lot offensively. So now what do you do with the non-Steph minutes? The offense runs through who? Who's running that now? So I don't know. I think everything, if Poole is out or diminished, and the Warriors are saying you're looking for a more physical game, I think that's what you're looking for tonight, which is a lower scoring game, a slower pace, and the Warriors to try to push them around a little bit and see if they can make scoring a little bit harder.
Man, that would be a shock to me if they tried to slow it down just based on the way this team has gone about playing this year. Number 1 in the association in pace, number 2 in offense. I don't know if that necessarily is going to work. I think that,
bet the under.
I don't know about betting. That would be a nightmare.
I know, but
trying to bet the under.
By the way, the over-under looks way too easy. What did they score in last game? 151? Did I have that right?
251, you mean.
I mean, 249. 249,
yeah,
right?
126, 123.
Yeah, 249. The over-under
son of a math teacher.
Over-under is only 239.
239.
Why is it so low?
239 is low? I mean,
10 points below what they scored 2 nights ago.
Yeah. Jeez.
Why is it so low? Dan Dibley.
I don't know. Yeah.
That's right. All right. I'll get to more of your calls here coming up in a sec. Quest for 5 is brought to you by Alameda PD. Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. This is Willard and Dibs.
I don't know. Give your small business.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it is. It's the return of Dilly and Wibby. Today, right here on 95.7 The Game. And Warriors Live. Coming up next, ahead of the big game. Warriors-Kings Game 2 from Sacramento, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. We got some more calls to take, but you want to hear something funny?
I do.
Did you see that Kings fan that got so excited that they got a big Mike Brown tattoo?
Wait.
Last week?
Get out of here.
Yeah, tattoo of Mike Brown.
On their body?
Yeah.
Permanent?
On the calf.
Not like a henna tattoo or like one of those like iron-on deals.
Not one of those.
An actual tattoo
of Mike Brown.
On their body.
On the thigh.
Inner or outer?
That's a good question. John, was it inner or outer? And was it hairy?
It was the back of the calf.
Back of the calf. Okay. Back of the hairy calf.
Okay.
All right. Mike Brown tattoo. Made the rounds on social media. And then, of course, made its way to King's practice, where Mike Brown was asked about the tattoo of Mike Brown.
Kind of what does that say about this community that they're wanting to put a tattoo of you on them to say, hey, we're going to make the playoffs and we made it and here's Coach Brown on my leg?
Man. that was interesting. It was an honor. I'm still flabbergasted by it. I don't know. It was an honor, and one day I'd like to meet him, but I don't know if I put my mug on anybody's body because it ain't pretty.
Oh, what's more uncomfortable, getting a tattoo or listening to Mike Brown talk about a tattoo? I don't know what's more uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, did you hear all the different noises he made?
A lot of laughing and a lot of just like... well, what are you supposed to say?
Sound like you went through a tunnel on a cell phone. No, I'm not ripping him.
Oh, I know.
It's just like...
And I asked you before, like, is there anything more uncomfortable if there's a big Dillard and Wibbs fan, Dilly and Wibby, and they got a tattoo of you on their calf? That's a little creepy.
It is.
I'm all for fans being fans, but
it is definitely a little creepy.
It's one thing to get the team logo on your body, which I'm a guy who has 0 tattoos. I will never get a tattoo. It's just not my bag, baby.
Samesies.
It's not my bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And if you want to be all tatted up, good for you. Express yourself. Be you.
Yeah,
if you want to get your team logo, get your team logo. The one that always struck me was, I think it's Damon Stoudemire. I thought he had a picture of himself. Turned out it was, I think, his grandpa.
Oh, okay.
The likeness on his body. Do whatever you want tattoo-wise, but that's a little creepy.
Yeah, no, I dig tattoos. Tattoos and the Kings are actually very similar. I like them both. They're just not for me. Okay?
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
Just not that into them. But I do like them on other people. And
hey now.
Yeah. But this is Lovely Christie's got a few, and I'm a fan.
Okay.
But not for me. And Mike Brown twice called it an honor. This is an honor. I'm like, I don't know if it's an honor. It's weird. It's uncomfortable. I don't know if it's an honor. Is it an honor to have somebody put your face on their leg?
It's an honor. And if you say otherwise, maybe that fan might, I don't know, show up at your house on the regular. Hey, coach. I'm going to get it removed, coach, and then I'm going to get you removed. How about that, coach?
You're like, remember all the zombies at Penn State who just walked to Joe Paterno's house that one time?
Right. Crazy.
Right? Like all that stuff's going on and it's a terrible subject and it's in the courts and people are getting arrested and everyone's just like, let's walk to his house. And they're like torches and
totally.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
It's
small town college football, creepy, man.
Well, especially when you're marching to the house of the patriarch who oversaw the most atrocious incident in American sports history.
Yeah, seriously. Let's go to Coach Duran in Union City, on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Coach, what are you doing?
Hey, Whitey and Dib, the two aces in the card deck. What's up, fellas?
Yeah, no, this ain't Whitey, but you know, you call it Dibby and Wibby is what is the show that you called. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think whereas we come back this game, we give the Kings a storm. Curry with 29, Thompson 25, and then Green, hopefully he'll get at least 10 to 12. I think Warriors take this one +7. I'll go with a 114, 107 victory. Warriors come back and take it.
Okay, Coach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach.
That would satisfy not only a Warriors victory, but the under.
Yeah, look at you.
Under.
Okay.
239.
You're liking that.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. And you know my philosophy.
Lean in. If it doesn't make sense, lean into it.
I mean, why would it be 239 when it was 249 points last time and there's nothing in either of those offenses that would suggest they're not going to score at will, other than A, that number, and B, the Warriors' contention that they're going to try to look. This is what I'm calling. I think the Warriors are going to try to beat up the Kings tonight.
Try and maybe slow it down a little bit.
I think they're going to try to beat them up.
They're going to try to win this game maybe 117, 112.
I got
something
one
like that.
I got a Draymond Tech tonight.
You got a Draymond Tech?
I got a Draymond
wonder if
Tech.
that's bettable.
I got a
I'll have
Draymond
to check
Tech
my
tonight.
book to see if I can get down on that.
I definitely have one tonight.
I like that in terms of how he's going to play. I think that he especially comes out and tries to put his personal imprint on things. And we know that his personal imprint can go and manifest itself in a wide variety of ways.
No doubt.
Draymond, go bye-bye. That's a good drop. I've never heard that one.
That's new. Stacy in Oakland next up. Stacy, what are you doing?
Yo, you guys, gotta love you. I know you love me. You gotta be tired of the shit to talk. I love the...
And scene.
Yeah.
But YouTube, see? YouTube?
The tube, you get that S-bomb.
Tube, you're loving life today.
Loving that
tube.
on the tube. Just one quick note in case this hasn't been said on the station, or I just kind of did the research on this.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr coached Warriors team has never, Mark, been down 0-2 in a series ever.
That's a wild stat.
Ever.
That's a wild stat.
Now they haven't lost a ton of games, which is how you avoid being down 0-2, I realize, but they've never been down 0-2. They've been down 3-1 a few times. They've recovered from a 3-1. They've blown a 3-1, but they've never been down 0-2. And I think to your point about Draymond Green, I don't think that he is unaware of any of this, and I believe that he's going to come out and really get his team fired up in the way that Draymond does. So I like your Draymond gets a tech prop. I'm going to see if I can't bet that here.
I think that this is an intensity ratcheted up basketball game that's going to start in a little bit over an hour. And again, if you're just joining us, Jordan Poole has been called a game time decision. He's going to warm up, and they'll see if he's going to play tonight. So that is still a ... if you will. Don't know what's going to go on there. But yeah, I do think you're looking at a different vibe in this game tonight. And therefore, the other thing that comes to mind with your, the stat, if you will, that you just threw out there, you want to talk about whether or not you have a healthy respect for the Kings' chances in this series. Warrior fans, I would suggest to you, have a healthy respect for the deficit they're in if they don't win tonight. That's not, because how many times have we had someone call today, but, well, yeah, they might lose tonight, but, they'll get the next 4. Oh, my gosh, like 93% of NBA series, you go down 0-2, you lose. And in this Warrior era at Dynasty, they have never done it. They've never had to face it.
Right.
They've never, ever. And think how many times they've been up 2-0. A bunch. And they've won them all. So I just, this is a monster tonight. And I'll reiterate my point, which is that I think the winner of tonight's game is probably going to win the series.
Yeah, and the odds would lean your way 92% of the time. That is the case. Only 14 teams have ever been down 2-0 and won the next 4 games and won the series in 6. One of those teams, though, the Milwaukee Bucks in the NBA Finals 2 years ago. So it's happened recently, but you wouldn't want to plan on it.
Good to have you back, buddy.
Great to be back.
Enjoy your Zarba tonight.
Oh, God, that's the face I want tatted on my calf.
Big old slice of Zarba at Casa Dibley. All right, here we go. We're sending you to Golden One next for Dibs and for our team, Mark and John Lucas. Thank you so much. I'm Mark Willard. We send you to Golden One. John Dickinson will take you all the way up till tip. That's what's coming up on the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Here comes Dubs and Kings. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
The following is an attorney advertisement.